Hey truckers, today we're seeing I take Demon Empress as a disciple. Let's dive into the video. In the dense jungle of the Void Mountain, danger lurked everywhere with ferocious beasts roaming about. Whether they were humans or demons, all regarded the Void Mountain as a treacherous land. Yet, at this moment, a grand palace stood proudly halfway up the mountain, emitting an ancient aura that compelled people to bow and worship at just a single glance. Calling it the residence of an immortal would not be an exaggeration. Above the palace's entrance, there hung a simple plaque with two characters inscribed, Heavenly Tao, as if encompassing the profound mysteries of the 3,000 Great Tao. Within dozens of miles surrounding the Grand Palace in the Void Mountain, not a single ferocious beast dared to approach. Inside the palace, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes sat on the main seat with a distressed look on his face. System, is there really no room for negotiation when it comes to moving out? Chen Daoxian asked, furrowing his brow. This desolate place is just no good. Even if I wait for another 10 or 100 years, I'm afraid I won't get any disciples at all. He complained once again, questioning the system. Chen Daoxian was not born in this world. After crossing over into this world, he obtained a protagonist's standard item from the novels of his previous life, a system. The Saint Master System. In simple terms, as long as he took in disciples, he could become stronger. However, the system provided him with this heavenly Tao Grand Palace located in the wilderness, where not even a wild beast could be seen on ordinary days, let alone people. Fortunately, as long as he was within this grand palace, he was invincible, nearly an all-powerful being, and could not even die of hunger. The range of this effect extended to a radius of 5,000 meters around the grand palace. If things don't work out, why don't you just send me a disciple? Chen Daoxian grumbled as the system remained silent for a long time. Although within the Grand Palace's range, he was an all-powerful, supreme existence, the moment he stepped beyond this range, he was just an ordinary mortal. He had been in this world for more than 3 months now, but he hadn't seen any living creatures, not even wild beasts. At present, all he could see on the system panel was an initial mission. Initial mission. Acquire a disciple with a talent of saint rank or above to receive the initial gift package. Forget it, at least I won't starve or age here. I'll just wait patiently. Chen Daoxian sighed. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of my Ling family? Ling Yanron's eyebrows were tightly knitted as she continued to evade the pursuit of 3 profound realm cultivators within the mountainous forest. With her strength at the Void Sky realm, escaping from the hands of profound realm experts was already a difficult feat. She had initially thought that hiding in the Void Mountain would make the trio give up, but to her dismay, they showed no sign of retreat. Even though she was hailed as the most outstanding genius in the past millennium in the Moro Kingdom, possessing talents at the saint rank, she found herself in a terribly sorry state, being relentlessly chased by these 3 profound realm experts. Ling family's little miss, truly deserving of her saint-rank talents, enduring against the 3 of us for so long, a middle-aged man among the pursuers said, stroking his beard with a playful smile. Unfortunately, you're still too green. If we were to give you 5 more years, the 3 of us might not be able to defeat you, another person added. In fact, you might even cause our demise instead. The assassin with an elder-like appearance grinned wickedly. Such a prodigy will meet her end today in my hands, Liao Lao-san. The thought alone makes me shiver with excitement. The plump man beside him seemed even more excited, continuously gesturing with his hands to cast spells, attempting to hinder Ling Yanron's escape. Second brother, let me have some fun first before we kill her, he said eagerly. It would be a shame to kill such a beauty directly. The last person licked his lips, his eyes filled with desire as he gazed at Ling Yanran. One must understand that Ling Yanran was not only Moro Nation's top genius but also unparalleled in her appearance, captivating numerous cultivators and outstanding individuals. Yet, she remained indifferent to all of their advances. As for the threat Ling Yanran posed to them, the trio didn't take it seriously at all. If they didn't have absolute certainty, they wouldn't dare to lay their hands on a genius from the prestigious Lung family. Damn it, it's been so long already. Why hasn't the family sent reinforcements yet? Ling Yanran felt both anger and shame listening to the trio's words. Deep down, she also worried about her family. If these three dared to pursue her so relentlessly, there must be some trouble within the Lung family. At this point, she no longer wasted time arguing with the trio and focused all her strength on escaping deeper into the Void Mountain. This place was an ominous land, where not only profound realm cultivators but even Mahayana realm powerhouses dared not set foot casually. Now, she could only gamble. After a long while, Ling Yanran swallowed the last spirit replenishment pill she had left, her face displaying a bitter smile. She never expected that the once exalted genius of the Moro kingdom would meet her end like this. Thinking back to the vulgar words the three men had uttered earlier, Ling Yanran had already made up her mind. If there was no possibility of escape after her spiritual energy was depleted, she could only choose to end her life. Hee, why aren't you running anymore? Allow my dear Liao Lao San to have some fun, and I'll spare you, how about that? The pursuer saw Ling Yanran halt in her tracks, his face leering and his lips licking in a lascivious smile. However, Ling Yanran remained silent this time, her gaze coldly fixed on the three men, her silver teeth grinding audibly. With no hope of escape, she immediately raised her pristine palm, gathering her spiritual energy, intending to crush her own heart meridian. Her actions showed no hesitation, leaving the three men chasing her secretly amazed at Ling Yanran's state of mind. Only the third man sighed regretfully, relieved that their mission was accomplished. After returning and collecting the reward, he could indulge himself to his heart's content. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The expected scene of Ling Yanran's demise did not unfold. Instead, a peculiarly dressed young man appeared, standing before Ling Yanran, holding her jade-like hand. Huh? Who are you? The leading old man furrowed his brow and questioned. He hadn't seen how the youth appeared, but from his aura, he seemed as ordinary as a mortal. I am Ling Yanran of the Moro Kingdom. As long as the young master is willing to help, my Ling family will surely offer a generous reward. Ling Yanran's eyes lit up as if she had found a lifeline, immediately seeking assistance from the young man who had suddenly appeared. However, the youth seemed entirely oblivious to their words. Seeing that Ling Yanran had abandoned her intention to seek death, he let go of her hand. He then proceeded to scrutinize her with excitement, nodding in approval from time to time. Visit N0VL/BIN. For the best novel reading experience. Tisk, waited so long, but it's finally. Today, I won't let you escape no matter what. The newcomer was none other than Chen Daoxian. Just when he was about to continue his plan of lying down for a nap, he received a prompt from the system that a genius who met the disciple requirements had appeared within his range. Upon receiving the system's alert, Chen Daoxian immediately appeared at the scene without a moment's hesitation. And just as he arrived, he saw Ling Yanran, seemingly ready to embrace her own death. This sight frightened him tremendously, prompting him to swiftly intervene, preventing her from making such a grave mistake. After all, it had taken him quite some time to finally encounter a talented individual who met the disciple requirements. If he let her slip away now, who knew how long he'd have to wait for the next opportunity. The sourc of this content N/O/V/L/N. As for the peculiar atmosphere on the battlefield, Chen Daoxian paid no attention to it. As long as he remained within the confines of the Divine Hall, he was akin to the embodiment of the heavenly Tao itself, with no need for undue concerns. After observing Ling Yanran for a moment, Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up even brighter. Not only did this potential disciple possess outstanding talent, but she was also quite pleasing to the eye. Moreover, she seemed more like a demoness, succubus. Young master, those three are formidable profound realm experts. If you can't defeat them, please release me and save yourself. Ling Yinran was surprised by the sudden appearance of the young man, whom she asked to flee. It was unclear whether it was due to his handsome appearance or the realization that her life was nearing its end, but Ling Yinran surprisingly suggested that he run away. You brat, be smart and step aside. After I'm done having fun, I'll deal with you properly, the third assassin sneered at Chen Daoxian. Observing the youth's unimposing aura and seemingly youthful appearance, the third assassin decided not to be on guard. Miss, would you be willing to be my disciple? Chen Daoxian, on the other hand, never spared a glance at the three killers. Everyone was within the range of his divine hall, so even if the trio wished to escape, it depended on his willingness. At this moment, the most crucial thing was to complete the system's task and accept this disciple first. As for those three individuals, what significance did they hold? This. If you can suppress those three, I, Ling Yinran, am willing to be your disciple. Ling Yinran sized up the youth before her. Although he appeared to be an ordinary person with no trace of spiritual energy, his sudden appearance and his interception of her full-force palm strike suggested hidden strengths. He must have concealed his aura, right? Furthermore, despite the three profound realm experts behind her, he seemed utterly unconcerned, giving Ling Yinran a glimmer of hope. If this youth truly possessed hidden strength, there was no harm in becoming his disciple if it meant staying alive. Survival was the most crucial consideration. All right, deal. Chen Daoxian nodded with a light smile upon hearing her words. You deceitful brat. Since you squandered your opportunity, you can die now. Liao Laosan sneered and gathered his spiritual energy, intent on crushing the young man into pieces. But in the blink of an eye, the youth vanished without a trace. Ugh. Before he could react, Liao Laosan felt breathless, realizing that the youth had his neck firmly gripped in his hand. Relax, it's normal to be nervous the first time. Take a deep breath, that's it, deep breaths. Feeling dizzy is natural. Chen Daoxuan's voice sounded in Liao Laosan's ear, but despite struggling, he found himself powerless, as if his spiritual power was completely sealed. Amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Liao Laosan's struggles grew weaker and weaker, and finally, his head slumped down. Chen Daoxian then let go, taking a deep breath himself, and nonchalantly tossing the man to the ground. Killing someone for the first time is indeed a bit nerve-wracking. Chen Daoxian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After crossing over to this world, it was still his first time killing someone. Despite knowing that this was the cruel world of cultivation, he still couldn't fully adjust to it. Those words just now were not meant for Liao Laosan, but rather, they were a reflection of his own thoughts. However, in the eyes of the spectators, this scene appeared as if it were something demonic. Big brother, let's attack together. This guy is strange. The remaining two assassins snapped back to their senses. They hadn't seen how Chen Daoxian made his move, but they saw him choke the life out of their comrade and heard those eerie words, causing Liao Laosan to breathe deeply as though it was a normal reaction to dying. It was terrifying. With no room for carelessness, the two assassins unleashed their formidable skills, launching a full-force assault on Chen Daoxian. Joyful Claw. Magic Blast of Desire. Boom. Their joint attack struck Chen Daoxian head-on. Yet, he made no attempt to evade and instead allowed the two profound realm experts to strike him with full force. We got him. Heh, big brother, this kid is nothing. After taking our combined full force, he must have turned into ashes by now. Seeing the dust rising, the two assassins were satisfied with the power of their strike. Even if Chen Daoxian was at the peak of the profound realm, facing this attack meant certain death. Reassured by this thought, the burden on their hearts lifted. Damn it! Ling Yanran couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling uneasy. The youth had the chance to escape, but he chose to stay because of her. Now, he might have fallen victim to their attack due to her humiliation. Just then, a coughing sound broke the silence, and the astonished crowd widened their eyes. Cough, cough, cough. What kind of move was that? Chen Daoxian emerged from the dust, looking at the two assassins with disdain. Were you trying to raise the dust to suffocate me to death? It's impossible. This brat must have used some kind of defensive treasure. Big brother, let's kill him and take his treasure. Shaking off their shock, the assassins were ready to strike again. Forget it, how boring. However, Chen Daoxian didn't give them another chance. He casually waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. In the next moment, the two profound realm experts exploded into pools of blood mist. Is this okay? Chen Daoxian turned around, trying to appear friendly, and smiled as he asked the dumbfounded Ling Yanran. This. Disciple Ling Yanran pays respects to master. Ling Yanran snapped back to her senses, her heart filled with astonishment. The three assassins who had chased her to a dead end were effortlessly dealt with? The power he displayed in just a single wave, what kind of formidable technique was that? Perhaps this young man before her had already reached at least the Unity Realm or even the legendary Great Accomplishment Realm. In Moro Kingdom, the most powerful experts were only at the Unity Realm, and there were no legends of Great Accomplishment Realm existences. Without hesitation, Lin Yanran knelt down and paid her respects, showing utmost sincerity as she performed the 3 bows and 9 kowtows, displaying the proper etiquette of a disciple. You see, even in Moro country, the strongest experts were only in the Unity Realm, and there were no Great Accomplishment Realm existences at all. Well done. Today, I, Chen Daoxian, shall take you as my disciple, and you shall be my first disciple under the name of Chen Daoxian, he said, nodding in satisfaction and extending his hand slightly to help Lin Yanran up. At the same time, a notification from the system rang in his mind. Ding! Initial mission complete, reward distributed, initial gift pack X1, disciple receiving gift pack X1. Upon hearing the sound of the system announcing the completion of the mission and the distribution of rewards, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but feel excited. Initial gift pack X1, disciple receiving gift pack X1 have been stored in the system space. Visit N0VL/BEIN. For the best novel reading experience. System has unlocked some new permissions. Chen Daoxian didn't hesitate and immediately silently recited in his mind, open the gift packs. Ding, open the initial gift pack. Rewards obtained, Hongmeng Ruler, Heavenly Treasure, Innate Spiritual Root Enlightenment Tea Tree, 1000 points. Ding, open the Disciple Receiving Gift Pack. Rewards obtained, Bone Cleansing Pill, Myth Level, Chaos Celestial Demon Art, Myth Level, 1000 points. Rewards have been stored in the system space. With each successive system notification, Chen Daoxian felt like he was floating on air. Just from looking at the suffixes of these rewards, all of them were of myth-level existence, and there was even a legendary heavenly treasure, as well as the innate spiritual root enlightenment tea tree. With these treasures alone, he might already become the most powerful existence in this world, right? With a casual move, the heavenly treasure Hongmeng Ruler appeared in his hand. The ruler's body was a mysterious yellow color, with the characters Hongmeng inscribed on it. Chen Daoxian waved it casually a few times, and instantly, 2 streams of mysterious yellow qi rushed out. Boom! A mountain tens of miles away was directly collapsed by the power of the mysterious yellow qi. So terrifying, what realm is the master in? Just a casual move can destroy a mountain tens of miles away. Such power is unheard of. Even an expert at the extinction realm would find it difficult to achieve, right? Lin Yanran, who was respectfully standing on the side, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat after witnessing this scene. But at the same time, she was also excited. She didn't expect that today's disaster would turn into a blessing, allowing her to become a disciple of such a formidable master. In that case, she should be thankful to those 3 assassins. Not bad, it's quite handy to use. It's a pity. After nodding slightly, Chen Daoxian shook his head and sighed. He knew that such treasures could only be used within the boundaries of the temple. He could sense that the power of the mysterious yellow qi was significantly weakened after crossing the temple's borders, and as the distance increased, its power rapidly diminished. Otherwise, how could it have only shattered a mere mountain? It seemed that even within the invincible range of the temple, the attacks he launched externally would be greatly reduced. If that were the case, Chen Daoxian decided that he would never have to leave the temple's boundaries again. If he encountered enemies, he could simply kill them from a distance with a wave of his hand. However, when these words entered the ears of Lin Yanran, who was standing aside, they left her even more stunned. Terrifying as the power was, Master seemed to be dissatisfied with it. The ruler he used was of a grade she had never seen before, and it might even be an immortal treasure. What kind of horrifying master had she become a disciple of? He appeared young, which suggested he might have used some kind of elixir or technique to retain his youthful appearance. With such strength, he could be an immortal who had lived for thousands of years. Does that chaos celestial demon art not suit me for cultivation? How about trying one of these bone-cleansing pills? After testing the Hongmeng ruler, Chen Daoxian casually put it back into the system space and took out the myth-level bone-cleansing pill from the system rewards. What level of treasure is this jade bottle? Lin Yanran's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the jade bottle containing the bone-cleansing pill. Sensing the faint aura emanating from it, she thought Master was about to test another kind of immortal treasure. But as Chen Daoxian opened the bottle, a rich fragrance of medicinal pills burst forth. Just by taking a whiff, Lin Yanran felt signs of a breakthrough in her cultivation. Such a treasure comparable to an immortal treasure was merely a container for pills. What kind of existence must those pills inside be? In a short period, Lin Yanran had lost count of how many times she had been shocked. In her daze, she saw Chen Daoxian pour out a pill from the bottle and casually swallow it, as if he were eating a candy bean. Crunch, crunch. It's tasty, but it seems to have no effect. After consuming the bone-cleansing pill, Chen Daoxian waited for a moment and inspected himself, but found no change. The reason was the effect of the heavenly temple. Within its invincible range, his physique had already reached the level of Hongmeng primordial body. How could the bone-cleansing pill have any effect? All right. I'll give it to you. It should be helpful. With a flick, he tossed the jade bottle towards the dumbfounded Lin Yanran. Ah. Overwhelmed, she said, this kind of treasure, disciple dares not accept. Lin Yanran was taken aback and quickly caught the jade bottle in midair. She held it carefully in her hands and wanted to return it. No need to worry. It's just a bone-cleansing pill. Now that you've become my disciple, you can keep it, Chen Daoxian said with a light chuckle. Before Lin Yanran could speak again, he took out a completely black manual emitting a chaotic aura. This chaos celestial demon art suits you perfectly. You can cultivate this technique from now on. As he spoke, he casually tossed it over to Lin Yanran, who was still holding the jade bottle with the bone-cleansing pill. Lin Yanran hurriedly received the manual, intending to decline. After all, she had just become a disciple and received so much grace, making her feel unworthy. But the moment she touched the manual, Lin Yanran froze. She couldn't take her eyes off it, as if the manual had been tailored specifically for her. If she missed this opportunity, it would be an irreparable regret. Disciple. Disciple thanks master. After some hesitation, Ling Yanran thanked him and then couldn't help but sit cross-legged, eagerly perusing the manual. Observing her, Chen Daoxian didn't mind and instead checked Ling Yanran's information in the system. Senior Disciple, Ling Yanran. Race, Demon Clan. Special Physique, Innate Enchanting Bone. Cultivation Technique, Moro Sacred Scriptures, Lower Earth Grade. Talent, Saint Grade. Cultivation Realm, 4th level of Void Sky Realm. Chen Daoxian was amazed by the information. Demon Clan, Innate Enchanting Bone, indeed a succubus. No wonder her figure and appearance were so impeccable, and because of the enchanting bone, she would possess a strong allure to the opposite sex. Ahem, of course, when accepting disciples, the most crucial aspect is their talent, not their figure or appearance, although they are still important. As Chen Daoxian was concentrating on the information, Ling Yanran also let out a long breath and looked up. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became somewhat strange. Master, you. She stammered. Feeling the focused gaze of her master, Ling Yanran quickly turned her eyes away, no longer daring to continue the eye contact. A blush spread across her cheeks like a trail of cherry blossoms on her fair neck, making her even more enchanting and alluring. Since she was young, she had noticed that all males, regardless of their race, would feel an inexplicable urge towards her. Who would have thought that even her master would be affected by this? Could it be, was her master also like those people who intentionally took her in as a disciple because of this special attraction, so he could keep her by his side? Otherwise, how could he have bestowed her with such unprecedented pills and a cultivation technique that left her in shock after just a cursory glance? As these thoughts raced through Ling Yanran's mind, she couldn't help but feel conflicted. Even if her master had such thoughts, he had genuinely saved her just now. Should she refuse him? Or should she comply? The more she thought about it, the more her face flushed. Just as Ling Yanran was lost in her thoughts, Chen Daoxian spoke up. Cough, don't misunderstand. I'm just amazed by your physique, he said, seeing Ling Yanran's expression. Chen Daoxian also became slightly dazed, but he quickly regained his senses, lightly coughing to ease the awkwardness, and explained, Ahem, your physique, disciple. Ling Yanran was a bit puzzled, but upon hearing her master's words, she inexplicably felt a tinge of disappointment in her heart. For the first time, someone could completely ignore her charm. Even those so-called geniuses and disciples from Holy Place would be affected when they saw her. That's right. You have an innate enchanting bone, a very rare physique, Chen Daoxian continued. Even if you don't cultivate the path of enchantment, your presence will be akin to having a charm spell with you. As your cultivation realm increases, the effect will become more pronounced. However, this kind of physique, without a strong enough backing, will eventually become a furnace for powerful experts, he said with a moment of contemplation. The information he conveyed was obtained through the system. And he put it quite gently. In fact, even if someone has a powerful family, once they cultivate this innate enchanting bone to a certain level, it is highly likely that even the ancestors of the family won't be able to resist the allure of the bone. Unless they have someone to rely on, like their parents, they might have a chance to cultivate this to the highest level. I see. I understand now. Ling Yanran listened and was amazed, finally clearing up the confusion that had puzzled her since she was young. Due to her enchanting bone, she had encountered numerous troubles in the past. Fortunately, she was not a fool and always managed to draw the focus of those arrogant geniuses, causing them to compete against each other and allowing her to escape unscathed. Get the latest chapters on n/velben.com. I wonder if Master has any methods to suppress this innate enchanting bone, Ling Yanran asked softly, her delicate lips slightly nibbled in concern. She was eager to avoid causing any trouble for her master in the future. Cough, don't worry. The chaotic demon technique contains the path of allure, which will accelerate the cultivation of those with the enchanting bone. You just need to focus on your cultivation, Chen Daoxian said with a laugh. As for any troubles, there's nothing I, as your master, cannot resolve. His words exuded confidence, leaving Ling Yanran momentarily entranced. Of course, in his heart, Chen Daoxian added a sentence, as long as you stay within the invincible range of this divine hall. Master. Ling Yanran's focus gradually returned, and she urgently asked, then, can your disciple start cultivating the chaotic demon technique now? Aware that her family might be in trouble at this moment, she felt a sense of urgency. Though she could ask her master for help, Ling Yanran felt that he had already granted her so many favors. Asking for more would be too presumptuous. Of course, I've already given you the cultivation technique. You can start any time, Chen Daoxian replied. By the way, it would be beneficial for you to take the bone-washing pill before cultivating. Yes, master. Ling Yanran readily agreed. Without hesitation, she carefully uncorked the jade bottle, fearing that the pill's aroma would dissipate, and then poured out one pill. She quickly recapped the bottle, holding it as if it were a precious treasure, and then glanced at her master. Seeing no further instructions, she gently opened her vermilion lips and swallowed the bone-washing pill. As the pill entered her mouth, it melted into liquid and flowed into her belly. Ling Yanran had no time to wonder how her master could crunch this thing like a candy when she felt the spiritual energy in her sea of qi surge like a tidal wave, rapidly expanding. Without delay, Ling Yanran closed her eyes and started cultivating the chaotic demon technique she had memorized earlier, confident that with her master by her side, she wouldn't make any mistakes. As her cultivation progressed, her skin and pores began to excrete impurities. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, her cultivation realm directly broke through to the 5th layer of the void sky realm. As time passed, more and more impurities were expelled from her body, and her realm continued to break through without any bottlenecks. Buzz. Void sky realm 6th layer. Void sky realm 7th layer. Void sky realm 8th layer. Void sky realm 9th layer. Break! With a sweet cry from Ling Yanran, her entire aura underwent a tremendous transformation. The spiritual energy within her sea of qi slowly condensed into liquid form, and the liquid spiritual power continued to increase until it filled the entire sea of qi. Even the originally fixed size of her sea of qi, which should have remained constant at the void sky realm, expanded at this moment, growing 100-fold before stopping. Phew! Moments later, Ling Yanran exhaled a long breath. Her aura had already leaped from the initial void sky realm 4th layer to the 1st layer of the profound unity realm. Even the injuries she sustained from the previous chase were completely healed during her cultivation, and even the scars vanished entirely under the effect of the bone-washing pill. I actually broke through to the profound unity realm so easily? It's even simpler than breaking through a minor realm bottleneck. And, my sea of qi, which was already fixed, expanded by more than 100 times. And the density of this spiritual power is far beyond what the profound unity realm should have. What rank of cultivation technique is this chaotic demon technique that Master gave me? For a moment, as she felt the terrifying growth in her strength, disbelief filled Ling Yanran's face. In just a few hours, she had broken through several minor realms and even surpassed the bottleneck of a major realm. If word of this got out, no one would believe it, would they? Ah! Suddenly, Ling Yanran let out a sharp cry. Chen Daoxian, who had just been about to console Ling Yanran after her breakthrough, was startled by her exclamation. What's wrong? Did something go wrong during your cultivation? Chen Daoxian paid no attention to the impurities that emerged from Ling Yanran's pores during her cultivation. He quickly placed a hand on her shoulder and asked with concern. Within the range of this divine temple, he was confident he could handle anything, even if Lin Yanran encountered any cultivation deviation. You updates tnvel/by.com. No, it's not, Master. I just suddenly found a sticky layer of impurity on my body and felt it was impolite in front of Master. Lin Yanran felt the sudden concern from her master and couldn't help but lower her head to whisper softly. Especially when her master didn't mind the layer of impurity on her, she couldn't help but be moved. Feeling the warmth of her master's palm and recalling the treasures and techniques he had given her earlier, Lin Yanran made up her mind to repay her master properly in the future. Oh, I see. You gave me quite a scare. These impurities were discharged by the bone-washing pill you took earlier. Go wash up in the hall. Chen Daoxian smiled faintly, withdrew his hand, and said as he turned back, shouldering the big hall again. The hall? Upon hearing her master's words, Lin Yanran was a bit puzzled. This place was surrounded by wilderness and mountains. Where was the hall? I seem to have forgotten. Chen Daoxian turned his head to look at the direction of the Great Hall, but there was nothing there. He couldn't help but slap his forehead. Earlier, when he heard the system prompt, he came here immediately, and he inadvertently hid the hall to prevent anyone from being frightened by its appearance and backing away. He didn't want the geniuses to be scared off, as that would be a huge loss. Now that his disciple had been received, there was no need to continue hiding the hall. With a slight gesture towards the empty space, a magnificent hall rose with a rumbling sound. This hall seemed to have existed since ancient times, exuding an air of antiquity with its intricate patterns. On the plaque, the power of 3,000 great Taos seemed to converge, forming the two words Heavenly Tao. Lin Yanran was immediately captivated by the plaque, her whole body falling into a trance. It was as if her soul was sucked into it, freely swimming within the ocean of 3,000 great Taos, losing herself completely. Snap out of it! Seeing this, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but shake his head slightly and then gave a light shout. Hearing her master's voice, Lin Yanran shuddered suddenly, snapping back to her senses. Her body was already covered in stickiness and impurities, and now she was sweating even more. Disciple is incompetent, thank you, Master, for helping me. Having regained her senses, Lin Yanran bowed in shame to her master, but her heart was even more astonished. Just a glance at the plaque had made her lose all self-awareness, as if she had been drawn into a world of the great Tao's principles. The hall where her master resided was already terrifying, so what kind of existence was her master? This hall was named after the heavenly Tao itself. What kind of confidence did that imply? In this world, everything had to follow the heavenly Tao's rules. Even cultivators had to comply with it, going against it was a dead end. To bear the name of the heavenly Tao, wouldn't that provoke the wrath of the heavens? Could it be, her master was already in existence that feared no retribution from the heavens? Lin Yanran dared not think further and could only convince herself forcibly that the hall must have some special formation to possess such power. Otherwise, she couldn't fathom why such a terrifying existence would take her as a disciple. It's all right. Keep this jade pendant safe. From now on, you can freely observe the heavenly Tao plaque. It contains the essence of the great Tao. If you can comprehend even a little, it would be a significant opportunity for you. Chen Daoxian waved his hand slightly, showing no blame towards her. Then, he conjured a jade pendant, carved with the character Ling, clearly prepared specifically for Lin Yanran. With this jade pendant, she could move freely within the divine temple without any danger. Thank you, Master. Lin Yanran bowed deeply, intending to take the jade pendant in her hands. Chen Daoxian was slightly taken aback. In his view, there was no need for such formalities and burdensome etiquette between a master and disciple. He then casually conjured a string and didn't place the jade pendant in her hands, but instead gently put it around her fair neck. Between you and me as master and disciple, there's no need for excessive formalities. I've put the jade pendant on you. Go to the main hall and choose a room you like. First, clean yourself up. Qin Daoxian spoke softly and then turned to leave. Thank you, Master. Feeling her master's long and slender fingers inadvertently touch her neck, Lin Yanran blushed instantly. She stammered a thank you and quickly turned to enter the main hall. Although she had been admired and pursued by countless geniuses and even senior experts over the years, she had never had any intimate contact with a man before. Once inside the main hall, Lin Yanran chose a nearby side hall. She found that it was fully equipped with various facilities, including a wooden tub filled with steamy hot water, which had just been prepared for her. Master even prepared all these for me. Lin Yanran lightly bit her cherry lips as her eyes shimmered with delight. However, the sticky feeling on her body made her very uncomfortable. She didn't waste any time and immediately discarded the dress that was stained with blood, proceeding to take a bath. After several days of non-stop pursuit, Lin Yanran was already mentally exhausted. Feeling the warmth enveloping her body, she couldn't help but drift into a deep slumber. Outside the main hall, Qin Daoxian focused on studying his own system. After accepting Lin Yanran as his disciple, the range of his unbeatable divine temple had increased from the previous 5 kilometers to the current 50 kilometers. Although it was a 10-fold increase, its usefulness was limited within the Void Mountain range, where savage beasts roamed, and encounters with other cultivators were rare. However, he remained undaunted. As long as he persisted, there would come a day when his range could envelop the heavens. Perhaps even before that day arrived, he might no longer need to rely on the invincibility of the divine temple. During Lin Yanran's breakthrough just now, he had received a new reward from the system. At that time, he didn't have the chance to read it carefully before her. Ding, under the host's tutelage, the senior disciple Lin Yanran has comprehended the first volume of the Chaos Devil Art, broke through to the profound realm. Rewards, 150 years of cultivation, 150 points, complete mastery of the Chaos Devil Art. Seeing this message, Qin Daoxian couldn't help but feel excited. He had been worrying about finding a suitable cultivation technique for himself, but it seemed that it was unnecessary now. As long as his disciples cultivated, he, as their master, only needed to lie down, take good care of his disciples. After receiving the reward for his disciples' breakthrough, Qin Daoxian found that he had completely comprehended the Chaos Devil Art in his mind. The magical powers contained within it were now as familiar as if he had used them billions of times and could be used effortlessly. As long as I recruit more disciples and have them cultivate the system's techniques, as their master, wouldn't I be able to comprehend every technique to its fullest? Qin Daoxian couldn't help but get excited. After all, the system's techniques were mythical-level existences. Even immortal-grade techniques paled in comparison and were like trash in comparison. Now, let me see what realm I have broken through to with the 150 years of cultivation. I wonder if I've reached the profound realm. After contemplating the techniques, Qin Daoxian's thoughts opened up his personal attributes panel. In his opinion, since his disciple had reached the profound realm, he, as her master, shouldn't have a lower realm than hers. Even if they were both in the profound realm, with his complete mastery of the mythical-level Chaos Devil Art, Qin Daoxian was confident he could crush her in a higher realm. But after looking at his personal panel, he was dumbfounded. He even repeated the process, closing and opening it several times, but the information remained the same. Host, Qin Daoxian. Race, human. Special physique, Hongmeng primordial Dao body. Cultivation technique, Chaos Devil Art, perfected. Talent, Hongmeng. Realm, Qi condensation first layer. System, are you kidding me? 150 years of cultivation, and only at the first layer of qi condensation? Even if you give 150 years of cultivation to a pig, it should at least reach the Sea of Qi realm, if not the Void Sky realm. Looking at his cultivation at the first layer of qi condensation, Chen Daoxuan's face turned dark, and he kept questioning the system about what was going on. With his Holman-level talent, his cultivation speed should be incredibly terrifying. To be given only the first layer of qi condensation after 100 years of cultivation? The Hongmeng primordial Dao body is the most powerful physique in the world, surpassing any other special physique by millions of times, but the cultivation required is also millions of times greater than other physiques. However, host, you don't need to worry. Even at the first layer of qi condensation with the Hongmeng primordial Dao body, your strength is still formidable. After a long while, the system's prompt finally sounded in Chen Daoxuan's mind. Hearing the system's explanation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, that's how it is. But can you be a little more precise with formidable? Can I fight with the profound realm with my current cultivation? Chen Daoxian wasn't concerned about the name of the realm itself, what mattered was his strength. As long as his power was formidable enough, even if he was at the first layer of qi condensation, it wouldn't be a problem. However, the system didn't respond to Chen Daoxuan's question as if it wanted him to find out on his own. Forget it, sigh. I only hope that my disciple can help me gain some prestige and let this master of mine break through to a higher realm soon. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian could only shake his head helplessly. Fortunately, as long as his disciple made a breakthrough, he would receive rewards as her master. This time, breaking through to the profound realm granted him 100 years of cultivation. What if she were to break through to even higher realms in the future? That would mean gaining thousands or even tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Even if this physique was a bottomless pit, he would fill it up. If one disciple was not enough, then he would take 2. If 2 were not enough, then 3. He could even capture geniuses and make them his disciples. But he definitely wouldn't accept male disciples. Only a respectable master would take in male disciples, right? After checking his cultivation, Chen Daoxian then examined the system points he had just obtained, 2,153 points. 2,000 points were from the system's gift package, 150 points were a reward for Lin Yanran's breakthrough, and the remaining 3 points, he knew, came from killing 3 profound realm cultivators earlier. Soon, he also understood the purpose of these points. In the system's store, the points could be exchanged for various precious and daily items, or even directly for cultivation. 1 point could be exchanged for a year of cultivation, indicating how valuable these points were. After some consideration, Chen Daoxian exchanged 153 points for cultivation, leaving him with 2,000 points. With an increase of 153 years in cultivation, he looked at his qi condensation second layer realm and couldn't help twitching his lips. He finally understood that every small realm advancement required 100 years of cultivation. Forget it, for now, I don't need to go out, and I don't need a too high cultivation level. I'll save the points for now. Shaking his head with a sigh, Chen Daoxian took out another item from the gift package. It was the primordial spirit enlightenment tea tree. He carefully selected a spot and planted the tea tree there. The primordial spirit enlightenment tea tree immediately took root, emitting profound and mysterious Dao aura. Even sitting under the tea tree to cultivate could put one in a state of enlightenment. Thankfully, he planted it within the temple's range. If he had planted it outside, he doubted it would have survived. Even sucking dry a spiritual vein might not be enough to sustain the nourishment needed for such a primordial spirit enlightenment tea tree. Just as Chen Daoxian was about to pluck some tea leaves to taste, Lin Yanran emerged slowly from the main hall. Whether it was because she had washed away the dirt or because of the effect of the bone-washing pill, her appearance, which was already as beautiful as a fairy, became even more enchanting. Especially her bold attire, with very little fabric, revealing her slim and long legs swaying gracefully with each step. The most unexpected thing was that after cultivating the Chaos Devil art, it awakened her primordial spirit enchanting bone. On her smooth abdomen, there appeared a special faint purple pattern that perfectly matched her identity as a demoness. Looking at her, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but be mesmerized for a moment. He thought to himself, truly worthy of the primordial spirit enchanting bone. I almost cried out, seductive devil, help me with my cultivation. But with the all-around invincibility within the temple's range, Lin Yanran regained consciousness in just a moment. However, after stepping out of the main hall, she froze in place, gazing blankly in the direction of her master. In her eyes, everything seemed to lose its color, leaving only the man with his sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and a faint smile on his face. He stood with one hand behind his back, exuding an aura that seemed to encompass the laws of the heavens themselves. As the gentle breeze brushed past, causing the tips of his hair to sway slightly, the tea tree behind him rustled, as if it was cheering for its master. Calling him a celestial being from the heavens would be an understatement. The world's laws seemed to exist because of him. Not bad, Chen Daoxian chuckled and nodded, praising either her cultivation or her graceful demeanor. It was hard to tell. It's all thanks to the master's guidance, Lin Yanran replied modestly, coming back to her senses upon hearing her master's voice, hastily waving her hand, refusing to accept his compliment. Oh, this achievement doesn't have much to do with me, Chen Daoxian chuckled lightly, not explaining further. Do you have any doubts or questions about your cultivation? I can clarify any confusion for you, he shifted the topic, not wanting to delve into the previous matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran also became serious. There was no room for carelessness when it came to cultivation. Disciple does have some doubts, and I hope Master can enlighten me, Lin Yanran earnestly asked, laying out all the questions and doubts she encountered during her practice of the Chaos Devil art. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxian listened attentively while reaching out towards the primordial spirit enlightenment tea tree. The tree's intelligent branches offered him a twig. He was quite surprised, he didn't expect the tea tree to be so spiritual. Nonchalantly, he picked some enlightenment tea leaves, then gently caressed the tree's branches. The primordial spirit enlightenment tea tree showed great delight, swaying as if it were a cherished pet that had just been caressed. While Lin Yanran continued expressing her doubts, her master's next action startled her, causing her to pause for a moment. Chen Daoxian casually waved his hand, and beside the primordial spirit enlightenment tea tree, a small pavilion appeared seemingly out of thin air. It had a set of tables and chairs, and even a fine tea set. After he naturally settled down, he beckoned to the dazed Lin Yanran, motioning for her to come over. Only then did Lin Yanran react and hurriedly took her graceful white legs forward to stand before her master, bowing slightly, ready to listen to his teachings. She couldn't help but wonder about her master's true strength. Could a mortal cultivator really create things out of thin air like this? Could her master already be an immortal? No need to be so restrained. Sit down, and let's have tea while we talk, Chen Daoxian said with a wry smile. The relationship between a master and disciple should be filled with mutual affection, right? Being so formal and rigid wouldn't be convenient in the future. What kind of decorum was this? Yes, master. Lin Yanran didn't refuse and respectfully sat across from him, lifting her head and chest as if she were one of the young children in a school. However, she felt warm inside. She didn't expect her master to be so approachable despite his profound strength. Ah. Never mind. You'll get used to it eventually, Chen Daoxian said helplessly, realizing that changing this behavior would take time. He decided to go with the flow. You can continue, he added when he saw his disciple behaving so restrained. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian felt somewhat helpless, but he understood that this was not something that could be changed in a day or two, so he decided to let it be. As Lin Yanran continued explaining her doubts about her cultivation, Chen Daoxian initially planned to make tea. However, she was considerate enough to take the tea leaves and start brewing it herself. He naturally enjoyed such leisure, feeling quite comfortable to have a disciple serve him. Being a master was indeed quite pleasant. As Lin Yanran held the primordial spirit enlightenment tea in her hands, she felt an inexplicable coolness spread throughout her body. The phenomenon seemed magical, but having witnessed so many extraordinary things in her master's presence, she didn't dwell on it. After she finished expressing her doubts, the enlightenment tea was ready. Well, not bad. Watch carefully, and I'll demonstrate it for you, Chen Daoxian said after listening to her cultivation difficulties. Most of her issues were related to the smoothness of her meridian circulation. He thought it would be more effective to show her directly rather than explain verbally. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to teach like this, but after Lin Yanran comprehended the first chapter of the Chaos Devil art, he gained complete mastery of the art. Now, every issue seemed like child's play to him. Hearing this, Lin Yanran was slightly taken aback. Having practiced the Chaos Devil art before, she knew that this cultivation technique had many restrictions. However, it seemed like it was tailored for her, at least for someone of her demonic heritage, especially one with primordial spirit enchantment. Unexpectedly, Master also practices this technique? Well, considering his unfathomable existence, there's nothing that seems impossible. With that, Lin Yanran cleared her mind of distractions and focused entirely on observing her master's cultivation. As Chen Daoxian completed a full cycle of the first chapter of the Chaos Devil art, Lin Yanran felt as if she had just experienced a revelation. All her previous doubts were effortlessly resolved. Although there were still a few minor issues, she believed that with more practice, she could easily overcome them. Thank you, Master, for imparting this technique. She stood up and respectfully bowed to her master. Did you understand it clearly? Is there anything you're still unsure about? Chen Daoxian motioned for her to sit down and inquired about her progress, genuinely concerned about whether her cultivation issues had been resolved. After all, he was counting on his disciple to break through her current realm as soon as possible, so he could earn more rewards. His disciple's cultivation must not go awry. After witnessing Master's demonstration, about 80% of my issues have been resolved. The remaining 20% can surely be solved with a little more study, Lin Yanran quickly responded to her master's inquiry. Is that so? Chen Daoxian nodded. That's good then. The tea is ready, pour yourself a cup too. While muttering to himself, he glanced at the already brewed enlightenment tea on the table. Distracted by demonstrating the technique, he forgot to taste it. The thought of the tea's miraculous effects made his eyes light up. The disciple was so engrossed in watching Master's demonstration that I forgot to make tea for Master. However, Lin Yanran, upon hearing this, was taken aback, then immediately kneeled on the floor. I didn't mean to scold you, it was a simple request. No need to overthink it, Chen Daoxian's lips twitched. Why did she look so afraid of him? Please excuse me, Master. I'll pour you a cup right away, Lin Yanran responded humbly. It's all because of my narrow-mindedness. Lin Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief. She respectfully prepared tea for her master, then poured herself a cup as well. Her cautious nature wasn't surprising, considering her possession of the enchanting bone. She had to be careful to survive and avoid being abducted by many powerful predecessors. Not bad at all. From now on, I'll leave the tea brewing task to you, Chen Daoxian praised Lin Yanran's tea-making skills after taking a sip of the tea. Get the latest chapters on n/velben.com. Making tea for master is my privilege, Lin Yanran replied with a sweet smile, sipping from her own cup under her master's gaze. However, as the tea touched her lips and glided down her throat, her eyes widened in astonishment. She quickly closed her eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. After about the time it took an incense stick to burn, she slowly opened her eyes. This tea, it can actually induce enlightenment. Lin Yanran was amazed, looking at the teacup before her with disbelief. Every cultivator in the world desired such an incredible opportunity to enter an enlightenment state. Despite being hailed as the most talented in the Moro kingdom, she had never experienced this state before. It was truly a priceless treasure. Of course. This is the enlightenment tea, which aids in reaching enlightenment, Chen Daoxian explained with a smile, taking another sip of tea. Have you resolved the remaining 20% of your doubts? Witnessing his disciple's adorable and astonished expression, he playfully inquired while holding his teacup. Enlightenment tea. Lin Yanran couldn't help but marvel at the tea tree with such an extraordinary effect. If even enlightenment could be achieved so easily, what else couldn't her master do? In response to master, while I was in the state of enlightenment just now, I figured out all my doubts. However, the value of this enlightenment tea is so precious that I feel unworthy of it, Lin Yanran replied humbly. Without time to be surprised, Lin Yanran quickly responded to her master's words. That's good. As for the enlightenment tea's preciousness, now that you've become my disciple, what use would I have for it? Chen Daoxian chuckled and then took a sip of the tea. However, as he drank it, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why couldn't he enter the state of enlightenment? Besides its delicious taste and rich aftertaste, the enlightenment tea seemed to have no other mystical effects. But in Lin Yanran's eyes, this made her respect her master even more. Such a precious enlightenment tea, yet he seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Could it be that even the enlightenment tea wasn't up to his taste? This divine treasure, if placed outside, would likely make even the top cultivators in the tribulation crossing realm fight to the death for it. Master, I have a few more questions I'd like to ask for your guidance, Lin Yanran said, suddenly shaking off her previous thoughts and looking at her master again. Your F4 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. With a slight nod from her master, she continued, May I ask, Master, about the grade of the Chaos Devil art you bestowed upon me? Could it be a legendary immortal grade technique? During her practice of the Chaos Devil art, she had this speculation. In the current world, martial techniques were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each with upper, middle, lower, and extreme levels. Even the highest grade known to her was only the Heaven grade middle and lower levels, even in the holy lands of cultivation. As for her original family's technique, it was a Earth grade lower level technique, which had made her the #1 genius in the Moro kingdom. However, when she practiced the Chaos Devil art, she could distinctly feel that this technique couldn't be compared to any Heaven grade technique. It was highly likely that it was a legendary immortal grade technique. Immortal grade? That's not it. Chen Daoxian was momentarily stunned, then shook his head to deny her assumption. Lin Yanran sighed inwardly. It seemed she had thought too much. How could there be an immortal grade technique in this world, and how could she learn it? Perhaps it was a top-notch Heaven grade technique instead. The Chaos Devil art is a mythical level technique, a heavenly technique that can't even compare to thousands of the so-called immortal grade techniques, he explained, dismissing her misconception. Chen Daoxian continued to explain to her in his own way. Although he wasn't sure how much stronger a mythical level technique was compared to an immortal grade one, it was definitely not on the same level. Mythical level, and immortal grade techniques are only fit for cooking? For a moment, Lin Yanran's eyes widened, her ruby lips slightly parted, feeling like her entire worldview had collapsed. If immortal-grade techniques were only fit for cooking, then the heaven-grade techniques in major holy lands would be considered suitable for restroom use? As for her family's inherited earth-grade technique, it would only be good enough for cleaning up filth. Can you believe it? I understand. Master, your great kindness and grace, I have no way to repay. After Ling Yanran realized the implications, she immediately kowtowed to her master in deep gratitude. In her heart, Ling Yanran had already decided that whatever demands her master made of her, she would accept them without hesitation. Even giving up her life wouldn't be too much. A technique surpassing immortal grade was worth far more than her life. Get up. There's no need to kneel all the time. I don't care about those formalities, Chen Daoxian said helplessly as he assisted her back to her feet, quickly averting his gaze when he saw her kneeling. After standing up, Ling Yanran thought of something and asked, "By the way, Master, I noticed the words Tian Dao, Heavenly Dao, written on the Great Hall. Is that the name of our sect?" That's right. Our sect is called Heavenly Dao Sect. Chen Daoxian was momentarily perplexed. He had never considered what name his sect should have. After all, before accepting disciples, he was all alone. But hearing Ling Yanran's words, he casually agreed to the name Heavenly Dao Sect, which sounded quite imposing. Heavenly Dao Sect, it truly befits the name of Master's sect, named after the Heavenly Way. Ling Yanran took a deep breath, determined to make Heavenly Dao Sect's reputation resound throughout the world, to let her master know that her dedication wasn't in vain. Afterward, at her master's request, Ling Yanran finished the enlightenment tea in her cup and once again entered the state of enlightenment. This time of enlightenment lasted a full day. When Ling Yanran woke up, she found that her cultivation had already reached the second heaven of the profound realm. Upon Chen Daoxuan's inspection, he discovered that her foundation was extremely stable, without any hidden dangers. As a result, Chen Daoxian gained 100 years of cultivation and 100 exchange points. Thank you, Master. Ling Yanran slowly opened her eyes, looking at her master with great respect. In less than 2 days after becoming his disciple, she had transformed from her original fourth heaven of the sky realm to her current second heaven of the profound realm. She even had a feeling that with the strength of the second heaven of the profound realm, she might be able to challenge enemies beyond her level, even crossing great realms. Having this thought, Ling Yanran hesitated, unsure whether she should speak to her master about it. Just speak your mind, Chen Daoxian noticed her hesitation and immediately asked. As for the 100 years of cultivation, the system had already automatically absorbed it, and now he had reached the third heaven of the Qi condensation realm, leaving him unsure whether to be happy or annoyed. Master, I was being pursued and haven't returned home yet. Normally, my family should send someone to investigate, Ling Yanran explained. But there has been no movement from them, so I suspect my family might be facing some trouble. I want to go back and check on them. If Master is not pleased with this, then I won't go back. Ling Yanran cautiously watched her master's expression. If he showed any sign of dissatisfaction, she would apologize. After all, even in worldly cultivation sects, disciples usually reduced contact with their families in pursuit of the Tao. As for her master, who was like a transcendent being from the world beyond, he might not even need any worldly connections. I see. Are you confident? Chen Daoxian heard her words and didn't show any displeasure. He just asked in a serious tone. If it were before, with my cultivation in the sky realm, I'm afraid going back wouldn't be of much help, Ling Yanran replied honestly. But now, after cultivating the Chaos Heaven Demon art passed down by Master, my cultivation has reached the second heaven of the profound realm. I feel like I might even be able to challenge a practitioner of the returning ruin realm. Feeling her master's concern, Ling Yanran's heart trembled, and she honestly expressed her thoughts. Among them in the Moro kingdom, the highest martial prowess was the ruler, possessing the strength of the returning Ruin realm. As for the Ling family, the strongest among them was only at the ninth heaven of the profound realm. Even so, they were still one of the three major families in the Moro kingdom. Ling Yanran had a faint suspicion that the trouble her family encountered this time might have been caused by the other two major families. Do you have any idea who might be behind the attack on you and your family? Chen Daoxian nodded slightly and asked again. I don't know. Unfortunately, all three of those who pursued me have died at Master's hands, Lin Yanran replied. I misspoke. I don't mean to blame Master. After her response, Lin Yanran suddenly realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. It's fine. But what you said is actually not a bad idea. Chen Daoxian didn't mind and his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. On the other hand, Lin Yanran was a bit puzzled. Two of the people who pursued her were turned into blood mist, and the other person's neck was crushed. How could she ask them anything now? Could it be that Master was proficient in soul-summoning techniques? It wouldn't be surprising, as Master was like an immortal, and it was normal for him to know some esoteric arts. However, Chen Daoxian didn't seem to be planning to use soul-summoning techniques. He simply waved his hand, and the remaining corpse floated over to the pavilion. Fortunately, I didn't turn all of them into blood mist, otherwise, it would have been troublesome, Chen Daoxian chuckled, then snapped his fingers. Following that, the sound of bones crackling echoed, and to Lin Yanran's astonishment, the broken neck of the corpse slowly healed. Ugh! The corpse suddenly took a sharp breath and opened its eyes. Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! Upon opening his eyes, the person who was suspended in midair struggled like a trapped beast, with liquid flowing from his pants. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yanran's pupils contracted in shock. Revived. This completely exceeded Lin Yanran's comprehension. This was undoubtedly something only an immortal could achieve. Judging by the man's struggling appearance, he wasn't a mere zombie, but fully conscious. Someone who had been dead for over a day had come back to life just like that? Enough chatter. Chen Daoxian snorted coldly, and the assassin's mouth instantly closed. The man trembled uncontrollably, not because he didn't want to speak, but because, with Chen Daoxuan's cold rebuke, he found that he couldn't produce any sound at all. She asks, you answer. If my disciple isn't satisfied, I'll let you die 1,000 times over, understand? Chen Daoxian remained composed, and his voice was remarkably calm. However, the words fell upon the assassin's ears like an icy abyss. It was as if this youth before him was the most terrifying demon in the world. The assassin nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking for food. Good disciple, if you want to know something, just ask. Chen Daoxian finally turned his head, smiling slightly as he stared at his disciple. The tone and expression he had when facing the assassin were completely different, leaving the other assassin dumbfounded. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Thank you, Master. Lin Yanran finally came back to her senses, unable to recall how many times her scalp had gone numb from her master's astonishing actions in the past day. But now, gathering information was of utmost importance. Who ordered you to chase after me? Lin Yanran inquired. Woo-woo. The assassin started, and Chen Daoxian waved again, allowing the assassin to answer. It was Lord Wang who ordered us to come. I'll tell you everything I know. Please spare my life. The assassin pleaded. Lord Wang. Humph. Do you know the current situation of my Ling family and why no one has come to reinforce me? Lin Yanran asked. I only know that the Wang family and Li family have joined forces to deal with you. As for the current situation, I've already been stationed on the road and have no information about the situation inside the city. I truly don't know anything else. If I lie, let heaven strike me down, the assassin said in a trembling voice. Master, I have finished questioning. Ling Yanran glanced coldly at the assassin before bowing respectfully to her master. Chen Daoxian nodded slightly and pointed at the assassin, who then floated toward the enlightenment tea tree. Before the assassin could react, the tea tree suddenly shot out a root that pierced through him. In an instant, he was reduced to nourishment, and all of his insights and achievements were absorbed into the tree. However, due to his low cultivation level, his contribution to the enlightenment tea tree was negligible. Chen Daoxian sighed inwardly, regretful that the assassin's resurrection and subsequent death did not reward him with exchange points. Otherwise, he would have resurrected and killed him countless times to amass a huge number of points in exchange for an immense amount of cultivation time. Ling Yanran couldn't help but feel surprised by the tea tree's extraordinary ability. Even a profound realm could be turned into nourishment. It was truly terrifying. Master, the heads of those two major families are also at the peak of profound realm, just like our Lung family's head. If the two families join forces, it will be difficult for our Lung family to handle. However, I am confident in dealing with them. Please allow me to leave the mountain for a while. Ling Yanran suggested. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxian stroked his chin and came up with an idea. Since you are determined to leave the mountain, I will suppress my cultivation level and spar with you to test your strength. The system claimed that Ling Yanran's strength far surpassed the ordinary realm, so it was a good opportunity to verify it while also testing her abilities against an opponent stronger than the Unity realm. Besides, within the range of the Heavenly Dao Hall, even if he only used the strength of the Qi realm's third layer, she wouldn't suffer any real harm. Thank you, Master. Ling Yanran's eyes brightened. She had been eager to test her current strength and see if she could handle opponents stronger than those at the Unity realm. However, when they faced each other and observed Chen Daoxuan's suppressed cultivation, she was dumbfounded. Qi condensation realm? Master, I am at the profound realm's second layer now, and am cultivating the divine mythological technique you gave me. Ling Yanran exclaimed. The suppression was too severe. The Qi condensation realm was the stage of initial cultivation, where practitioners just started absorbing spiritual energy after completing the body tempering phase. It was the realm of beginners. It doesn't matter, just give it your all. Chen Daoxuan's lips twitched slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness. He didn't want to suppress himself to the third layer of the Qi condensation realm. But the problem was, despite cultivating for over 300 years, he could only reach the third layer of the Qi condensation realm. What could he do? All right, then I will make a move. Master, be careful. Ling Yanran sighed inwardly upon hearing her master's words. It seemed that she was still too weak in her master's eyes. The difference between the third layer of the Qi condensation realm and her true strength, which could rival the Unity realm, was several major realms apart. Qi condensation, Sea of Qi, Void Sky, Profound Realm, Unity realm. She realized that her true strength might even match that of the Unity realm. Did this mean that her master intended to spar with her while crossing 4 or 5 major realms? But considering her master's shocking immortal techniques, she wasn't worried about hurting him. No, she didn't even have that chance. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to test if she could really defeat a Unity realm expert. Begin. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. Chen Daoxuan's voice was deep, and he also felt somewhat nervous. After all, the difference in their realms was considerable. The system said his strength surpassed his realm by a lot, but he wasn't sure how much. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of his disciple. As soon as Chen Daoxian gave the order, Lin Yanran didn't dare to be careless and immediately used her strongest attack. Demonic Heaven Finger. With a loud shout, her body swayed, almost dazzling Chen Daoxian. Lin Yanran directly used the most powerful technique she comprehended from the Demonic Heaven technique, the Demonic Heaven Finger. With a pointed finger, it was as if a demonic heaven descended. A faint gray demon shadow appeared behind her, mimicking her movements, and pointed towards Chen Daoxian. Demonic Heaven Finger. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian also chose to respond with the Demonic Heaven Finger, but his version was completely different from Lin Yanran's. Behind Chen Daoxian, multiple figures slowly appeared, one after another, 10 demonic figures with bloodshot eyes, exuding thick demonic aura. With Chen Daoxian's movements, all 10 demonic figures pointed towards Lin Yanran's finger. Before their attacks even collided, the phantom behind Lin Yanran couldn't bear the pressure and dissipated into nothingness. Lin Yanran herself felt as if she was bound and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. It was as if the 10 real demonic beings were standing right in front of her. This attack was akin to the 10 great demons launching an assault against her. Fortunately, right before their fingertips were about to collide, Chen Daoxian instantly withdrew all the power of the Demonic Heaven Finger. Only a gentle tap on Lin Yanran's fingertip, their index fingers connected without producing any horrifying sound. Who? Master's Demonic Heaven Finger is too terrifying. It felt like facing 10 real demons at once. The pressure almost shattered my Dao heart. I'm ashamed. I actually thought I could exchange a blow with Master just now. Lin Yanran gasped for breath, finally recovering. She felt humiliated and quickly expressed her feelings to her master. She didn't expect that even at the 3rd layer of the Qi condensation realm, she would be utterly defenseless against her master. She couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. It was just too terrifying. If her master hadn't suppressed his realm, could he have easily created a massive hole in the sky with just a single finger? Tisk. Chen Daoxian clicked his tongue lightly, surprised that even at the 3rd layer of the Qi condensation realm, he possessed such incredible strength. If he hadn't dissipated the force in time just now, that finger might have killed Lin Yanran. However, this left him uncertain about the level of cultivators he could spar with. Master, can I retract my hand now? While Chen Daoxian was contemplating this, Lin Yanran blushed and asked shyly. Since their fingers had remained in contact after the previous exchange and Chen Daoxian hadn't withdrawn his hand, she naturally didn't dare to move. Cough, of course. While your current strength is enough for self-defense outside the mountain, you may still encounter danger. Wait a moment. Embarrassed, Chen Daoxian cleared his throat and then took out a finely crafted jade pendant. He stored the full power of his Demonic Heaven Finger in it. Although attacks outside the range of the Heavenly Dao Hall would weaken gradually, the Demonic Heaven Finger was an expression of his own strength and wouldn't be affected by leaving the area. This jade pendant contains an attack of the same strength as the one just now. Wear it, and it will protect you in critical moments. Hearing this, Lin Yanran's eyes lit up with joy as she received the jade pendant. With her current strength, she had already felt confident enough to sweep through the other 2 major families in Moro country. Now, with the addition of this jade pendant from her master, even experts at the Unity realm, no, even those at the Extinction realm, would have to swallow their bitterness. Only she, who had experienced Chen Daoxian's finger attack earlier, truly understood the terrifying power behind it. Thank you, Master. Once I finish dealing with family matters, I'll rush back to serve you. Lin Yanran expressed her gratitude and promised to return as soon as possible to serve her master. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian waved his hand lightly and returned to the main hall. After bowing deeply in the direction of the hall, Lin Yanran turned and headed down the illusionary mountain, retracing the escape route she had taken when she was being hunted. She couldn't believe that in less than 2 days, her life had undergone such a tremendous change. She had even witnessed extraordinary techniques that only immortals could possibly achieve. All of this was because she had gained an immortal master. After I deal with the affairs of the Ling family, I will have settled my obligations and will return to the mountain to serve my master wholeheartedly. With this thought, Ling Yanran picked up her pace. In the capital city of Moro country, the Ling family's residence. Ling family master, I'll give you some advice. Shut down the array formation, and I'll spare your life, said Wang Mang. Do you think Ling family master is a 3-year-old child? Retorted Li family master. He, well then, enough nonsense. Li family master, let's attack the formation together and break through it quickly. Humph, as agreed, my Li family will take 40% of the benefits, but that little girl, Ling Yanran, she belongs to me. Naturally, Wang Mang replied with a smirk. Deep down, he couldn't help but think that the little girl might never become the possession of the Li family master. They were both several hundred years old, yet he was lusting after Ling Yanran. However, Wang Mang had to admit that Ling Yanran was truly enchanting, not just in appearance but, more importantly, in talent. Her talent was at the saint level. If they could use her as a furnace, it might even help them break through their bottlenecks and step into the Unity realm. Li family master was aging and nearing the end of his lifespan, which was why he was so eager to use Ling Yanran as a furnace to make his breakthrough. However, Wang Mang wouldn't let him succeed. That's why he dispatched assassins to kill Ling Yanran directly, not to capture her alive. As the two spoke, they had already bombarded the Ling family's protective formations several times. After a moment, the great array of the Ling family showed slight cracks. Boom! With the final strike, unable to withstand the attacks of the two Unity Realm experts, the defense formation shattered completely. Men, attack! Wang Mang immediately signaled the numerous experts he had brought from various families to charge towards the Ling family. Li family master did the same, urging his own disciples to join the fray. Afterwards, the two of them stood in midair, not far from Ling family master, mocking and toying with him. The strengths of the three families were originally quite evenly matched, each being one of the strongest families within the capital city. Now, with two families joining forces, they outnumbered the Ling family by twice. The Ling family's estate was filled with wails of agony as many of its disciples were surrounded and attacked, resulting in heavy casualties. Ling family master felt anxious as he watched this scene, but he was helpless. Faced with the two other profound Realm of Ninth Heaven experts, he had no time to lend a helping hand to the younger generation in his family. You two are disrupting the balance among the three major families. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will intervene and wipe out both of your families? Ling family master attempted to use the Emperor's threat as a last resort. Don't try to use the Emperor against us, Wang Mang sneered, crossing his arms in front of his chest, showing no signs of concern. Even our demon Emperor is probably struggling to protect himself now, let alone saving your Ling family. They had no intention of immediately attacking Ling family master, they only needed to intercept him and wait for the younger generation of their families to annihilate the Ling family completely. What do you mean by that? Ling family master's expression darkened when he heard that even the demon emperor might be in danger. If that were the case, the Ling family would have to admit defeat today. He just hoped that the young girl hadn't encountered any danger and wouldn't return to the capital city to meet her death. Just as Wang Mang was about to continue to taunt Ling family master and break his spirit, a young cultivator with a distinguished appearance and elegant robe slowly ascended into the air. Pathetic, you can't even handle the Ling family. How much longer do I have to wait here? The young man's displeasure was evident, and he didn't regard the two Unity Realm experts as anything special. He launched into a scolding as soon as he arrived. Please calm down, my lord. Dealing with Ling Zhan, who is also at the ninth heaven of profound realm, can be quite troublesome if we fight to the death, one of the experts said, trying to explain the situation respectfully. Our lives are insignificant, but if it involves you, my lord, the consequences would be severe. The other expert quickly added, both of them bowing respectfully to the young man. The young man's name was Zhang Tianze. Though he was only at the profound realm, fifth heaven, the two experts dared not be impolite. After all, Zhang Tianze was the personal chief disciple of the Luo Heaven sect and, without any surprises, would likely become the next sect master in a couple of 100 years due to his exceptional talent. Humph, how laughable. Zhang Tianze scoffed, seemingly unafraid of even the two profound realm experts. As long as your Ling family hands over Ling Yanran and she becomes my attendant, I will spare your family. How about it? Zhang Tianze turned to look at Ling Zhan, who was on guard, and said in a calm tone. To be honest, my lord, Yanran is not currently at home, Ling Zhan reluctantly replied. I ask that you have both families stand down for now. We can discuss this matter once Yanran returns. Though Ling Zhan was unwilling, he had to bow his head while under someone else's roof. He could only pretend to agree for now and find a solution once Yanran came back. However, the two family masters behind Zhang Tianze had changed expressions upon hearing his words. Li family master's purpose for attacking the Ling family was to use Yanran as a cauldron to break through his bottleneck before his time was up. If Zhang Tianze wanted Yanran as well, then Li family master would have no hope. As for Wang Meng, his face turned pale. He had dispatched 3 profound realm assassins to intercept Yanran. This was bad, things were now over. Even with Yanran's extraordinary talent, facing 3 profound realm experts in pursuit would surely result in her death. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Wang Meng's forehead. He had truly offended Zhang Tianze. He could only hope to find a chance to escape before the news reached back to him. Just as everyone's thoughts were scattered, Zhang Tianze's eyes lit up as he saw a figure in the distance, approaching at an incredible speed. Isn't that the Ling Yanran he wanted? Instantly, Zhang Tianze wore a smile on his face and made a slight gesture, signaling the 2 family masters to halt temporarily. Reluctantly, they followed suit. Wang Meng, upon seeing Ling Yanran's figure, widened his eyes in disbelief, but relief washed over him. Yanran, hurry and leave. Ling Zhan hesitated for a moment, his eyes revealing a resolute expression. He turned to Ling Yanran and shouted. He had only pretended to agree with Zhang Tianze to alleviate the damage to the Ling family, never intending to hand her over as a bargaining chip to save his family. Now that he saw Ling Yanran returning, he made up his mind to help her escape while he fought to the death. The fate of the family's younger generation depended on their luck. You insignificant ants dare to disrupt my plans. I will make sure you never live to see another day. Zhang Tianze's face, previously filled with smiles, instantly darkened as he heard Ling Zhan's words. However, Ling Yanran acted as if she hadn't heard a word and quickened her movements. In no time, she was hovering above the Ling family, facing everyone. She initially believed that it was merely a cooperation between the Wang and Li families. But now she noticed the presence of Zhang Tianze, the chief disciple of the Luo Heaven sect. Ling Yanran furrowed her eyebrows. Even if it was just the Wang and Li families joining forces, she would have trouble dealing with them. Now, with the addition of the colossal Luo Heaven sect, she would be even more helpless and could only find ways to protect herself. However, this situation was different. With her master's existence, akin to that of an immortal, Ling Yanran faced everyone without a hint of fear. Instead, she assumed a condescending posture, not wanting to bring shame to her heavenly Dao sect or her master. You insignificant rats, have you considered the consequences of attacking my Ling family today? Read latest chapters at no, bin/c/o/m only. Ling Yanran looked down on the group, and her words stunned everyone, making their jaws drop. Even Ling Zhan was astonished, a little dazed. How could Ling Yanran be so confident when facing the alliance of the Wang and Li families and the chief disciple of the Luo Heaven sect? Heh, I see. They all say Ling Yanran possesses exceptional decision-making skills, and today I witness it firsthand. She just appeared, and with a single glance, she understands the situation, knowing that I came here for her. So she directly raised my banner, huh? How marvelous, truly marvelous. Zhang Tianze first looked puzzled, but then his eyes brightened as if he had figured something out. He clapped his hands in admiration. The others who were stunned by Ling Yanran's words suddenly realized, and they couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. This woman is truly extraordinary and intelligent. Clap, 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 accompanied by Zhang Tianze's applause and explanatory words, everyone present suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. When they looked at Ling Yanran, their expressions couldn't help but show a touch of fear. This woman's scheming capability is too frightening. She just appeared, and with a single glance, she understood the entire situation and immediately made a decision that would benefit her the most. Once she's allied with Zhang Tianze, what do the Wang and Li families even count for? Maybe Zhang Tianze will even punish the other two families and compensate the Ling family for her sake. It's simply terrifying. The heads of the Wang and Li families felt a sense of unease. They couldn't have imagined that Ling Yanran possessed such tactics and foresight. This is bad. If Zhang Tianze really supports her, their two families will suffer a huge loss. Not only will they gain nothing from this, but they might also lose a lot. Not bad, you're quite impressive, Zhang Tianze praised. As my follower, you indeed can treat them like insignificant ants. Today, I'll back you up, he he he. Come here, come by my side. After showering her with compliments, Zhang Tianze looked Ling Yanran up and down, unable to contain his desire to get his hands on her. He eagerly beckoned her to come closer. However, Ling Yanran remained unmoved, instead giving him a strange look. It was as if she was regarding him as a fool. Leave within 10 breaths, and don't come to trouble the Ling family again, and I'll spare your lives. If not, all of you will stay here today. Ling Yanran said after staring at Zhang Tianze for a long while. She continued speaking with an indifferent tone, and her words fell on everyone's ears, leaving them bewildered. They exchanged glances, and finally, all their eyes fell on Zhang Tianze. Having a bit of temperament is no big deal, but when I, the great me, speak, you better listen. Zhang Tianze, feeling a bit embarrassed under the scrutiny of everyone's eyes, let go of his smile and once again issued a command in a domineering tone. He even reached out and made a virtual grab, forming a palm of spiritual energy that reached out to capture Ling Yanran and bring her before him. The three powerhouse family heads, all at the 9th level of the transcendent realm, couldn't help but inhale a cold breath at the purity of the spiritual energy he casually manipulated. It seemed even purer than their own. If he were to take action, even a cultivator at the 4th level of the transcendent realm would be strong enough to contend with them, or maybe even stronger. Break! Ling Yanran raised her delicate jade hand, completely unconcerned, and casually pointed at the palm of spiritual energy. Is this girl crazy? Even a powerhouse transcendent realm 9th level expert wouldn't dare to treat that attack so casually. Is she out of her mind, planning to take that attack head-on? Everyone present burst into laughter, viewing it as a colossal joke. In their eyes, Zhang Tianze, being the chief disciple of the Luo Heaven sect, could probably suppress most of the transcendent realm experts with this attack alone. How could Ling Yanran hope to stop it, especially with such a nonchalant gesture? However, at the moment when the palm of spiritual energy touched Ling Yanran's fingertip, everyone was dumbfounded. Crack! With a crisp sound, the palm shattered like fragile glass. Perhaps that gentleman didn't want to hurt this young lady, so he held back? It seems that his move was meant to impose his aura and make her yield. Who would have thought this little gal would be so unappreciative? Likely so. But with this one girl not giving face to that gentleman, things might not end well. After a brief daze, the people present quickly found a suitable explanation to reassure themselves. Yet, Zhang Tianze couldn't help but lightly furrow his brows. Others might not know, but he was well aware. Although he didn't use his full strength in that attack, it was enough to suppress any opponent at or below the mid-level transcendent realm. Furthermore, from that single exchange, Zhang Tianze sensed something peculiar. Lin Yanran wasn't merely at the rumored sky realm, she had genuine transcendent realm cultivation. Even the 3 transcendent realm family heads beside him also noticed this revelation. EAD new chapter rs on no/v/e/ln.com. No wonder she managed to escape from the 3 transcendent realm assassins, turns out she was concealing her true cultivation all along. Wang Ming squinted his eyes, finally understanding how Lin Yanran managed to escape from the grasp of the 3 assassins. Yanran, when did you break through to the transcendent realm? Did you hide your cultivation before? Even Ling Zhan couldn't help but ask in shock. As the head of the Ling family, he had no idea when Lin Yanran broke through to the transcendent realm. I'll explain these details to the family head later, but before that, I was indeed at the 4th level of the profound sky realm, Lin Yanran casually replied, looking in the direction of the family head. She felt there was no need to hide her master's strength, and she had firmly decided to let her master's name and that of the Heavenly Tao sect resound throughout the world. Furthermore, she couldn't think of a better way to repay her master's kindness. Hee, quite the joker, aren't you? You broke through to the transcendent realm in just one day. Do you think you're the reincarnation of a deity? Zhang Tianze sneered. Since you want to use my banner to deal with the 2 major clans, you should listen to me carefully. If you want the horse to run, you must feed it some grass. Do you understand this logic? He didn't care if she had broken through to the transcendent realm, she still couldn't escape from his grasp. Nonetheless, it was even better this way. The cultivation furnace of the transcendent realm was far superior to that of the profound sky realm. Once he had exhausted her potential, even if she lost her cultivation, she would still make a good servant with her attractive appearance. Insolent! I, Lin Yanran, am now a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect. Even if I were grass, it would be my master who feeds on me, not you. Lin Yanran's face turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing his words, and she harbored murderous intent towards Zhang Tianze. Tisk, are you trying to bluff again? Very well, today I'll give you a lesson in advance. Zhang Tianze sneered. The Heavenly Tao sect? This little girl was quite audacious, daring to invoke the name of the Heavenly Way. Wouldn't any sect that dared to associate itself with the Heavenly Way be subject to divine punishment? If you can withstand 3 of my undefeated moves, I'll leave right now. Qing Tao Ghost Slash. As soon as the words fell, without waiting for Lin Yanran's consent, Zhang Tianze immediately used his hand like a knife to unleash the first attack, using a full 80% of his strength. Heavenly Demon Finger. Seeing this, Lin Yanran's pupils contracted. Facing the chief disciple of the Luo Heaven sect, she didn't dare to underestimate him and directly exerted her strongest attack. The 2 figures collided in an instant. I was a little busy, so the chapters weren't uploaded for a few days. Now the uploads will resume daily. The paid chapters will be made free 1 per day if met conditions, meaning 1 new chapter per day on free version. While the paid chapters will be uploaded at bulk, with minimum to be 10 chapters, if possible. Thank you! Boom! As the 2 figures collided, Dust and debris filled the air, and many sharp blade auras scattered, leaving deep wounds visible on anyone caught in their range. Ah! My leg! My eyes! Too terrifying! This attack from young Master Zheng was only the aftermath of his blade aura, yet it's so horrifying. Ling Yanran might not die, but she'll definitely be severely injured. Find EU chapters on nv/lbi.com. The victims cried out in pain, and the onlookers were shocked by the power of this move. They couldn't help but imagine what would happen if they were the targets. They would probably be turned to dust. This attack would inflict considerable damage even on us, Transcendent Realm 9th Stage cultivators. No wonder he is the chief disciple of the Luo Heaven sect. If he used all his trump cards, he could probably withstand a few moves from an expert in the Return to Void Realm. Don't forget, he's just at the 4th level of the Transcendent Realm. The three family heads widened their eyes as they witnessed the scene. Especially Ling Zhan, who clenched his fists, his palms full of sweat. He almost couldn't resist rushing forward to save Ling Yanran, but he knew that if he made a move, the other two family heads would not stand idly by. So, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. As the dust settled, two figures were revealed. Everyone's eyes widened, and their mouths could almost fit an egg. Ling Yanran, who was expected to be severely injured, was completely unharmed. On the other hand, Zhang Tianze, the young master they favored and fawned over, was almost dead, half of his body blown away by that finger. His right arm, along with his right shoulder, was gone without a trace. The wound was still being eroded by a black aura. Thump! Zhang Tianze knelt in pain on the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. So weak. Ling Yanran was slightly dazed. She hadn't expected this guy to look so strong but turn out to be this weak. However, she also realized that this so weak was directed at herself. After witnessing her master's heavenly demon finger at the Gathering Chi Realm Triple Heaven, she felt completely inadequate. Daring to hurt our sect's chief disciple. Before everyone could react, a dark-faced old man appeared by Zhang Tianze's side. He took out a pill and fed it to him, using his spiritual power to suppress the further erosion of the black aura. Considering your cultivation, surrender now, and come back with this elder to Luo Heaven sect. If you cooperate, I might spare your life. The elder glared at Ling Yanran with a sinister gaze, cursing her in his heart. He followed the chief disciple out to protect him, but now the chief disciple suffered such a severe injury. It was a serious dereliction of duty, and he would surely be punished when he returned. This woman in front of him was the mastermind, so he wanted to take her back to the sect, hoping that the sect master could show leniency when the time came. The young one just came and now it's time for the old one, huh? First, try to withstand my heavenly demon finger. Ling Yanran raised an eyebrow. Although she couldn't tell the old man's cultivation level, he was at least a powerful expert in the Return to Void Realm. However, she had no intention of surrendering. That would be an insult to her master's dignity. Besides, even if this guy was in the Return to Void Realm or even stronger at the Annihilation Realm, so what? Her master had given her the means to save her life. With this in mind, Ling Yanran didn't hesitate at all. She pointed a finger towards the old man without a second thought. Humph, a mere Transcendent Realm Second Heaven dares to release such a terrifying attack. It's just a trick. The old man snorted coldly and gathered his spiritual power in his palm, forming sharp claws that he aimed at Ling Yanran to grab her. As their attacks clashed, Ling Yanran grunted and retreated 10 feet to dissipate the force. The old man, on the other hand, seemed unharmed and didn't retreat half a step. He casually placed his hand behind him, concealing the tremor in his palm. Only Transcendent Realm Second Heaven, yet you can unleash such terrifying attack power. What kind of supernatural power are you cultivating? However, these are just some small tricks. Against my return to Void Realm's 7th heaven strength, they're useless. The old man was secretly surprised, but he remained confident. With his strength, capturing this woman was no problem at all. The surrounding people were equally amazed. So this is a powerful expert in the return to Void Realm? The supernatural power that severely injured Zhang Tianzi seems to have no effect. But Ling Yinran's strength is quite astonishing, unexpectedly so terrifying. If she continues to cultivate for some time, won't she be able to contend with the return to Void Realm? The Ling family will completely dominate the other two major families. People discussed fervently, even the three family heads were amazed. They hadn't expected Ling Yinran to possess such strength. They even thought that Ling Yinran could now battle against the Transcendent Realm 9th Heaven and might even have the upper hand. All of this seemed to originate from that horrifying one-finger technique. Thinking this way, the two family heads looked at Ling Zhan with some apprehension. If Ling Zhan could also use that technique, wouldn't he easily suppress both of them? Let's see how long you can resist. The old man wasted no time and lunged at Ling Yinran once again with an attack. Ling Yinran could only keep using the heavenly demon finger to defend herself. Although her chi high had expanded 100-fold due to the chaos demon art, continuously using the heavenly demon finger was still extremely draining. In no time, she felt her spiritual power was insufficient, making it increasingly difficult to cope with the old man's attacks. The old man, too, became more and more astonished. He had assumed that such a powerful technique would surely consume enormous amounts of spiritual power. With her Transcendent Realm 2nd Heaven cultivation, she would at most be able to use it 2 or 3 times at most. Yet Ling Yinran had unleashed more than 10 finger attacks and still hadn't exhausted her spiritual energy. How could that not make him feel shocked? However, in the end, the gap in their realms was too huge. What's wrong? Out of spiritual energy? Now let's see how you'll resist. The old man saw that Ling Yinran was no longer attacking and sneered. He reached out to grab her neck. But just then, Ling Yinran let out a long sigh. People thought she sighed because she knew she was about to face a tragic situation. However, Ling Yinran reached into her bosom and took out a jade pendant. Without hesitation, she crushed it in front of the old man. It's a pity. I had to use the trump card that my master left me. Ling Yinran whispered softly. Before her, a demon with surging black aura had appeared, its eyes crimson, staring at the approaching old man. It pointed a finger. The old man sensed something amiss and wanted to retreat. However, under the gaze of the crimson eyes of the demon, he felt as if he were bound and couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the demon's finger pointed at his forehead. With a single finger, the demon dissipated, as if it had never existed. Yet, the cold sweat on everyone's body reminded them that the scene just now was real. The terrifying aura made them want to kneel down in fear, trembling uncontrollably, but they had lost control of their bodies. Looking at the old man, they found him standing in place, his eyes devoid of any vitality. There was a hole in his forehead, and malevolent energy spread from the wound. In a moment, the malevolent energy corroded him entirely, and he scattered like dust. What? What was that just now? Just the terrifying aura emanating from that thing left me unable to move, as if life and death were no longer under my control. So frightening, too frightening. I give up. I want to go home. I want to go home. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, monster, monster. As the old man turned into dust and dissipated, everyone on the scene couldn't help but gulp, their gaze towards Ling Yinran filled with fear. Many whose mental states were already fragile directly became insane after being scanned by the heavenly demon. Including the 3 Transcendent Realm Ninth Heaven family heads, they all felt their hearts trembling, barely holding back the urge to flee from this place. Yin ran, what was that just now? Ling Zhan was the first to come to his senses, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and asked with some lingering fear. It's a technique my master left for me. Now that the trouble is resolved, Patriarch, you should quickly clean up the battlefield. As for the Li family and the Wang family, after today, you'll give up 50% of your industries to my Ling family for sparing your lives. Are you willing? After nodding gently at Ling Zhan, Ling Yanran looked at the other 2 family heads. If her spiritual power hadn't been exhausted just now, she would have killed the 2 of them without hesitation. However, after today, the other 2 major families would probably no longer dare to make a move against the Ling family. But offending the Luo Heaven sect now was troublesome. She would probably need to trouble her master again after returning. Thinking this, Ling Yanran felt somewhat ashamed. The problem of getting down the mountain had not been resolved, but instead, she had brought new troubles to her master and needed his help. Wang Meng has no objections. After today, I'll hand over 50% of the industries. Same goes for the Li family. The 2 family heads exchanged glances and bowed to Ling Yanran, immediately agreeing to her terms. They didn't dare to bet on whether Ling Yanran could use that terrifying technique again. If even a return to Void Realm expert couldn't withstand it, what chance did they have? Furthermore, the current strength of Ling Yanran was evident to all. Even if they didn't hand over resources today, once the Ling family was fully prepared, they could still suppress the 2 families. Hearing the response from the 2 families, Ling Yanran looked towards Ling Zhan. Get lost! Ling Zhan understood her intention and snorted, telling the 2 families to leave. Many of the younger generations of the Ling family were seriously injured and needed immediate treatment. Ling Zhan didn't have time to deal with the 2 family heads right now. We will leave now. The 2 family heads didn't dare to stay any longer. They took their clansmen and quickly fled from the Ling family, even pulling along those who had been frightened into madness. Witch! You witch! Just as Ling Yanran was about to sit cross-legged to recover, a voice reached her ears. Explore Ta Ti stories at no/l//bin. cm. As a professional Chinese novel translator, here's the translated piece of the chapter. Kill me if you dare. Ha ha ha, the Luo Heaven sect won't spare the Ling family. You won't be able to use that method a second time, right? Today, the Ling family will accompany me to the grave. Shang Tianzi's face twisted in anger. Not only did the attack just now seriously wound him, but it also shattered his qi high, leaving him unable to cultivate ever again. He was the rightfully renowned genius of the Luo Heaven sect, the unchallenged pride of the heavens. If he hadn't encountered this witch, Ling Yanran, he would have undoubtedly reached the silent annihilation realm in the future and even taken over as the sect's master. But today, his path of cultivation was cut off by this demon woman, and he hated it. What do you mean by that? If you don't explain clearly, I'll turn you into a human stick. Hearing his words, Ling Yanran couldn't help feeling uneasy. Disregarding her injuries, she picked up a long sword from the ground and ruthlessly thrust it into Shang Tianzi's other arm. In front of her master, she might be gentle and delicate, but when facing an enemy, Ling Yanran was far from being a saintly figure. Cough. What's the harm in telling you? Within the imperial palace of the capital, there's still an elder of the Luo Heaven sect's returned to Ruin Realm presiding. Otherwise, why do you think the emperor cannot show up? Now that you've killed our sect's elder and crippled me, the top disciple, your Ling family is finished. You witch, damn you! Shang Tianzi stared hatefully at the face before him, one that no man could resist. However, at this moment, all his previous infatuation had vanished, leaving only hatred. It was all because of this damned woman. The sword's gleam flashed by, and Zhang Tianzi's gaze filled with resentment. However, his vision started to blur, and he could only vaguely see a decapitated body. Oh, so it was myself. Ling Yinran's expression turned cold as she casually threw the sword aside, but worry started to creep into her heart. According to this guy, there was still a return to ruin realm expert from the Luo Heaven sect in the capital. Now that she had exhausted the trump cards her master had given her, what should she do next? Yanran, leave. In the future, if you succeed in your cultivation, you can avenge the Ling family. After a moment of silence, Ling Zhan stepped forward, his tone calm. Hearing his words, Ling Yanran furrowed her brows. In the past, she would have stood together with the Ling family, willing to fight and die to repay their kindness. But now, she was already a disciple of her master. If she were to fall here, wouldn't it be a waste of her master's guidance? Such conflicting thoughts troubled Ling Yanran. Sigh. Family head, there's no need to say more. Today, I'm still a member of the Ling family. If we can overcome this crisis, there will be plenty of time for other discussions. Ling Yanran's eyes gradually firm, with a self-mocking smile. She didn't expect to be so timid at a time like this, wanting to flee before even seeing the enemy. If she were to escape, what face would her master have, and what face would the heavenly Tao Pavilion have? Even in death, she couldn't let her master lose any face. At that moment, Ling Zhan wanted to persuade her a few more times, but suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned to look in the direction of the imperial palace. From there, a domineering figure was rushing towards them with astonishing momentum. How audacious! Unbelievable! In the territory of the Moro Kingdom, there are actually people daring to attack the disciples of our Luo Heaven sect. Damn ants! The newcomer's imposing aura was overwhelming. Even though he was several miles away, his voice felt like a painful assault on the ears. His strength had reached the terrifying realm of the Return to Ruin Realm 9th layer. Moments later, the figure hovered above the Ling family, looking down on everyone as if they were about to pass judgment on a group of trash. Who dared to attack? Forget it, all you ants shall perish together. Luo Tian Grand Palm. Without waiting for the Ling family's response, the expert at the Return to Ruin realm raised his hand in anger, unleashing a formidable divine ability. He conjured a palm that blotted out the sky, exuding immense pressure that made the Ling family members bend involuntarily. As the giant palm descended heavily on the Ling family. Boom! As the Return to Ruin realm elder pressed down with a palm, the Luo Tian Grand Palm descended upon the Ling family mansion with a resounding boom. The younger members of the Ling family were already prostrated on the ground, immobilized by the terrifying pressure alone. The vast disparity in cultivation realms left them without any intention of resistance. Even the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Zhan, a peak transcendent realm cultivator, could only grit his teeth and endure, his back now hunched under the immense strain. This is too terrifying. Is this the true power of a Return to Ruin realm expert? I wonder if Ling Yanran can still summon that terrifying treasure from earlier. If not, it seems she will be reduced to ashes under this attack. The surrounding onlookers from various factions in the capital were observing this battle. Seeing the imminent demise of the Ling family, some factions were already itching to take action and seize the Ling family's assets. Especially the Wang and Li families, who had anticipated major losses and planned to compensate the Ling family with significant resources. But now, they were filled with hope. If the Ling family fell to the hands of the Luo Heaven sect's experts, not only would they suffer no losses, but they might even reap substantial profits. In the entire capital city, almost 99.9% of people were eagerly anticipating the Ling family's downfall. At this critical moment, Ling Zhan's gaze turned slightly hopeful as he looked at Ling Yanran. However, to his surprise, even she wore a resolute expression, indicating that she had no life-saving means left. My Ling family is truly finished this time. Ling Zhan's bitter smile appeared as he faced the imminent fall of the Luo Tian Grand Palm, closing his eyes in despair. Finally, accompanied by a tremendous boom, a handprint-shaped crater several dozen meters deep appeared on the ground around the Ling family mansion. Everyone believed that the Ling family had been completely wiped out by the strike of the Return to Ruin Realm expert. However, the members of the Ling family looked at each other in disbelief, having somehow survived the deadly blow. Eventually, all eyes turned to Ling Yanran and a floating jade pendant in front of her. The jade pendant had no discernible grade, with only the character Ling inscribed on it, emitting a faint glow as it hovered in front of Ling Yanran. This is the jade pendant given by Master? Ling Yanran herself was a bit dazed, thinking she was about to die and unable to repay her master's kindness. Unexpectedly, the jade pendant that her master had given her, which could allow her to freely enter and leave the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, possessed such a peculiar function? A defensive treasure? The elder of the Luo Heaven sect in the air couldn't help but frown slightly. He had not expected Ling Yanran to possess a defensive treasure capable of withstanding an attack from a Return to Ruin 9th layer expert. Nevertheless, he didn't regard it too highly. Such treasures consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Even if it could withstand an attack once, it wouldn't last long. After wiping out the members of the Ling family later, he could add this treasure to his collection. That would be a great pleasure. A treasure capable of withstanding his full-powered attack must be at least a profound rank treasure, worth a fortune. Meanwhile, within the illusory mountain, inside a small pavilion in front of the Heavenly Dao Hall, Chen Daoxian was leisurely sipping his tea while waiting for his disciple to return. However, his brows suddenly furrowed as a notification from the system appeared in his mind. Detected a life-threatening attack on the host's senior disciple. Spending 100 system points allows remote intervention with one move. Spending 1000 system points allows the host to descend for 10 minutes, safe return to the Heavenly Dao Hall upon death or time expiration. Or you can choose not to intervene. Please make a choice, host. At the same time, a scene formed by a water mirror appeared outside the pavilion, revealing Ling Yanran's situation before Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Looking at the image, although Ling Yanran hadn't suffered any injuries, she appeared somewhat embarrassed, causing Chen Daoxuan's brows to furrow. He had finally waited for a disciple, and if he were to disregard her now and let her perish, it would be a tremendous loss. He had counted on Ling Yanran to help him recruit more geniuses in the future. Moreover, she was his first disciple. How could he allow her to fall? Besides, his senior disciple was a succubus. She must be saved. Spend 100 system points. Chen Daoxian pondered for a moment and decided to use 100 system points to intervene remotely and resolve the crisis. As his voice fell, he felt that he could launch an attack through the water mirror directly. Sky Monument. Uncertain whether his triple condensation chi realm could handle the opponent, Chen Daoxian decided to use a more potent technique from the demonic arts, the Sky Monument. He lightly tossed a stone monument with an ancient aura into the water mirror toward the Luo Heaven sect elder. As Chen Daoxian intervened remotely, Ling Yanran's beautiful eyes widened when she noticed the jade pendant before her slowly condensing into what seemed like a water mirror. Though the image was somewhat obscure, she could faintly discern a figure in the water mirror tossing something. Despite the ripples distorting the view, she recognized the figure. Master! The Luo Heaven sect elder in the air saw the sudden change in the jade pendant and felt a vague sense of unease. An impulse to escape this place surged within him. However, before he could even react, a small stone monument materialized within the water mirror. With a swift whoosh, the stone monument appeared directly above the Luo Heaven Sect elder's head, locking onto his aura. What wicked technique is this? Why can't I move? The elder felt a sense of horror as the stone monument locked onto his aura, causing him to lose control of his entire body. He looked up at the monument, only to find it growing larger and larger until it reached a height of 3,000 zhang. 1 zhang is approx. 3.3 meters, before stopping. A colossal shadow engulfed the surrounding area, as if the entire world had been completely restricted. Everyone lost control of their bodies and even their thoughts became sluggish. With a slight tremor, the stone monument descended. Boom! Visit en Velben, cm for EU ovals. The monument landed and penetrated the ground hundreds of zhang deep, leaving no trace of the elder. He had turned to ashes upon contact with the monument. Fortunately, the Lung family mansion was outside the range of the monument's confinement, otherwise, the family would have been wiped out. What? What terrifying technique is this? As the stone monument landed, everyone regained control of their bodies. Each of them felt as if they had just passed through the gates of the netherworld, as if they had one foot in the Hall of Yama. If that attack had targeted them, there would have been no one capable of stopping it. Observing the 3,000 zhang tall black stone monument standing not far from the Lung family mansion, exuding a sinister aura, they noticed that it depicted the fierce appearances of the 10 great demons. Additionally, countless densely written characters covered the monument, or perhaps they were names. Look, at the bottom of the monument, new characters are appearing. Luo Heaven Sect Elder, Zheng Wanfeng, Cultivation at Return to Ruin 9th Layer. With a flash of black light, the information about the elder appeared at the bottom of the monument. I see now, it seems that the entire 3,000 zhang tall monument records those who died because of it. It's too horrifying. Wait, look, Zheng Wanfeng's name is disappearing? Why is that? I understand. His strength must not be worthy of appearing on the monument. He was rejected by it, so his name was concealed. Even at Return to Ruin 9th Layer, he doesn't deserve to be remembered on the monument after death. The cultivators in the city were shocked not only by the terrifying pressure of the Sky Monument but also by their own speculations. A Return to Ruin 9th Layer expert was already enough to overturn the entire Moro country. Yet, even in death, he wasn't qualified to have his name inscribed on the monument? What kind of existence was this that could unleash such a terrifying technique? In the city, tens of thousands of common people knelt and worshipped toward the direction of the Sky Monument, murmuring prayers, seeking forgiveness from the heavens for their sins. They had all felt so close to death just now, even ordinary people were no exception. Yen ran. What is this? After coming to his senses, Ling Zhan pointed stutteringly at the Sky Monument. Oh! It was Master who made a move. I never expected that on my first trip down the mountain. Not only did I exhaust the life-saving means given by Master, but I also required Master's personal intervention to resolve the crisis. I am truly unworthy of Master's nurturing. Ling Yanran gazed blankly at the Sky Monument, feeling the aura emanating from it. Although it was her first encounter with the Sky Monument's technique, she could sense the similarity to her own Chaos Demon art. Presumably, it was a more potent technique within the art. Follow the latest novels n/Velben. Calm. I have something to ask, but I'm not sure if I should. Ling Zhan stared at the Sky Monument, unable to recover his senses for a long time. Eventually, hesitating for a moment, he muttered to himself. Feel free to speak, Patriarch. After this incident, Yanran will reduce unnecessary contact with the Ling family. However, you can rest assured that I will handle the troubles from the Luo Heaven sect. Hearing Ling Yanran's response, Ling Zhan gave a wry smile. Indeed, Ling Yanran had become a burden to the Ling family, and her uniqueness would attract even greater and more powerful enemies in the future. The Ling family could not protect her. That was fine. After all, Ling Yanran was not a direct descendant of the Ling family. What realm is your master? Ling Zhan's primary concern was the level of Ling Yanran's master's cultivation and whether it was enough to protect her safety. My master's realm? I'm not sure, but even if not an immortal, it should be close, right? Ling Yanran was slightly startled. She didn't have a definitive answer to the question, so she could only speculate. An immortal? I suppose so. Just a simple remote attack can unleash such a terrifying technique. Calling them an immortal would probably not be an exaggeration. After his astonishment, Ling Zhan actually nodded without any doubt. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxian, who hadn't yet dispersed the water mirror, listened to their conversation, and his lips twitched. An immortal? In the third layer condensation realm? Yanran, handle your matters and return to the mountain as soon as possible. Seeing that the crisis had been averted and not wanting to meddle further in the affairs of the Ling family, Chen Daoxian left a few words before dispersing the water mirror. At the same time, the 3,000 zhang tall sky monument shrank smaller and smaller. It turned back into a small stone monument the size of a palm with a whoosh, vanishing at the moment the water mirror disappeared. Yes, I bid farewell to Master. Seeing this, Ling Yanran quickly kneeled on one knee and saluted the water mirror. It was only when the water mirror dissipated that the suspended jade pendant in front of her fell back to her chest. Gently touching the jade pendant, which still exuded a hint of warmth, Ling Yanran couldn't help but feel touched. Not only did her master leave her with life-saving means, but he also secretly left her with such a powerful technique. He cared for her deeply. At this moment, Ling Yanran just wanted to return to Illusory Mountain quickly and serve by her master's side. The troubles in the city will be left to Patriarch to handle. I've decided to return to the mountain immediately and consider how to deal with the troubles from Luo Heaven sect. Ling Yanran looked at the devastated Ling family, but her heart remained calm. Instead, she cast her gaze further into the future. Today, she not only killed Luo Heaven sect's top disciple but also 2 returned to Void Realm elders. Even Luo Heaven sect would feel the pain of this loss and wouldn't easily spare the Ling family. However, before Luo Heaven sect could retaliate, she had to advance to a higher realm. In the past, it might have been an impossible task, but now, it was different. There was nothing impossible by her master's side. Go with peace of mind. Luo Heaven sect won't act rashly until they investigate the loss of 2 returned to Void Realm experts. Ling Zhan nodded heavily and then, along with numerous Ling family disciples, watched Ling Yanran depart in the sky. For the capital city of Moro Nation, this day had seen too many upheavals. Many noble families had been waiting for the downfall of the Ling family, hoping to seize its resources and assets. However, now all the noble families were dumbfounded. They never expected that even a return to Void Realm 9th layer expert from Luo Heaven sect would fall at the hands of the Ling family. Especially for the Li family and the Wang family, they were in a panic. After some discussion, they decided not to deliver only the previously agreed upon 50% of the Ling family's assets. Instead, they added an additional 10% and handed over 60% of their assets. And at this moment, in the imperial palace, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious dragon robes, exuding an extraordinary aura, listened to his subordinate's report with an incredulous expression. As the Emperor of Moro Nation, he had no power to resist a return to Void Realm 9th layer expert from Luo Heaven sect. He never thought that the seemingly inconspicuous Ling family possessed such terrifying means. Especially when he recalled the 3,000 zhang tall sky monument that appeared out of thin air. Even though he was in the palace at the time, he felt death beckoning him. Ling Yanran. What kind of extraordinary encounter has she had to become so terrifying overnight? Illusory Mountain, outside the Heavenly Tao Hall, in a small pavilion. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Chen Daoxian was slightly taken aback. Killing a Condensation Realm 9th Layer expert rewards 90 system points. Previously, killing a Transcendent Realm expert only gave a reward of 1 point. It seems that for each realm advancement in the Return to Void Realm, there's a reward of 10 system points. Calculating like this, the 100 system points spent on the previous attack have almost been earned back. Originally, he felt a little heartache for spending 100 system points in one shot, but he couldn't just stand idly by when it came to his only disciple. However, now that he calculated it, he had only spent 10 points, and he felt much more at ease. Check the system points. System points, 2,164. Why did the system points increase instead? Chen Daoxian was a bit bewildered and immediately checked the records of system points obtained. Host's senior disciple, Lin Yanran, killed a Return to Void Realm 7th Layer expert and gained 70 system points. Host's senior disciple, Lin Yanran, killed a Transcendent Realm 4th Layer expert and gained 4 system points. So, it turns out that my disciple also earns system points when she kills enemies. In that case, I'm not losing, but gaining? Since Lin Yanran has a grudge with Luo Heaven Sect now, after she returns to the mountain, I'll find an opportunity to have her deal with Luo Heaven Sect. Could this be an opportunity to get rich? As he pondered, Chen Daoxuan's eyes grew brighter, and Luo Heaven Sect in his mind had become a treasure trove of system points. He had firmly decided that when the time was right, he would let Lin Yanran go down the mountain and reap the rewards of Luo Heaven Sect. Killing innocent people for system points was something he couldn't do, but when it came to enemies, However, that Return to Void Realm 9th Layer expert seemed quite weak. Recalling the scene from earlier, Chen Daoxian felt puzzled. Although he knew that his Condensation Realm 3rd Layer had extremely powerful strength, he didn't have an accurate expectation of it. Therefore, when he made his move earlier, he had planned to kill the opponent with one attack and prepared to use 2 more strikes to deal with the enemy in case the first one wasn't enough. But unexpectedly, with just one strike, the Return to Void Realm 9th Layer expert turned into dust. Seriously, too weak. Luckily, no one knows about this thought, otherwise, people would definitely call him a monster. Condensation Realm 3rd Layer, killing a Return to Void Realm 9th Layer expert in seconds, and still complaining that the other person is weak? Is it really the other person's problem? Clearly, this guy is just too strong. Without my disciple by my side, I have to make tea myself. Sigh. Chen Daoxian couldn't figure it out, so he decided to stop thinking about it. He casually poured himself another cup of enlightenment tea and continued to leisurely sip it. At the same time, he somewhat missed his succubus disciple. If Yanran was here, he wouldn't have to make tea himself, and it would be more enjoyable. Inside the main hall of Luo Heaven Sect, the sect master sat in the main seat, with several elders standing on both sides. Except for the sect master, Luo Wuzhen, who was at the Annihilation Realm 5th Layer, all the other elders were at least experts in the Return to Void Realm. In the northern region, Luo Heaven Sect was considered one of the top first-class forces. Among various cultivation sects in the northern region, including Luo Heaven Sect, there were only 4 top-class forces with experts in the Annihilation Realm overseeing them. Sect Master, now there's less than 3 months left before the opening of the Crimson Cloud Gorge Secret Realm, which only opens once every 100 years. Why hasn't our chief returned yet? If the opening of the Secret Realm is delayed, the consequences will be. A senior elder furrowed his brows, extremely displeased with Zhang Tianze, the chief disciple, leaving the sect at such a critical moment when the Secret Realm was about to open. If the Secret Realm's affairs were delayed and there was no chief disciple to lead the team, what immense losses would the Luo Heaven Sect suffer? Without the chief disciple's presence in the secret realm, Luo Heaven's sect would have no qualifications to compete with the other three sects for resources. Rest assured, Tian'er will not delay such an important matter. The reason Tian'er went down the mountain this time is because of this. Tian'er discovered a girl from a small family in the Moro kingdom with a special physique. If he can cultivate with her, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance his cultivation level. As long as Tian'er returns in time, he might even participate in the secret realm at the 7th or even 8th layer of the transcendent realms. This secret realm will undoubtedly be a complete victory for our Luo Heaven sect. Hearing the elders' discontented words, Master Luo Wu smiled lightly and comforted them with a light smile. For Zhang Tianzi's purpose of going down the mountain, he was very clear, and even for the smoothness of the trip, he even arranged for 2 elders from the returning Void Realm to follow him, just to make sure nothing would go wrong. As long as everything goes smoothly, this secret realm will be their Luo Heaven sect's chance to completely surpass the other sects and become the #1 power in the northern region. I see. So that's how it is. Since that's the case, I will not worry any longer. Upon hearing this, the numerous elders in the hall took a sharp breath, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The strength of the chief disciples of the 4 major sects was evenly matched. If Zhang Tianzi could break through a few minor realms at the last moment, his presence in the secret realm would be overwhelmingly dominant. The thought of the Luo Heaven sect harvesting a large number of resources in the secret realm and even having the opportunity to kill the geniuses of the other sects within the secret realm made the elders unable to contain their excitement. However, just at this moment, a figure stumbled into the hall, looking panicked. "Master, something bad has happened." The disciple's face was filled with fear, and before he could even step over the threshold of the hall, he tripped and fell hard, looking utterly embarrassed. "You reckless fool! Don't act so flustered in front of the sect master, maintain your composure. Calm down before speaking." One of the elders was the disciple's master, and seeing his disciple acting in such a manner, he felt as though he had lost face in front of the others. Without delay, a stern rebuke followed. Upon hearing his master's words, the disciple could only swallow hard, trying to compose himself forcibly. "Speak up now. What's the matter that caused such panic?" Master Luo Wu, the sect leader, inquired calmly as the disciple seemed to have regained some composure. Reporting to the sect leader. Senior brother Zhang's token, it's shattered. The disciple couldn't meet the gaze of the sect leader, bowing his head, and stammered out his words. "Senior brother Zhang? Which disciple surnamed Zhang has his life card broken? Send someone to investigate, who exactly attacked my Luo Tianzong disciple, just get rid of him." When Master Luo Wu heard this, his heart was not disturbed. Life and death is a common thing for practitioners. It is just a disciple who dies. Reporting to the suzerain, the broken life card belongs to senior brother Zhang Tianzi. Zhang Tianzi, Tian'er. His life card is broken? Snap! Upon hearing this, Master Luo Wu was first taken aback, then the armrest of his seat crumbled to pieces in his hand. His aura nearly spiraled out of control, and the terrifying pressure of the Annihilation Realm burst forth, forcing many elders present to bow slightly to withstand it. As for the disciple who came to report, he was now pressed firmly against the ground, unable to move even a finger, seemingly on the verge of passing out. "Sect leader!" Seeing his disciple in such a dire state, an elder promptly spoke up. This call snapped Master Luo Wu back from the brink of losing control. He quickly retracted his oppressive aura, and the relieved elders heaved a sigh of relief. The disciple, on the other hand, felt like he had just escaped from the jaws of death, panting heavily on the ground. "Wait! I remember I also sent 7th Elder and 3rd Elder to accompany Tian'er to the Moro Kingdom. How could there be an accident?" Master Luo Wu suddenly recalled something, his brows furrowing. The Moro Kingdom, after all, only had one return to Void Realm powerhouse, the Emperor, and he was only at the 3rd or 4th level of the return to Void Realm. Whether it was the 3rd Elder or the 7th Elder, either one of them could easily suppress the situation. How could they let Tianer encounter any mishap in the Moro Kingdom? Sect Leader. The tokens of the 3rd Elder and the 7th Elder, they also broke. The time interval between the 3 tokens shattering is quite short. I'm afraid it was the work of one individual. Follow the latest novels n/velben.com. The disciple added tremulously upon hearing the sect leader's words. Nonsense. The 3rd Elder is already at the 9th level of the return to Void Realm, just a step away from breaking through to the Annihilation Realm. How could he perish in the Moro Kingdom? Hearing this, Master Luo Wu suddenly erupted in anger. Losing Zhang Tianze, their chief disciple, was already a painful price he couldn't bear. If they lost 2 return to Void Realm elders and even the 3rd Elder at the 9th level of that realm, he felt like he was about to spit blood. A mere Moro Kingdom, where the strongest were only at the 4th level of the return to Void Realm. How could such a puny place cause such a tremendous loss to their Luo Heaven sect? Disciple, what disciple said is all true. The disciple sensed the anger emanating from the sect leader and buried his head even lower. However, the fact that the tokens of 2 elders and the chief disciple were shattered was undeniable. Besides reporting truthfully, what else could he do? You may leave for now. Don't spread this matter outside. After a prolonged silence, Master Luo Wu finally waved his hand at the disciple, dismissing him. Then he looked over the numerous elders present. As they felt the sect leader's gaze, they all lowered their heads with a touch of fear. They knew this time the sect leader was truly angered. Losing 2 elders, along with the chief disciple Zhang Tianze, especially right before the secret realm opened. Even if they wanted to find someone to replace Zhang Tianze temporarily, there was simply not enough time. 2nd Elder, you go to the Moro Kingdom and thoroughly investigate who harmed Tianer and the 2 elders. I, Master Luo Wu, will definitely tear that person into 1,000 pieces. Additionally, with our sect encountering such a situation in the Moro Kingdom, the Moro Emperor cannot escape responsibility. Punish him accordingly. If he doesn't know how to behave, Master Luo Wu's gaze finally landed on the 2nd Elder, and he issued the command with an icy tone. The words were filled with murderous intent, and he was gritting his teeth, wishing to slay the culprit immediately. Yes, I will handle it. The 2nd Elder hastily bowed and swiftly exited the hall, heading towards the direction of the Moro Kingdom. For now, let's keep this matter quiet. As for the secret realm, I'll make further plans. All of you, disperse. After the 2nd Elder left, Master Luo Wu spoke one last sentence before getting up and leaving on his own, brushing his sleeves as he went. Left behind were the bewildered elders, sighing and shaking their heads. Each of them dispersed and went their separate ways. One day later, a captivating figure swiftly shuttled through the illusory mountain, her voluptuous and curvy body undulating with each step. Why aren't these illusory beasts attacking me this time in the illusory mountain? Ling Yanran was puzzled. Last time she entered the illusory mountain, whenever these illusory beasts saw her and the 3 assassins, they would charge at them instantly. But this time, these illusory beasts seemed to be avoiding her. No, that's not all. On her way down the mountain, she also wasn't harassed by any of the illusory mountain's beasts. At that time, she was in a hurry to return to the family and didn't pay much attention to this detail. Now, thinking back, it seemed rather peculiar. With this thought, Ling Yanran couldn't help but pause her steps for a moment, sensing the aura of an illusory beast. Instead of avoiding it, she directly pursued it. A moment later, a fierce tiger-like beast, standing at least 7 to 8 meters tall, appeared before her. However, after the tiger glanced at her, it seemed to have seen a terrifying existence and immediately turned around and fled for its life. This Tiger King should at least have the strength of the Return to Void Realm. Why is it so afraid of me? Lin Yanran wondered. Could it be? Suddenly, Lin Yanran thought of something and looked down at the jade pendant her master had given her, hanging around her chest. The only possibility was that it had something to do with this jade pendant her master gave her. Having confirmed that the illusory mountain's beasts were indeed avoiding her, Lin Yanran dashed once again towards the direction of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. Now, she no longer needed to be vigilant against sudden attacks from the beasts, making her journey much more relaxed. It wasn't until Lin Yanran left for half a stick of incense, the Return to Void Realm beast, the Tiger King, finally let out a long sigh of relief, looking in the direction she had left with gratitude. Why does she have the aura of that palace? We can't provoke her, we can't provoke her. The ferocious beasts in the illusory mountain knew about the palace halfway up the mountain. Their instincts kept them from approaching the palace within 10 miles, as if an ancient terrifying monster resided there. Just looking at the palace from afar made these beasts prostrate on the ground, shivering in fear. Now that Lin Yanran carried the aura of the Heavenly Dao Palace, these beasts naturally evaded her. Not to mention actively provoking her, they didn't even have time to flee. Lin Yanran, who had become much faster, returned to the vicinity of the palace in no time. Seeing the figure sitting quietly in the small pavilion, she felt that the grievances she had hidden in her heart were becoming hard to contain. It was like a bullied child, holding back her grievances, and upon returning home to her elders, her nose tingled, and her eyes welled up with tears. Back already? Qin Daoxian had already noticed his disciple's return and warmly waved her over, gesturing for her to take a seat before speaking. Master! Lin Yanran thought of her troubles during this trip. Not only did she cause trouble, but she also had to use the life-saving card Master gave her, and in the end, Master had to personally intervene to save her. She felt a pang of shame. She thought that when she returned to the mountain, Master would severely punish her, but she didn't expect him to smile so gently, calmly beckoning her to sit down. There was not even a hint of reproach. Originally, in Lin Yanran's mind, all males were the same. Once they laid eyes on her, they would unconsciously be drawn to her, right? But Master was entirely different. He was so kind to her, and he didn't even make any demands of her. What merits and virtues did she, Lin Yanran, possess to have such a good master in this lifetime? Did she accumulate good karma in her past life to exchange for such a benevolent master? What are you standing there for? Come sit down and tell me everything that happened this time, Qin Daoxian said, seeing her standing in place. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, she quickly stepped forward and arrived in the small pavilion. She respectfully refilled the tea in Master's cup, then took a seat across from him. Were you bullied? Qin Daoxian was rather satisfied with her behavior. She was a thoughtful disciple, indeed. After taking a sip of tea, his gentle inquiry became the final straw that broke Lin Yanran's pent-up grievances. Why should she be hunted down by the elders behind the scenes just because she killed the Luo Heaven sect's chief disciple to protect herself? Why should she be forced to worry about Luo Heaven sect's retaliation after her desperate resistance? If she was a wandering nobody without a sect or a master to support her, wouldn't she become nothing more than Zhang Tian's pawn in the end? With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yanran's previously rosy eyes suddenly shimmered with tears that traced down her enchanting cheeks. In the past, no one cared about her, and she relied on herself amidst numerous geniuses, doing everything possible to protect her innocence. But now, she had someone who cared for her, someone who protected her. Master. Ling Yanran choked back her sobs, wanting to express the grievances in her heart, to convey her feelings for her master. Before she could continue, she saw her master stand up and gently embrace her, patting her back soothingly. "It's all right. From now on, with me by your side, cry if you need to. Once you've cried it out, you won't have to bear any grievances anymore." Chen Daoxian let out a long sigh. His top disciple possessed innate charm that made her prone to countless dangers. He was relieved that she managed to handle things this time without falling into the hands of ill-intentioned people. He knew that her heart must be suppressing many emotions. As his beloved disciple sobbed in his arms, he had no impure thoughts. He only wished to comfort her and ease the grievances in her heart. Ling Yanran couldn't hold back any longer and vented all the grievances she had accumulated over the years in her master's embrace. After a while, Ling Yanran finally felt a bit embarrassed and lifted her head from her master's embrace. She noticed that his chest was soaked from her tears. Disciple was too emotional. She lowered her head, her face flushed, unable to meet her master's gaze. Thinking about her previous display of vulnerability, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. As soon as she came back from her trip down the mountain, she burst into tears in front of her master. "What a disgrace! Ling Yanran, oh Ling Yanran, how could you be so emotionally uncontrolled in front of your master? No need to worry. Has the sense of grievance in your heart dispersed?" Chen Daoxian lightly laughed, patting her head. After the little incident just now, Chen Daoxian felt that their relationship had become much closer, and they were no longer as restrained as before. "I'm much better now," Ling Yanran replied with a hint of relief. "Master, can you let go of me now?" she asked with a shy smile. Ling Yanran blushed, reassuring her master that she was fine. Although her master's embrace was both warm and secure, at this moment, Ling Yanran couldn't help feeling a bit shy. Sensing the palm resting on her waist and the strong arm around her, she felt like she was losing control. If only her innate charm could work on her master too. For a moment, Ling Yanran's thoughts drifted away, lost in reverie. "Oh, sit down, and tell me about your journey," Chen Daoxian said, finally realizing the situation. He quickly withdrew his hand from her waist and returned to his seat. Feeling her master's slender fingers brushing past her waist, sending tingles through her, Ling Yanran couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Nevertheless, she obediently sat across from her master and began recounting her experiences and encounters during her trip down the mountain. Chen Daoxian, on the other hand, leisurely sipped his tea, listening attentively to his disciple's account. He was delighted to be served tea and water by his disciple and found her company particularly pleasing to the eye. But suddenly, with one sentence, Chen Daoxuan's teacup froze in midair, and his face darkened. "To make a horse run, you must give it grass." Then, which sect was that audacious first-ranked disciple from? Which sect? Chen Daoxuan's face turned grim, and he placed the teacup back on the stone table with a loud thud. How dare that person speak such vulgar words to his disciple? Even he, her master, wouldn't dare. Ahem, he wouldn't even think of such things. How dare that guy? Inform Master, Zhang Tianze is the first-ranked disciple of Luo Heaven Sect. He is the disciple of Luo Heaven Sect's master, Luo Wuzhen. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/by.com. As for Master Luo Wuzhen's cultivation level, it is said to be at the Annihilation Realm 5th. Ling Yanran didn't expect her master to change his expression so suddenly because of her words. Although she was infuriated by Zhang Tianze's remarks at the time, her anger had already dissipated after she killed him. Who could possibly be the one capable of providing her with grass? Was it that Zhang Tianze? How dare he think he's worthy? No need to say more. I don't want to know, nor do I need to know about the realm of that so-called master, Chen Daoxian said dismissively. Chen Daoxian raised his hand to interrupt Lin Yanran from continuing to talk about the information on Luo Heaven sect. He had initially considered the possibility of harvesting some system points from the grudge between Lin Yanran and that sect. But thinking about how his disciple hadn't suffered any significant losses this time, while the opposing party's members were all dead beyond death, he didn't have the heart to directly wipe out their entire sect. However, now that Luo Heaven sect was seeking death, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. After all, cultivators should abide by the law of the jungle. Even if their sect was annihilated, it was their own fault for being too weak. Contact the Ling family and spread the message. Half a month from now, Luo Heaven sect shall face annihilation. Those who choose to leave Luo Heaven sect can keep their lives. But for those who stay, they shall face death without mercy. After Chen Daoxian let out a long breath, he calmly instructed Lin Yanran. Although Chen Daoxuan's tone was extremely indifferent, when Lin Yanran heard his words, her eyes widened in astonishment. Luo Heaven sect was one of the 4 major sects in the northern domain, and its sect master was a powerhouse at the Annihilation realm. With just a single word from Luo Heaven sect, not only the Ling family, even the Moro country could be wiped out in an instant. However, despite such a formidable force, it seemed like nothing more than child's play in her master's eyes. With just one sentence, he had determined Luo Heaven sect's death date. As for whether her master could annihilate Luo Heaven sect, she had not the slightest doubt. In her heart, her master displayed countless miracles. He might not be at the immortal realm, but he couldn't be far off. To her master, Luo Heaven sect was probably nothing more than a group of ants. The Annihilation realm was just a group of slightly larger ants. Understood, I will inform the Ling family immediately. Lin Yanran responded quickly after her initial surprise. She was deeply moved by her master's decision to annihilate Luo Heaven sect. How could a force like Luo Heaven sect catch her master's eye? The reason for its extermination was to support her and make decisions on her behalf. With her master's support, she had no regrets even if she died. Without delay, Lin Yanran retrieved a sound transmission jade pendant from her bosom and informed the family head, Lin Zhan, of the message. Afterwards, she helped her master make tea and sat quietly by his side for a while. You must be tired after all that. Rest for a day, Chen Daoxian said, gesturing kindly to Lin Yanran. Allow me to show you something exciting. He pondered for a moment, thinking that the next half-month would be a perfect opportunity to help Lin Yanran improve her strength. Without hesitation, he stood up and walked towards the main hall, with Lin Yanran quickly following behind, keeping close to her master's side. She couldn't help but wonder what her master meant by something exciting. Entering the Heavenly Dao Hall, Chen Daoxian walked towards a tightly closed room. With a slight wave of his hand, the door opened automatically, releasing a surge of mist and water vapor, making the scene inside obscure. Although Lin Yanran was curious, she didn't dare to show any impoliteness in front of her master. She waited until Chen Daoxian had slowly stepped inside before hurriedly following him. Once inside the hall, Lin Yanran finally saw the scenery and arrangement clearly. A large pool was filled with water, but the water seemed peculiar, as if it contained a highly concentrated spiritual aura. Within the Heavenly Dao Hall, the spiritual aura was already rich enough to be called a sacred place for cultivation. However, the aura inside this room was so thick that even Lin Yanran found it hard to accept. Just breathing in this place allowed a large amount of spiritual energy to enter her body. If she were to cultivate here, 1 day's worth of cultivation would surpass over 100 days outside. Master, this water. She began to inquire, but then corrected herself, no, this isn't water. This is spiritual energy that has condensed into liquid form, she exclaimed, realizing that this was not ordinary water but highly concentrated spiritual energy in a liquid state. Before she could ask her master about this miraculous treasure, she realized that this wasn't a treasure at all. It was the spiritual energy so dense that it had naturally transformed into a liquid. Even a small vial of this liquid, if sold outside, would fetch an astronomical price. The value of this large pool of liquid spiritual energy was beyond measure. Yes, precisely. This is formed from spiritual energy, Chen Daoxian affirmed, understanding her disciple's surprise. After you left the mountain, I had some free time, so I casually set up a spiritual gathering formation to create a training chamber for you. However, it seems I might have put too much effort into it. As soon as I arranged the gathering formation, the spiritual energy in this room began to condense into a liquid. In the end, I had no choice but to transform it into a hot spring. Chen Daoxian explained with some embarrassment as he witnessed Lin Yanran's astonished reaction. He hadn't expected the impromptu spiritual gathering formation to have such an outrageous effect. Up TED chapters NN Velben. Com. It was originally the most basic formation he exchanged for a single system point in the system's mall. In the end, Chen Daoxian could only attribute this effect to his overwhelming dominance within the heavenly Dao Hall. Is this merely a basic formation set up casually by my master? Lin Yanran's cherry lips trembled. Despite her awareness of her master's strength, she was constantly taken aback. After all, these feats far exceeded her understanding of the world. Don't worry about these details, Chen Daoxian replied with a smile. Although I haven't created a proper training chamber, this hot spring is still highly beneficial for cultivation. Wait here for a moment, I'll add some more ingredients to enhance its effects. Feeling a little embarrassed that he couldn't create an actual training room, Chen Daoxian thought to himself, as long as it speeds up cultivation, who says a hot spring can't be considered a training room? With a casual wave, he plucked a fresh batch of enlightenment tea leaves. Before Lin Yanran could figure out why her teacher suddenly took out the tea leaves and offered to brew tea for him, she was stunned as he tossed the precious tea leaves that could help people enter an enlightened state into the hot spring. Her heart seemed to clench suddenly for some unknown reason. It hurt so much. She was reluctant to drink even 1 cup of that tea, as it had already allowed her to achieve an enlightened state and even break through to the next realm. Yet her master nonchalantly tossed it into the hot spring? Could it be that he intended to brew tea with this liquid spiritual energy? That must be it. With such a large pool of spirit liquid, he could brew enlightenment tea and have enough to drink for several months. Oh, by the way, did you bring the marrow cleansing pill that I gave you earlier? Chen Daoxian suddenly changed the subject and asked Lin Yanran. The marrow cleansing pill that master gave me is even more precious than an immortal pill. I've been carrying it with me at all times. Lin Yanran hastily replied to her master's question. All right, take out 1 pill and toss it into the pool, Chen Daoxian said nonchalantly. The marrow cleansing pill could be swallowed directly, but it would be equally effective if it was integrated into the spiritual liquid for absorption during the bath. Huh? Toss the marrow cleansing pill into the pool? Lin Yanran was stunned by his words. She knew just how precious that marrow cleansing pill was. With just 1 pill and the chaos demonic art taught by her master, she had broken through from the 4th sky realm to the transcendent realm in less than a day. It had even purified her body, greatly improving her aptitude and meridians. It was undoubtedly as valuable as the enlightenment tea. However, since her master had said so, Lin Yanran naturally wouldn't go against his wishes. She just hesitated, thinking about where she had stored the marrow cleansing pill. Her face blushing, Lin Yanran, under Chen Daoxian's astonished gaze, reached into her chest-wrapped clothes and took out the jade bottle containing the marrow cleansing pill. She kept her head down, not daring to meet her master's gaze, and handed the bottle over to him. Oh, it's still warm. Chen Daoxian saw her take out the jade bottle from her clothes and almost blushed himself. He shook his head, trying to shake off these distracting thoughts, and reminded himself, she is your disciple after all. But after taking the jade bottle, feeling the warmth and the lingering milky fragrance from Lin Yanran, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but feel a little heated. His mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. Master, why are you bleeding? Master, are you okay? Lin Yanran, who had been keeping her head down and not meeting her master's gaze, suddenly saw a few drops of crimson blood falling onto the ground. She was startled, forgetting about everything else, and quickly asked with concern. It's nothing. I drank too much enlightenment tea, so I'm a bit heated, Chen Daoxian reassured her. Chen Daoxian finally regained his composure and casually wiped away the nosebleed, suppressing the heat inside his body with a thought. I see. It seems the enlightenment tea, while a divine item, shouldn't be consumed in excess. Even an immortal like Master ended up with a nosebleed from drinking it. No wonder he had to steep the enlightenment tea in such a large pool to dilute its potency. Certainly, Master is meticulous. Lin Yanran believed every word her master said without a hint of doubt. In fact, she even praised his decision to infuse the enlightenment tea into the spirit pool. If Chen Daoxian were to know her thoughts, he would be pleasantly surprised. This disciple is sensible. After clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness, Chen Daoxian stopped explaining further. He opened the fragrant jade bottle in his hand, releasing a strong aroma of medicinal pills. Taking out a marrow-cleansing pill, he casually tossed it into the spiritual pool and sealed the bottle before handing it to Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran hesitated for a moment, but in front of her master, she boldly put the jade bottle back where it was, making Chen Daoxian speechless. Her method of storing pills was indeed unique. Master, these pills you gifted are too precious, so I can only do this to be at ease, she explained hastily. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. I see. It's fine as long as you're happy, Chen Daoxian replied. Now that the spiritual liquid contains both the enlightenment tea and the marrow-cleansing pill, you should soak yourself in it and absorb their essence. It will undoubtedly elevate your cultivation even further. Nodding slightly, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but ponder, maybe in the future, he could reward her with a few more bottles of pills. But he wondered if she had enough space to store them. Nevertheless, his disciple was indeed quite spacious, so she should be able to store a good amount. Huh? Soaking myself in this spiritual pool? Isn't it for drinking? Hearing his words, Lin Yanran was taken aback, her adorable expression contrasting with her tall figure. Master, you mean you want me to bathe in this pool? The pool of spiritual liquid alone was already a priceless treasure. In addition, it contained the divine item that grants enlightenment, the enlightenment tea, and even a pill gifted by her master for marrow cleansing. This pool of spiritual liquid was undoubtedly one of the most precious treasures in the world. But instead of instructing her to drink it, her master wanted her to bathe in it. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Drink it? Of course not. With such a large pool, if we were to drink it, it would be enough to burst us. In the end, whether we absorb it by drinking or bathing, what's the difference? How could you have such an outrageous idea? Chen Daoxian was taken aback by his disciple's words. How could such a large pool of spiritual liquid be meant for drinking? Both of them exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend each other's thoughts. Lin Yanran was speechless. Was her idea really that absurd? If they were to take out a small vial of this spiritual liquid and bring it to the outside world, even Return to Ruin Realm or even Annihilation Realm experts might fight over it. Isn't using this precious spiritual liquid for bathing the more absurd idea? Hey! Don't just stand there, get in quickly, Chen Daoxian urged, no longer wanting to dwell on this matter. Seeing her master's insistence, Lin Yanran dared not express any more opinions. She walked towards the edge of the pool, not minding that her master was still standing nearby, and removed her shoes and socks. Carefully using her crystal-clear toes, she dipped them into the spiritual liquid before stepping into the pool. "I'll leave you to it, but it's best to bathe without clothes for better effects. Focus on your cultivation," Chen Daoxian advised, nodding in satisfaction. He turned and left, closing the door of the hall on his way out. With her master gone and recalling his reminder, Lin Yanran removed her clothes by the poolside, feeling a little disheartened for some unknown reason. If her master didn't leave, it wouldn't be that bad, she thought, and her face turned slightly flushed with the thought. Lin Yanran, how could you harbor such thoughts about your master?" Chen Daoxian scolded inwardly. "It's truly disrespectful." Shaking her head to clear her mind, she walked slowly towards the center of the pool. As soon as Lin Yanran stepped into the pool, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if she were being embraced by her master. No, wait, it was not more comfortable than being in her master's arms. Sitting down in the center of the pool, she immersed her entire body in the spiritual liquid, leaving only her neck and head above the surface. Even before she started her cultivation, the spiritual liquid began to cleanse her pores, and with the effect of the marrow-cleansing pill, any trace of impurity in her body was washed away. Feeling the heaven-defying efficacy of the spiritual liquid, Lin Yanran didn't dare to waste any more time. She immediately activated the Chaos Demon art and began to focus on her cultivation. In no time, her expression completely calmed down, and her face showed a tranquil and serene demeanor. Unknowingly, she had entered the state of enlightenment. This was all thanks to the enlightenment tea that Chen Daoxian had sprinkled earlier. The vast amount of spiritual energy accompanied her cultivation, rapidly condensing within her qi si. The pure liquid spiritual power was easily absorbed without any difficulty. Lin Yanran's bottleneck at the second realm of the Transcendence realm began to loosen. Tisk, having a bewitching demoness as a disciple is too dangerous, Chen Daoxian muttered to himself. I wonder if there were any mistakes in Yanran's cultivation. Maybe. I should take a look. He recalled the scene earlier that made him bleed, and couldn't help but shake his head. As someone who had unmatched power within the heavenly hall, he could easily peer into the scene if he wished. No. I, Chen Daoxian, am a respectable master. How can I stoop to the level of peeking at my disciple, he chided himself. After a moment, Chen Daoxian, who was now sitting in the small pavilion and tasting the enlightenment tea, raised his hand to wipe away the nosebleed once again. Ah, this enlightenment tea is indeed a potent tonic. Just a few sips and I've got nosebleeds again. With a flick of his mind, he cleaned up the blood stain and couldn't help muttering, unsure if he was trying to deceive himself. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Meanwhile, beside the small pavilion, the enlightenment tea trembled slightly, as if shaking its head to indicate that it had nothing to do with causing nosebleeds. How could such a divine item as the enlightenment tea cause that? Feeling the movements of the enlightenment tea, Chen Daoxian glanced over, and the tea immediately stopped swaying, seemingly like a child who had done something wrong and appeared somewhat wronged. But at least it had finally quieted down. Meanwhile, the capital of the Moro kingdom was far from calm. In the Ling family mansion, Ling Zhan naturally received Lin Yanran's transmission. Spread the message, half a month from now, anyone who has not withdrawn from the Luo Heaven sect shall be put to death without mercy, and the Luo Heaven sect will face annihilation. Lin Yanran's message read. Ling Zhan's first reaction upon receiving this message was, could Lin Yanran have gone mad? In the hearts of people like them, the Luo Heaven sect was an enormous entity, a colossus that even the Emperor of Moro Kingdom had to bow to. Not to mention that the Luo Heaven Sect's venerable, Luo Wuzhen, was a terrifying expert in the Annihilation Realm, and they had at least 10 elders in the returning Void Realm, all possessing such power that they could annihilate the Moro Kingdom in a single night. Who in the Northern Domain would dare to utter such arrogant words about destroying the Luo Heaven Sect's entire lineage? Even the other 3 top-tier sects would find it impossible without joining forces. Hence, Ling Zhan promptly gathered several Transcendence Realm elders from the Ling family to discuss the matter in the main hall. What are your thoughts, everyone? Ling Zhan scanned the room, noticing that everyone still bore the wounds from the battle of the previous day, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Family head, we can't underestimate this matter, it could very well provoke the wrath of the Luo Heaven Sect. One of the elderly men spoke up first. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Furthermore, even with some fortuitous encounters, it's unlikely that Lin Yanran could destroy the Luo Heaven Sect. It might be best to forget about this matter. The elder, having gained the support of the others, continued. In the end, most people present shared his concerns, fearing the wrath of the Luo Heaven Sect. Heh, do you really think that after the battle of the previous day, the Luo Heaven Sect will spare my Ling family? Ling Zhan's voice turned cold. Their chief disciple was killed by Lin Yanran's sword, and 2 returning Void Realm elders fell as well. All of this has been witnessed by numerous aristocratic families in the capital. There's no way to hide this information. Even if our Ling family refrains from spreading this message, do you think the Luo Heaven Sect won't direct their anger at us? Do you believe that they haven't sent people to investigate the capital already? He questioned. In my opinion, we should follow Yanran's suggestion and spread the news, said Ling Zhan. However, after hearing the responses from everyone, he couldn't help but shake his head and let out a bitter laugh, his gaze filled with mockery. The losses suffered by the Luo Heaven Sect were so immense that they couldn't be easily overlooked. When their people arrived in the capital of Moro Nation, there would be no need for extensive investigations. Asking a random person would reveal the details of the battle that took place a few days ago. How could the Ling family escape punishment? Given the circumstances, it might be best to follow Yanran's advice and disseminate the information. Perhaps it could buy the Ling family some time. If Yanran managed to create a miracle in half a month, the crisis might naturally dissipate. But if she failed, the Ling family would probably be done for. Everyone fell into a stunned silence upon hearing Ling Zhan's words, realizing that his statement was nothing but the truth, leaving no room for disagreement. Since that's the case, let's get moving, Ling Zhan urged. This information might just give our Ling family a chance to survive. Seeing the situation, Ling Zhan decided not to say more. He sighed and left after instructing everyone to take action. I wonder if Yanran's mysterious master will lend a hand. If that person intervenes, the destruction of Luo Heaven Sect might not be impossible. Once outside the hall, Ling Zhan couldn't help but recall the attack that occurred during Yanran's demonstration with the Jade Pendant. The towering and imposing sky monument transformed the powerful experts of the 9th heaven of the returning Void Realm from Luo Heaven Sect into dust in an instant. If that person were to intervene, the outcome was truly unpredictable. Yanran probably has already planned for this, Ling Zhan thought, abandoning further contemplation. After all, even if he racked his brains, this matter was beyond his capabilities. Without further hesitation, the Ling family spread the news through their various industries within the capital. In less than a day, the entire city knew about the impending destruction of Luo Heaven Sect in half a month, with even common people discussing it during their tea breaks. In the magnificent imperial palace of Moro Nation, the emperor listened to the reports from his subordinates and paused in surprise. You're saying this news originated from the Ling family? Your Majesty, although the news did not originate directly from the Ling family, its source can be traced back to some of their shops within the city, reported the messenger. Oh. Interesting. So, Luo Heaven's sect will be annihilated in half a month, is it? The Emperor's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of anticipation. Over the years, Luo Heaven's sect had oppressed Moro Nation time and time again, demanding substantial resources as a form of protection fee, to put it bluntly. Not long ago, the chief of Luo Heaven's sect had come to the capital, acting arrogantly and uncontrollably. Even His Majesty, the Emperor of Moro Nation, had no choice but to smile and tolerate the elder from Luo Heaven's sect within the imperial palace, utterly unable to intervene in any of his actions. Ling Yanran, I hope you won't disappoint me, the Emperor mused. The memory of the 3,000 Zhang sky monument appearing in the sky filled him with a profound sense of fear and dread. With Ling Yanran's profound realm strength, it was absurd to think she could annihilate Luo Heaven's sect on her own. However, since she dared to send this message, she must have the backing of that terrifying entity behind her. If Luo Heaven's sect were truly to be destroyed, it would be a significant boon for him, the Emperor of Moro Nation. While he indulged in his fantasies about the future, a figure rushed hastily before him, dropping to their knees. What's the matter? The Emperor raised an eyebrow, asking the newcomer. Your Majesty, the second elder of Luo Heaven's sect has arrived outside the palace gates. Upon hearing the guard's report, Emperor Wu Feiyang of Moro Kingdom was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he realized that this unexpected visit signified trouble. Luo Heaven's sect must have already received news of the chief disciple and elder's demise. Invite him in, Wu Feiyang swiftly composed himself and instructed the guard. However, before the guard could leave, a figure sauntered into the hall unceremoniously. No need, said the visitor. This old man entered the palace without permission. I hope your Majesty won't take offense. The visitor was none other than the second elder of Luo Heaven's sect, dressed in Taoist robes and wearing a kindly expression, speaking in a courteous manner. Yet, Emperor Wu Feiyang wasn't foolish enough to believe the elder was genuinely apologizing. Elder, you are being too humble. When an esteemed elder like yourself visits, it is only right for me, the Emperor, to welcome you personally. I must have been impolite, Emperor Wu Feiyang replied politely. As Wu Feiyang spoke, he made a slight gesture to dismiss all the people present. Under the eaves, one had no choice but to bow their head. As long as Luo Heaven's sect existed, Emperor Wu Feiyang of Moro Kingdom had no option but to comply with their demands. After all, he lacked the might and strength of others, particularly in terms of physical power. Of course, he meant that in terms of physical strength. I presume your Majesty can already guess my purpose here, said the second elder. His smile remained unchanged as he casually found a spot to sit, behaving as though he were the master of the place. I've guessed a little. Is the second elder here to investigate the incident concerning the death of the chief disciple and two elders? Wu Feiyang continued, but the second elder didn't respond. Instead, he looked at him with a smile, indicating that he wanted to hear more. As the Emperor, others usually tried to fathom his thoughts, but every time he faced someone from Luo Heaven's sect, he could only speculate about their intentions. This feeling left Wu Feiyang quite dissatisfied, yet he had no other choice. At this moment, he wished Ling Yanran could take action half a month earlier and destroy Luo Heaven's sect today, without leaving a single survivor. However reluctant he felt, he could only plaster a smiling face and recount in detail the recent events that occurred within the capital. Initially, the second elder maintained a smile, but as he heard about Ling Yanran using her divine ability from a jade pendant to kill one of the elders, he furrowed his brows. And when he heard about the sudden appearance of the 3,000 Zhang sky monument that instantly obliterated the third elder just as he was about to annihilate the Ling family, the second elder's face grew even darker. At first, he thought the two elders encountered experts from other sects or independent cultivators within Moro Kingdom or even beyond the northern region. He had considered various possibilities. But now, it seemed that his speculations were completely off the mark. Instead, it was a seemingly insignificant family from Moro Kingdom that killed the chief disciple, Zhang Tianzi, and 2 returning Void Realm elders, with one of them being at the peak of the 9th heaven of the returning Void Realm. As far as he knew, the highest realm in Moro Kingdom was Wu Feiyong before him, who was only at the 5th heaven of the returning Void Realm. The so-called 4 major families didn't even have anyone at the returning Void Realm, let alone killing 2 elders. The problem lay with that jade pendant and Lun Yanran. Regarding Emperor Wu Feiyong's words, the second elder had no doubts. He believed that the emperor wouldn't dare deceive him. For a moment, he was uncertain about how to proceed. Discover new Tories at nv/lbin.c/o. Logically, a mere small family within Moro Kingdom could be annihilated with just a wave of his hand. However, the fact that the 3rd elder, who was also at the peak of the 9th heaven of the returning Void Realm, fell prey to Lin Yanran's methods made him unwilling to wager his own life against her might. What is your assessment of the strength behind that strike from the sky monument? After a moment of contemplation, the 2nd elder asked. My own strength is meager, and I cannot determine the exact level of power. However, I believe it must have been the work of a strong cultivator at the 2nd or 3rd heaven of the Annihilation Realm, Wu Feiyong answered with apparent seriousness. Seems like it might have been the handiwork of an Annihilation Realm expert, huh? It appears I must return and report this matter to the Patriarch for further judgment, the 2nd elder stated, his gaze fixed on Wu Feiyong's eyes. He believed the emperor's words and decided to abandon the plan to deal with Lun Yanran. If the Annihilation Realm expert was still in the vicinity of the capital, even if the 2nd elder managed to annihilate Lin Yanran's family, he himself would probably meet his end at the hands of that expert. With that, the 2nd elder rose to leave. However, Wu Feiyong's eyes sparkled, and he stood up to intercept him. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Please don't misunderstand, Elder. I have another piece of news to share with you, Wu Feiyong said. Oh. Do tell. Today, Lin Yanran's family spread a message that Luo Heaven's sect should prepare to face annihilation in half a month. The news has already spread throughout the city. I wonder if the elder needs me to order the sealing of this information to protect Luo Heaven's sect's reputation and prestige? Wu Feiyong said with a respectful demeanor, as though he was genuinely concerned for Luo Heaven's sect. Bold words to annihilate Luo Heaven's sect in half a month. There's no need to seal the information. When the time comes, if he dares to show his face, Luo Heaven's sect will naturally show the world the cost of opposing us. Humph. The 2nd elder replied coldly, dismissing any further conversation and leaving with a sweep of his sleeves. Farewell, 2nd elder. Wu Feiyong bid him farewell with a slight bow, displaying an air of utmost respect. Only after confirming that the 2nd elder had completely left the palace grounds did Emperor Wu Feiyong put away his respectful demeanor and returned to his usual indifferent expression. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if that person will personally take action. I really want to witness the terrifying divine ability of such an existence. A hint of amusement flashed in Wu Feiyong's eyes. When he answered the 2nd elder's questions earlier, he had spoken the truth about every matter except for one, the true strength of the person who made that move. Annihilation Realm of the 2nd or 3rd heaven? That strike was a level of horror he had never seen before. In truth, it far exceeded the capabilities of the Annihilation Realm. But if he told the truth and the 2nd elder believed him, Luo Heaven's sect would back down, and that mysterious individual might abandon his plan to annihilate Luo Heaven's sect. In that case, Wu Feiyong would suffer a massive loss. This northern region is going to change. Wu Feiyong felt a little uneasy at the thought of a mysterious and powerful figure appearing in the northern region, one who was even above the Annihilation Realm. After the 2nd elder left the palace, he didn't dare linger for even a moment and went straight toward the direction of Luo Heaven's sect. After all, there might be a hidden, mysterious annihilation realm expert near the capital, and based on the current information, that was most likely an enemy. For the second elder of Luo Heaven's sect, this was extremely dangerous. Therefore, he didn't even dare to go to Lin Yanran's house to take a look at the mark left behind by the sky monument on the ground. Otherwise, he and Luo Heaven's sect might have changed their minds. In the main hall of Luo Heaven's sect. You're saying that there's an annihilation realm expert involved? After listening to the news brought back by the second elder, Luo Wuzhen furrowed his brows slightly. He found it hard to understand how an annihilation realm expert could appear within Moro Kingdom. Even if they encountered one, they could simply reveal Luo Heaven's sect's identity, and the opponent would never dare to act recklessly and kill them. Could it be that this person was not from the north and had come from another place, intending to join the forces entering the secret realm 2 months later? Yes, Patriarch. According to Wu Feiyang's words, the person who took action should have the strength of the second or third heaven of the annihilation realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for them to kill the ninth heaven elder with just one move. I believe Wu Feiyang didn't lie, the second elder reported. The second elder dutifully reported the information he had gathered and expressed his thoughts and judgments. Even if it's the annihilation realm, so what? We'll wait for them to try and wipe out Luo Heaven's sect in half a month. Let's see who this mysterious figure is. Luo Wuzhen snorted coldly. We are in the open while the enemy is in the dark. Spread the word that our disciples should avoid going out as much as possible during this half-month to avoid being targeted. Luo Wuzhen was confident in his own strength, although he couldn't be completely sure that the person who took action was at the third heaven of the annihilation realm. Additionally, within Luo Heaven's sect, he could rely on the sect's grand formation. Even if he faced someone at the sixth heaven of the annihilation realm, he could still hold his ground, and even against the seventh heaven of the annihilation realm, he could protect himself. He already had some speculations in his mind. From Zhang Tianze, he learned that the girl named Ling Yanran from the Ling family possessed a special physique, extremely suitable for being used as a cauldron. He presumed that the person who took action must have seen this and took Ling Yanran, planning to further cultivate her before using her for his own purposes, thus helping the Ling family. However, trying to showcase his strength by stepping on Luo Heaven's sect was clearly not a wise move. Yes, we'll take our leave. The numerous elders departed, leaving Luo Wuzhen to let out a long sigh, his brows furrowing as he closed his eyes, lost in thought. The sudden death of their sect's chief disciple had ruined any hope of gaining benefits from the secret realm in 2 months. These days, it had given him endless worries, and he had cursed the mysterious annihilation realm expert countless times in his heart. At this moment, the mysterious figure that countless people were concerned about was comfortably sleeping and dreaming outside a small pavilion. The enlightenment tea tree seemed to bend its branches together to form a natural hammock, and lying on top was none other than Chen Daoxian. The branches of the enlightenment tea tree occasionally emitted traces of Dao rhyme, which made Chen Daoxian sleep even more peacefully. But as time passed, it seemed as if he was attracted by the Dao rhyme of the enlightenment tea tree, and faint Dao rhyme emerged around him. No, it was not Dao rhyme, it was the 3,000 great Dao itself. Unconsciously, the enlightenment tea tree began to tremble slightly, not knowing if it was excited or scared. After a while, the enlightenment tea tree even emitted a soft green light, and with a rumble, it grew nearly twice its original size. Not only did the tree trunk grow taller, but it also sprouted many new branches, where tender, new tea leaves slowly unfurled. The enlightenment tea tree actually had an enlightenment because of the Dao rhyme on its owner. Huh? Was I still half asleep? Why does the enlightenment tea tree seem to have grown taller? Chen Daoxian was also awakened by the sudden commotion just now. Stepping down from the vine chair, rubbing his eyes and yawning, he looked at the clearly much taller enlightenment tea tree in a daze. As if sensing his confusion, the enlightenment tea tree stretched out a branch and gently touched his hand, transmitting a thought to his mind. I just had an enlightenment just now when I saw the Dao rhyme on my master. What the heck? Qin Daoxian couldn't help but widen his eyes upon hearing this message and burst out with a coarse exclamation. At the same time, he felt a bit sad. Other people could gain enlightenment by drinking the enlightenment tea, but all he could taste was its flavor. That was bad enough. But now, the enlightenment tea tree gained enlightenment by watching him? Is that even fair? So, everyone could have enlightenment, even the enlightenment tea tree itself, but he couldn't? Forget it. Well, although there's no need to sleep to replenish energy within the heavenly Dao Hall, it's indeed comfortable to have a nap. Besides, if there's no cultivation to do, what else can I do without sleeping? I wonder how Yinran's cultivation is going. Qin Daoxian could only sigh helplessly, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Even a tree could gain enlightenment by observing him, but he couldn't gain any enlightenment himself. Meanwhile, the enlightenment tea tree, with its limited intelligence, couldn't comprehend either. In its eyes, its master was already surrounded by the 3,000 great Dao. Why did he still persist in seeking enlightenment? Isn't its master already the embodiment of the Dao? It seemed that its master's realm was too high for it to understand. That must be it. After all, how could such a formidable person like its master make any mistakes? Although Qin Daoxuan's realm itself was only at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, he was an all-powerful existence within the heavenly Dao Hall. Thus, the enlightenment tea tree's current thoughts were born from this perspective. With nothing urgent to attend to, Qin Daoxian decided to study the basic array he had exchanged from the system once again. Time always flew by during cultivation. In the heavenly Dao Hall, the level of the spiritual liquid pool, which was wrapping around Leng Yanran, slowly decreased as she absorbed its contents. At first, only half of her neck was exposed, but after 2 days of cultivation, the terrifying absorption power of the chaotic demonic art had lowered the water level to her chest, clearly revealing her collarbone. This pool of spiritual liquid was combined with myth-level marrow washing pills and the leaves of the enlightenment tea. By absorbing so much of it, her cultivation had silently broken through 2 small realms, reaching the 4th level of the transcendent realm. Moreover, due to the presence of the enlightenment tea, she had been in a state of enlightenment, and the rapid breakthrough did not bring any hidden dangers to her foundation. As time passed day by day, Ling Yanran's aura continued to surge. The fluctuations caused by her realm breakthrough occurred again and again in the hall. Fortunately, this awe-inspiring scene went unnoticed by others, otherwise, they would surely exclaim at the monstrous talent displayed. Even the geniuses of the cultivation holy grounds wouldn't experience such rapid breakthroughs, which seemed as simple as drinking water. Nearly every 2 days, she would break through one realm after another. 10 days passed in a hurry, and the spiritual liquid in the pool had already reached the bottom. The remaining liquid was completely absorbed by Leng Yanran after half an hour. Only then did she slowly open her eyes. Phew! After letting out a long breath, Leng Yanran was astonished by her cultivation realm. In such a short time, I actually reached the 7th level of the transcendent realm. But after consuming so much spiritual liquid, it seems like breaking through 5 realms isn't a problem either. After being secretly amazed, she looked at the now empty pool and couldn't help but smile wryly. Little did she know that even if she hadn't cultivated the chaotic demonic art with its high consumption rate, but a heaven-rank cultivation technique, it would be enough for one to attempt breaking through from the 2nd level of the transcendent realm and challenge the returning void realm. After all, it was a myth-level technique, and the strength it brought naturally came with significant resource consumption. Then she looked at the now empty pool, where the precious spiritual liquid had vanished without a single drop left. She couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows. I've used up so much precious spiritual liquid from Master. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay this favor. From now on, my life belongs to Master. If Master needs anything, I can do anything for Master at any time. Yanran firmly made up her mind. However, now that her cultivation had come to an end, she didn't have time to dawdle here. She stood up, preparing to put on her clothes and meet Master to inform him of the results of this breakthrough. However, as soon as Yanran got up, she absent-mindedly touched her full head of hair and suddenly froze. Ah! A scream echoed through the hall as if she had encountered a great fright. At that moment, Chen Daoxian was still sleeping, but upon hearing his disciple's alarmed cry, he quickly used his mind to appear instantly in the hot spring hall. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Daoxian appeared and immediately asked, but before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before him. Yanran was completely naked, with her hands on her head. No, it was on the two horns that had suddenly grown out of her head. While she was touching her hair just now, she felt the two horns that had inexplicably appeared, which frightened her into screaming. The two of them locked eyes, and after a moment of silence, Yanran screamed again, "Ah! Master, why did you suddenly barge in?" Frozen by her master's gaze for a moment, she quickly blushed like a cooked prawn, feeling embarrassed beyond belief. Ahem, cough, for the master, upon hearing your scream, I thought there might be some danger. Wear your clothes first, and then we can talk. Chen Daoxian cleared his throat, trying to appear calm, but he couldn't help glancing once more before disappearing from the hall with a flash of his figure. He retreated to a small pavilion and embarrassingly wiped away a nosebleed. Sigh, the enlightenment tea is too stimulating, really too stimulating. Hearing these words, the enlightenment tea tree swayed helplessly as if to say, I'm not stimulating at all. The one who's stimulated is your big disciple. Back in the main hall, it took Yanran half a day to recover from the shock. However, her neck to her ears was still red and warm due to congestion. Master saw me, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Besides, Master barged in because he was worried about me. And his gaze doesn't make me uncomfortable. Instead, it's kind of... Recalling the scene just now, Yanran felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She couldn't face her master again. Even though she possessed innate charm, admired by countless men, no one had ever seen her naked body before. Finally, after a long time, Yanran managed to nervously put on her clothes and carefully place the jade bottle back where it belonged before leaving the main hall. Like a child who had done something wrong, she lowered her head as she walked towards the pavilion. In a soft voice, she greeted, "Disciple pays respects to master." The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment as both of them unintentionally recalled the scene just now. Any doubts during this cultivation? Chen Daoxian casually brought up a topic and asked. Reporting to Master, during this cultivation, I was fully immersed in enlightenment and had a clear mind, without any doubts, Yanran quickly replied, but I feel ashamed that despite consuming such a large amount of spiritual liquid, I only managed to break through 5 small realms. Hearing her response, Chen Daoxian comforted her, there's no need to belittle yourself. The technique I gave you is of mythical grade, which indeed bestows immense power, but at the same time, it requires an exponentially increased amount of resources for cultivation. Breaking through 5 realms is already impressive. Chen Daoxian nodded reassuringly. He had already learned about Yanran's breakthrough from the system's notifications. Her achievement of breaking through 5 small realms had also granted him 500 years of cultivation and 500 system points. With the automatic boost to his cultivation, he had now reached the 8th layer of the Qi condensation realm. I understand, Master, Yanran replied, enlightened by his explanation. Suddenly, she touched her head and asked, but how come I've grown 2 horns on my head? Don't worry, that's just a result of cultivating the chaotic demon scripture. It has stimulated your potential and enhanced your physique. Chen Daoxian explained, you possess the innate charm, and if you continue to cultivate along the path of the succubus, your potential will be boundless. If you find these horns undesirable, I can find a way to conceal them. Chen Daoxian carefully observed her and felt that the sudden appearance of the horns perfectly matched Yanran's temperament. This was what a true enchanting demon should be. With a thought, he checked her information. Senior disciple, Lin Yanran. Race, Demon Clan. Special physique, Succubus, Elementary, Dot. Cultivation technique, Chaotic Demon Scripture, 1st volume, Dot. Innate talent, Holy Rank Peak. Realm, 7th Heaven of Transcendent Realm. Originally possessing an ordinary holy rank talent, under the influence of the cultivation technique and the bone-washing pill, it had unexpectedly reached holy rank peak. It wouldn't take long for her to advance further. There was also an additional section for the special physique, indicating the changes in Lin Yanran's physique. A succubus, huh? Do you think these horns look good on your disciple, Master? If Master dislikes them, I can hide them. If Master likes them, I'll keep them. Blushing, Lin Yanran lowered her head and softly spoke while gently touching the horns with her fingers. Keep them. I think they suit you quite well, Chen Daoxian replied. After a long conversation between master and disciple, Lin Yanran began practicing the heavenly demon finger technique outside the hall, while Chen Daoxian sipped his tea, dozed off, and occasionally offered guidance. Despite this casual approach, Lin Yanran felt considerable progress. 5 days flew by, and they finally arrived at the day Chen Daoxian mentioned for the annihilation of the Luo Heaven sect. Master, the half-month is up. What should your disciple do? Lin Yanran ceased her cultivation and approached her master, ready to receive his instructions. Not only did she have no worries about the upcoming mission to obliterate the Luo Heaven sect, but she also felt a hint of excitement in her heart. With her current strength at the 7th Heaven of Transcendent Realm, it was impossible for her to wipe out such a colossal entity like the Luo Heaven sect. Even if she could fight beyond her realm, at most, she could handle a return to Void Realm Expert, which would already be shocking enough. However, if she were to face someone at the Annihilation Realm, the gap would be too big, and it would be extremely challenging to preserve her life. Therefore, Lin Yanran had always believed that her master might be planning to take action personally in the destruction of the Luo Heaven sect. Oh. It's already been half a month? In that case, wait here for a moment. Chen Daoxian said, slightly surprised. He hadn't taken the matter of obliterating the Luo Heaven sect too seriously. However, with the thought of the substantial amount of system points he was about to gain, he felt a surge of enthusiasm. Calling upon the system in his mind, Chen Daoxian said, System, exchange 100 jade pendants for me. Also, exchange 10 formation discs. Ding, the total cost is 200 system points. 100 jade pendants, primary tier, and 10 formation discs, primary tier, have been added to the system inventory. Although he spent 200 system points at once, he didn't feel any regret. As long as he could annihilate the Luo Heaven sect, he would earn thousands of system points, making these 200 points seem trivial. Without delay, he took out 100 jade pendants from the system inventory and placed them neatly on the stone table in front of him. Lin Yanran, standing beside him, was a little puzzled seeing her master suddenly take out so many jade pendants. However, knowing that her master must have his reasons, she remained silent and observed. 50 sets of heavenly demon fingers and 50 sets of sky monument should be sufficient, Chen Daoxian murmured, then began to take action. With each jade pendant, he infused his full power into it. With his realm now 5 levels higher than before, he was significantly stronger. In the span of a short time, without needing to replenish his spiritual energy in the heavenly hall, Chen Daoxian divided the 100 jade pendants into 2 piles, 50 each of heaven demon fingers and sky monuments. This scene left Ling Yanran astonished. She had already experienced the power of 1 heaven demon finger when she used it before. It easily crushed a transcendent realm expert as if they were a mere piece of paper. Additionally, she had witnessed the might of the sky monument when her master used it from a distance. Even a return to Void Realm 9th level expert would be reduced to dust the moment they touched it, not even worthy of having their name inscribed on it. Suddenly, she seemed to understand her master's intention. He planned to crush the Luo Heaven sect with overwhelming firepower. 50 sky monuments, each towering 3,000 zhang high, smashing down together. The scene was unimaginable. However, there was a concern. The sect master of the Luo Heaven sect, Luo Wuzhen, was a powerful expert at the Annihilation Realm. Even if she had so many jade pendants filled with terrifying power, what if she didn't get a chance to use them? With his Annihilation Realm strength, taking down her, a 7th heaven of Transcendent Realm expert, wouldn't be too difficult. Before Ling Yanran could ask her question, Chen Daoxian waved his hand again, placing 10 formation discs from the system space on the stone table. The originally not-so-large stone table was now filled with jade pendants and formation discs. Chen Daoxian mumbled to himself, Basic defense formations seem to be carved like this. And we'll have one that can rebound attacks. Oh, and we can't forget about the restriction formations, otherwise, if they manage to escape, it'll be a huge loss. We need a spiritual power enhancement formation, and also one like this. As Chen Daoxian continued, he engraved one basic formation after another onto the formation discs. Although these were basic formations, the ones he engraved were entirely different, with all their inherent weaknesses mended. Even though they were supposed to be formations inscribed with only 10 runes, he used thousands of runes for each one. Fortunately, within the scope of the Heavenly Hall, there was no need to worry about energy consumption. Additionally, inscribing these formations posed no difficulty for him. 10 runes form a yellow ring formation, 100 runes a profound ring formation, 1,000 runes an earth ring formation, and over 10,000 runes, a heaven ring formation. Among these 10 formation discs, Master has inscribed heaven ring formations? Up to TED chapters nnvelben.com. Chen Daoxian simply noticed some flaws in the basic formations and decided to rectify them by inscribing more runes to strengthen and stabilize them. He had no idea about the significance behind inscribing heaven ring formations. But Ling Yanran understood. Staring at the 10 formation discs before her, each containing heaven ring formations, she felt like she was dreaming. Even with the Luo Heaven sect's strength, having an Earth-rank defensive formation would already be considered impressive. In many holy lands, the formations they could set up were at most Heaven rank. However, no matter the faction, setting up a high-ranking formation required countless efforts, finding suitable locations for the formation's eyes, consuming numerous materials, and finally forming the complete formation. Using formation discs to inscribe formations could generally only achieve up to profound ring formations, as it was difficult to leverage the right timing, favorable locations, and human factors or use various celestial materials to assist in the formation's operation. Inscribe a high-rank formation, and the stability between the runes could easily be compromised, leading to the formation discs cracking. She had never heard of formation discs capable of holding heaven ring formations. It was an unheard of feat. If someone could achieve this, couldn't they just use these formation discs to launch a direct assault on the Holy Lands? Take these 100 jade pendants and 10 formation discs with you. When the time comes, remember to use the restriction formations first to surround the Luo Heaven sect. Then activate the defense formations. As for what to do next, use your discretion. After finishing everything, Chen Daoxian looked satisfied and raised his head to give instructions to Ling Yanran. For Qin Daoxian, he didn't care much about other things, but since he had decided to wipe out the Luo Heaven sect, he couldn't let a single person escape. Not because he feared leaving behind potential threats for the future, but mainly because each head meant system points. He had even made up his mind that if Lin Yanran couldn't completely destroy the Luo Heaven sect with these resources, he would grit his teeth and use 1,000 system points to personally destroy the sect. I understand, Master. Yanran replied. It's a pity, I thought I might have the privilege of witnessing Master's actions. Lin Yanran couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic toward the Luo Heaven sect when she saw the table full of jade pendants and formation discs. Under this intense firepower, she was afraid that everything would turn to ashes, and not even a complete corpse would be left. Pitiful, yet deserving of punishment. He, if necessary, I will take action, Qin Daoxian chuckled. However, this kind of low-level game, I believe you can handle it perfectly. Remember, don't spare anyone. Shake the yolks of the Luo Heaven sect's eggs. Qin Daoxian smiled faintly. He had no interest in personally taking action. If possible, he would prefer not to step out of the Heavenly Dao Hall's boundaries until he was sure he had become the strongest in this world. Only by surviving could he attain the Dao. Besides, the Luo Heaven sect was just an ordinary sect with an Annihilation Realm master. There was no need for an 8th-level Qi condensation expert like him to personally take action. It wasn't necessary at all. I understand, Master. Yanran replied again. If there are no other instructions, I will now go to the Luo Heaven sect. Hearing her master's response, Lin Yanran's eyes turned cold. Now that her master had spoken, not even an ant in the Luo Heaven sect should be allowed to survive. There shouldn't be anything else to pay attention to. Ensure your safety and return as soon as possible. Qin Daoxian said as he touched his chin, pondering for a moment. After giving the reminder to be cautious, he stood up on his own and stretched lazily before lying back on the rattan chair made from the Enlightenment tea tree. Master, I'll take my leave. Lin Yanran bowed and respectfully collected the jade pendants and formation discs from the stone table into her storage bag. Then she turned and headed down the mountain. In the main hall of the Luo Heaven sect, Luo Wuzhen, the sect master, sat high on his seat. Although it was the day the mysterious expert had mentioned for the destruction of Luo Heaven sect, he didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. Apart from the remaining 7 elders of the Luo Heaven sect, there was an additional person in the main hall. The aura emanating from this person was not inferior to Luo Wuzhen's, both were Annihilation Realm experts, each at the 5th level. In the Northern Domain, Annihilation Realm experts were rare, and with the 5th level of cultivation, they could only be matched by the sect masters of the other 3 top sects. Brother Yang Chun, today is the day that mysterious expert spoke of, the day of our Luo Heaven sect's destruction. If necessary, I hope Brother Yang Chun can lend us a hand, Luo Wuzhen said with a smile, looking at the man. Yang Chun was the sect master of the Jin Ding sect and had a cultivation level on par with Luo Wuzhen's. Of course. Both of us are people from the Northern Domain. If there's a sudden appearance of an ignorant expert in the Annihilation Realm, this sect master naturally won't let them run rampant in our territory. Perhaps this news about destroying Luo Heaven sect in half a month was intentionally spread by that guy, buying him time to escape the Northern Domain, Yang Chun chuckled. At this moment, that person has probably already fled to who knows where. However, Brother Luo Wuzhen, don't forget the promise you made to me, Yang Chun added with a smile. He felt that Luo Wuzhen was being too cautious, closing the mountain gates for half a month because of just a few words. It was a bit embarrassing for the 4 major sects of the Northern Domain. Of course, I won't forget. This time, when my Luo Heaven sect participates in the secret realm, we are willing to be a subordinate team of the Jin Ding sect and will only take 50% of the resources obtained, Luo Wuzhen replied. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If it weren't for the sudden death of their chief disciple, he wouldn't have come up with this plan. He invited Yang Chen to help the sect deal with external enemies, but in reality, he wanted to give Luo Heaven sect disciples someone to rely on during their participation in the secret realm. If they joined other sects' subordinate teams, although their gains would be reduced by half, at least they would have some support. It was just that after this event, the strength of Jin Ding's sect would likely surpass them for the next 200 years. It's already noon, and the mysterious person still hasn't shown up. It seems like he has learned about the strength of our Luo Heaven sect and fled. Brother Yang Chu, since you are here, it's not for naught. Try this fine wine I brewed from more than 10 kinds of spiritual fruits a few days ago. After waiting for another 2 hours, still no one came knocking at the door. Realizing that Yang Chen was right, Luo Wu finally accepted the fact. He let go of the worries in his heart and instructed his people to prepare food and wine, intending to entertain their unexpected guest properly. At the same time, he had already made up his mind that after today, he would send people to the Moro Kingdom to completely annihilate the Ling family, thereby establishing the formidable reputation of the Luo Heaven sect. Meanwhile, within the Luo Heaven sect, many disciples had been anxious, but seeing their sect master and the master Yang Chen enjoying wine and conversation, they all relaxed. Heh, I really thought there would be someone daring enough to oppose our Luo Heaven sect today. Turns out it was all just empty threats. Yeah, with our Luo Heaven sect's protective array, it's not something an ordinary Annihilation Realm expert can break through. That person must have gotten scared. Ah, how boring. I thought I'd get to witness a battle between the Annihilation Realm experts. I've never seen one since I began cultivating. Inside the Luo Heaven sect, various disciples discussed, completely dismissing any concern about their sect being wiped out. Ariad updated s-tirise at n/vel/bin. Calm. Outside the sect, on various mountain tops, those cultivators who planned to watch the battle between the Annihilation Realm experts to gain enlightenment and make breakthroughs grew anxious. Some were even eager to join in the fun, thinking that if there was a 1 in a million chance of the Luo Heaven sect being destroyed, they could pick up some cultivation techniques or treasures. Tisk, looks like that mysterious expert won't show up today. It's getting dark. If that person had the power to destroy the Luo Heaven sect, he would have done it already. I guess he got scared. Aw, what a waste of time. If I knew it'd be like this, I'd rather go kill a couple of demonic beasts. Many cultivators who wanted to witness the spectacle began to think that the mysterious expert wouldn't appear anymore. Some even started packing their things to leave. That person, could it be true that he has taken Yanran and left the northern region? On top of a mountain, Ling Zhan felt uneasy and a little anxious. If the Luo Heaven sect wasn't destroyed today, then tomorrow the Ling family would undoubtedly cease to exist. But just at that moment, a seductive figure swiftly made her way through the forest, heading towards the mountain where the Luo Heaven sect was located. After leaving the illusory mountain, Ling Yanran rushed towards the Luo Heaven sect without returning to the Moro Kingdom. Heeding her master's instructions to leave no witnesses, she chose to hide herself beneath a black cloak and a hat, ensuring her presence wouldn't be detected prematurely. Uncertain about the exact range of the restricted spell her master provided, Lin Yanran decided it would be safer to wait until she reached the foot of the mountain where the Luo Heaven sect was situated before deploying it. She couldn't afford any mistakes that would allow the sect's people to escape, or she would be too ashamed to face her master again. Thankfully, her journey was smooth, and by the time she arrived at the foot of the mountain, the evening sun was beginning to set. Halt! Who goes there? Leave at once! Today, the Luo Heaven sect will not receive any visitors. Just as Lin Yanran arrived at the foot of the Luo Heaven sect mountain, she was intercepted by two figures. Glancing at them, she realized they were merely two disciples at the Sky Realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yanran grabbed each of them by the neck, lifting them effortlessly like baby chicks. Take a deep breath. Feeling a bit dizzy at first is normal. Recalling her master's words when she first met him, Lin Yanran whispered softly into the ears of the two disciples. The words seemed like a devil's whisper to them. After struggling fruitlessly, the two disciples eventually lost consciousness. With a casual wave of her hand, Lin Yanran produced 2 formation discs from her storage pouch. She infused a wisp of spiritual energy into one of them, activating the preset array. Following her master's instructions, the first disc she activated was the restraining formation, preventing anyone from escaping the Luo Heaven sect. As the formation disc hummed, an invisible barrier rapidly expanded, covering an area of 5 li, then 10 li, and finally 100 li. Eventually, the circular barrier stopped expanding once it reached a radius of 500 li, solidifying into an incredibly tough, albeit transparent, barrier. Isn't this a bit too large in scope? Lin Yanran found herself a little dumbfounded. She had taken extra care to activate the restraining formation right in front of the Luo Heaven Sect's mountain gate. If she had known it would cover such a vast area, she wouldn't have exerted so much effort. No need to be so cautious. With no time to dwell on her thoughts, Lin Yanran quickly infused another wisp of spiritual energy into the second formation disc, activating the defensive array. The current commotion was bound to alert the people of the Luo Heaven sect, and she couldn't afford to be careless. As she activated the defensive formation, another circular barrier appeared, but this time, it didn't endlessly expand. It only covered a 10-meter radius around her, which was enough for her to move freely. Upon testing, Lin Yanran discovered that the defensive formation moved with her as long as she carried the formation disc. 10 meters should be sufficient. So, she activated the defensive formation, took flight using her abilities, and headed straight for the Luo Heaven Sect's mountain gate. This significant disturbance naturally drew the attention of everyone in the Luo Heaven sect, including nearby wandering cultivators. What's going on? What is this? What's happening? I feel uneasy, as if there's some danger. I've had enough of this commotion. Fellow cultivators, if we have the chance, we'll meet again. Farewell. What the heck? Why can't we leave? What is this thing? Many timid wandering cultivators sensed something amiss and decided to leave temporarily. However, as they tried to depart in various directions, they found invisible barriers blocking their paths, even in the sky and underground. There was simply no way out. The larger the barrier's range, the more fragile it becomes. With such a massive barrier, breaking through shouldn't be too difficult. Fellow cultivators, let's join forces and break this thing. We must escape from here first. Agreed, let's do it together. After exchanging glances and sensing the unease in each other's eyes, one cultivator suggested joining forces, and everyone else agreed. Dozens of cultivators, ranging from Sky Realm and Transcendent Realm experts to several Return to Void Realm powerhouses, launched a collective attack on a spot of the barrier. But to their dismay. We didn't even make a crack. What a joke! With so many of us combining our strength, even a 9th heaven of the Return to Void Realm would be pulverized. How can this barrier be completely unyielding? For a moment, all the cultivators looking for excitement felt panic rising in their hearts. After several attempts, they all gave up and chose to retreat to the farthest edge of the barrier, which was the furthest from the Luo Heaven sect. They decided to observe the situation quietly. They had clearly come here for the Luo Heaven sect, and if the sect could handle the person who set up this barrier, then their problem would naturally be solved. Within the Luo Heaven sect, although Luo Wu, the sect master, and Yang Chun had been drinking the entire afternoon, they were far from being drunk. When they saw the sudden abnormality, the two exchanged glances. Everyone in the main hall stood up and walked out to the square of the Luo Heaven sect. Up to TED chapters NN Velben. calm. I didn't expect that person would really dare to come knocking on our door. If I can't handle it later, I'll trouble Brother Yang-chun to lend a hand, said Luo Wu, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at the barrier in the sky, feeling somewhat uneasy. The person who set up the barrier was undoubtedly extremely confident, using it to prevent the people of the Luo Heaven sect from escaping. For a moment, he found it difficult to gauge the opponent's true strength. Naturally, replied Yang Chun, his expression serious as he too felt that the opponent's actions were overly confident. Soon, Lin Yanran's figure appeared above the Luo Heaven sect, and the people on the square finally saw her existence. So, you're the Annihilation Realm expert behind Lin Yanran? Luo Wu squinted his eyes, trying to focus his gaze, but he found a defensive formation-like barrier surrounding her. It even had an isolating effect on her aura, making it difficult for him to discern her cultivation level. Additionally, since Lin Yanran was wearing a black robe and concealing her face, Luo Wu naturally jumped to a mistaken conclusion. On the square, the numerous disciples and elders of the Luo Heaven sect stared intently at the black-robed figure, feeling inexplicably nervous. They were also puzzled about when the opponent set up such a massive isolating formation. Could it be that during the past half-month, the opponent had already quietly infiltrated the vicinity and laid down the formation in advance? Such cunning planning, such meticulous calculations. The fact that they didn't discover it until the opponent activated the formation was terrifying. No one could have anticipated that the isolating formation covering 500 li was actually derived from a portable formation disk. Such an astounding fact was hard to believe even if directly told to others. Unless witnessed firsthand, who would believe that a formation capable of isolating an area of 500 li could be stored in a portable formation disk without any prior preparation? Even Lin Yanran herself was startled by the terrifying effect of the formation after she activated it. However, considering her master's extraordinary existence as an immortal-like figure, she accepted the reality without further doubt. Ignoring Luo Wu's words, Lin Yanran was pondering how to bombard the enemy to end the battle as quickly as possible. However, Luo Wu below frowned when he saw her behavior. Turns out you're just a coward who dares not show your face. Don't think I don't know, you saved Lin Yanran because you've taken an interest in her special physique, wanting to nurture her into an excellent alchemy cauldron. Luo Wuzhen spoke again, intentionally amplifying his voice with spiritual power so that nearby onlookers could hear every word clearly. Since the other party was causing trouble for the Luo Heaven sect, there was no need for him to hold back. He wanted to expose the mysterious person's true intentions and reveal his purpose. If Lin Yanran could hear this news, she might not allow herself to be controlled by this enigmatic figure after learning the truth. What the heck? What a revelation! Lin Yanran possesses a special physique that's perfect for being used as an alchemy cauldron? No wonder this mysterious person is willing to go against the Luo Heaven sect just to save Lin Yanran and the Liang family. It seems this isn't a good person. The onlooking cultivators had a sudden realization upon hearing this explosive news. Initially, they thought the mysterious person might have been attracted by Lin Yanran's beauty, leading to the conflict with the Luo Heaven sect, but now they understood it better. There were certain unique physiques in the world that, when used as alchemy cauldrons for dual cultivation, brought immense benefits to cultivators, even those at the Void Realm or higher. When it came to cultivation, there were no limits to what some people might do. However, opposing the Luo Heaven sect was truly an irrational move on the mysterious person's part. As Luo Wu's words fell, the enigmatic figure in the black robe trembled uncontrollably with anger. Heh, have I exposed your true identity, making you angry? Do you know that the protective formation of my Luo Heaven sect is something even a ninth heaven of the Annihilation Realm would struggle to break? You dare to entertain the thought of destroying my Luo Heaven sect? How laughable! Elders, activate the protective formation. I'll personally deal with this coward who dares not show his face. Luo Wu, full of confidence, issued orders to the many elders. Then, he flew out of the sect's protective formation alone. He was very self-assured about his strength. Throughout these years, there was no one in the northern region who could make him feel afraid. The mysterious person in front of him was no exception. Moreover, based on the information from the second elder, this person was only at the third layer of the Annihilation Realm, which was not even a match for Luowu's strength. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. Even if he had the strength of the 8th or 9th layer of the Annihilation Realm, he could retreat into the protective formation and be invincible. How dare you slander my master? You, scum! Lin Yanran clenched her fists, and for the first time, a profound sense of murderous intent emanated from her stunning eyes. As she spoke, she removed her hat, her face cold as she stared at Luowu, the true disciple who flew out from the Luo Tian sect. Discovering that she possessed the rare and unique constitution of a cauldron, Lin Yanran felt somewhat surprised. However, the reason that enraged her was not this revelation. The one and only cause of her seething anger, enough to make her grit her teeth and tremble uncontrollably, was the despicable Luowu, who dared to defile her master's name. He deserved nothing less than utter annihilation. Huh? Lin Yanran? Why is this mysterious person Lin Yanran? Wasn't it supposed to be a powerful figure behind her? Yet, as Lin Yanran removed her concealing hat, everyone present was left dumbfounded. The enigmatic figure they had all been nervously fearing turned out not to be the legendary expert from the realm of annihilation, but Lin Yanran? Even if she were strong, she was merely at the transcendent realm. How could she dare to come alone to the Luo Heaven sect? Tisk, so he sent you to play tricks and divert our attention? Where's the mysterious person behind you? Where is he hiding, and what tricks does he has up their sleeve? Forget it, I doubt you'll tell us anything useful. But I refuse to believe that the mysterious person will just watch you perish without lifting a finger. Luowu hadn't expected the person under the black robe to be Lin Yanran. He was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon sneered, regardless of the situation, the mysterious figure would undoubtedly not stand idly by as Lin Yanran courted death. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. Although Lin Yanran was surrounded by what seemed to be a defensive formation, Luowu paid it no mind. Such portable formations, whether inscribed in treasures or embedded in discs, were likely just yellow-grade formations meant to conceal their true strength and bewilder the onlookers. As a mighty expert of the Annihilation Realm, he could easily break through it with a single strike. Die! If you happen to come across Zhang Tianzi, that waste, on the road to the underworld, tell him that I must have been blind to have nurtured him as the chief disciple. Luo Tian Grand Palm. With a sneering expression, Master Luowu unleashed their sect's Earth-rank high-grade divine ability. At the same time, he remained vigilant for any sudden appearance of the mysterious powerhouse, fearing an ambush. In his hands, this technique was far superior to the one used by Elder Imo, who was at the Return to Ruin realm, back then. A palm imprint that darkened the sky emerged, exuding terrifying pressure that made countless cultivators within 100 li tremble with scalp-numbing fear, tempting them to flee. Even a mountain peak would likely shatter under this palm. So formidable! Is this the power of an Annihilation Realm expert? Even at a distance of 100 li, I can feel the horrifying pressure in that palm imprint. Alas! This is the end for Lin Yuran. Even if the mysterious expert intervenes now, there won't be time to save her. Such a pity to lose such a tempting beauty. The onlooking cultivators couldn't help but sigh. Many among them had been charmed by Lin Yuran's beauty, and they couldn't bear to witness such a rare beauty meet such a tragic fate. They turned away, feeling heartbroken. Facing the terrifying Luo Tian Grand Palm coming her way, Lin Yanran stood still, gazing at Sect Master Luowu with cold eyes. She looked like she was frightened to the point of numbness, losing the ability to escape. Seeing this scene, many onlookers couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yinran's fate was sealed. Even an ordinary Return to Void Realm expert wouldn't dare to confront this attack head-on, let alone a mere Transcendent Realm cultivator like her. It was likely that she would be crushed into pieces, and not even a complete corpse would be found. The power of the Sect Master. A mere Transcendent Realm cultivator dares to invade our Luo Heaven sect. Truly ignorant of the gravity of the situation. To witness the Sect Master displaying our sect's divine ability is a life-changing experience. The disciples of Luo Heaven's sect were filled with enthusiasm, as if they could already envision the scene of their sect master's victory. Many of them even gained some insights from watching the sect master's divine ability, feeling excited that they could make further progress in their cultivation after this event. Not just the disciples, even many elders closely watched the sect master's use of the Luo Tian Grand Palm. Even the Return to Void Realm experts among them couldn't help but gain some insights from observing their sect master's personal display. Opportunities like this were truly rare. After all, Luo Wu, the sect master of one of the 4 major sects in the northern region, rarely took action. In fact, he hadn't made a public move since the last decade. TSK, this guy's cultivation has improved quite a bit. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. After this secret realm expedition, our Jin sect will surpass the other 3 sects and become the unquestionable number 1 sect in the northern region. Young Chun saw the power of that move and couldn't help narrowing his eyes, feeling a sense of crisis. Even he wouldn't dare to confront Luo Wu's attack head-on. As for Lin Yanran, who was just at the Transcendent Realm, her fate was doomed. At the same time, Young Chun expanded his divine sense as much as possible, remaining vigilant for the possible intervention of the mysterious powerhouse. The Luo Tian Grand Palm finally landed on Lin Yanran, or more precisely, on the barrier in front of her. No one had any illusions about that barrier, they believed it wouldn't hold for even a moment. Boom! Buzz! First, a deafening sound echoed, causing many disciples on the Luo Heaven sect square to instinctively cover their ears, nearly rupturing their eardrums from the terrifying shockwave. However, just as everyone fixed their gaze, expecting to witness how tragic Lin Yanran's death would be, they were all dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, and their mouths could fit an ostrich egg. This can't be real. I must be dreaming, yes, I must be dreaming. Why is Lin Yanran completely unharmed? They saw Lin Yanran still looking indifferent at Luo Wu, and in front of her, the barrier lit up with countless golden inscriptions, completely neutralizing and dispersing the full force of the Luo Tian Grand Palm. This scene was beyond everyone's comprehension. Not only the scattered cultivators, Luo Heaven sect disciples, and elders couldn't understand it, even Luo Wu himself was dumbfounded. He had used his full power in that palm strike, and he knew how terrifying its might was. But it had been completely absorbed and nullified by that barrier? No, this is not a yellow rank formation, it's a heavenly rank or higher defensive spiritual treasure. I didn't expect your backer to be so generous, willingly giving you such a precious heavenly rank defensive spiritual treasure. The amount of spiritual energy required to activate a spiritual treasure is not something a transcendent realm cultivator like you can sustain. Hee, as long as I kill you, this spiritual treasure will belong to me, the sect master. Luo Wu, momentarily stunned, pondered countless possibilities in his mind, but finally, his eyes lit up as he figured it all out. For something with such an effect, there was only one possibility, a heavenly rank spiritual treasure. He couldn't think of any other existence that could achieve this. However, to activate a heavenly rank spiritual treasure, an enormous amount of spiritual energy was required. With Lin Yanran being only a transcendent realm cultivator, she probably wouldn't be able to activate it more than a few times. As long as he attacked a few more times, he could exhaust her spiritual energy, and then the spiritual treasure would be his. Thinking about this, a sinister smile appeared on Luowu's face. Originally, he thought that losing the chief disciple meant they would be deprived of the resources in the secret realm competition, setting them back by 200 years. But if he could obtain a heavenly rank spiritual treasure, it would be an entirely different story. With a heavenly rank spiritual treasure, Luo Heaven Sect could still become the #1 sect in the northern region, and he himself would become the strongest in the region. All of this was thanks to that mysterious person's generosity. Really magnanimous. Hiss. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Ling Yanran to possess a heavenly rank spiritual treasure. In our northern region, it seems we've never seen such a precious item as a heavenly rank spiritual treasure. Even the 4 major sects can only produce earth rank spiritual treasures at most. Today, our eyes are truly opened. Hearing Luowu's words, everyone suddenly had a look of enlightenment. But in Ling Yanran's eyes, it was as if she was looking at a bunch of brainless fools. If they knew that what they called an invaluable heavenly rank spiritual treasure was nothing more than a portable defensive formation created by her master on the spur of the moment, she wondered how they would feel. But none of that mattered anymore because after today, they probably wouldn't have any chance to act foolish or be surprised. Seeing Luowu's expression of self-assurance, Ling Yanran also made a move. She lightly tapped the storage pouch at her waist, producing a jade pendant in her hand. Hee, a jade scroll for storing spiritual techniques, right? To think she would delude herself into opposing Luo Heaven Sect with such an item. I can't decide if she's adorable or just plain foolish. Laughter erupted as everyone witnessed the scene. However, one person's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Ling Zhan had personally witnessed the terrifying power of the jade pendant that Ling Yanran possessed. But soon after, Ling Zhan's expression froze. Despite the formidable force behind that attack, Luo Heaven Sect was a massive sect with a protective array. He feared that a single jade pendant wouldn't be enough to solve their problems. Don't worry, I won't kill you first. I want you to witness the complete destruction of Luo Heaven Sect before your very eyes. You'll be the last one to accompany them, the despicable worm that slandered my master. Ling Yanran held the jade pendant in her hand and coldly informed Luowu, sensing his caution. She outright told him that this attack wouldn't be directed at him. Lifting her wrist gently, she tossed the jade pendant towards the direction of Luo Heaven Sect's protective array. Bzzz. When everyone saw Ling Yanran suddenly throw the jade pendant towards Luo Heaven Sect's protective array, the disciples of the sect showed no signs of worry. Their protective array was a top-grade earth rank formation, even a cultivator in the Ascendant realm wouldn't be able to break it easily. How could a technique concealed within a jade pendant possibly shake it? However, as the jade pendant cracked open, revealing the technique hidden within, a terrifying aura engulfed the area, spanning hundreds of miles. A small heavenly monument appeared, and it continued to grow until it reached a height of 3,000 zhang, about 9,000 meters, before finally stabilizing. The heavenly monument depicted vivid and ferocious demon appearances. Even though it was clearly an inanimate object, everyone present felt as if they were being stared at by those 10 ferocious demon faces. The horrifying aura emitted from the heavenly monument made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Cultivators below the transcendent realm were unable to withstand the fear, falling to their knees. Even transcendent realm experts found their legs trembling, and while returned to void realm cultivators were slightly better off, their backs were already soaked in cold sweat, with droplets continually dripping from their foreheads. But the most shocked were Luo Wu, the master of Luo Heaven Sect, and Yang Chun, who stood on the square. As Annihilation Realm cultivators, they felt the terrifying power most keenly. This attack was at least something that a peak Annihilation Realm expert could unleash, and the grade of this technique was at least heavenly rank. How could such a technique appear in the barren northern region? This was impossible. Hurry, pour your spiritual energy into the formation. together, withstand this attack. This technique is no ordinary matter. The first to react were the elders of Luo Heaven sect, who promptly called on the numerous disciples to channel all their abundant spiritual energy into the protective array. As the heavenly monument was fully formed, it descended violently upon Luo Heaven sect's protective array. Boom, rumble. Crack, crack. As the 3,000 zhang tall monument filled with a menacing aura descended, the protective array of Luo Heaven sect began to reveal cracks. Already on the brink of collapse, it grew increasingly fragile, and numerous elders and disciples spurted blood from their mouths. Though the residual force from the previous strike transmitted through the formation was minimal, it still inflicted considerable damage. Go! In the end, Yang Chun, standing on the square, realizing the dire situation, quickly released his spiritual energy at the 5th level of the Annihilation Realm, stabilizing the protective array. The dreadful heavenly monument slowly dissipated, transforming into faint black flashes. Luo Heaven sect's protective array suffered severe damage from this attack, even with the combined spiritual energy of all the disciples and the stabilizing assistance of Yang Chun, an Annihilation Realm 5th level expert. 7 out of the 10 formation eyes were shattered, and it was on the verge of complete failure. To restore it to its original state would require an enormous investment of effort, materials, manpower, and time. Fortunately, they had managed to halt that terrifying strike. If not for the quick reactions of everyone, it was highly likely that the fearsome heavenly monument would have broken through the formation, killing over half of Luo Heaven sect's disciples. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. It's too terrifying. When that terrifying technique appeared just now, I saw my master, who has been in return to void for many years, beckoning to me. Friend, are you okay? You don't look too well. Cough, I'm fine. Let me change my pants in the woods first, and I'll tell you more when I come back. With the dissipation of the heavenly monument, the feeling of impending doom in the hearts of those scattered cultivators finally disappeared. Everyone felt a sense of relief as if they had survived a disaster. When they looked at Lin Yanran, a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. They hadn't expected that Lin Yanran not only possessed a heavenly ranked defensive treasure but also wielded such a terrifying jade pendant. However, they regretfully acknowledged that even with such a frightful jade pendant, it wasn't enough to break Luo Heaven sect's protective array. In the end, the disparity in strength was just too vast. Haha, it's too dreadful. This is your trump card? No wonder you dare to show up in our Luo Heaven sect. If that strike just now had targeted the sect master, I would probably be left with nothing but regret. It's a pity you're too greedy and underestimated our Luo Heaven sect's protective array. Luo Wuzhenren wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, forced a stiff smile, but his voice trembled. Thankfully, that strike wasn't directed at him. It was simply too terrifying. Such techniques should only exist in sacred cultivation grounds. To nearly destroy Luo Heaven sect's protective array with a single strike. He couldn't believe the opponent would have another life-saving trump card to use. The power of that attack, which was at the 9th level of the Annihilation Realm, made the value of this jade pendant immeasurable. Even if he used all of Luo Heaven sect's assets, he might not be able to exchange for one. He refused to believe the other side could bring out a second one. Tisk, as I told you earlier, sparing your life was only so you can witness Luo Heaven sect's annihilation. However, your sect's array managed to withstand one of my attacks, which impresses me. Lin Yanran observed everyone's reactions and saw that they all thought she couldn't produce a second jade pendant. Well, she wouldn't be polite anymore. As her master said, leave no one alive, obliterate them all. However, she was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Luo Heaven sect to block that attack with their protective array. But then, she understood that the attacks contained within the jade pendant were just her master's abilities at the chi condensation stage. How many realms had her master's techniques crossed? Chi condensation, Chi sea, sky, transcendent, return to void, annihilation. Ling Yanran was almost losing count. Without hesitation, she patted her waist pouch again. This time, Ling Yanran didn't plan to take her time. She instantly took out 30 jade pendants, each containing powerful techniques represented by heavenly monuments. As for the 50 pendants containing the demonic finger technique, they were more suitable for individual attacks rather than overwhelming firepower, so she wasn't in a rush to use them. The 30 jade pendants, identical to the one seen earlier, floated around Lin Yanran's waist like a jade belt, enhancing her demonic appearance with the black-robed attire and 2 horns on top of her head. To the onlookers, she seemed like a devil incarnate. "30 of them. Are you kidding? The terrifying technique from earlier, and she has 30 of them." Just one strike nearly shattered Luo Heaven's sex protective array. If she hurls all 30 of them, won't it flatten the entire mountain peak? Seeing the long row of jade pendants, everyone felt their heads rush, losing the ability to think. The only thought in their minds was to escape, far, far away. The onlookers, including many cultivators, began to regret witnessing this high-end spectacle. Was it really a show they should be watching? If Lin Yanran accidentally threw one of those jade pendants off course and it ended up in their direction, they would surely meet their demise. Even the protective array of Luo Heaven Sect, one of the 4 great sects of the northern region, was left near shattered by that attack. How could they believe they could withstand the terrifying strike from that heavenly monument? However, those panicking the most were not the onlookers, but the numerous disciples and elders standing on Luo Heaven Sect Square. Even Master Yang Chun's face turned green when those 30 jade pendants appeared. The attack they had barely managed to withstand with all their might through the sect's array, now there were 30 of them? This was no longer a fight, it would be outright slaughter. There was no doubt it would be a complete massacre. It's impossible. Those jade pendants are too precious, containing the full power of the 9th level of the Ascendant Realm. There can't be so many. You're just bluffing, they're all fake, all fake. Once I kill you, everything will be over. Luo Wuxinren, upon seeing those 30 jade pendants, became almost frantic. Although he questioned whether Ling Yanran had so many authentic jade pendants, cold sweat was already streaming uncontrollably down his face. Luo Tian Grand Palm. Blood-rending slash. Dark Abyss Devil Blast. In a frenzy, Luo Wuxinren only thought of one solution, to deal with Ling Yanran in front of him. That way, all the dangers would vanish. He wanted to see how long Ling Yanran, at the Transcendent Realm, could sustain that heavenly-grade defensive treasure. In one go, all the mystic arts he had cultivated were directed toward Ling Yanran. However, Ling Yanran didn't even spare a glance at Luo Wuxinren. She had complete faith in the defensive array her master provided her. Ignoring the crazed Luo Wuxinren, she simply flicked her finger at her waist, sending one jade pendant after another, each containing a heavenly monument technique, soaring toward Luo Heaven Sect's mountain peak. As each jade pendant flew out and exploded, forming one terrifying heavenly monument after another, everyone was dumbfounded. It was indeed true. All 30 jade pendants were authentic, each harboring the same incredible technique as the one earlier, and their power remained undiminished. 30 heavenly monuments gathered in the sky above Luo Tian Peak, each towering 3,000 zhang high. For a moment, they blotted out the sun, and what little sunlight was left was entirely obscured. Luo Heaven Sect was engulfed in a colossal shadow. Escape, run for your lives. Elders, release the protective array, let us out. This can't be stopped by human power, set me free. I don't want to die. I have a promising future, let me go. At once, chaos erupted within Luo Heaven Sect. Every disciple desperately tried to flee, to escape the coverage of the 30 heavenly monuments. Even the elders were no exception. The moment the heavenly monuments appeared, their reactions were quicker than the disciples. They immediately lifted the protective array and fled as if their lives depended on it, hoping to put as much distance as possible between them and the terrifying scene. The fastest among them was Master Yang Chun at the 5th level of the Annihilation Realm. He sprinted away without even having time to evade or dodge, directly turning several panic-stricken Luo Heaven Sect disciples into blood mist. Buzz. Buzz. With a resounding hum, the 30 heavenly monuments descended unstoppably toward the ground below. Boom! 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 One thunderous explosion followed another, shaking the land for hundreds of li. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Until all 30 heavenly monuments had landed, the area centered around Luo Heaven Sect's mountain peak, spanning a radius of 100 li, had been turned into a flat wasteland. Only numerous heavenly monuments filled the area, exuding thick malevolence and emanating intense pressure. What was once a cluster of mountains and forests had now transformed into a massive expanse of heavenly monuments, spanning hundreds of li. As for the disciples and elders of Luo Heaven Sect, not a single person managed to escape this devastating blow. Only Master Yang Chun, struggling and bloodied, flew in the air. He barely managed to survive the attack by using a secret technique to avoid the heavenly monuments crashing down on him. However, as the 30 heavenly monuments descended, even the aftermath of the impact almost caused him to collapse. His entire body was covered in terrifying wounds, looking wretched and forlorn. This Luo Heaven Sect is gone? Nonsense! With 30 of those horrifying heavenly monument techniques unleashed together, even if there were 10 or 100 Luo Tian sects, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Luo Heaven Sect has actually been annihilated. Hiss. Thankfully, we managed to stay far enough away. I saw many cultivators who weren't from Luo Heaven Sect die within that 100 li radius. They wanted to get closer and see some benefits, but now, we can't even find their corpses. For a moment, everyone trembled as they gazed at the 30 heavenly monuments within that 100 li range. Those with weaker mental fortitude even fainted. Besides the fall of Luo Heaven Sect, many wandering cultivators who were seeking advantages nearby also perished under the indiscriminate bombardment. Oh right, I saw Luo Wuxinren using his full power against Lin Yanran just now. I wonder what the outcome was. What if, after wiping out Luo Heaven Sect, Lin Yanran was also killed by Luo Wuxinren? Visit v3lb/n. cm for new OVL. Suddenly, someone recalled something. Previously, everyone's attention had been absorbed by the 30 terrifying heavenly monument techniques, and they hadn't had the chance to witness Luo Wuxinren's attack on Lin Yanran. Now, prompted by this reminder, all eyes turned to Lin Yanran and Luo Wuxinren. Unexpectedly, Lin Yanran remained calm and composed, standing unharmed. Her defensive shield had firmly protected her from the 3 attacks. Witch! You demon! Die! Die by this sect master's hand! After a moment of confusion, Luo Wuxinren completely lost his mind. His spiritual power erupted, scattering his restrained hair, and his face twisted with ferocity. Today, let's see if you can withstand this sect master's self-destructive attack at the 5th level of the Annihilation Realm. Luo Wuxinren roared, assuming an attitude of being prepared to die. Seeing this, Lin Yanran raised an eyebrow slightly and placed her hand on the storage pouch at her waist. If her defense couldn't hold against the self-destructive attack of an Annihilation Realm expert, she would immediately use a teleportation array to escape. However, just as Luo Wuxinren yelled and prepared for self-destruction, he suddenly turned around and sprinted in the opposite direction of Lin Yanran at his fastest speed. Huh? The roar from Sect Master Luowu a moment ago was so full of grandeur, yet how pitiable he looked while fleeing now. Visit no v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. Originally, upon hearing Sect Master Luowu's words, many scattered cultivators couldn't help but feel a deep respect in their hearts. To think that Sect Master Luowu, a powerful expert of the Annihilation Realm, was not afraid of death and was willing to self-detonate to avenge the sect's disciples. Such resolve, it was no wonder he could become a mighty figure in the Annihilation Realm. Many people admired Sect Master Luowu, feeling that even though the Luo Heaven sect had been annihilated and no one survived, the spirit of Luo Heaven sect and Sect Master Luowu would live on forever. However, as Sect Master Luowu fled in panic, everyone froze in place. The words of admiration they had intended to speak got stuck in their throats. What the heck? The shameless old coot actually pulled this trick. The most shocked of them all was Yang Chun, also an Annihilation Realm expert. Seeing Sect Master Luowu, who was also at the fifth heaven of the Annihilation Realm and the sect leader of one of the four great sects, intending to self-detonate for the sake of revenge, he had initially felt a pang of sorrow, as if he could empathize with his situation. But never did he expect this old fellow to turn tail and run. Damn it! After Yang Chun realized what was happening, he couldn't sit still anymore. He chose to flee in the opposite direction of Sect Master Luowu. After all, Lin Yanran's attention was all focused on Sect Master Luowu. There was no time for her to deal with him. As long as he was given some time, he didn't believe that with his fifth heaven of the Annihilation Realm cultivation, he couldn't break through this restricted formation barrier. He had initially come to help Luo Heaven sect only for the benefits. He hadn't planned to exert much effort, he was just there to watch from the sidelines. But who could have expected that Luo Heaven sect had provoked a monster? Carrying a heaven-grade defense treasure was one thing, but that jade pendant that could unleash the full power of the ninth heaven of the Annihilation Realm was like giving them away for free, casually tossing out 30 of them. Even if he summoned his fellow disciples from the Jin Ding sect, faced with the horrifying explosion just now, they would all end up as cannon fodder. He didn't have any intention of tangling with Lin Yanran at this point. All he wanted was to escape this place quickly, return to the Jin Ding sect, and hope that Lin Yanran and the mysterious expert behind her wouldn't set their sights on the Jin Ding sect. Seeing Sect Master Luowu fleeing frantically, a faint smile finally appeared on the corner of Lin Yanran's lips. She didn't rush to chase, instead, she descended slowly, carefully inspecting between the 30 sky monuments. Master said, not a single living person should remain. Carelessness is not an option. As Lin Yanran murmured her master's instructions, she meticulously examined the gaps between each sky monument. In the end, she found that not a single person had survived. Whether it was those below the profound sky realm or even the elder-level existences at the profound sky realm and even Unity realm, all were turned to dust under this bombardment. Even some senior Unity realm elders, though they managed to avoid the direct impact of the explosion, were still torn apart by the shockwaves, meeting a miserable end. It would have been better to die directly under the sky monuments. Why add more suffering? Lin Yanran showed no sympathy, casually speaking before waving her hand, releasing a burst of spiritual energy that turned the remains into a pile of debris. This was to prevent any possible use of feigned death techniques. She wouldn't be the least bit careless when it came to her master's instructions. No trace could be left behind. Far away, the cultivators who had been observing the battle felt their temples throbbing intensely. It was so terrifying. This was practically a devil. She easily wiped out Luo Heaven sect, one of the four great sects of the northern region, and did so with such calmness, without any emotional fluctuations. Furthermore, she didn't seem to care about Sect Master Luowu's escape, whether it was because she thought she couldn't catch him or because she had run out of trump cards. After a long while, Lin Yanran finally finished her inspection of the sky monuments. She sighed in relief. Looking up, she gazed in the direction where Sect Master Luowu had fled, and then began flying towards him at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Sect Master Luowu's eyes were bloodshot as he continuously used his divine abilities to bombard the barrier before him. Even though the transparent barrier didn't appear sturdy, his attacks couldn't create even the slightest ripple on it, let alone break through. Damn it! Damn it! What grade of formation is this? Could it be a heaven-grade grand formation? Impossible! How could they set up a heaven-grade restriction right under my nose without me sensing it? Moreover, setting up a heaven-grade formation is incredibly difficult. It can't be accomplished in just half a month. Could it be that this is a conspiracy planned against our Luo Heaven sect decades ago? Hiss! Sect Master Luowu had exhausted most of his spiritual energy, yet he couldn't see any hope of breaking the barrier. This restricted formations barrier was even more solid than their Luo Heaven sect's protective formation. At this moment, overwhelming despair engulfed him. He couldn't help but speculate on how the other party had managed to accomplish this, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come to a conclusion. And at this moment, a figure had silently appeared behind him. Sect Master Luo, now that the Luo Heaven sect has been exterminated, or to be more precise, only you, Sect Master Luo, are left. Experiencing the destruction of your sect must feel terrible, doesn't it? But you brought this upon yourself. You dared to utter arrogant words, defaming my master. That's deserving of punishment. Lin Yanran gazed calmly at Luowu, her tone cold as she recounted his crimes as if listing them one by one. Her arrival naturally signified Luowu's impending death. Who exactly is your so-called master? And this formation, when was it set up? Could it be you've harbored ill intentions toward our Luo Heaven sect from the beginning? Luowu's expression turned panicked. It was as if he knew that escaping was futile and he ceased his actions. Instead, he stared intently at Lin Yanran, seeking answers. Planning in advance? I'm sorry, everything that happened today was merely a whim of my master. As for the name of my master, you're not worthy to know. All right, Sect Master Luo, it's time to go. Don't keep your disciples waiting on the road to the Yellow Springs for too long. Lin Yanran's expression remained undisturbed. She harbored deep disgust for Luowu, who dared to claim that Master took her as a disciple with ulterior motives. Master was so gentle, so dedicated to her, and never asked for anything in return. Yet this damned Luowu dared to defame Master. Unforgivable! Without hesitation, Lin Yanran flicked her wrist, sending the jade pendant toward Luowu. Luowu's vigilance surged as he fixed his gaze on the jade pendant. He was well aware of the terror contained within it. However, though the Sky Monument's power was formidable, its flexibility was limited since Lin Yanran herself hadn't executed the technique. As long as he seized the right opportunity, he might be able to evade the strike. Furthermore, he wished to use the collision of the Sky Monument and the barrier to break through and escape to safety. Luowu played his cards well in his mind. He intended to use the fearsome power of the Sky Monument within the jade pendant to break through the barrier. If his assumptions held true, the collision between the Sky Monument and the barrier could genuinely grant him a chance of survival. After all, the ninth heaven power of the Sky Monument was potent enough to either shatter the barrier or create an opening within it. Even other cultivators watching this scene couldn't help but entertain a glimmer of hope. In their eyes, Lin Yanran seemed like a heartless witch, ready to kill without batting an eye. All they wanted now was to flee this barrier, to get as far away from this witch as possible. Who knew if, after dealing with Luowu, she might turn her attention to them, the scattered cultivators? Unfortunately, Luowu's strategy didn't pan out. A hint of derision flickered in Lin Yanran's indifferent eyes. She was no fool, how could she not see through Luowu's plan? The power contained within that jade pendant wasn't the sky monument technique, but the demon finger technique. With a crisp crack, the jade pendant shattered, releasing the stored power. It's happening! No, wait! This isn't the same technique as before. Luowu immediately heightened his alertness, preparing to evade. However, as the jade pendant shattered, panic set in. The fragments revealed a substantial, primordial, and chaotic demon that resembled an ancient devil deity. It exuded a dense aura of malevolence, its eyes crimson and fixated on Luowu. Just locking eyes with the demon caused Luowu to visualize mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He completely lost control over his body, trembling incessantly. He helplessly watched as the demon extended a finger from its forehead toward him. With a soft sound, the demon's fingertip connected with Luowu's forehead. In an instant, Luowu's trembling ceased. He remained frozen in place, eyes locked in an expression of sheer terror from his final moments. After a single touch, the demon dissipated like dissipating malevolence, as if it had never existed. But the hole in Luowu's forehead served as a reminder to everyone that the terrifying entity just now was far from an illusion. Deprived of external support, Luowu's lifeless body plummeted straight down from hundreds of meters in the air, crashing onto the ground below. Without the infusion of spiritual energy, his body lay there, no longer resembling that of a human. Just now, that single finger not only severed his life force, but even his divine consciousness was instantly obliterated. Even those who possessed life-preserving techniques for their soul would meet their doom if faced with the demon finger. Their fate would be nothing but death. Indeed a disgusting creature, Lin Yanran murmured, her brows furrowing as she gazed at the humanoid flesh on the ground. With a casual wave of her hand, a surge of spiritual energy swept through, reducing it to a pool of blood. A passing gust of wind carried it away. The last trace of Luowu in this world vanished, leaving only a spatial ring behind. She then gently extended her hand, beckoning the spatial ring into her possession. After dealing with Luowu, Lin Yanran propped her chin up, lost in thought. She had used less than half of the items given by her master, and the Luo Heaven sect was now thoroughly annihilated. Should she bring back the remaining items, or should she make full use of them and eliminate the remaining cultivators within the barrier? For a moment, Lin Yanran felt conflicted. Her master's command was clear: eradicate every trace of the Luo Heaven sect. If she were to slaughter these onlookers, who might not necessarily be involved, would it lead to unnecessary bloodshed and displease her master? Meanwhile, within the barrier, the remaining scattered cultivators watched Lin Yanran in silence, afraid to make a single sound. If they knew she was contemplating wiping them all out, they probably wouldn't be as composed. Right, it seems that a cultivator in the Annihilation Realm managed to escape from the Luo Heaven sect. I should take care of him as well. As he was associated with the Luo Heaven sect, it should be safe to treat him as part of it. Suddenly, Lin Yanran remembered the severely wounded expert from the Annihilation Realm who had escaped earlier. She turned and flew in the direction she remembered. Passing by several peaks on her way, cultivators on top of those peaks bowed in reverence as Lin Yanran passed by. Fairy Ling is mighty. Luo Heaven sect brought their doom upon themselves by offending Fairy Ling. We implore Fairy Ling to spare us. We have no affiliation with the Luo Heaven sect. Many cultivators couldn't help but plead and flatter Lin Yanran. Unfazed, she paid no attention to their words and continued her search for the expert from the Annihilation Realm. Observing her actions, many cultivators deduced her intentions. However, for a profound Sky Realm cultivator to hunt down Annihilation Realm cultivator was a rarity that opened their eyes. None doubted Lin Yanran's capability to take down an Annihilation Realm expert. The recent example of Luowu was testament to that fact. Meanwhile, Sect Master Yang Chun cowered within a cave on a mountainside, secretly observing Lin Yanran's search. He was petrified. A cultivator in the profound sky realm was usually someone he could swat away with ease, yet today he was so terrified that he didn't dare to show himself. "Damn you, Luo Wu, what kind of monster have you stirred? Damn it, I've had enough bad luck for 8 generations. Luo Wu, you old scoundrel, you deserve to, censored." Sect Master Yang Chun clenched his teeth, trembling in the cave. He even cursed Luo Wu and the Luo Heaven sect countless times in his heart. He had thought that Lin Yanran's master was just an Annihilation Realm Triple Heaven expert. But now, observing Lin Yanran, a profound Sky Realm cultivator, hunting down an Annihilation Realm expert, he realized he had been sorely mistaken. The sight of Lin Yanran at the profound Sky Realm flattening Luo Heaven sect and even chasing and killing Annihilation Realm was self-evident. T/his chapter is up.d by NVEL, bin.co/m. Just as Sect Master Yang Chun felt like tearing Luo Wu from the afterlife and killing him 1,000 times over, he suddenly sensed a gaze. "Found you." Lin Yanran's expression remained composed as she looked toward a cave. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. However, in Sect Master Yang Chun's eyes, that faint smile was more terrifying than meeting a devil. It wasn't the fierceness of an enemy's attack that scared him, it was the prospect of being killed with a smile, as if he wasn't even worth her attention. As Lin Yanran slowly approached the cave, she reached for her waist pouch and retrieved an identical jade pendant to the one used to kill Luo Wu. In an instant, Sect Master Yang Chun made up his mind. He dashed out of the cave, his expression determined as he faced Lin Yanran. Thud. He immediately knelt down. "Fairy Ling, I am Taoist Yang Chun, the sect master of the Jin Ding sect. I came to the Luo Heaven sect today solely to discuss matters related to the secret realm. I have no intention of collaborating with them. I implore Fairy Ling to spare my life. From now on, my Jin Ding sect will hold Fairy Ling in the highest regard." Sect Master Yang Chun's voice carried his spiritual power, resonating through the surrounding mountains. Simultaneously, facing Lin Yanran's approach, boom, 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 he knocked his head on the ground 3 times. "Please spare my life, Fairy Ling." With each heavy knock of his forehead against the hard rock, Yang Chun's brow started oozing blood. At this moment of pleading, he didn't dare to shield himself with spiritual energy. His desperate plea echoed through the valley, and even Lin Yanran, who was about to activate her jade pendant and eliminate him with the demon finger, hesitated. She had initially thought it might be another Annihilation Realm expert, but she didn't expect him to be one of the 4 great sect masters. The Jin Ding sect's strength was indeed on par with Luo Heaven sect. If she could bring him to her side, he might actually be useful. Even handling some miscellaneous tasks wouldn't be a bad idea. Lin Yanran found herself in a dilemma. Should she spare this person's life? As for his claim that he had come to Luo Heaven sect for the secret realm and not to join forces, Lin Yanran wasn't concerned. No matter what the purpose was, after witnessing her master's miraculous display, any thoughts of opposing him were now unthinkable. While Lin Yanran pondered, Yang Chun's head remained glued to the ground. Nervousness had already caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, stinging the wound. It was a painful reminder that he was still alive, at least for now. Not only Yang Chun was nervous, but all the cultivators within the barrier also anxiously watched Lin Yanran, waiting to see her decision. If begging for mercy worked, they would Yang Chun's example and kneel immediately. After all, cultivators knew when to humble themselves. Kneeling when necessary prevented unnecessary strife. "My master only ordered me to exterminate Luo Heaven sect. As for how to handle all of you, I can't make that decision on my own. Why don't I consult my master's intentions?" Lin Yanran finally glanced casually at the prostrate sect master Yang Chun in front of her. Less than half a month ago, she was a mere transcendent realm cultivator, chased by two profound sky realm experts. Though her talent was remarkable, her fists were still not strong enough. But who could have imagined that in just over half a month, she had killed one Annihilation Realm expert and now had another kneeling before her? Ling Yanran knew that all of this was thanks to her master. Without him, she would have ended up as bleached bones in the illusory mountains, devoured by wild beasts. Whether to spare these people or not depended on her master's intentions. "Thank you, Fairy Ling. Thank you, Fairy Ling." Sect Master Yang Chun's eyes lit up at her words. As long as she didn't strike him down, there was hope. Considering that the Jinding sect was one of the four great sects in the northern domain, well, now that Luo Heaven sect was no more, they were one of the three great sects. Even if that powerful figure didn't consider them worthy, they might still be useful for certain tasks. Sect Master Yang Chun was also curious about the strength required to wield such precious spirit talismans, allowing a profound sky realm cultivator to obliterate Luo Heaven sect single-handedly. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yanran as she slowly raised the jade pendant in her hand. Sect Master Yang Chun was confused and apprehensive. What was she planning to do? I can't directly contact my master, but this jade pendant was crafted by him. It represents his intentions. If the jade pendant is face up, you all live. If it's face down, I'm sorry, but you'll have to accompany the members of Luo Heaven sect on their journey. Ling Yinran's voice remained flat as she explained. With a gentle toss, the jade pendant fell to the ground. Sect Master Yang Chun, nearly jumping out of his skin, watched the pendant fall. "Oh, my ancestor! Did you not realize the immense power contained within this jade pendant? It wasn't a mere copper coin. If she accidentally shattered the jade pendant and activated its power, he wouldn't have the chance to see if it landed face up or face down, he'd be gone." Clang! The sound resonated as the pendant hit the ground, causing Sect Master Yang Chun's heart to skip a beat. He closed his eyes tightly, afraid the pendant might activate. Thankfully, the unique material of the jade pendant prevented it from shattering upon impact. The pendant rolled on the ground, and all eyes followed its movement, fixated on whether it would reveal the face-up side or the face-down side. Their lives hung in the balance. As the pendant gradually came to a stop, revealing the result. Phew! It's face up! It's face up! LA test NOVLS on, N, vel// dot. Co. Great, we're saved! Sob, sob, sob. My pants are already too tight. This is too exciting, far too exciting. I'm getting old and can't handle this much excitement. Don't just stand there like idiots, quickly thank Fairy Lung for sparing our lives. At that moment, as the jade pendant's face revealed its positive result, everyone felt as if they had achieved a tremendous victory. Many were moved to tears, and they collectively bowed respectfully toward Ling Yanran's direction. They had no doubt that if the jade pendant had shown the opposite side, the cold-hearted witch would have mercilessly slaughtered them all. No one questioned whether Ling Yanran possessed the power to do so. At least, there was definitely a mysterious powerhouse behind her. Thank you, Fairy Ling, for sparing our lives. Sect Master Yang Chun also let out a long sigh of relief, his body feeling drained. Fortunately, he was already kneeling, otherwise, he might have collapsed to the ground. Though it was merely a gesture of tossing a jade pendant, it left everyone feeling as if they had just narrowly escaped the clutches of death. No need to thank me. If anything, thank my master, Ling Yanran replied casually, glancing at Sect Master Yang Chun, who seemed weakened. She effortlessly retrieved the jade pendant and placed it back into her storage pouch. Consider yourselves fortunate that your lives were spared, Ling Yanran added nonchalantly. From her pocket, she took out the array disc engraved with a restrictive formation and waved her hand, deactivating the barrier that everyone had been eager to escape. The barrier instantly dissipated, prompting everyone to flee in different directions as if their lives depended on it. No one wanted to stay a moment longer in this ominous place. If that demoness changed her mind, it would spell disaster. Even Sect Master Yang Chun was anxious to depart. "Fairy Ling, may I take my leave now?" he inquired cautiously, eyeing Ling Yanran. "Go ahead," Ling Yanran responded casually. Upon hearing this, Sect Master Yang Chun was relieved, knocking his head against the ground 3 times in gratitude before rising to his feet and leaving in a hurry. "Wait!" Suddenly, Ling Yanran spoke again, startling Sect Master Yang Chun, who had just taken off. He stumbled and ended up falling on his backside, now completely terrified. Could this witch be having second thoughts? "What is this secret realm you mentioned?" Clearly, he had misunderstood Ling Yanran's intention. Upon realizing that she was only inquiring about the secret realm, Sect Master Yang Chun let out a sigh of relief. Illusory Mountain, Heavenly Dao Hall. Lying on the Enlightenment Vine chair, Chen Daoxian was delightfully watching the constant stream of notifications from the system. Host's senior disciple, Ling Yanran, has killed a 7th layer Profound Sky Realm enemy. Reward, 7 system points. Host's senior disciple, Ling Yanran, has killed a 5th layer Unity Realm enemy. Reward, 50 system points. Host's senior disciple, Ling Yanran, has killed. The notifications kept coming, and he didn't need to guess. It was clear that Ling Yanran had subjected Luo Heaven Sect to her relentless bombardment. Finally, with the last notification, Chen Daoxian comprehended the outcome of this battle. Up to dfrm no/v/e/lb in.co/m. Luo Heaven Sect had been annihilated, and the Annihilation Realm Sect Master had perished. Unexpectedly, there was an extra reward for annihilating a sect. 1,000 system points were nothing to scoff at. It was equivalent to killing 2 5th layer Annihilation Realm experts. It was an unexpected delight. "Check the information," Chen Daoxian silently muttered. Host, Chen Daoxian. Race, human. Special constitution, Hongmeng Primordial Dao Body. Cultivation technique, Chaos Heavenly Demon Art, perfected. Natural talent, Hongmeng. Cultivation realm, 8th layer of Qi condensation. System points, 4,399. Previously, he had only had slightly over 2,000 system points. After this battle, his points had doubled. If he used these points to enhance his cultivation, it would be enough for more than 4,000 years of progress. The rewards for sect masters and the additional rewards for annihilation added up to 1,500 system points. The senior elders at the Unity Realm had also brought in several hundred more system points. However, those at the Profound Sky Realm or lower didn't significantly contribute to Chen Daoxuan's earnings. TSK, I only earned more than 2,000 system points. Isn't this Luo Heaven Sect known as one of the 4 great sects? Why are there only so few people? But Chen Daoxian couldn't help frowning when he saw this. He was a little dissatisfied with only earning more than 2,000 system points. He was also extremely dissatisfied with Luo Heaven Sect's strength and only hates that there are too few strong opponents. However, when he thought that the cost of this action to destroy Luo Heaven Sect was only 200 system points, he felt relieved. In the future, it seems that I should let Yanran go out to practice more. When encountering forces that don't have eyes, they are all living system points. System, use 399 points for cultivation. Chen Daoxian secretly made up his mind that after Yanran came back, he would find an opportunity to send her out to practice again, and couldn't just let her stay on the mountain to practice. Although when a disciple breaks through, he can also get rewards of cultivation base and system points, but there is no such comparison to murder and arson. Chivalry makes a lot of money. Qin Daoxian was a little upset when he thought that his current realm was still at the lowest level, the qi condensation realm, which was only higher than the body refining state, and immediately spent 399 system points, exchanging 399 years of cultivation. 399 years of cultivation exchanged. The host's realm has been upgraded to the first level of Qi Si realm. Qi Si realm, first level? First level. 300 years of cultivation have raised my cultivation by only 2 small realms? Qin Daoxian was dumbfounded when he heard the prompt. A small realm of Qi condensation realm needs 100 years of cultivation, and Qi Si realm is not much higher than Qi condensation realm. 200 years of cultivation can always improve a realm, right? According to what he thought, at least he could reach the second level of Qi Si realm. But looking at it now, it doesn't seem to be the case. It may take 1,000 years of cultivation to raise a small realm in the Sea of Qi realm. Where is this cheating father? It needs thousands of years to break past Qi Si realm, then how much will it take for Void Sky realm? What about the Unity realm and the Annihilation realm? System, are you sure you're not messing with me? Qin Daoxuan's whole body was numb, and he kept torturing the system with his soul. If things go on like this, wouldn't it be more and more difficult for him to break through in the future? Ding, everyone's physique is different, and the host's Qi Si is far from what the Qi Si in this world can match. The specific strength needs to be tested by the host himself. In addition, the host is asked to take a look at his own Qi Si first. The system again gave the same response as last time. Hearing this, Qin Daoxuan's face turned dark. Everyone's physique is different? Yenran can break through one realm after another every day, and she is still at the profound sky realm. As her master, he actually only broke through a small realm of Qi Si realm, and it still required 1,000 years of cultivation. Fortunately, it can be improved through the system, and system points can be exchanged for cultivation. Otherwise, if he cultivates by himself, how painful would it be? However, after hearing the system's words, Qin Daoxian still unconsciously looked inside his Si Qi. Originally, although he was in this heavenly Tao palace, he was like the existence of heavenly Tao, omnipotent. But the body was in Qi condensation realm, and there was no Qi Si at all. Now under internal inspection, Qin Daoxian was a little confused. Where is my Qi Si? Come out system, I can't find my Qi Si. It took more than 1,000 years of cultivation to reach Qi Si realm, but I don't have any Qi Si. No wonder Qin Daoxian was like this. When he looked inside, he could only see a piece of nothingness in the dantian that belongs to the Qi Si, and there was no Qi Si at all. What the host is seeing is the Qi Si. Take a closer look. After a long time, the system seemed to respond unwillingly. Hearing this, although Qin Daoxian was displeased, he could only probe his spiritual consciousness towards the Sea of Qi again. But it was still nothingness, there was no trace of Qi Si at all. No, wait! It seems that there are some tiny dust particles flickering slightly. Qin Daoxian was taken aback for a moment, and immediately approached his spiritual consciousness again, and finally his spiritual consciousness got into the nothingness of his dantian strangely. What the hell? This is my Sea of Qi! Qin Daoxian was baffled. His spiritual sense surveyed his surroundings, but this was no Sea of Qi, it was a boundless expanse of stars and galaxies, a universe unfolding before him. The faintly glimmering specks of dust he had witnessed were, in fact, stars scattered throughout this vast cosmos. Countless star systems and galaxies extended before his eyes. Suddenly, Qin Daoxian felt a warmth emanating from a specific direction. He focused his inquiry towards that source of warmth. What the? Sun! After some time, Qin Daoxian withdrew his spiritual sense from his Sea of Qi. A silence fell over him. Was this truly his Sea of Qi? Accepting that 1,000 years of cultivation would grant him just a single realm seemed reasonable, but this was remarkable. Why are you trembling? Qin Daoxian suddenly noticed his enlightenment vine chair was shaking, causing him discomfort. Through the chair's vines, he sensed his enlightenment tree transmitting a message. The aura emitted by the master just now is too terrifying, Cha-Cha is afraid. Hearing the enlightenment tree express fear, Qin Daoxuan's lips twitched. A tea tree is scared? Never mind, never mind. He muttered his response, then consciously suppressed his aura. As the intimidating presence subsided, the trembling of the enlightenment tree ceased. In her heart, she marveled at how terrifying the master must be. His perception had shown her as a world unto himself, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Even Annihilation Realm experts, and possibly even those beyond, would be incapable of detecting his true might. Yet, as the enlightenment tree, she was innately sensitive to various auras and resonances. That sensation of facing an entire world had truly startled the tree. It's strange, there's been no new notifications for a while. Why hasn't Yanran returned yet? All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Qin Daoxian mused. Given that the system had already indicated Luo Heaven Sect's annihilation, Lin Yanran should have used her teleportation disk to return promptly. It puzzled him that she hadn't appeared. However, knowing that Yanran possessed many of his secret weapons and that the system would notify him of any danger she faced, Qin Daoxian decided not to dwell on the matter. He continued to enjoy his slumber. After breaking through to the Sea of Qi realm, sleep has become even more rejuvenating. Not bad. After utterly decimating Luo Heaven Sect, Lin Yanran began her journey back. However, she refrained from using the teleportation disk. To her, that device was a lifeline, a safeguard provided by her master. Although crafting it had been effortless for him, she preferred not to squander such resources. When it came to gifts from her master, frugality was key. As Lin Yanran made her way back, news of Luo Heaven Sect's destruction spread rapidly across the northern region. The demise of one of the four great sects, along with the death of Sect Master Luo Wu, the fifth layer of the Annihilation Realm, were momentous events. Concealing such occurrences was futile, especially considering Lin Yanran had no intention of hiding the truth. What? Luo Heaven Sect, one of the four great sects, has been annihilated? Fellow Daoist, do you realize the implications of your words? I suggest you refrain from spreading baseless rumors. If Luo Heaven Sect catches wind of this, you might face dire consequences. What do you mean they're aware? The mountain where Luo Heaven Sect was located, or rather, a radius of 100 miles around it, is now dominated by terrifying celestial monuments. And Luo Heaven Sect has been reduced to ashes. Even Sect Master Luo Wu of the fifth layer Annihilation Realm has fallen. Where is Luo Heaven Sect now? You've lost your mind. Completely mad. Stay away from me. Don't drag me into Luo Heaven Sect's retaliation. In the taverns of Moro Kingdom's capital, conversations revolved around the subject. However, most found it hard to believe the authenticity of the news. In their eyes, Luo Heaven Sect was one of the strongest forces in the northern region. It seemed improbable that it could be obliterated in a single day. Perhaps this was yet another wave of rumors like the ones about Luo Heaven Sect's half-month obliteration. Yet, as numerous cultivators who had witnessed the battle returned to the capital, everyone was left in shock. Luo Heaven Sect has truly vanished. Not a single survivor. If it weren't for me kneeling quickly, I might have been reduced to ashes by the demon. Fairy Lung! Oh, and a word of advice, don't provoke the Lung family in the city. It's best to steer clear of them. I can't say much, but for now, step aside. I need to go buy new pants. My old ones got ruined after visiting Luo Heaven's sect. After numerous strong witnesses personally shared the news of Luo Heaven's sect's annihilation, the city's inhabitants begrudgingly began to accept the reality. After all, among these people were several experts at the profound sky realm, and they wouldn't be deceived easily. Furthermore, spreading false information about Luo Heaven's sect's demise could lead to severe retaliation from the sect. In the royal palace, the Emperor of Moro Kingdom received a report from his subordinates. As the person most concerned with this matter, Wu Feiyang had dispatched a few of his subordinates to Luo Heaven's sect's vicinity 2 days ago, all in an effort to ascertain the truth behind Luo Heaven's sect's potential obliteration. What? The mysterious expert behind Ling Yanran didn't even show up. It was just Ling Yanran herself who went, and she managed to annihilate Luo Heaven's sect. It had a protective barrier covering a radius of 500 li, impenetrable even by Annihilation Realm experts. With a single strike, she nearly obliterated Luo Heaven's sect's protective formation. What? And she used that technique 30 times in a row. Even Sect Master Luo Wu of the 5th layer Annihilation Realm was killed with a single blow. Sect Master Yang Chun begged for mercy and escaped death by a hair's breadth. Hiss. After receiving the detailed report from his subordinates, Wu Feiyang was left dumbfounded once again. Regardless of which piece of information he processed, it all seemed too incredible. He had anticipated that the mysterious expert behind Ling Yanran would intervene, but that person never showed their face. Spread the word, Lung family's status within Moro Kingdom is now on par with the royal family. Grant Lung family all privileges, any requests they make must be fulfilled. After a long pause, Wu Feiyang recovered from his shock and immediately issued orders to his subordinates. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Once the subordinate left, Wu Feiyang attempted to pick up his teacup and take a sip to calm himself. However, his arm trembled uncontrollably, causing him to spill half the tea. So terrifying. Just who is the force behind her? This person must not be offended. Even if there's no opportunity to curry favor, we can't afford to provoke any dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, back at the Ling family, Ling Zhan, who had witnessed Luo Heaven's sect's annihilation, chose to remain silent about the incident. He readily accepted the privileges granted by the royal family, and on that day, various other prominent families from the capital also came to visit Lung family. Even families like the Li and Wang, who had feuds with Lung family, brought substantial gifts in hopes of reconciliation. One by one, Ling Zhan accepted the offerings, and Lung family naturally became the preeminent family of Moro Kingdom. However, Ling Zhan sighed internally. He understood that from this point onward, it would be difficult for Lung family to establish a close relationship with Lung Yanran. She had already repaid her debt to Lung family. She wasn't truly a descendant of Lung family, she had merely been raised by them. The benefits she had brought to Lung family had far exceeded their contributions. Jin Ding Sect. Sect Master Yang Chun hadn't even had the chance to wash the blood from his body before he fled back to the sect like a man on a mission. Stop! Who goes there? How dare you intrude upon our Jin Ding sect? A disciple guarding the sect's entrance saw a blood-covered Taoist flying towards them at an incredible speed and hastily rebuked. However, the figure didn't pause for a moment and flew directly towards the sect's entrance. For a moment, the disciples guarding the gate were about to shout an alarm, preparing to alert others of an enemy attack. But when that disheveled figure arrived at the entrance, all the disciples were left stunned. Sect Master! We pay our respects, Sect Master. Who would have thought that the sect leader, who usually exuded an ethereal aura and carried himself with the bearing of a great expert, would appear in such a disheveled state? No need for formalities, Sect Master Yang Chun said absent-mindedly, not in the mood to engage with them. He allowed the disciples to rise. When he stepped through the sect's entrance, he finally felt a modicum of security. Thinking about that witch, he still felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't kneeled quickly enough, he might have ended up like Sect Master Luowu, that old bastard. Sect Master, are you all right? Could it be that you were ambushed by members of other sects? Have enemies pursued you? Should we activate our protective formation immediately? The senior disciple among the guards stood up and immediately began questioning. No need to panic. You don't need to worry about this matter. Also, don't spread the news of my current state around. Understood? Sect Master Yang Chun took a few deep breaths, adjusting his mindset and returning to his usual carefree demeanor. After giving some instructions to the disciples, he returned to his cave dwelling. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, would the sect's protective formation be of any use if that which truly targeted their Jingding sect? Thinking about Luo Heaven's sect, a force comparable to their own, Sect Master Yang Chun felt a twinge in his temple. The protective formation is useless. If it weren't for my speed, I would have been buried with Luo Heaven's sect from that barrage of divine techniques. After cleaning himself up in his dwelling, Sect Master Yang Chun went to the main hall and gathered all the elders currently within the sect. Sect Master, how did your conversation with Luo Heaven's sect go? As soon as everyone was present, one of the elders asked. They were all aware of the purpose of Sect Master's visit to Luo Heaven's sect. No need to talk about it. Don't mention Luo Heaven's sect anymore. Remember, don't bring up our plans to cooperate with Luo Heaven's sect again. As soon as he heard the elder's question, Sect Master Yang Chun swiftly reprimanded, forbidding any further discussion of the matter. He couldn't afford to have that witch find out. It seems like Sect Master didn't come to an agreement with Sect Master Luowu. But it doesn't matter. With the fall of Luo Heaven sect's chief disciple and their inability to compete in the secret realm, they no longer pose a threat. The elder who had been reprimanded was a little confused, not understanding why Sect Master was so irritable. Nonetheless, he didn't dwell on it too much. What threat do they pose? Luo Heaven's sect has been annihilated. Annihilated, you understand? In the blink of an eye, the entire Luo Heaven sect was wiped out right in front of me. That old bastard Sect Master Luowu is dead too. Remember, if you ever encounter a woman named Lin Yenran with horns on her head, never provoke her. No, you can't even talk back to her, let alone look at her more than once. If I find out who antagonizes that witch, I'll be the first to tear them apart. Do you understand? As Sect Master Yang Chun thought about that terrifying scene, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear. He gave a stern lecture to all the elders present. He didn't want to see that witch standing outside the Jingding sect's gates one day, especially with a bunch of divine technique jade pendants in her hands. Luo Heaven's sect, annihilated. Don't repeat this Sect Master's words. Remember, don't mess with someone named Lin Yenran. I'll remember. In an instant, the high-ranking members of Jingding sect firmly etched the name Lin Yenran into their minds. Naturally, they wouldn't dare provoke her, considering the state their sect master was in. Besides Jingding sect, the other two major sects of the northern region also received news of Luo Heaven sect's annihilation by a profound Sky Realm woman. Initially, the two sects didn't believe it and even sneered at the news. But as the information spread, they began to suspect its validity and sent people to investigate Luo Heaven's sect. The results they eventually brought back left the two major sects dumbfounded. On that day, they publicly announced that they had no prior relationship with Luo Heaven's sect and hoped that the senior who destroyed Luo Heaven's sect wouldn't hold them accountable. Vist and Velben. CM for new updates. Illusory Mountain, a charming figure was hurrying along the road. Thinking about her stern master awaiting her, Lin Yenran's cold expression finally cracked into a small smile. She believed she had done well in fulfilling her master's instructions this time, and she still had many divine technique pendants and formation discs left unused. Would her master praise her for it? At this moment, Lin Yanran's face was filled with an innocent and cute expression, much like a little girl eagerly anticipating praise from her elders. However, if those cultivators who had witnessed how she annihilated every disciple of Luo Heaven's sect without batting an eyelid could see her now, they would undoubtedly shake their heads and declare, "Don't believe rumors and don't spread them." There's no way this is the expression that a ruthless witch who wipes out entire sects without a second thought should be showing. With no fierce beasts bothering her along the way, Lin Yanran soon arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Tao Hall. She turned her head toward the enlightenment vine chair and, as expected, found her master comfortably dozing off on it. Lin Yanran couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did her immensely powerful immortal master always seem like he hadn't practiced at all? He was either sipping tea or sleeping. She had never seen her master practice. Could it be that her master's usual cultivation method was as simple as sipping tea and sleeping, just like ordinary people? Well, there's no use pondering. If I can't understand it, I won't think about it. Whatever the master does is always right. Lin Yanran approached her master's slumbering form with caution, not intending to wake him. Once beside him, as she looked at her master's visage, she couldn't help but be filled with countless emotions. How could there be such a perfect being in this world as her master? Ever since she had laid eyes on her master, men in this world had lost their luster in Lin Yanran's eyes. In fact, all other men made her feel repulsed. For some inexplicable reason, she found herself drawing closer to his vermilion lips. "Softly now, be careful. Master shouldn't notice." Her nervous expression flushed with warmth, but gazing at her peacefully sleeping master, she couldn't pass up such a perfect opportunity. In the end, she clenched her teeth, determined. Even if the master woke up and reprimanded her, it would be worth it. Splash. Oops, I guess I overdid it, lacking experience for my first time. Although often pursued by many, Lin Yanran had never experienced anything like this before. Her previous attempt was, unexpectedly, a bit too forceful, resulting in an audible sound. For a moment, her face felt as if it were on fire. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret in her heart. Why did she lose control just now? How could she have done such a thing to her master? This was terrible. Her master was bound to notice. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxian, rubbing his eyes, yawned and sat up. Back already? Looking as if he had just woken up, he appeared entirely unaware of Lin Yanran's earlier actions. Disciple has fulfilled master's entrustment. Luo Heaven's sect has been dealt with. Seeing this, Lin Yanran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suppressing her embarrassment, she paid her respects to her master. Yes, not bad. This time, you've worked hard. Go cleanse yourself in the spirit pool and then come back to tell me about your experiences. Chen Daoxian spoke very naturally. Huh? Didn't I use up all the spiritual liquid in the spirit pool, master? Lin Yanran was slightly taken aback. She had completely absorbed all the precious spiritual liquid in the spirit pool before, leaving not a single drop behind. In the hall, I've set up a gathering formation for spiritual energy. Even if the spiritual liquid is used up, it won't take long to replenish the pool. Hurry along. Chen Daoxian sensed his disciple's confusion and explained with a light chuckle. Hearing this, Lin Yanran felt admiration for her master's strength once again. She never expected that such precious spiritual liquid wasn't even a rare commodity. Even if it were depleted, a new pool could quickly be formed. With that, Lin Yanran didn't refuse any further. After bidding her master farewell, she entered the main hall. Once Lin Yanran was inside, Chen Daoxian unconsciously touched the faint red mark left on his face. My disciple seems a bit mischievous. She actually took advantage of the time I was sleeping to do something inappropriate. Could it be due to the influence of enchantment art she practices alongside the chaos heavenly demon art? Well, never mind. I won't make a fuss this time. Chen Daoxuan's lips curved into a smile as he thought back to the scene just now. Since Lin Yanran entered the scope of the Heavenly Dao Hall, he had been aware of her presence. Every action of hers couldn't escape Chen Daoxuan's senses. He couldn't help but wonder if practicing alongside the demonic art would eventually turn her into a disrespectful disciple. Just the thought of it made Chen Daoxian worried, yes, worried. Spirit Pool Hall. Lin Yanran removed her clothing and dipped herself into the pool. The refreshing spiritual liquid dissipated the heat in her heart. However, the memory of almost being discovered by her master moments ago made her blush once more. Lin Yanran, oh Lin Yanran. Master has saved your life, imparted mythical-level techniques, and bestowed countless precious treasures upon you. And yet, you dared to disrespect Master and attempt to cross the line. Your mind must be going bad. Lin Yanran submerged her entire body, including her head, in the spiritual liquid, unable to suppress a wave of regret for her actions just now. After soaking for a whole hour, Lin Yanran finally calmed down completely, reverting to her usual cool demeanor. Stepping out of the spirit pool, Lin Yanran initially intended to retrieve a clean dress from her storage pouch. However, her gaze suddenly shifted. She noticed that an extra clothes rack had appeared in the spirit pool hall, neatly displaying a variety of garments. Most of them were her master's attire, with one set casually thrown into a corner, seemingly discarded by her master. He must have taken a bath in the spirit pool. As a disciple, it's only natural to help master with his laundry, right? His chapter is up.d by nvel bin.co/m. Suppressing the fiery heat she had just barely subdued, Lin Yanran's determination flared up again when she saw her master's clothes. She pretentiously walked over, cradling her master's garments in her arms, and headed toward the edge of the spirit pool. However, upon reaching the pool's edge, she didn't immediately start cleaning the clothes. Instead, she buried her head in the garments, relishing in her master's scent. She became completely lost in the experience. Master's scent is so delightful. I'm a bit reluctant to wash these. By the way, there are so many clothes here. I wonder if Master would even notice if one set went missing once in a while? Blushing, Lin Yanran, in the end, made the decision to tuck that particular set of clothes into her storage pouch, though her intentions remained unclear. Unbeknownst to her, a rather serious issue had escaped her notice. Ever since she began practicing the Chaos Heavenly Demon art alongside the enchantment art, she often found herself thinking about somewhat blush-inducing matters whenever she saw her master. Unable to lay hands on her master, she could only extend her mischievous thoughts to his clothing. She returned to the clothes rack, where Lin Yanran realized that among her master's garments, there were also some female outfits neatly placed. In the Heavenly Dao Hall, only she and her master resided. It was clear that these were prepared by him for her. Indeed, Master is both thoughtful and gentle. It's truly overwhelming. Unfortunately, Master is like the moon in the sky, untouchable. But these clothes are quite unique. I've never seen anything like them in the northern domain. Lin Yanran examined several sets of female attire, curiously selecting one from the rack. Why is the fabric so sparse? Could this be the clothing that people from the southern domain wear? As she held up the garment, Lin Yanran's face reddened. She realized that these clothes barely covered the essential areas, leaving large portions of skin exposed. They somewhat resembled what she had heard about the southern domain's fashion. Yet, the texture of the fabric felt like black gossamer, as smooth and delicate as silk. It didn't seem like something made by the southern domain. No matter, after all, Master specially prepared these for me. I shouldn't waste his kind intentions. In the end, Lin Yanran decided to put on the clothing her master had prepared. However, due to her unfamiliarity with such garments, it took her a while to figure out how to wear them. Once she was dressed, Lin Yanran looked into the bronze mirror in the spirit pool hall, her reflection leaving her somewhat dazed. Master's choice of clothing was truly unique. It accentuated her already alluring figure, making her appear even more irresistible. But as she wore this type of clothing for the first time, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. However, thinking of her master waiting for her report, Lin Yanran couldn't afford to dawdle. With long strides, she left the main hall and headed toward a small pavilion. Sensing his disciple coming out, Chen Daoxian casually glanced in her direction. Hiss! Chen Daoxian believed he had a fairly good temperament. Thanks to the influence of the heavenly Dao Hall, even if his emotions fluctuated occasionally, he could quickly regain his composure. However, upon seeing his disciple's appearance, he was taken aback. This is what you call a demoness, succubus, huh? Chen Daoxian took a sharp breath, his voice filled with amazement. A black silk evening gown with exposed shoulders and back accentuated Lin Yanran's figure, revealing her curves. The translucent gauze material above her abdomen allowed her well-toned muscles to show through, and even the enchanting violet markings, remnants of practicing the chaos heavenly demon art, were faintly visible. Coupled with the two demonic horns atop her head, if one were to say she was any different from the demoness he had imagined, only black wings on her back were missing. For a moment, Chen Daoxian exclaimed, "This system truly spent its points well." After Lin Yanran left the mountain, he found himself with nothing to do and decided to soak in the hot spring in the spirit pool hall. Afterward, Chen Daoxian casually set up a clothes rack in the spirit pool hall. He spent more than 10 system points to exchange for several sets of clothes for himself and also exchanged a few sets for Lin Yanran, placing them on the rack. Initially, he thought that 1 system point per set of clothes might be a bit expensive, considering it was a year's worth of cultivation progress. However, seeing Lin Yanran make her appearance in the system-exchanged evening gown, he felt it was well worth it. Find up Tedovals on n/v/elben.co/m. He even wished he could exchange for more. After all, as a master, how could he let his disciple go without stylish attire? Master? What's the matter, master? Lin Yanran stood before her master, greeted him, but noticed that he was staring at her without any reaction. Blushing, she twiddled her hair and called out softly twice, "Master?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was just pondering some cultivation difficulties. I lost focus for a moment. Are the clothes I prepared for you a good fit?" Chen Daoxian finally came back to his senses, quickly adjusted his expression, and calmly inquired. "I see, I apologize, master, for interrupting your contemplation. The clothes you prepared for the disciple fit perfectly." "Thank you, master." Upon hearing that her master had been interrupted by her while pondering important cultivation matters, Lin Yanran felt guilty. If her master considered it a cultivation issue, it must have been crucial. Not only did he not blame her, he even cared about something as trivial as whether the clothes fit her properly. It warmed Lin Yanran's heart. Indeed, her master was the best man in the world. However, she couldn't let her master discover the fact that she had secretly kept a set of his clothes. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Yanran bowed once again to her master. Her pure white attire almost dazzled Chen Daoxuan's eyes. "Cough, it fits well. Now, tell me about your journey down the mountain." Chen Daoxian had to cough to hide his embarrassment and shift the topic. "Yes, master. As her master brought up the main matter, Ling Yanran's expression turned serious. She began reporting the entire process of her trip down the mountain. While narrating, she also poured tea for her master. Chen Daoxian leisurely sipped the tea, listening to Ling Yanran's report. He occasionally nodded in approval at her actions. This time, he didn't offer Ling Yanran any tea. After all, with her current level of cultivation, she couldn't casually enjoy the enlightenment of Tao contained in the enlightenment tea like he could. Drinking too much might lead to counterproductive effects and hinder her future cultivation. Half a cup of tea later, Ling Yanran had fully recounted the details of her journey. Chen Daoxian finally set down his teacup. Very well done. Since the Luo Heaven sect dared to provoke my disciple, they deserve no pity in death, and their annihilation is a result of their own deeds. As for those casual cultivators who joined in for excitement, among them may be some with kind hearts and a bit of accumulated virtue. It wouldn't be advantageous for future cultivation to kill them all indiscriminately, as that would accumulate bad karma. Chen Daoxuan's approval showed that he appreciated Ling Yanran's decision not to massacre all the onlookers. Within the heavenly Tao Hall, he was an all-powerful existence, akin to the heavenly Tao itself, and naturally knew about some of the world's hidden truths. If someone indulged in countless evil deeds, it would lead to bad karma. While this might not have an immediate impact, in the future, when attempting to break through to higher realms, they could easily fall prey to inner demons or even heavenly retribution if their bad karma was excessive. Conversely, those who benefited others and did good deeds would accumulate virtue. Such people, regardless of luck or cultivation, would progress more smoothly and occasionally experience unexpected surprises. Although these concepts were beyond Ling Yanran's current reach, Chen Daoxian didn't want his future disciple to jeopardize her path to becoming an immortal due to accumulated karma when facing tribulation. I never expected these rules to exist. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Ling Yanran was greatly astonished after listening to her master's explanation. She had no reason to doubt her master's words and merely felt her own cultivation was too low and her perspective too limited. By the way, Master, this ring is Taoist Luo Wu's storage ring. As for the spatial treasures of the others, they were all destroyed by Master's Sky Monument Divine Art. I only brought back this one. However, this Taoist Luo Wu must have been extremely wealthy. The treasures in this ring alone are probably worth an entire Moro kingdom. Regaining her composure, Ling Yanran suddenly remembered something. She took out a ring and presented it to her master with both hands. Tisk, no problem. Chen Daoxian shrugged off the notion. What good could come from the accumulated resources of these cultivators? The items he casually exchanged from the system were superior by 1,000-fold, if not more. Without hesitation, he took the ring and planned to store it in his system space. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he silently called out to the system. System, can this ring and the treasures inside be recycled into system points? Ding, recycling permission has been granted to the host after accepting a disciple. Including the spatial ring and the contained treasures, a total of 331 system points can be exchanged. Would you like to proceed with recycling? Upon hearing the system's response, Chen Daoxian quickly replied, yes. Recycled, a total of 331 system points exchanged. Upon hearing that the ring yielded 331 system points, Chen Daoxian was initially delighted. This meant he had found another way to earn system points in the future. However, his joy was short-lived as he soon felt a pang of regret. Damn, how many system points did we lose in wiping out Luo Heaven sect this time? This is a huge loss. Chen Daoxian couldn't help but clench his fists and stomp his feet in frustration, feeling the pain of losing over 1,000 system points. Taoist Luo Wu alone yielded over 300 system points from his own spatial ring. If they had looted the entire sex treasures and collected all the spatial rings from everyone else, it would have been worth at least 1,000 or even more. Qin Daoxian regretted his earlier decision. If he had known, he wouldn't have created so many sky monuments and leveled Luo Heaven's sect to the ground. There were other ways to wipe out the sect and still preserve the precious treasures. Master! Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Ling Yanran, who had been standing nearby, was alarmed when she saw her master suddenly clutching his chest and showing a pained expression. She quickly stepped forward and reached out to massage his chest. No, it's just some painful memories. By the way, from now on, our Heavenly Tao Pavilion should emphasize frugality. When dealing with enemies in the future, remember to collect their treasures before taking action. After all, we shouldn't waste valuable resources, right? Qin Daoxian was taken aback by Ling Yanran's sudden closeness, but he appreciated her concern. He gently held her hand to reassure her that he was fine and gestured for her to step back. Having her so close was making him slightly uncomfortable, as her hair occasionally brushed against his cheek, tickling him. However, he still wanted to emphasize the point he made earlier and advised Ling Yanran not to waste resources. Yes, Master. In the future, when I annihilate enemies, I'll make sure they surrender their treasures before I strike. Ling Yanran blinked, a bit puzzled about why her master suddenly cared so much about the worthless items he had mentioned earlier. However, she decided to follow his instructions without questioning them. Never mind. That's the general idea. You understand. Qin Daoxian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. His adorable disciple seemed to have quite a ruthless streak in her. He had merely suggested collecting resources from enemies, but somehow, by the time it reached Ling Yanran, it had become a plan to wipe out entire factions. But none of that really mattered. As long as someone provoked his Heavenly Tao Pavilion, they would face annihilation, and he would gladly accept the accompanying system points. Little did he know that his beloved disciple, in the northern region, had already become infamous for her ruthless and swift killings, earning her the title of the Demoness of Mass Slaughter. By the way, Master, there's something else. Taoist Yang Chun mentioned that a secret realm will open in the northern region in 2 months. It's rumored to contain the legacy of an ancient immortal. It should hold numerous treasures, and various major powers from the northern region, or even elsewhere, may come to try their luck. Master, would you like your disciple to go and explore it? Ling Yanran finished speaking and stood by quietly, waiting for her master's decision. Initially, she believed her master wouldn't be interested in such matters. However, after he mentioned the need for frugality and collecting valuable treasures, she decided to propose this exploration idea. Her intention was to collect a substantial amount of treasures from the secret realm for her master. As for the so-called legacy left by an ancient immortal, Ling Yanran had no interest. What inheritance could compare to the techniques her master had passed down? Upon hearing about the secret realm, Qin Daoxian pondered for a moment. Currently, each breakthrough required 1,000 years of cultivation. If he were to use system points for breakthroughs, it would be an exchange rate of 1,000 points for each realm. With just over 4,000 system points accumulated, he could only advance to the 5th layer of the Sea of Qi realm at most, not even reaching the Void Sky realm. If Ling Yanran's strength improved, he could gain rewards, but her progress wouldn't be sufficient to meet his expectations. Secret realms typically contained abundant treasures and opportunities, often attracting geniuses from various regions. If any saint-level talents were present, Qin Daoxian might even consider accepting another disciple during this opportunity. When the time comes, not only will valuable treasures be exchanged for a substantial amount of system points, but there will also be an additional disciple. Apart from the rewards for accepting a disciple, each time the disciple breaks through in the future, he will receive rewards as well. From any perspective, Qin Daoxian felt that this secret realm was a promising opportunity. Very well, in just a short period of over half a month, you have progressed from the 4th layer of the Void Sky Realm to the current 7th layer of the Profound Sky Realm. Going to that secret realm for training will also have significant benefits for your own cultivation. As for the valuable treasures, just take them along. I, your master, don't really mind. Qin Daoxian contemplated for a moment before chuckling lightly. Master. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yanran was deeply moved once again. Indeed, her position in her master's heart was the most important. Her master didn't even care about the valuable treasures. He only suggested the secret realm to help her adapt to her current strength and gain experience from battling various geniuses. All right, it's settled. You'll head to the secret realm 2 months from now. Yes, master. Ah, but during these 2 months, you shouldn't be idle. Focus on cultivating the first chapter of the divine art, Heavenly Demon Finger. I'll provide some guidance as well. Really? Master, you'll personally guide my cultivation? Thank you so much, Master. Upon hearing that her master would personally guide her in cultivating the Heavenly Demon Finger, Lin Yanran's eyes lit up. Her master had already bestowed upon her such an incredible cultivation technique. She was immensely grateful and dared not trouble her master any further. Vist and Velben. CM for new updates. Qin Daoxian didn't pay too much attention to it and simply smiled, tousling Lin Yanran's hair. The progress of his disciples' cultivation was of utmost importance to him, far surpassing his own cultivation. He looked forward to seeing her reach higher realms, each breakthrough bringing him rewards of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of cultivation. Feeling her master's affection, Lin Yanran's head started to feel a bit feverish, as if steam might just start coming out of her ears. She couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by her master's kindness. In no time, the two were standing in the open space before the grand hall, facing each other. Qin Daoxian stood with hands behind his back, a gentle breeze swaying his robes gracefully, giving him an almost ethereal aura. On the opposite side, Lin Yanran focused intensely, adjusting herself to the peak state. Master, I'm ready. Heavenly Demon Finger. Finally, with a melodious shout, Lin Yanran made her move. The Heavenly Demon Finger was unleashed, aimed directly at her master. Her current level was worlds apart from before. As she executed the Heavenly Demon Finger, the illusion of the demonic figure appeared even more solid, and its malevolent aura grew even more intense. Yet, her master, without any urgency, calmly extended his finger, not even utilizing any mystic techniques, and lightly tapped her fingertip. As their fingers touched, the illusion of the heavenly demon instantly dissipated, leaving not a single ripple behind. Again! Before the heavenly Dao Hall, Lin Yanran repeatedly exerted herself, launching the heavenly demon finger towards her master with all her might, only for her master to effortlessly neutralize her attacks. After each interception, Qin Daoxian would provide guidance on the flaws in her previous strike. Lin Yanran took her master's words to heart, and as she unleashed the heavenly demon finger, its power became increasingly formidable. However, despite expanding her chi-si by 100-fold through the chaos heavenly demon scripture, her energy reserves were still insufficient for such high-intensity consumption. After almost 100 uses of the heavenly demon finger, Lin Yanran was drenched in sweat, and her chi-si was nearly depleted. But her master didn't call a halt, and she had no intention of stopping either. How could she shrink back from an opportunity where her master personally guided her? Determined, she clenched her teeth and channeled the last trace of her spiritual energy to her fingertips, attempting to unleash one final heavenly demon finger. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the energy consumption of the heavenly demon finger. How could that scant spiritual energy be enough? Before she could execute the technique, her energy was fully depleted, even overdrawing slightly. Ling Yinran's body went limp, and she stumbled forward, almost falling. With a sense of shame, she closed her eyes, not wanting to witness the disappointed expression on her master's face when he saw her disheveled state. Find the new STUvels on n/velben.com. However, after waiting for a moment, instead of the expected pain from hitting the ground, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her. It was comforting and assuring, and the scent, it was truly delightful. Her eyelashes fluttered, and upon opening her eyes, her suspicions were confirmed. She was in her master's embrace. Master! I'm truly useless. Ling Yinran's voice was muffled, her face buried deep into her master's chest. She felt the powerful rhythm of his heart and couldn't tell if her embarrassment stemmed from shame or another inexplicable reason. The heavenly demon finger consumes a substantial amount of energy. You were able to use it over 70 times, which is already quite remarkable. At your current realm, the heavenly demon finger is more than sufficient to suppress any formidable opponent. With over 70 uses, you could easily defeat as many profound sky realm cultivators. That's quite impressive. So, there's no need to worry. Qin Daoxian didn't notice anything amiss, he simply spoke the truth about Ling Yinran's current strength. Finishing his words, he glanced down at the precious bundle in his arms. Only then did he realize the surge of warmth, but he immediately suppressed the rising sensation. After all, this was his disciple. Qin Daoxian swiftly quelled the inner turmoil, but a subtle urge still lingered. Seeing Ling Yinran completely depleted of her spiritual energy after executing the heavenly demon finger over 70 times, her body strained by the excessive burden, she was on the brink of collapse. Thus, Qin Daoxian acted decisively. He deftly encircled her waist with one hand and supported her legs with the other, lifting her up against his chest as he walked towards the main hall. Taken by surprise when Master suddenly embraced her, Ling Yinran let out a soft exclamation. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck as he carried her forward. She lowered her head, speechless. What could Master possibly be doing? If Master desired, Yinran would comply. However, if she were too forward, would Master think she lacked modesty? Ling Yinran's nose twitched, catching the pleasant scent from Master's body. Lost in her thoughts, her mind drifted away, her face growing warmer. She ultimately hid her face in Master's chest, trying to conceal her embarrassment. Soon, Qin Daoxian carried her into the main hall, arriving at the room she had chosen. With a thought, the doors automatically swung open, and Qin Daoxian, his steps steady, approached the bedside. Ling Yinran felt her heartbeat quicken, her head growing dizzy. Master! Yinran is willing to serve Master. Perhaps due to a combination of nervousness, heightened pulse, and dizziness, Ling Yinran unconsciously murmured her thoughts aloud, revealing her innermost desires. As the words left her lips, she froze, wishing she could slap herself twice. How frustrating! How could she blurt out her innermost thoughts? What if Master misunderstood her intentions? This could end up terribly. However, amid her turmoil, Ling Yinran's anticipation grew. How would Master respond? Clearly caught off guard by her sudden confession, Qin Daoxian paused momentarily, then gently laid her on the bed. With your current exhaustion and depleted spiritual energy, do you have the strength to serve me? Simply lie down. I'll take this opportunity to help you clear your meridians and eliminate any latent issues from before the void sky realm. Qin Daoxian let out a wry smile, silently lamenting his disciple's incessant thoughts. She was so weakened that he had to carry her into the room, yet she still wished to serve him, offering tea and massages, was it? Well, today he'd be the one serving his disciple. He would help her properly stretch her meridians and remove the lingering issues from before the void sky realm. Observing the bewildered expression on his disciple's face, Chen Daoxian shook his head, sighing inwardly. What on earth was she thinking? She was almost too weak to stand, and yet here she was, wanting to serve him. He repeated in his mind, "She's my disciple, she's my disciple. I'm only helping her clear her meridians, nothing more. Don't overthink it, don't overthink it." After a moment, he managed to suppress the rising impulse. He inwardly sighed and thought, indeed, she possesses the natural charm of someone who has cultivated the chaos heavenly demon scripture. Even without deliberately employing seduction techniques, she radiates such irresistible allure. If he, her master, felt this way, what about others? He realized he would have to provide his disciple with some cards up her sleeve to protect herself from ill-intentioned individuals. Without further hesitation, he gestured and conjured a ball of spiritual fluid from the spirit pool hall. It hovered in the air without a single drop falling. He followed this by conjuring a slender branch, about the length of his forearm, covered in tea leaves. With another thought, the tea leaves and branch transformed into fine particles, merging into the spiritual fluid. "Oh, right, fetch a washing marrow pill for me." As he reached out to retrieve the pill himself, Chen Daoxian suddenly paused, realizing that his disciple had a unique method of hiding things. He decided to let her retrieve the pill from the special spot herself. Ling Yanran retrieved a jade bottle from her silk garment and placed it on the bedside table, then buried her face deeply into the bedding. She was mortified. Chen Daoxian didn't care about it, but felt that his disciple's method of hiding things was really strange. But after all, there is such a large capacity, she can put it down, and he has nothing to say. After casually taking out a marrow-washing pill from the jade bottle, Chen Daoxian thought for a while, but he didn't put the jade bottle back to its original place, but just put it on the bed casually. The marrow-cleansing pill was also turned into fine particles by him and incorporated into the spiritual liquid. A small cluster of spiritual liquid, after blending with the leaves of the enlightenment tea tree and the marrow-cleansing pill, became even denser than before. All right, everything is ready. Today, I shall let you experience the essence of profound oil back massage. Chen Daoxuan's lips curled into a hint of a smile as he murmured confidently. Ling Yanran was a bit baffled after hearing this. Profound oil back massage? What was that? She didn't inquire further, patiently awaiting her master's next actions. Before long, Chen Daoxian extracted a portion of the spiritual liquid with his hands from the cluster, then refined it further using his spiritual energy, increasing its purity. However, just as he was about to begin, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. To perform a profound oil back massage, direct contact with the back was necessary. Even though Yanran's silk evening dress revealed a portion of her shoulders and back, it wasn't sufficient. This method requires you to expose some skin, otherwise, the absorption of this spiritual liquid won't be perfect. Would you like to do it yourself, or should I? Or if you find it inconvenient, never mind. I'll think of another way to help you eliminate those early hidden issues. Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Daoxian decided to ask for his disciple's opinion. Master is willing to help disciple eliminate hidden issues. How could disciple refuse? Well, I'll do it myself. Upon hearing her master's words, Ling Yanran's face instantly turned red, even to her ears. But she knew her master's intentions were for her own good, so without hesitation, she agreed. She sat up and removed her long dress in front of her master, using her arms to cover a few key areas. Then, she quickly lay back down on the bed. Hold on a moment. Chen Daoxian was taken aback. He intended to simply undo the back of the dress, there was no need for her to undress completely. In a flash, the suppressed demonic flames surged once again, causing a few drops of nosebleed to embarrassingly escape. He hastily suppressed the flames with his mental energy. Fortunately, Lin Yanran didn't witness this moment of embarrassment, or his bluff of enlightenment tea would have gone up in smoke. It was clearly the succubus causing the heat. However, since Lin Yanran had completely disrobed, he couldn't explain himself at this point. It would only make the situation more awkward. He could only casually pick up a blanket from the bed and place it over the lower part of Lin Yanran's body. As he covered her, an inadvertent touch made him exclaim inwardly, "Wow, that elasticity." But now that everything was prepared, he didn't want to delay any further. He placed his hands firmly on Lin Yanran's back and began pressing on various acupoints. By using his spiritual energy, he guided the specially prepared spiritual liquid into these acupoints, dispersing any hidden ailments within. While feeling the smoothness of Lin Yanran's back, Chen Daoxuan's mind was clear, focused solely on helping his disciple open her meridians and pave the way for her future cultivation. However, to be honest, he was really enjoying this process. As for Lin Yanran, her cheeks were so flushed that they seemed ready to burst. "This is so embarrassing, Master, seeing me completely exposed. Master's pressing feels so comfortable. I wish I could just take a nap like this. Master's hands are warm and powerful. Master is the best. Oh no, I was sweating during our earlier sparring. I hope Master won't mind. But Master is so gentle, it seems like he doesn't mind. I'm falling in love with Master." After a good half-hour, Chen Daoxian had completely used up the spiritual liquid. He let out a long breath. "All right, I've eliminated the hidden issues left behind in the void sky realm. By the way, I also helped clear your meridians a bit. You'll feel the effects during your cultivation. I'll leave you now. Afterward, you should go to the spirit pool hall, cleanse yourself, and soak for a while." Chen Daoxian stood up, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from his disciple's smooth and flawless back. Without looking back, he left the room. Before, he was completely focused on clearing her meridians and eradicating hidden issues. His mind was crystal clear. However, now that everything was done, he was genuinely worried that he might lose control at any moment due to his disciple's innate charm. After Chen Daoxian departed, Lin Yanran slowly sat up on the bed, gazing at the closed door, lost in thought. Could it be that Master has no intention of me in that way? Although a tinge of disappointment flickered within her, she quickly reminded herself that she would have plenty of opportunities to spend time with her master in the future. Her eyes lit up again at the thought. She reached for her dress, intending to head to the spirit pool hall for a soak. However, her hand froze in midair. It seems Master only intended to massage my back. So why did I have to take everything off? Ah! How embarrassing, so embarrassing. Suddenly, a realization struck Lin Yanran, and she let out a startled cry, clenching her fists in regret. Master only wanted her to expose her back, yet she had misunderstood his intentions. However, last time in the spirit pool hall, she had been seen by Master anyway. Seeing her again wouldn't be a big deal. In fact, she wished Master would want to see her. After coming to terms with her mistake, Lin Yanran finally accepted her colossal blunder. She put on her dress and went off to soak in the spirit pool hall, feeling rather dejected. Outside the heavenly Dao Hall, by a small pavilion, Chen Daoxian absent-mindedly traced his fingers as the scene from earlier continued to linger in his mind. Just then, the enlightenment tea tree beside him swayed slightly. What's wrong? Chen Daoxian snapped back to attention, curious about the tree's behavior. The enlightenment tea tree seemed rather indignant. And he asked what's wrong? Just a moment ago, it was basking in the sunlight, feeling like the happiest and luckiest tree in the world. But suddenly, crack! A sound, and a portion of its branches were gone. Although they would grow back eventually, it hurt. Master, next time you need a branch, could you please give Cha-Cha a heads up? Unexpectedly losing a branch without any preparation is quite frightening for Cha-Cha. Ahem, understood, I'll be more careful next time. Chen Daoxian twitched at the corner of his mouth, realizing it was about that incident. He had been hasty. Ling Yanran entered the spirit pool hall, immersing her entire body in the spiritual fluid. As her qi was already devoid of spiritual energy, the absorption rate of the fluid was several times faster than usual. An hour passed, and her qi was once again brimming with spiritual energy. Through a complete expenditure and replenishment, the spiritual energy had become even purer. However, Ling Yanran didn't rise. Instead, she continued to soak in the pool, closing her eyes to recall her master's guidance from the previous day. The following morning, Ling Yanran washed her attire from yesterday, hung it on a rack to dry, and donned a fresh outfit before leaving the grand hall. Cough, this ensemble looks pretty good today. Chen Daoxian noticed his disciple's arrival and, casting a fleeting glance, his gaze involuntarily settled on the most eye-catching part, her legs. Her shapely thighs were adorned with black stockings, a lace trim accentuating them. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but praise inwardly, even more determined now. When Yanran left the mountain this time to enter the secret realm, he would pick out several sets of clothing from the system store for her to keep in the spirit pool hall. Greetings, Master. Thanks to yesterday's profound guidance, Yanran has absorbed around 70 to 80% of it. I feel that my command of the Heavenly Demon Finger technique has significantly improved. Read latest chapters at n/v/e/lbi.co/m. Approaching her master, Ling Yanran respectfully bowed and then stood beside him, reporting on her progress. Not bad. Come, today we continue. Over the next 2 months, I will help you refine the Heavenly Demon Finger technique to a rudimentary stage. After emptying his teacup, Chen Daoxian rose and moved to the designated practice area. As with the previous day, Ling Yanran continuously practiced the Heavenly Demon Finger technique, while Chen Daoxian offered guidance and even demonstrated the technique himself occasionally. After experiencing the unique massage technique from her master the day before, Ling Yanran noticed that not only did her qi circulation feel smoother, but a faint sense of stagnation had also disappeared. Even her meridians felt more robust, naturally amplifying the potency of her techniques. After over 2 hours, when Ling Yanran's spiritual energy was depleted once again, she obediently lay in her master's embrace and was carried back to her room. As soon as she was placed on the bed, she proactively untied the ribbon on her back, eagerly anticipating the peculiarly comfortable back oil massage. Yes, that's it. However, Chen Daoxian simply stood up, raising an eyebrow at the sight of Ling Yanran's bared, smooth back. Yesterday, the main goal was to eliminate any latent issues before reaching the Void Sky realm. Today, we don't need to do the back oil massage. Rest for a while, and then head to the spirit pool hall for recovery. Chen Daoxian advised before promptly leaving, not lingering any further. This left Ling Yanran feeling utterly dejected. So yesterday was special treatment, huh? I thought there'd be massages every day. Today, Master isn't giving me a massage, it just feels empty. Lying weakly on the bed, Ling Yanran pouted in grievance. When she had been nestled in her master's embrace just now, she had already been looking forward to it. But now, she learned that there wouldn't be any more massage sessions in the future. What was she to do? Wait a minute! Master's clothes are still in my storage pouch. Ling Yanran's eyes brightened as she remembered the set of clothes she had hidden away previously. She immediately retrieved the outfit from the storage pouch with a determined pat. After pondering for a moment, she felt that while she could still sense her master's aura by holding on to the clothes, it wasn't comfortable enough. After a short while, Lin Yanran inserted 2 unidentified pillows into the clothes, puffing it up. Now it's much more comfortable to hold like this. Even though it's not as good as hugging master, it's still better than nothing. Gazing at her creation, Lin Yanran chuckled foolishly. She leaned into the unique pillow she had made, tightly hugging it, and inhaled her master's unique scent. Her long, elegant legs even tightened around the pillow. After a long while, Lin Yanran finally put away the outfit and headed toward the spirit pool hall. However, for some reason, she looked even more fatigued than after her training session earlier. In the spirit pool hall, Lin Yanran underwent another revitalization. But now, she faced a dilemma. I've dirtied master's clothes. I'll need to wash them, but after washing, his aura will fade. What should I do? Master changed into another set of clothes. I've got an idea. After a moment, Lin Yanran meticulously cleaned the outfit she had originally stashed away, hung it on a rack, and then stashed her master's changed clothes into her own storage pouch. From now on, every time master changes into new clothes, I'll wash and air out the old ones. That way, master won't notice anything amiss. He might even praise me for being diligent. Hee. Murmuring her thoughts, Lin Yanran grinned and even let a few droplets of saliva escape her mouth. Her appearance was far from her usual aloof, icy beauty, practically a complete contrast. If Chen Daoxian witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly exclaim in surprise, "My disciple is a master of contradictions." In the coming days, they continued practicing relentlessly. After being embraced by her master and resting for a while, Lin Yanran would return to the spirit pool to replenish her spiritual energy. 2 months passed, day after day. Although Lin Yanran's cultivation realm remained at the 7th heaven of the profound sky realm, her strength had improved significantly compared to 2 months ago. After a month and a half, with daily guidance from her master, she had successfully achieved a rudimentary level of the heavenly demon finger technique. When employing the technique, she could conjure a nearly substantial shadow of the demonic entity. However, whether it was the malevolent aura emanating from it or the agility of the demonic entity itself, they were far from matching her master's abilities. Her master's demonic finger technique seemed to bring forth a living entity, akin to an ancient calamity, as if the demonic entity itself had descended. Lin Yanran suspected that her master had truly comprehended this technique to its perfection. For the remaining half-month, her master imparted techniques for life and death struggles, granting Lin Yanran a well-rounded advancement in her capabilities. Master, there are only a few more days until the opening of the Scarlet Cloud Valley secret realm. Considering the distance and the potential arrival of prodigies from other domains, I plan to leave the mountain ahead of time. What is Master's opinion, Master? On this particular day, after soaking in the spirit pool, Lin Yanran approached her master. Today, however, she had no intentions of continuing her cultivation. The secret realm's opening was fast approaching, and it was time for her to depart. 2 months have gone by so quickly? Chen Daoxian mused, slightly taken aback by his disciple's words. For some inexplicable reason, within the heavenly Dao Hall, his perception of time seemed to have grown fainter. Perhaps, because within this invincible realm of the heavenly Dao Hall, he was already on par with the heavenly way itself, time had lost its significance in his eyes. So be it. As you depart this time, remember the same thing, he said, his focus unwavering. Everything else is secondary, the only thing I care about is your safety. No matter what happens, always prioritize your own safety. If you encounter trouble, handle it on your own. If you can't, I'll bear the burden for you. Chen Daoxian stepped forward with a gentle smile, ruffling Ling Yanran's hair. He was genuinely pleased with his disciple. As long as she avoided accidents, he had full confidence in cultivating her to reach the realm of immortals or even higher. I understand, and thank you for your concern, Master. Feeling her master's warm hand, Ling Yanran couldn't help but squint her eyes in comfort. Her heart felt warm and fuzzy. After wiping out the Luo Heaven sect last time, do you still have enough of those items left? If not, I can make more for you, so you won't be bullied when you leave the mountain. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxian asked in a soft voice. No need, Master. This time, I want to rely on my own strength as much as possible for my journey outside. If I keep hiding under your protection, when will I ever stand on my own? Moreover, when I destroyed the Luo Heaven sect, I still have more than half of the trump cards you gave me left unused. It's more than enough. Ling Yanran quickly shook her head, her gaze filled with determination. She didn't want to be protected by her master forever. She wanted to become someone useful to him, not just a vase that sought his help for everything. You're right, I'm glad to see you think this way. In that case, go ahead and leave the mountain. Remember, as long as I'm here, even if you encounter an immortal, you don't need to bow your head. Chen Daoxian was quite surprised, but he soon showed an approving smile. Yes. I understand, Master. I'll come back triumphant. Ling Yanran deeply bowed towards her master's direction, then turned without looking back and descended the mountain. She engraved her master's words in her heart. Even if she encountered an immortal, she wouldn't need to bow her head. Chen Daoxian, with over 4,000 system points in hand, wasn't worried about his disciple's safety. If she faced danger that her remaining trump cards couldn't handle, the system would give warnings, and he could intervene at any time. Though he was currently just a peak expert of the first level of the Qi Si realm, he was confident. Outside the Scarlet Cloud Valley, various forces had already established their positions. Each faction had chosen a nearby mountain where the entrance to the secret realm was located. Among the original 4 major sects, only 3 remained. Besides the Jinding sect, there were the Hongguang sect and the Piyuan Temple. As the strongest force in the northern region, the Jinding sect naturally occupied the mountain closest to the entrance. Brother Yang Chun, you were present during the destruction of the Luo Heaven sect. Can you tell us what exactly happened? The rumor outside claims that a junior of the profound sky realm annihilated the Luo Heaven sect alone. It's simply too unbelievable, and we can't bring ourselves to believe it. Taoist Lu Feng, the master of the Hongguang sect, and Kong Kai, the abbot of the Piyuan temple, had arrived at the mountain where the Jinding sect was located. Their expressions were curious as they inquired about the events of that day. As members of the 4 major sects, the gap in strength between them was not significant. Apart from the abbot, who possessed the power of the 6th level of the Annihilation Realm, the other 3 sect masters were at the 5th level. If the other side could easily wipe out the Luo Heaven sect, it posed a similar threat to them. This made the other 2 forces worry as well. Hee. You don't need to know the details of this matter. As for the rumors outside, I can only say that they aren't exaggerations at all. In fact, they haven't truly faced the terrifying onslaught of that technique. They have no idea how terrifying it is. Just remember not to provoke that junior of the profound sky realm, Fairy Leng. We're all top forces in the northern region, and I hope none of you will meet the same fate as the Luo Heaven sect. Young Chun listened to their words and couldn't help but smile wryly. Were the rumors exaggerated? Not in the slightest. In fact, they didn't even begin to describe the true terror of that day. However, he still felt compelled to warn them. After all, they were all top powers in the northern region. If the other 2 were also wiped out, the already weaker northern region would be unable to resist the encroachment from other realms. It would be a situation of mutual destruction. Well, thank you. We understand. By the way, will the fairy Lin you mentioned come to participate in the upcoming secret realm? After all, this secret realm can only be entered by cultivators below the profound sky realm. There are even rumors of immortal legacies within. It's hard to imagine that the fairy Lin wouldn't be tempted, right? Realizing the significance, Taoist Lu Feng took a sharp breath. If it were anyone else, they might not believe it, but Taoist Yang Chun was a 5th-level Annihilation Realm expert. He had no need to lie and tarnish his own reputation over such matters. At the same time, he felt a slight worry. If that terrifying presence were to participate in the secret realm, how would their forces deal with it? I don't know. But if she really joins, you should advise your disciples to tread carefully and not bring calamity upon themselves. Taoist Yang Chun was unsure whether that female demoness would actually participate in the secret realm. After all, Lin Yanran had specifically inquired about it from him, indicating some interest. Just as the three were troubled by this matter, they simultaneously turned their heads towards a certain direction. They saw a luxurious palace floating in the sky, carried by a massive bird, an Annihilation Realm creature. To have tamed an Annihilation Realm bird was a testament to an immensely formidable power. Make way, don't obstruct my young master's path. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. As the three were momentarily stunned, an elderly man dressed like a carriage driver berated in the direction of the Jin Ding Sex Peak. This peak was the closest to the entrance of the secret realm, and it seemed this person had his eye on it. May I ask where you come from, senior? The three exchanged glances and knew instantly that this newcomer wasn't from the northern region. The imposing Annihilation Realm bird alone was enough to make them feel the pressure. Not to mention the elderly carriage driver-like figure, his depth was immeasurable. He was probably a great being of the boundless realm. In the northern region, they had never encountered a boundless realm entity. Naturally, the three of them didn't dare to provoke such a powerful being lightly. Old Zhang, what's going on? A voice sounded from within the palace. It sounded calm, yet a hint of displeasure was detectable. Reporting to young master, it's just insignificant ants from the northern region. This old man will send them away promptly. The old man respectfully replied, hunching his back toward the palace. Handle it quickly. This young master has had enough of the travel, so find a place for me to rest. If those ants don't know what's good for them, a slap will suffice to squash them. Inside the palace, the voice of a youth rang out again. Though it was calm, it exuded disdain for the northern region. After all, this remote and barren place was devoid of even a single boundless realm expert. If it weren't for the possibility of an immortal legacy here, why would he stoop to come to such a desolate location? Young master, rest assured. I'll take care of it. Hearing this, the old man's eyes chilled as he looked towards the people on the peak of the mountain where the Jin Ding sect was situated. You have 10 breaths to leave, or you will bear the consequences. The tone was incredibly calm, as if stating the most natural thing. The three Annihilation Realm experts on the mountain were hardly regarded at all. Many young disciples of the Jin Ding sect couldn't bear such humiliation. In the northern region, people treated them as esteemed individuals, and they were showered with praise and flattery wherever they went. All new chapters nnv.bin.com. Yet, Taoist Yang Chun knew that this young man was not to be trifled with. Pack up, let's go. With a command from Taoist Yang Chun, many disciples reluctantly complied, despite their dissatisfaction. They were somewhat discontented, but they had no choice but to act. Fellow Taoist Yang Chun, if you don't mind, you're welcome to join me at the Piyuan Temple. We can wait for the secret realm to open together. Seeing the situation, Abbot Kong Kai sighed and extended an invitation. Thank you, Abbot. After a moment, the people from the peak of the Jin Ding sect had swiftly departed. The old carriage driver didn't trouble them further. After all, in his eyes, the people of the northern region were nothing more than ants. If he were to act, he might besmirch his own reputation. Returning to the eastern region, wouldn't he be ridiculed for acting like a tyrant in this barren land of the northern region? Before long, as the palace landed on a mountain peak, a young man with a slightly furrowed brow stepped out. His attire and demeanor were that of a graceful young master, even ostentatiously holding a folding fan. TSK, this really is a desolate place. Who knows if this secret realm truly holds an immortal legacy, like the rumors say? It's probably mostly false. How could an immortal leave behind a legacy in such a place? Sigh. The youth surveyed the forces gathered from the northern region and couldn't help but wear a disappointed expression. Yet, since he was here, all he could do was await the opening of the secret realm and try his luck. While his tone was disdainful towards the northern region, his cultivation was genuine, 9th level of the profound sky realm. Despite appearing around 20 years old, achieving the 9th level of the profound sky realm at his age showcased incredible talent. Though many of the northern region forces felt slighted by his words, none dared to provoke him recklessly. They could only lament that their fists weren't as mighty as others. Brother Wang Yan, I never expected to encounter you here. Heh, could you spare a place for me to rest my feet? Just at this moment, a figure soared swiftly through the air. Even before the person arrived, their voice reached everyone's ears. Rin Chirue? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Yan furrowed his brow slightly and turned his gaze to the incoming figure. As expected, it was Rin Chirue. The Rin family's influence in the eastern region was not much weaker than their own Xiaoyao palace. Heh, Brother Rin, how did you end up in this remote place? Could it be that you're here for the secret realm too? As Rin Chirue approached, Wang Yan had already put on a faint smile. Well, it's all thanks to my old man. He insisted I gain some experience outside. Coincidentally, I heard about the impending opening of the secret realm and was dispatched here. He didn't even let me bring a protector with me. Now I can't be as carefree and impressive as Brother Wang Yan. Rin Chirue let out a sigh, casting an envious look at the palace behind Wang Yan and the boundless realm old carriage driver. Similar to Wang Yan from Xiaoyao Palace, Rin Chirue also exuded the aura of the 9th level of the profound sky realm. In the northern region, for a cultivator of this age to reach the void sky realm was already a rare talent. Just like Leng Yanran, who had achieved the 4th level of the. She was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius of the northern region. However, this was closely related to the quality of resources and techniques. Even with the same aptitude, using different resources and practicing different techniques could lead to a significant disparity in cultivation. Tisk, Brother Rin, your words are lacking in fun. Who doesn't know that you're the Rin family's precious gem? I'm sure your ancestral patriarch wouldn't send you out without some life-saving tricks up your sleeve. Clearly, Wang Yan didn't believe his words. Rin Chirue, as the Rin family's genius and the one groomed to be their next patriarch, wouldn't venture out without some means of self-preservation. Could their Rin family really be at ease? Hee, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. Brother Wang Yan, I'll tell you, I received some news on my way here. Even our eastern region's holy maiden might come here for the secret realm. Rin Chirue decided not to be evasive and shifted the topic directly, releasing a piece of important news. Oh. Even the holy maiden herself might attend the secret realm. It seems there's a good chance of immortal legacy within. Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback. If the holy maiden was interested, there was a high possibility that the secret realm was indeed authentic. At the same time, he felt a surge of excitement. The holy maiden was the dream companion of every young talent in the eastern region, not just because of her unparalleled beauty, but also due to her exceedingly rare saint-grade aptitude. Combined with the power behind her, becoming her companion would undoubtedly make one of the most influential figures in the eastern region in the future. Throughout the conversation, neither of them spared a glance for the various northern region forces gathered nearby. They didn't consider anyone else worthy of their attention. As they conversed, they both suddenly froze and turned their heads towards a particular direction. There stood a woman in a white veil, dressed in a spotless white dress. Her bare feet were exposed, showcasing delicate and smooth ankles. Two small bells adorned her ankles, emitting a gentle chime as she moved. Although the woman seemed to be walking casually through thin air, she was in fact employing a unique form of body technique. With each step, she covered 100 meters effortlessly. With mastery, she could even cross thousands of meters in a single stride, making this technique highly practical for both travel and combat. Even the two small bells on her ankles were no mere ornaments. They were genuine profound-grade treasures, their ringing capable of unsettling one's concentration. The woman scanned her surroundings, searching for an unoccupied peak to rest upon. "Holy maiden, if you don't mind, why not wait for the secret realm to open with us? This peak is closest to the secret realm. As Brother Rin mentioned you will arrive, I have already cleared a clean space for you. If you're tired, you're welcome to rest in my palace, lady." Although Li Shenru didn't spare Wang Yan a glance, he grinned and extended his invitation. Watching Wang Yan's behavior, Rin Chirui couldn't help but marvel. What a bootlicker! But even with such flattery, Li Shenru, known for her cold demeanor, was unlikely to be appreciative. Everyone in the eastern region knew of her icy temperament, particularly her distaste for men. "Then, thank you for your offer, fellow Taoist." After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Shenru ultimately didn't decline Wang Yan's goodwill. After all, in the northern region, being able to stay with people from the eastern region was something she had grown accustomed to. Taking a few steps, she arrived at the mountain top. Although she appeared to stand on the ground, a careful observer would notice that Li Shenru's bare feet maintained a minute distance from the earth. They hovered in the air, untouched by the dust below. Upon reaching the peak, Li Shenru merely nodded slightly to Wang Yan and Rinchirue, then found a large stone to sit cross-legged, closing her eyes and falling silent. "Ahem, since that's the case, we won't disturb Holy Maiden's cultivation. Let's wait for the secret realm to open and then venture forth together." Wang Yan initially intended to strike up a conversation, but seeing Li Shenru's attitude, he decided to let it be. As expected, just as the rumors said, she's truly unlike ordinary people. If I have the chance to capture her and expose her contrary facade, revealing that completely different expression, how marvelous it would be. Unfortunately, the power behind Li Shenru in the eastern region is not something anyone dares to provoke. Wang Yan's thoughts remained confined to his own late-night fantasies. He wouldn't be foolish enough to use force and seek his own demise. Although Jin Ding's sect was a bit displeased that their mountain peak was taken by someone from the eastern region, Master Yang Chen could only swallow his anger considering the difference in strength. However, suddenly, Master Yang Chen saw a figure that both terrified and excited him. "Fairy Lang, I had guessed that you would come to the secret realm, so we've prepared a spot for you here." In the puzzled eyes of Abbot Kong Kai, he stood up and respectfully greeted the figure. 0 current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Abbot Kong Kai couldn't help but look in the direction that had caught his attention. However, after a mere glance, he hastily averted his eyes, closed them, and began reciting scriptures. "This isn't just a fairy, it's clearly a witch. After just a glance at Lin Yanran, Abbot Kongkai felt a subtle surge of heat in his body. He was tempted to break his vows. Moreover, as a practitioner of Buddhism, he could sense that Lin Yanran wasn't human, she was a member of the demon race. Even if she appeared human, she definitely cultivated demonic techniques. Not a good match. Upon hearing her name being called, Lin Yanran turned her head to see Master Yang Chun. Momentarily puzzled, she wondered why they didn't occupy the nearest mountain peak to the entrance of the secret realm. However, she ignored Master Yang Chun's intentions and gave him a simple glance before heading toward the mountain peak controlled by the eastern region. Now, the show is about to begin. Seeing that Lin Yanran didn't pay him any mind, Master Yang Chun didn't harbor any resentment. Since the last incident, Lin Yanran had become almost like a demon in his heart. She was truly the most terrifying witch. And now, this witch was headed for the mountain peak controlled by the eastern region. There was bound to be friction, and who knew if she would unleash the same terror as before. She could easily release 30 sky monuments with a mere wave of her hand. Even the power from the eastern region would likely struggle to contend with that. Whether it was Lin Yanran or the eastern region's power, suffering would benefit them. If both sides were weakened, it would be a golden opportunity for their three major sects. While passing by a mountain peak, Lin Yanran suddenly sensed something and furrowed her brows, looking over. A cultivator at the profound sky realm was flying towards her with a rather boorish expression. "Esteemed fairy, I must admit that I've fallen in love with you at first sight. I wonder if the fairy would consider becoming my Tao companion. I am the direct disciple of Feishua's sect's chief, and I am destined to be the next sect master. If the fairy feels that our acquaintance is too brief, we can take our time to develop." Continually praising himself, the man's ability to reach the profound sky realm at the age of 30 did make him one of the top talents in the northern region. He was second only to the top disciples of the four great sects. Therefore, he was exceedingly confident in his charm. "Fairy, how about it? Have you considered my proposal?" However, as he spoke, suddenly all his words got stuck in his throat, and he could only make muffled sounds. Lin Yanran furrowed her brows and reached out to grip his neck with one hand. "Disgusting creature!" Crack! With a slight squeeze, the man ceased struggling, and his neck was already crushed by Lin Yanran's grip. Lin Yanran casually tossed the man down into the forest below. "Taoist Yang Chun, after this, please take care of the Feishua sect." "Will that be a problem?" After dispatching the man, Lin Yanran's cold voice reached Master Yang Chun, who was watching the spectacle from a distance. "Rest assured, Fairy Ling. Feishua sect will not appear in the northern region anymore." Faced with Lin Yanran's icy gaze, Master Yang Chun shivered, as if he had returned to the day when the Luo Heaven sect was exterminated. Without any hesitation, he agreed. Wiping away a bead of sweat in secret, he thought, "Indeed, she is a witch head. As soon as she takes action, there's sure to be a massacre." Lin Yanran didn't dwell on the matter and suppressed the nauseating feeling in her heart. "Indeed, apart from my master, all men are the same. Following my master's instructions, I mustn't leave anyone alive if I make a move. But now, with the secret realm opening soon, there's no time to personally exterminate the Feishua sect." Suddenly, a voice sounded, catching Lin Yanran's attention. "Oh, who would have thought that I'd encounter such a rare beauty in this desolate northern region? Woman, come closer. Let this young master take a good look." The prodigy of the Ren clan, originally engaged in a chat with Wang Yan, awaited the opening of the secret realm. These northern region individuals held no interest for him. However, the sudden appearance of Lin Yanran brought a glint to his eyes. He paid no mind to Lin Yanran casually snuffing out the life of a profound sky realm first stage cultivator. Even the profound Sky Realm 7th stage Lin Yanran didn't seem particularly formidable in his eyes. In this barren northern region, even if true geniuses emerged, their battle prowess would inevitably be low due to the gap in cultivation techniques. Even at the same realm, he was confident in suppressing 10 cultivators of the same level from the northern region. Lin Yanran heard the voice and finally noticed that the nearest mountain peak to the secret realm had already been occupied. Judging by the cultivator's strength, he was already at the profound Sky Realm 9th stage at such a young age. She had never heard of such a genius in the northern region. Had she known that the peak was occupied, she might have chosen a different spot to settle. However, the words spoken by the youth just now left her displeased, especially since she had just experienced harassment. While feeling nauseated, she was once again provoked. With an indifferent expression, Lin Yanran headed towards the mountain peak. Quite understanding. This works out. This young master never liked using force anyway. By the way, Brother Wang Yan, I might need to use your residence for something later. Would that be convenient? Seeing the woman approaching, Rinchirue smiled knowingly and asked Wang Yan, who was beside him. A trivial matter. Brother Ren, feel free. Wang Yan's expression remained calm as he replied nonchalantly. However, when he looked at Lin Yanran, an inexplicable flame flickered within him. If not for maintaining his image in front of Saintess, he would have considered taking this woman into his embrace. Why should Rinchirue, this youngster, benefit from her charms? It must be said that this suddenly appeared woman from the northern region was no less stunning than Saintess in terms of appearance. However, their auras were completely different. While both exuded an icy aloofness, Li Shenru's aura was divine and untouchable. The northern region woman, on the other hand, emitted a hint of malevolence, bearing a dangerous presence. Her figure was even more alluring than Li Shenru's, making her an unparalleled beauty of the mortal realm. But as Lin Yanran approached, both parties were momentarily stunned. Why did this woman have horns on her head? She didn't appear to be of the human race. There are members of the demon race in the northern region? This works out. I can keep her by my side. Rinchirue was initially taken aback, but then his smile grew even wider. Demon race. Even Li Shenru, who had been sitting atop a large stone and hadn't spoken since arriving, opened her eyes after sensing Lin Yanran's aura. Visit novel bin. C.M for updates. A saint-grade aptitude, and her demonic bloodline isn't low-grade either. With just a glance, Li Shenru felt surprised. Her divine technique allowed her to discern a person's aptitude and innate constitution. When she had used it on Lin Yanran just now, she discovered that they both possessed saint-grade aptitudes. Moreover, the demonic bloodline flowing within her was not ordinary. This was quite peculiar. How could there be members of the demon race in the northern region? Since the Demon War, they had largely retreated to the western region and seldom appeared in other realms. Perplexed, Li Shenru decided to stop cultivating and watched Lin Yanran with interest. She wanted to see if the woman had any special techniques or if she would really become a plaything under Rinchirue's dominion. With resolve, Li Shenru decided that if the opportunity arose, she would intervene and rescue her. Bringing her back to the Holy Mountain could potentially develop her into a formidable force. Saints of such pure aptitude were exceedingly rare, even in the eastern region. An Annihilation Realm avian beast? As Lin Yanran approached the mountaintop, her gaze caught sight of a feathered creature emitting the aura of the Annihilation Realm. Her brows furrowed slightly. This might prove troublesome. She had intended to rely on her own strength for the trials within the secret realm and avoid leaning on her master's power as much as possible. Unexpectedly, there existed a creature of the Annihilation Realm, creating an insurmountable gap between them. Lin Yanran had no chance of winning. If a fight broke out, she might have to resort to using her master's heavenly demon finger technique to obliterate it. Hey, Brother Wang Yan, look at the expression in this woman's eyes as she gazes at your avian beast. She's probably never seen an Annihilation Realm creature in the northern region before, hence the shock. Rinchirue chuckled at the scene and gestured towards Lin Yanran, indicating that she was rather inexperienced. She was frightened by an Annihilation Realm creature. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yanran was not concerned about the Annihilation Realm creature as a threat. You have 3 breaths time to vacate this mountain peak. Lin Yanran regained her composure and coldly surveyed the few individuals on the mountain top. A woman and 2 men, all at the profound Sky Realm 9th stage, emanated powerful auras. Each of them was likely capable of contending with a Nirvana Realm expert. Yet, in Lin Yanran's eyes, they were unremarkable. Following 2 months of intense training under her master, she had already achieved mastery in her heavenly demon finger technique. Facing the profound Sky Realm cultivators, she was confident in her ability to defeat them with ease. However, her attention was drawn to an elderly man who appeared to be a carriage driver, whose strength was difficult to ascertain. Based on her estimation, he was likely at the 8th or 9th stage of the Annihilation Realm. None of this mattered, as when she descended from the mountain, her master had advised her not to bow even if she encountered an immortal. Why should she yield to these individuals? Did I hear correctly? Do you, miss, know what you just said? Brother Wang Yan, look. Your Annihilation Realm avian beast frightened my newly acquired servant girl out of her wits. Rinchirue was initially stunned, then broke into exaggerated laughter and patted Wang Yan's shoulder. He couldn't fathom how a northern region demoness had dared to speak up and ask them to leave. Moreover, in her words, he already treated Lin Yanran as his slave, like a possession. I've changed my mind. Others may leave, but this repugnant individual must stay. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran furrowed her brows. She couldn't comprehend why there were so many scoundrels in the world. Evidently, her words were not taken seriously by either Rinchirue or Wang Yan. They calmly waited to see what she would do after the 3 breaths. Even the various powers in the northern region were watching intently, curious to see how things would unfold. The eastern region prodigy had previously demanded that they leave within 10 breaths, and now the demoness was giving them 3 breaths. Yet, no one knew if this demoness could handle the situation. In the blink of an eye, the 3 breaths were up, and the people on the mountaintop remained motionless. The 3 breaths are up. What are you planning to do to this young master? Why don't the 2 of us go to the residence first? We can have a close exchange and discuss matters slowly. Rinchirue smiled and didn't attempt to conceal his intentions. Lin Yanran let out a slow sigh. To be honest, she didn't want trouble. Given her current strength, there were many situations she couldn't handle on her own, and she'd have to rely on her master to bail her out. However, she couldn't tolerate dealing with such vile individuals. Even for the sake of her master and the face of the Heavenly Tao Pavilion, she couldn't back down. With a raised finger, Lin Yanran looked at Rinchirue and slowly opened her vermilion lips. Heavenly Demon Finger. In an instant, a sinister aura gathered on her fingertip, coalescing into a nearly tangible illusion of a demonic entity exuding a dark aura. This phantom roared and charged at Rinchirue, its ethereal finger pointing forth. Damn! Wang Yan, help me! Rinchirue's scalp tingled as he saw the demonic figure coming toward him. He finally realized he had grossly underestimated Lin Yanran. This single attack made him feel the threat of death. Under the crimson gaze of the demonic figure, his body froze, and he helplessly watched as the pointed finger came closer and closer to his forehead. He could only shout desperately to Wang Yan beside him. After all, Wang Yan had a boundless realm expert escorting him. As long as he made the request, the Boundless Realm expert could save him. However, it was clear that Wang Yan had no intention of doing so. If Rinchiruo died in the northern region, it wouldn't be any loss to him. On the contrary, it would weaken the Rin clan's prospects of producing a successor. Why wouldn't he seize this opportunity? Furthermore, he didn't believe that Rinchiruo didn't possess life-preserving treasures. If he could force those treasures out of him, it would reduce one layer of threat after entering the secret realm. Even Li Shenrua, the saintess, couldn't help feeling startled upon witnessing the heavenly demon finger. She inwardly pondered, if she were to face this technique, how much chance of victory did she have? In the end, she concluded less than 30%. At most, she had a 30% chance of withstanding this technique. What a terrifying sorceress! If she could bring her under her command, she would undoubtedly gain a powerful ally. Darn it! Seeing Wang Yan's inaction, Rinchiruo, with no other choice, gritted his teeth, channeled his spiritual energy, and shattered a jade pendant he held within his embrace. The jade pendant's destruction felt like Rinchiruo's heart bleeding. It was a life-preserving measure bestowed by his ancestral patriarch. Who dares to harm a descendant of the Rin clan? In an instant, a figure emanating terrifying aura appeared before Rinchiruo, an existence that none of them had ever witnessed. Although not the actual manifestation, the illusory figure alone possessed the power of the Boundless Realm 9th stage. With this phantom alone, it would be effortless to annihilate the entire northern region. The old man casually waved his hand, dispersing the heavenly demon illusion that had come towards him. A demon girl from the demon race? Humph, I'll seal her cultivation. After the secret realm ends, Chiruo will take her back to the Rin clan for judgment. The old man's gaze turned ice cold as he quickly focused on Lin Yanran, who had previously attacked Rinchiruo. Li Shenrua felt a twinge of regret seeing this. She hadn't expected that Rinchiruo possessed a projection of the Rin clan's ancestral patriarch. Now that the ancestral patriarch personally intervened, her face-saving efforts might not save this sorceress. New N0vel chapters are published on N0v/e/lbin. Co/m. Rinchiruo's eyes lit up upon hearing the ancestral patriarch's words. If he could cripple the sorceress's cultivation, he would have free reign. It suited him perfectly. Many thanks, ancestral patriarch. Rinchiruo quickly bowed in gratitude towards the direction of the ancestral patriarch's projection. Without delay, the Rin clan's ancestral patriarch lifted his hand and struck towards the top of Lin Yanran's head. If this palm connected, it would thoroughly cripple her cultivation. Damn it, I can't move. I can't even use the last resort master gave me in time. Lin Yanran intended to use the array disc and pendant given by her master, but she realized that she had lost control of her body after the Rin clan's ancestral patriarch's intervention. The gap in their realms was too vast, even the use of her master's final trump card was beyond her reach. In despair, Lin Yanran closed her eyes. Master, your disciple is powerless. I can no longer serve by your side. She murmured with a heart full of grief. She wasn't afraid of death, but the thought of never seeing her master again was unbearably painful. She hadn't had the chance to express her feelings to her master. This smell. Master! A while passed, and the anticipated pain didn't materialize. Instead, a pleasant aroma wafted into Lin Yanran's nose, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. She discovered that her master had wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her into an embrace against his chest. His other hand was raised high, effortlessly catching the Rin clan's ancestral patriarch's formidable attack. Who might you be? The Rin clan's ancestral patriarch momentarily couldn't gauge the youth's depth. Although his senses detected only a Sea of Qi realm first stage, this youth had effortlessly intercepted an attack carrying the power of the Boundless Realm 9th stage. How could this be? However, Chen Daoxian didn't take the Ren clan's ancestral patriarch's projections seriously. He casually pinched Lin Yanran's cheek with a faint smile. Why the tears? Didn't I tell you? I've got you covered in every aspect. You've done well. When the opponent can't win, they call for backup. How could I blame you? Moreover, that lad has someone backing him. Can my disciple be without support? Chen Daoxuan's smile deepened, and he gently adjusted Lin Yanran's hair. At this moment, all colors seemed to pale in Lin Yanran's eyes, leaving only the gentle figure of her master. Master. Disciple. Lin Yanran's nose twitched as she attempted to speak, but her master lightly pressed a finger to her lips. We won't discuss this now. Let me handle the issue. Chen Daoxian smiled faintly, and then, with one arm around Lin Yanran's waist, he raised his other hand. Pointing his fingertip at the projection of the Ren clan's ancestral patriarch, he spoke with a sense of authority. Old man, you've got guts to bully Chen Daoxuan's disciple. My Yanran is crying, and I'm not happy about it. With Chen Daoxuan's intervention, the atmosphere shifted. His appearance painted a picture of serene strength, highlighting his pivotal role in this confrontation. Today, I'll take one of your projections as interest. Next time we meet, I'll annihilate your entire lineage. Chen Daoxian spoke with a constant smile, as if discussing trivial matters of no importance. As for the Eastern Domain or the Ren clan, he cared little. Bullied by him, his disciples would have their whole family walking alongside them, so they wouldn't be lonely. Demon Finger. Muttering those plain words, he also employed the Demon Finger technique. However, the power it unleashed was worlds apart from the one Lin Yanran had used. In an instant, a figure resembling an ancient demon materialized, the chaotic demon. A thick aura of malevolence emanated from its body, distorting the space around it. Its eyes were blood red, resembling a sea of blood. Who are you? The Ren clan's ancestral patriarch panicked. At the appearance of the chaotic demon, he was horrified to find that even though his projection possessed the realm of the Boundless Realm 9th stage, a power that could sweep the northern region, he had lost his ability to move under the demon's gaze. He could only cry out to Chen Daoxian in terror. Me? I'm just an ordinary master who doesn't want to see his disciple wronged. Chen Daoxuan's voice trailed off as the chaotic demon dashed towards the projection of the Ren clan's ancestral patriarch. Bo. With a soft sound, the Ren clan's ancestral patriarch's projection shattered, and the chaotic demon slowly dissipated into the air. In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded. Had that terrifying projection of the Ren clan's ancestral patriarch disappeared so easily? The same demon finger technique, when wielded by this young man, felt as though an ancient demon god had descended. The malevolent aura exuding from the demon made them feel suffocated and dizzy. Renchiru's expression was still frozen in excitement from the ancestral patriarch's appearance. It took him a moment to react, and he quickly fell to his knees. Please, spare me, Senior. For a moment, no one present had time to react. Most were still reeling from the terrifying pressure the Ren clan's ancestral patriarch had exuded. How had this terrifying figure, who moments ago appeared invincible, been defeated with a single flick of a finger by this newcomer? When the Ren clan's ancestral patriarch had appeared, all the forces in the northern region felt as though an insurmountable mountain had descended upon them, filling them with fear and trembling. However, this young man looked calm, not only having a handsome appearance but also giving off no aura at all. Even his realm had been deliberately concealed to the first stage of the Sea of Qi realm. However, no one in the crowd was foolish enough to believe that a young cultivator at the first stage of the Sea of Qi realm could casually kill the Ren clan's ancestral patriarch's projection. Apart from the Eastern Domain's prodigy, even the participants from the northern region who had come to participate in the secret realm were at least at the Void Sky realm. Please spare me, Senior. I was blind and ignorant. A dog's eyes can't see a true celestial mountain. Rinchirue had no time to consider other matters. He continuously kowtowed and begged for mercy, losing the Eastern Domain's sense of superiority he had displayed before. Before him stood a young man who had easily shattered the ancestral patriarch's projection. His true strength probably wasn't much different from the actual ancestral patriarch. Rinchirue couldn't fathom how such a terrifying expert had appeared in the northern region. He hadn't realized that Lin Yanran lacked backing and a background. If he had known that there was such a powerful figure behind her, he wouldn't have dared to try and enslave her. Now, the ancestral patriarch was in the Eastern Domain and couldn't possibly rush over to save him. If this killing deity wanted to attack him, he would undoubtedly meet his end today. Chen Daoxian cast a sidelong glance at Rinchirue, then gently took hold of Lin Yanran's waist and descended slowly onto a hilltop, placing himself right in front of Rinchirue. Rinchirue was now trembling uncontrollably, realizing that escape was futile. All he could do was continue to beg for mercy, repeatedly kowtowing. It's all right, it's just a little squabble between youngsters. No big deal. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian smiled slightly, as if he hadn't intended to harm Rinchirue at all. All the forces present couldn't help but sigh inwardly. While this senior possessed formidable strength, his magnanimity was even more impressive. Truly admirable. Even Saintess Li Shenrua, upon hearing that Chen Daoxian didn't intend to pursue Rinchirue's actions, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Look at this child, kowtowing so hard that his head is bleeding. Let me take a look. Upon hearing these words, Rinchirue felt a heavy weight lifted from his heart. He never expected the senior to spare him. He immediately lifted his head, intending to express his gratitude for sparing his life. But Chen Daoxian playfully patted him on the shoulder, and Rinchirue, who had been excited about surviving a disaster, suddenly lost all vitality. His head tilted, and with a soft thud, he collapsed to the ground. Huh? This child, youth is truly a wonderful thing. How can he fall asleep after just a couple of words? Never mind, never mind. I, Chen Daoxian, am always magnanimous and won't bicker with you. Chen Daoxuan's expression shifted in surprise upon witnessing the scene, recalling something suddenly. Did someone bully you just now? Point them out to me, and I'll take care of it for you. He spoke softly to Lin Yanran, who was nestled in his arms. Reporting to master, no one did. Lin Yanran lay in her master's embrace, obediently lifting her head to answer his question. She also cast a curious glance at the figure lying on the ground, Rinchirue. While she had been lost in the warmth and scent of her master's chest, she hadn't noticed Rinchirue's situation. How could he dare to fall asleep while talking to her master? Is his life force severed? Dead? Lin Yanran extended her spiritual energy to investigate and suddenly understood. It turned out that Rinchirue wasn't sleeping, his life force had been shattered, and he was already dead. Oh. Dead? Tisk, it's such a pity he died so young. New N0vel chapters are published on N0v/e/lb/in/co/m. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but display a hint of regret, as though he hadn't just casually snapped Rinchirue's life force. Hey, you there, the monk. Yes, you with the shiny head and the longest neck. I have a favor to ask. Help this young man pass on to the next life. He doesn't seem to be a local here, dying in a foreign land is quite pitiful. Chen Daoxian suddenly noticed a bald-headed monk gaping at him and turned to address the monk with a smile. Understood, I am Kong Kai and I humbly follow your instructions, esteemed senior. The monk was none other than Kong Kai, the abbot of the Breaking Yuan Temple. Being called out by the terrifying young man, Kong Kai shivered, naturally not daring to refuse. Trembling, he flew over and bowed to Chen Daoxian before starting to conduct the passing ceremony for Rinqirui. At that moment, everyone's gazes turned towards Chen Daoxian again, and an eerie feeling settled over them. They had thought the senior had an exceptionally broad mind, only to realize that he could casually laugh and chat before killing someone. To top it off, after the murder, he acted like it had nothing to do with him and even sought help to pass the deceased, which was beyond absurd. Although Lin Yanran was known throughout the northern region as someone who would kill without batting an eye and wipe out entire families, at least she displayed emotions. This senior, on the other hand, was an enigma. Senior. Now that the passing has been completed, do you have any further instructions for this humble monk? After a moment, Kong Kai stood up again, chanted a Buddhist scripture, and respectfully inquired of Chen Daoxian. Although everyone felt that this senior was somewhat benevolent despite his nonchalant killing, they at least appreciated that he cared enough to help with the passing ceremony. Let's disperse it. Chen Daoxian was quite satisfied with Kong Kai's speed in conducting the passing ceremony. It had taken less than half a minute. He then smiled and explained the next task. Huh? Disperse? Kong Kai was puzzled. What did disperse mean? Do I need to teach you everything? Now that the person is dead, has been passed on, and it's about time to scatter the ashes? Are you even a professional monk? As Chen Daoxian glanced at Kong Kai, his eyes held a hint of doubt about Kong Kai's professionalism. This. I understand. With a wave of Kong Kai's hand, spiritual power converged, forming a raging fire that incinerated Rinqirui's body, reducing it to ashes. Then, with another wave, a gust of wind scattered the ashes into the air. Good job. You may leave. In the future, if there's a similar situation, I'll have to trouble the venerable master. With a nod of satisfaction, Chen Daoxian signaled for Kong Kai to depart. Kong Kai felt as if he'd been granted clemency, bowing deeply before hastily returning to his own hilltop. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh, seriously. Damn it, the ashes got in my mouth. On the side, Wang Yan, who had been in a state of shock and disbelief since the instant Rinqirui was dispatched, suddenly began to cough. Standing not far from Rinqirui, he found himself engulfed by the drifting ashes, courtesy of the wind. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the short span of less than 5 minutes after Chen Daoxuan's appearance, they had lost count of how many times they had misjudged the senior. Initially, they thought he was somewhat benevolent, at least helping with the passing ceremony after killing someone. But, to scatter the ashes right after the passing? There was no hint of kindness left, he was practically an executioner. Curses! Fooled by this senior again. Everyone's lips twitched, utterly puzzled by the character of Lin Yanran's this powerful master. He seemed kind-hearted in speech. But how did a few words end up in someone's sudden death? And then even overseeing the passing ceremony, followed by scattering the ashes. What kind of sorcery was this? Cough, cough. Ugh. This is so disgusting, damn it. Damn you, Rinqirui. Even in your ashes, you still have to annoy me. Wang Yan kept brushing the ashes off himself while occasionally gagging. The image of the dashing young nobleman collapsed in an instant. Stop it! If you get ashes on my master, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Lin Yanran's brows furrowed, and she glared at Wang Yan with anger. While he hadn't been disrespectful to her, he had implicitly allowed Rinqirui to use his mansion. Although Lin Yanran had no intention of taking his life, she was still quite displeased with him. Understood, understood. Wang Yan was scolded by Lin Yanran's low growl, and he stiffened, refraining from brushing off the ashes any further. He feared that if he continued, that senior might pat him on the shoulder and praise how young people could sleep so soundly. Just like Rinchirue, he might end up in a predicament. He didn't want his ashes to be scattered either. At the same time, Wang Yan made a resolution in his heart. After this trip back to his sect, he would never set foot in the northern region again. It was just too terrifying. These experts in the northern region were all unpredictable. Meanwhile, Qin Daoxuan's gaze turned to the silent figure of the white-robed saintess. Slowly, he walked towards her, attracting the attention of everyone present. Ling Yinran's eyebrows twitched as she watched her master move toward the woman. Although the woman was attractive, her figure couldn't compare to Ling Yinran's. Ling Yinran compared herself to the woman as she walked. As Qin Daoxian reached the large stone, the saintess, Li Xinrua, couldn't hold on to her identity any longer and lightly leaped down. Li Xinrua, I greet senior. Li Xinrua offered a graceful bow, managing to maintain her composure despite the nervousness in her heart. Girl, do you have a master? Qin Daoxian smiled faintly. Upon his arrival, the system had alerted him that there was a saint-ranked individual who met the disciple requirements. That person was Li Xinrua. Senior, to speak honestly, I am usually taught by the 7 elders on the mountain. However, if we talk about having a master, then I don't have one. Li Xinrua was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected the senior to ask such a question. Was he trying to probe her background? Even so, she answered his question truthfully. She had no choice at the moment, and her sect was too busy to offer her support. Oh. That's right, Not bad. Would you be willing to become my disciple, under my, Qin Daoxuan's tutelage? Becoming my disciple won't restrict your freedom. You can even return to your own sect whenever you wish. None of these will be an issue. Qin Daoxian candidly stated his intentions. For him now, the quickest way to earn system points, other than committing atrocities like killing and burning, was the rewards from the advancement of his disciple's cultivation level. If he could take on another disciple, the speed at which he gained system points would multiply, and he might even earn points by having his disciples engage in battles and slay enemies. Recruiting more disciples was the righteous path. Moreover, with Li Xinrua's attractive appearance that could rival Yanran, the main point was Li Xinrua's astonishing bone structure and saintly aptitude. It had nothing to do with her looks. As Qin Daoxuan's words fell, a pout formed on the face of Ling Yanran standing behind him. Her master wanted to take this woman as a disciple? Did that mean someone else might vie for her master's affection in the future? How annoying! Arg, but she couldn't go against her master's wishes. It was a headache. She hoped this woman wouldn't know what's good for her and decline. Ling Yanran pursed her lips, feeling a bit aggrieved, as if her most precious treasure was about to be shared. The matter of becoming a disciple is of great importance. Senior, please give me some time to consider it carefully. Li Xinrua, taken aback by the sudden offer of discipleship, bowed slightly and replied after a brief moment of hesitation. Very well, since that's the case, after the secret realm concludes, if you are willing to become a disciple of my heavenly Tao pavilion, you can follow Yanran back to the illusory peak in the Void Illusion Mountain. Qin Daoxian wasn't bothered, accepting disciples depended on fate. If they weren't meant to be, he wouldn't force it, nor would he abduct genius saint-ranked talents just for the sake of system rewards. After all, he had plenty of time, he would encounter suitable disciples eventually. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. Li Xinrua breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that this senior wasn't as difficult as she had initially assumed. He was quite reasonable. Get your Avrite Ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. As for the matter of becoming a disciple, she wasn't too concerned. After the secret realm concluded, she planned to return to the eastern region. In her view, even if he managed to kill the Ren clan ancestral patriarch's boundless realm avatar, it still wouldn't be enough reason for her, Li Shenrua, to become a disciple. After all, some elders on her mountain could achieve the same feat. Qin Daoxian wasn't overly concerned with this. He turned his gaze towards the entrance of the secret realm. The identity manifestation could only last for 10 minutes, and about 5 or 6 minutes had already passed. Yanran, from now on, you'll have to rely on yourself within the secret realm. I'll be heading back soon. However, it seems that the secret realm will take around 5 more days to open. Very well, I'll open the secret realm early. This way, you won't have to endure waiting in this desolate wilderness. As Chen Daoxuan's words fell, everyone was left bewildered. While deducing the exact time of the secret realm's opening had its difficulties, many experts could achieve it. However, opening the secret realm early? Even Li Shenrua, the saintess from the eastern region, had never heard of such a thing. Still, Chen Daoxian paid no mind to the astonishment of the crowd. Instead, he gracefully took hold of Lin Yanran's slender waist and stepped into the air, arriving directly at the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm shimmered with faint inscriptions, yet the patterns were unstable. Chen Daoxian casually placed his hand on the engraved stone pillar, channeling his boundless spiritual energy into it without restraint. As Chen Daoxian continuously infused spiritual energy into the entrance of the secret realm, the inscriptions on the stone pillar began to flicker faster and faster. Nobody had expected that his so-called method of opening the secret realm in advance wasn't some elaborate secret technique, but rather the simplest and most direct approach. Was he planning to fill the secret realm with spiritual energy directly? The so-called secret realm was a separate space created by powerful experts. The conditions for opening it were relatively straightforward. Without any special requirements set by the realm's master, the secret realm would open once the spiritual energy within reached its limit. Hence, the frequency of secret realm openings varied based on the size and scale of the realm, with some opening every few years, while others might take several hundred or even 1,000 years. This method of directly filling the secret realm with spiritual energy to assist in its opening was known to nearly everyone, but no one had ever attempted it. The reason being, it was virtually impossible. Or rather, impossible for them. If a boundless realm 9th layer expert arrived, they might be able to advance the realm's opening by a few days, but it would likely consume 80% of their spiritual energy. It was important to note that for a boundless realm expert to fully recover 80% of their spiritual energy required quite a substantial amount of time. Who would pour in spiritual energy as if it were water just to advance the secret realm's opening by a few days? After all, they weren't merely channeling spiritual energy into a person's body, they were filling an entire separate space, possibly even a small world. But for Qin Daoxian, none of these concerns were relevant. Not to mention that the entity that had manifested was a mere projection with the same strength as his true self and would only last for 10 minutes before dispersing. He also had no need to save spiritual energy. Ever since his breakthrough to the Qi-Si realm, he had felt as if his spiritual energy was endless. His Qi-Si was incredibly unique, not just an ordinary Qi-Si, but an entire universe. He even suspected that if he were outside the realm of the heavenly Tao pavilion, he could instantly fill his body with spiritual energy. Once beyond the range of the pavilion, even with 100 years, he might not be able to fill his required spiritual energy through normal absorption. Thus, despite the vast amount of spiritual energy required to prematurely open the current secret realm, so much so that it could absorb the combined energy of everyone present, Qin Daoxuan's attitude was, to put it bluntly, it was a mere drop in the bucket. Under the gazes of onlookers, who regarded him as something of a nouveau riche, the inscriptions on the entrance of the secret realm suddenly lit up, having been completely filled with spiritual energy. As a precaution, Qin Daoxian even surged more energy through his palm, planning to channel it in. A crisp crack sounded, and the stone pillar developed an almost invisible crack. Observing this, Chen Daoxian silently withdrew his hand. Since no one had seen it, if anything happened later, he couldn't be held accountable. He wasn't worried about Lin Yanran, as the transportation disc hadn't been used yet. Besides, even if the disc failed, he could ensure his disciples' safety personally. As for the others, their fate would depend on their luck. The secret realm has been opened. Go. Remember, fight if you can win, and if you encounter an opponent you can't defeat, use the jade pendant and array disc I provided. If those fail too, silently count to 3 in your heart, and I will ensure your safety. Chen Daoxian gently patted his disciple's hair as he spoke, indicating that she could enter the secret realm. Though his tone was casual, it was laced with genuine concern for his disciple and confidence in his own strength. Yes, Master, rest assured. Upon hearing her master's words, Lin Yanran felt a warm sensation in her heart. She wished she could soon participate in this wretched secret realm, so she could accompany her master back to the mountain and serve him properly. But when she thought about her master's formidable cultivation level, she knew she must strive hard. Otherwise, she would be a mere decorative vase, useless to assist her master in any way. Suppressing her emotions, she made a firm resolution not to disappoint her master. Under her master's smiling gaze, Lin Yanran reluctantly stepped into the teleportation array, casting 3 longing glances backward before disappearing into the entrance of the secret realm. After Lin Yanran vanished, Chen Daoxian turned around to face the group of onlookers who were eagerly waiting by the teleportation array but hesitating to approach. Why is everyone standing around? I thought so many people came to participate in the secret realm, but it turns out only my disciple is joining. Chen Daoxian muttered absent-mindedly, causing everyone to stumble. They felt their temples throbbing wildly. Who would dare to approach the great god of slaughter at the teleportation array? Engaging him in conversation might lead to an unexpected sequence. They might suddenly lie down, have a good physique, pass away tragically, or get swept away, and that would be a pity. Aren't you going in? Chen Daoxian then turned to look at Li Shenrua, who was also waiting silently beside the array, and asked softly. I dare not, Senior. Li Shenrua was surprisingly candid about her reasons. It's fine. Even if we're not fated to be master and disciple, it's not a big deal. Go ahead. If you encounter danger inside, you and Yanran can help each other. Chen Daoxian chuckled lightly, his eyes flicking to the remaining 2 minutes displayed on his system interface. Hearing this, Li Shenrua respectfully bowed to Chen Daoxian, then entered the teleportation array without looking back. The sooner they entered the secret realm, the greater their advantage, and maybe even the difference of a single step could determine their success in obtaining the Immortal's heritage. Confronted with the opportunity of gaining an Immortal's inheritance, Li Shenrua wasn't one to be modest. Follow Iwa's stories at nvl/by/n.com. After Li Shenrua disappeared into the teleportation array, Chen Daoxian shifted his gaze to Wang Yan, the eastern region's genius at the 9th layer of the profound sky realm. Under Wang Yan's anxious gaze, Chen Daoxian approached him. May I ask, Senior, is there anything you wish to instruct me? Rest assured, Senior, if I see Senior's disciple in danger inside the secret realm, I will do my utmost to assist. Although Chen Daoxian wore a faint smile, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of dread as they locked eyes. After all, the Ring clan's heir had met a similar smile before. Well, you're not bad, Chen Daoxian commented, clearly satisfied with Wang Yan. He was about to pat the young man's shoulder as an encouraging gesture when he suddenly recalled that Wang Yan was covered in ashes. Consequently, his hand halted midway, his expression morphing into one of distaste. This action nearly reduced Wang Yan to tears. Drip. Drip. An unidentified liquid trickled down his pant leg, quickly soaking the ground beneath him. This move forced Chen Daoxian to retreat 3 steps, his face filled with astonishment as he looked at Wang Yan. Even someone of this age doesn't bother taking off his pants to relieve himself anywhere? Although Chen Daoxian didn't know what was going on with this guy, he was shocked. He took 3 steps back and looked at the young man in front of him in shock. Before he even said a word, he praised him. Why did he pee? Say. Senior, please spare me. No, this junior said something wrong, but this junior is really not sleepy right now. I really don't want to fall asleep. Feeling the wet trouser legs, Wang Yan shuddered and begged for mercy. He remembered clearly that the senior in front of him just now patted Rinchirue's shoulder with a smile like this, and then that fellow Rinchirue fell asleep, and now even his ashes were thrown away. Senior, please don't care about my young master. When we return to the Xiaoyao Palace in the eastern region, we will definitely send a heavy gift to thank you for your tolerance. The old coachman who had been standing not far away couldn't sit still when he saw this, so he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, pleading for Wang Yan's favor. When he came to the Northern Territory, he thought that with his boundless realm of Third Heaven, it would be enough to level the entire Northern Territory without any difficulty. But he never thought that when he first arrived in the Northern Territory, he would meet such a terrifying killing god. Even the avatar of the ancestor of the Rin family was smashed by this person. All in all, he may already be in existence above the boundless realm. You people in the eastern region are really strange. Forget it, do whatever you want. Chen Daoxian was confused by what the two said, and waved his hands casually at the two. And the clone he descended on had not much time left, only the last 10 seconds left. A reminder to everyone. If you all competed for opportunities with my family Yanran in the secret realm, I wouldn't bother you afterwards. But if someone who is not good-looking, dares to move his mind, or wants my disciple's life, then this master would probably be busy. Chen Daoxian glanced at the many forces present, but none of the tens of thousands of people dared to look at him. Although his tone was very flat when he spoke, everyone present couldn't help but shiver. No one would question Chen Daoxuan's strength. And as the words fell, Chen Daoxuan's avatar finally ran out of time, and it turned into a little bit of starlight and disappeared in the eyes of everyone. Unexpectedly, this scene shocked everyone even more. Just disappeared? What kind of supernatural power is this? Old Zhang, can you see the other party's realm? What magical power did he use when he left just now? Why did he disappear without any fluctuations in spiritual power? Even if you use the teleportation array, it won't have this effect, right? Seeing that the scary guy finally left, Wang Yan heaved a long sigh of relief and almost collapsed. Although Chen Daoxian never planned to take action against him, in his heart, it could be said that he had walked through the gate of hell. I can't see through it, the aura that he exudes is only the first level of the Qi-Si realm. As for the other party's method of leaving, it must be some kind of secret method. Even I couldn't detect how the other party left or where he went. This person is terrifying. I'm afraid that in Xiaoyao Palace, only the palace master can be stronger than this person. The old man frowned and expressed his own judgment. As for the first level of Qi-Si realm, he didn't take it seriously. As long as he wasn't a fool, he wouldn't believe that that terrifying guy was a Qi-Si realm cultivator. Whose Qi-Si realm can easily block the blow of the boundless realm 9 heavens? Who in Qi-Si realm can shatter the avatar of the 9th layer of the boundless realm with a single finger? Directly using the spiritual power to fill the secret realm and open it 5 days in advance, not to mention the Qi-Si realm, even if he is a 3rd layer boundless realm, it would be difficult to do it with all his spiritual power. Qi-Si realm 1st layer, If that scary guy is at the 1st level of the Qi-Si realm, I will stand on my head and have diarrhea. Hiss, I almost forgot to change my pants. Wang Yin chuckled wryly. He dared to pledge on his chest that if that guy was at the Qi Si realm first layer, he'd even eat poop. However, he finally recalled that his current pants were damp. Hastily returning to the palace, he changed into a fresh set of attire. After a few more instructions to old Zhang, he quickly entered the secret realm. Following that, various powers from the northern domain swarmed, entering the secret realm one after another. For a moment, only the boundless realm elder of the Xiaoyao Palace remained on the field, along with the Annihilation Realm savage beast and the elders and sect leaders of many powers above the Unity Realm in the northern domain. Illusory Mountain, a small pavilion. Qin Daoxian, who had his eyes closed, gradually opened them. After Ling Yanran descended the mountain, he had initially planned to take a nap. After all, it would take at least half a month to return from this journey. However, he didn't have to wait long before he heard a prompt in his mind. Host's senior disciple Ling Yanran has killed a profound Sky Realm First Heaven, reward, 1 system point. At that time, Qin Daoxian surmised that Ling Yanran might have encountered trouble even before entering the secret realm, so he decided not to go back to sleep. As expected, before long, he heard the system's second prompt. Host's senior disciple Ling Yanran is in a life-threatening crisis. Will you intervene to save her? Remote attack with host's original strength requires 100 system points. Descend a clone with host's original strength for 10 minutes, requires 1000 system points. Qin Daoxuan's mind quickly raced. Ling Yanran carried quite a few trump cards this time, including a jade pendant that contained the power of his 8th layer of Qi Condensation Realm Strike. Even his array disc was on her. However, she still ended up in a life-threatening crisis. It was clear that her opponent wasn't simple, completely preventing her from resisting. Though his Qi Si Realm Strike was now stronger than before, just to be safe, he chose to spend 1000 system points and sent down a clone to intervene personally. After all, an opponent who could suppress Ling Yanran's various trump cards and leave her with no chance to resist should be at least above the Silence Realm among the limitless realms. Even if it was just a first heaven of the boundless realm, the reward for killing it was still 1000 system points, a risk-free transaction. Wait a minute, system, I killed that 9th heaven of the boundless realm clone, why didn't I get any rewards? I should have extra 9000 system points, right? Most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgen.co/m. Suddenly, Qin Daoxian realized something, looking at his panel that had only a bit over 3000 system points left, feeling a bit dazed. He had managed to kill that 9th heaven of the boundless realm clone. Once he had those 9000 system points, he could even spend 10,000 system points to break through to the next realm, Void Sky Realm. But in the system's prompts, there was no sign of the reward he was hoping to see. System? Can you speak, system? Darling? Sweetheart? What are you doing? Why aren't you responding to my messages? Darn it, I'm losing my patience, losing it. Originally, he thought this deal was a surefire way to make a profit, but in the end, he only gained 9 system points, and that was from killing Rinchirue, the 9th Heaven Profound Sky Realm Expert. Find new Tories on nov/el.bin.com. Calling out for a while, the system still didn't respond. Qin Daoxian could only give up and resign himself to fate. He could only hope that his disciples would gather some aura and sweep away all the treasures from the secret realm, helping him make a big profit. However, it would be even better if he could recruit Li Shinrua into his sect. By then, just the disciple recruitment reward alone would be at least 1000 system points. Right, what kind of family is that guy from the Eastern Domain, Rin family? When I get a chance, I should pay them a visit. If it weren't for that old fart from the Rin family, would I have wasted these 1000 system points? At that time, I'll have to earn back these system points, tenfold or hundredfold, from the Rin family. Hopefully, the strength of the Rin family won't disappoint me too much. Chen Daoxian suddenly thought of the Rin family senior who attacked his disciple, bullying the weak with the strong. If not for that guy, would he have needed to spend 1,000 system points? He immediately jotted down the name of the Rin family from the back of his mind, inscribed in his mental notebook. 1,000 system points. Enough to push me to the second layer of the Qi-Si realm. Well, I'll take a bath to ease my mood. Chen Daoxian let out a long sigh and then went to the spirit pool pavilion. With a thought, the cool spiritual liquid in the pool began to emit warm steam. Compared to the cool liquid, he still preferred to treat it as a hot spring. Feeling the liquid enveloping and cleansing his body, Chen Daoxian finally let go of his worries, revealing a relaxed expression. After finishing his soak, Chen Daoxian casually picked up a set of clothes from a rack. Why isn't the set I hadn't yet washed missing? TSK, did Yanran wash my clothes for me? Not bad, thoughtful. Chen Daoxian blinked and then realized the reason, a smile appearing on his face. When it came to this disciple of his, he was quite satisfied. Putting on the freshly laundered clothes by Yanran, Chen Daoxuan's nose twitched. Odd, why does this garment have a faint fragrance? Perhaps Yanran added some fragrance after washing it? As expected, female disciples are so considerate. Chen Daoxian chuckled, content with himself, and reclined back onto his enlightenment wicker chair, basking in the sunlight for a nap. Within the secret realm. Only after Ling Yanran entered did she understand why this place was named the Scarlet Cloud Valley. Since her arrival, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed a mysterious pale red mist filling this space, which somewhat resembled the scarlet clouds. It gave Ling Yanran the illusion of strolling in the sky, enveloped by red clouds. Moreover, these red clouds limited visibility to less than 10 meters. Even her divine sense was suppressed, and any attempt to probe through the mist would reach a distance of less than 50 meters at most, never further. Ling Yanran could only pick a direction and cautiously started her exploration, utilizing the divine sense distance of under 50 meters. With care, this distance was sufficient. At least she could detect danger in advance and prepare accordingly. It was fortunate that she was the first to enter, otherwise, if others knew someone could still use divine sense within the Scarlet Cloud Valley, it would surely shock them. Numerous powers from the northern domain had entered the Scarlet Cloud Valley many times, and naturally, they had gained considerable experience. The most fundamental consensus was that the limited visual range and the influence of the red clouds made it impossible to release divine sense within. It could be said that even if divine sense could be released, it could extend to no more than a meter away from the body, rendering it less useful than even the eyes. Not long after, another figure in white attire entered the secret realm. Also entering the Scarlet Cloud Valley for the first time, Li Shenrua furrowed her brows slightly. It seems divine sense can't be used here, somewhat troublesome. But it's not a big deal. According to the map, as long as I head north, I'll arrive directly at the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. But, which way is north? Li Shenrua flipped open the intelligence and map she had prepared in advance, offering a light smile at first. However, after lifting her head and seeing only red clouds around, she couldn't distinguish directions and felt a bit perplexed. This way, it should be this way. In the end, Li Shenrua confirmed a direction. With resolute determination, she began to move through the layers of mist, exploring ahead. And coincidentally, this direction was the same as the one Ling Yanran had chosen earlier, it was the same path. Shortly after, donning a new set of clothes and holding a folding fan gracefully, Wang Yan, the picture of elegance, also appeared in the secret realm. Now it's time for the stage of this genius. I'm sure Saintess Shenrua has already gone directly to the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace by now. I can't fall behind. Wang Yan had regained the self-confidence befitting a disciple of his genius. Within this secret realm, apart from Li Shenrua, who surpassed his strength, the only other person he needed to be cautious of was Leng Yanran. As for the other powers from the northern domain, in his eyes, they were merely stepping stones for him to obtain the immortal's legacy, not worthy of much attention. With that said, Wang Yan took out a compass and followed its pointer. However, this direction was completely opposite to the ones chosen by Leng Yanran and Li Shenrua earlier. According to the map, the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace was located due north. On the contrary, directly south was marked with a large green skull, clearly indicating a dangerous area. Before long, more and more people from the northern domain were transported into the secret realm. Although their positions were randomized, each individual was separated from others by at least a kilometer. In the outside world, a kilometer might easily incite conflict and battle. However, due to the limited visibility and divine sense suppression caused by the red clouds here, encounters were not as easily triggered. Nevertheless, everyone remained on high alert, guarding against potential foes. The majority chose to head towards the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, where they could possibly gain the Immortal's legacy. However, there were two other groups of people who went west and east, respectively. Besides the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, the Secret Realm held opportunities in these two directions as well. To the west, there was a spirit pool that produced a small pool of spiritual fluid every 200 years, and even spiritual stones. To the east, there was a battlefield. Every time the Secret Realm opened, someone would obtain treasures from that battlefield. Rumor had it that even the heaven-quelling treasure of the Jin Ding sect was obtained from that battlefield. It was a middle-grade Earth-tier treasure, a prominent existence in the northern domain. Even if one couldn't obtain an Earth-tier treasure, getting a profound-tier treasure would still be a tremendous opportunity. Compared to the elusive and ethereal Immortal's legacy, they preferred something more tangible. However, not a single person chose to head south. Though they were unaware of the exact danger lurking there, everyone in the northern domain knew that the south was a place of great terror. Initially, the northern domain powers participating in the Scarlet Cloud Valley hadn't noticed any danger in the south. But as they participated more times, they gradually realized that every person who went south never returned, they all died within the secret realm. As a result, no one dared to venture to the southern area anymore. Before long, everyone began to move independently. Leng Yanran furrowed her eyebrows. She looked at the demonic beast that had clearly been heavily injured by her, yet was now standing up unsteadily. Something's off. Even though it's so heavily wounded, it acts as if nothing happened, and it doesn't seem to feel any pain. She analyzed the strange state of the Void Sky Realm demonic beast before her. Moreover, the creature seemed to lack consciousness, only instinctively charging towards her to attack. Roar! The demonic beast roared, lunging at Leng Yanran once again. One of its legs was even severed due to injuries, swinging limply as it charged. However, it displayed no signs of pain. Humph! Leng Yanran's gaze sharpened. With her condensed chi and spiritual energy, she casually slapped the demonic beast's head, shattering it. The beast, now headless, staggered for a moment before collapsing to the ground, motionless. It seems the beasts here need their heads shattered to be killed. But as long as there's a weakness, everything will be manageable. Leng Yanran's deduction had already taken shape. The demonic beasts here seemed to have undergone some form of necrosis, becoming mindless creatures driven only by the urge to kill. With these insights, she quickened her pace, her footsteps accompanied by her divine sense, which could extend up to 50 meters. Along the way, she opted to avoid combat whenever possible, choosing to fight only when necessary. This approach relieved her of undue pressure. Meanwhile, on Li Shenrua's side, she encountered similar creatures that seemed to have undergone necrotic transformations. After dealing with a few of them, Li Shinruo realized that these creatures could only be defeated by crushing their skulls. I need to pick up the pace. I'm afraid that which has already taken a considerable lead ahead of me, Li Shinruo suddenly remarked. She spotted a strange monster's corpse on the ground, different from the one she had just killed. Lingering spiritual energy was present on it, indicating that it had been killed recently. Without much thought, she could guess who was responsible. To keep up with Lin Yanran, she decided to quicken her pace, dispatching monsters with headshots whenever possible. She was determined not to fall behind in obtaining the Immortal's legacy. Currently, the world's cultivation techniques only reached heaven rank. Even in her holy land, the highest available was heaven rank. Though there were prodigies who cultivated heaven rank techniques, without exception, they had received an Immortal's legacy to gain access to such techniques. In today's world, aspiring to cultivate heaven tier techniques was thwarted due to the lack of available methods. She, Li Shinruo, with her saint tier aptitude, could have striven for immortality before the heaven tier techniques were lost. But now, her path to immortality was locked. Though she possessed talent and great ambitions, she lacked a technique capable of supporting her journey to the realm of immortals. How frustrating! Before long, as the two ventured deeper into the southern region, they encountered increasingly powerful monsters. Void Sky Realm beasts were scarce, and all encountered creatures possessed the power of profound sky. Yet, facing these, Lin Yanran and Li Shinruo exhibited an almost overwhelming strength. This wasn't enough to slow them down, and it barely affected their pace. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. However, Lin Yanran soon noticed that the number of monsters had mysteriously diminished. Sensing something amiss, she slowed her pace and remained vigilant of her surroundings. Howl! With a wolf's howl, red dots began to light up within the crimson mist. Or more precisely, eyes were glowing. Lin Yanran's expression grew serious. In the sea of red clouds, countless red eyes emerged, dozens, if not hundreds, of monstrous creatures. Facing the siege of hundreds of mysterious monsters at the same time is not so easy to deal with, and these are all monsters who don't feel pain and only know how to fight. Boom, boom, boom. As the ground shook for a while, a wolf monster with a height of more than 10 feet and a height of nearly 10 floors appeared, staring at Lin Yanran covetously, and the corners of its mouth kept dripping. Obviously it was the leader of the pack. Lin Yanran was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this monster-like pack of wolves actually had a leader, who even seemed to be able to command other strange wolves through its howls. This is difficult to deal with. Originally, these monsters didn't feel pain and could only be killed by smashing their heads. And now if there was a leader to command them, it will be extremely troublesome. And this wolf monster had copper head, which is a bit troublesome to deal with than other wolves. TSK, this assessment is a bit too much, isn't it? The highest realm that is allowed to enter is the profound sky realm. The assessment is so difficult. Is this the standard for immortal inheritance? Forget it, it's just a matter of warming up here first, and then I can compete for the treasures of heaven and earth when I arrive at the immortal palace. Lin Yanran looked at the hundreds of profound sky realm monsters in front of her, and the leader of the Unity realm stared at her. Facing the besieging of over 100 profound sky realm beasts and a leading Unity realm wolf monster, Lin Yanran remained unflustered. Even if this is a true test of the Immortal's legacy, so what? If there are immortals in this world, none surpass my master. Lin Yanran's confidence stemmed from her master, whose strength was so immense that she couldn't fully fathom it. Her master had told her not to worry about any issues that arose. Howl! As if sensing her disregard, the Unity Realm wolf monster leader let out a long howl. In response, its eyes turned bloodshot, and it led the charge against Lin Yanran. Disgusting creature, don't you dare dirty the robes my master prepared for me. With a raised eyebrow, Lin Yanran swiftly dodged left and right. With a casual palm strike, she shattered the skull of a profound sky beast, killing it instantly. Meanwhile, her figure gradually closed in on the Unity Realm wolf monster leader. To avoid startling it, she even slowed her pace of killing the lesser wolves. In a matter of moments, her mental calculation indicated that she was within adequate range for the heavenly demon finger. Without further reservation, she unleashed her power. Humph! A cold snort accompanied a surge of spiritual energy, sending all the nearby wolves flying within a 10-meter radius. This cleared an area for her. Heavenly demon finger! Her gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on the Unity Realm wolf monster leader. She pointed her finger directly at it. Though the wolf monster leader possessed a degree of consciousness, it was essentially a creature akin to a zombie. Its eyes had been vacant, but upon witnessing the heavenly demon finger, a hint of fear surfaced in them, an emotion they should not have been capable of. Worse yet, it realized it couldn't evade. Lin Yanran's finger had robbed it of control over its own body. Howl! However, it quickly devised a strategy. With a wolf's howl, the profound sky realm monsters rushed forward, disregarding their lives, and gathered around the leader. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive sounds rang out as the powerful force of a finger pierced through 3 profound sky realm wolf monsters, obliterating them. Lin Yanran furrowed her brows upon witnessing this unexpected move. She hadn't anticipated that the wolf monster would come up with such a tactic. But this wasn't a problem. With her current strength, she could perform the heavenly demon finger nearly 100 times. Even if the opponent tried to block every attack, they would inevitably perish by her hand. However, just as she was about to raise her hand to unleash the heavenly demon finger once again and exert her dominance, she noticed a trace of fear in the Unity Realm wolf monster leader's eyes. The leader turned around and fled deeper into the area. Other wolf monsters abandoned their attacks on Lin Yanran and followed their leader in a hasty retreat. Read lat stchs on n/v/l b I. cm. Wasn't this a test? Why did they get scared off? Lin Yanran was a bit puzzled, but she didn't care as long as she passed the stage. She continued forward without looking back. Those profound Sky Realm wolves and the Unity Realm wolf monster itself were forces that, even in the northern domain, could annihilate all factions except the 3 major sections. Even Moro Kingdom wouldn't be able to resist them. Yet, in Lin Yanran's hands, they posed no threat at all. She didn't even need to use the trump cards her master had given her. Even she hadn't realized it. In the short span of 2 or 3 months since becoming a disciple, she had transformed from a void sky realm prodigy with aptitude but no real strength into an existence that could single-handedly suppress Moro Kingdom. Shortly after Lin Yanran left, Li Shinrua arrived at the location where the battle with the wolf monsters had taken place. So many profound Sky Realm wolf monster corpses? It seems I underestimated the witch's strength. Li Shinrua contemplated the battle scene on the ground. There were 2 or 3 dozen profound Sky Realm wolf monster corpses. Despite her efforts to speed up her journey, she hadn't caught up to Lin Yanran's pace. Thanks to Lin Yanran clearing the path, she had even saved a significant amount of time. Otherwise, she would have been even farther behind. Thinking this, Li Shinrua unconsciously quickened her pace once again. She was afraid that someone might snatch the immortal's legacy before her. The wolf monster leader fled deep into the area, eventually arriving at the entrance of a stone cave. Leaving all the profound Sky Realm wolf monsters outside, it entered the cave alone. Inside the cave, the walls were pockmarked with various holes, both large and small. Inside these holes were the bizarre remains of various monster beasts. More accurately, these remains were like the wolf monsters, appearing lifeless yet twitching from time to time. Evidently, these monsters were born within this stone cave. The remains of monster beasts that could be placed in these holes were at least of Unity realm strength. Among them were 2 larger corpses emitting the aura of the Annihilation realm, making even the wolf monster leader feel a sense of dread. As the wolf monster delved deeper, it passed through a lengthy corridor and arrived at a massive space. The center of the cave had been completely hollowed out, resembling a luxurious palace within the mountain. Treasures were piled on one side like a small mountain. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were stacked like discarded items. In the center lay a coffin made of an unknown wood. Howl, howl. Approaching the coffin, the wolf monster prostrated itself on the ground and continuously reported the recent events. Rumble. With a rumbling sound, the coffin slowly opened, revealing a human figure inside. The person's skin was an ink green color, clearly not that of a living being. Oh! Someone actually dared to approach my demon cave willingly? At the profound sky realm, yet capable of unleashing Unity realm strength? Very well. Let her in. I'm curious to see the expression on this genius's face when she encounters the many corpse puppets I've cultivated over thousands of years. Hearing the commands from within the coffin, the wolf monster leader let out a howl and ordered all its subordinates to return to the stone cave. Among those who had been fighting the wolf pack, the first to arrive was naturally Lin Yanran. So, this stone cave is the second trial? Playing tricks, calling it an immortal palace, yet it reeks strongly of death. How ridiculous! Lin Yanran gazed at the magical cave emitting a thick aura of death, momentarily doubting whether the secret realm was truly the location of the immortal's legacy. Such a heavy deathly aura could never be the work of righteous cultivators. Calling it demonic cult practices wouldn't be an exaggeration. Nevertheless, she paid it no mind. After all, her purpose for coming into this realm wasn't the elusive legacy of an immortal. Equipped with the mythical Chaos Heaven demon art taught by her master, how could she choose to practice mere fairy techniques suited for cooking? She had 2 goals for participating in this realm. First, to experience battles and hone her own strength. Second, to collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the realm to present as offerings to her master. After all, this was an immortal's legacy, there had to be plenty of precious items. When she brought them back, her master would surely praise her. Thinking of her master's praise, Lin Yanran hesitated no more. With graceful steps, she strode into the cave without looking back at the beastly corpses exuding the aura of the Unity realm on the cave walls. Even in the face of the Unity realm, she was fearless, even without resorting to the trump cards her master had given her. Following closely behind, Li Shinrua arrived at the entrance of the cave. Since she hadn't encountered any more peculiar beastly puppets along the way, her travel speed had finally caught up to Lin Yanran's. Without any delay, she charged into the cave. Her yearning for immortal techniques left her with no mental space to consider the pervasive deathly aura within the celestial palace. Upon entering the cave, her gaze was drawn to a figure in the distance. Sensing her presence, Lin Yanran turned her head. Their eyes met, and in the end, Li Shinrua broke the silence. I am deeply impressed by Fairy Ling's extraordinary strength. In this cave, we may encounter even more crises. How about the 2 of us join forces? Li Shinrua scanned the beastly puppet corpses emitting the aura of the Unity realm in the holes on the cave walls, and she expressed her willingness to cooperate. No need. If you're afraid, just follow behind me. With her arms crossed, Lin Yanran glanced at the saintess Li Shinrua, feeling a sense of unease. If this woman also became a disciple of her master, wouldn't her master's favor be split in half? Furthermore, this woman didn't even show gratitude, she hadn't agreed to be a disciple despite master's offer. With that, Lin Yanran turned and headed directly into the depths of the cave, paying no attention to the beastly puppet corpses emitting the Unity Realm aura on the cave walls. Even without relying on the trump cards given by her master, she was not afraid of facing the Unity Realm. Seeing this, Li Shenrua could only furrow her brows and remain silent. She didn't rush ahead to show off her abilities. Instead, she followed Lin Yanran at a steady pace, with no hesitation. With someone paving the way for her, why not take advantage of it? Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, since entering the cave, she had felt a growing sense of unease. She couldn't help but feel that something was amiss here. Why would an immortal's legacy appear in such a place? As the two ventured deeper, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a vast chamber. The pack of wolf monsters were now prostrated before a coffin, and the person within it was silently observing the two women. What surprised them both were two massive holes in the wall, each containing a corpse puppet of the Annihilation Realm. As for the strength of the person in the coffin, neither of them could discern it. Lin Yanran quietly placed her hand on the storage pouch at her waist. If things took a turn for the worse, she would have to use the trump card her master had provided. After all, with her current profound Sky Realm, 7th layer strength, while she could suppress the Unity Realm, facing the Annihilation Realm was still a bit of a stretch. Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. May I ask if you are the overseer of this trial? Could you kindly explain to us how to pass this stage? After surveying the situation in the hall, Li Shenrua had a guess. Those two Annihilation Realm beastly puppets on the wall probably weren't meant to be defeated by the challengers. It should suffice to withstand a few moves from them to clear the stage. After all, the highest participants in this realm were only at the profound Sky Realm. How could they defeat Annihilation Realm beings, especially beastly puppets that were inherently more robust than human cultivators? Overcoming opponents of the same realm was difficult enough, let alone spanning two major realms. The person inside the coffin was a bit puzzled by Li Shenrua's question. When the two entered the cave, he had anticipated seeing the expressions of terror on their faces upon encountering the Annihilation Realm puppet corpses. However, it seemed that they were far from panicked and were actually asking about something else. Were they acting a bit foolish? Interesting. So, the two of you think of this place as the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace? I must admit, it's the first time I've encountered such a situation in my thousands of years. The person inside the coffin first seemed puzzled, but then everything became clear to him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, but that didn't matter. After dealing with these two, he could start reaping the talents who entered this realm. As he looked at Lin Yanran, a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but decide that he would refine this woman into a puppet later. Such a beauty would be a waste as mere nourishment. All of this was naturally influenced by the innate charm and the path of enchanting demons. What do you mean, Your Excellency? Also, who exactly are you? Even if Li Shenrua was naive, she could tell that something was amiss from the coffin dweller's words. She had clearly followed the map's instructions to come to the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. Why did this person's words make it seem like something was off? Since you two have willingly come to offer nourishment to me, I'll make sure you understand your deaths. I am Qi Yunzi. No, to be precise, I am Qi Yunzi's physical body. As for this place, it is not the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, but a cave specially established to suppress me. The person in the coffin chuckled, not concealing his intentions from the two. Initially, when Qi Yunzi was ambushed by demonic cultivators and severely injured before falling, he had his friend seal his body in the mountains. This was because the path those demonic cultivators practiced was the way of the puppet. He was aware that after his death, he would likely undergo a corpse transformation. As expected, his body had developed its own consciousness. This gave rise to the person in the coffin and the many beastly puppet corpses. Li Shinrua was dumbfounded. She never imagined that she had ended up heading in completely the opposite direction and arrived at the treacherous part of the realm. This was troublesome. If those two Annihilation Realm beastly puppet corpses were to attack, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle them, let alone escape. As for Lin Yanran, she completely disregarded the words of the person in the coffin. Her eyes were shining as she looked at the heap of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and numerous weapons piled up nearby. So many! Master will definitely be pleased. A smile of excitement appeared on Lin Yanran's face. Her reaction dumbfounded Li Shinrua and even the person in the coffin. At a time like this, shouldn't they be concerned about how to save their lives? Why was she so fixated on heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Seeing Lin Yanran's excited expression, her eyes fixed greedily on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Li Shinrua felt like her brain was short-circuiting. Fairy Ling, our lives are at stake. We should join forces and escape this place first. At a time like this, you shouldn't be thinking about heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Li Shinrua wiped the sweat from her forehead and couldn't help but remind her. Interesting, truly interesting. I never expected that you would care about heavenly materials and earthly treasures in front of me. I wonder whether I should praise your courage or call you foolish. The person in the coffin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Hey! Are these all your treasures here? Are there any others? However, Lin Yanran completely ignored the words of the two and turned her head to look at the person in the coffin, bluntly asking. She hadn't forgotten her master's instructions. Before killing someone, she must make them hand over all their heavenly materials and earthly treasures to avoid extravagance and waste. Huh? Truly laughable. Disable them both. The person in the coffin couldn't figure out why this woman wasn't just afraid but was actually questioning him. He immediately ordered his subordinates to take the two down. As the voice of the person in the coffin fell, the two Annihilation Realm puppet corpses also sprang into action. Perhaps not having moved for too long, their bones made a piercing grinding sound as they got up. At the same time, the Annihilation Realm puppet corpses that had been dormant in the passage the two had entered began to open their eyes, cutting off their retreat. Fairy Ling! I can use my secret treasure to hold off these two puppet corpses for 10 breaths. We can escape together. Seeing the situation, Li Shinrua felt her scalp tingle and immediately shouted at Lin Yanran. However, she found that Lin Yanran completely ignored her, instead heading towards the pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. She took out a storage pouch, much to the amazement of the onlookers, and casually stored the mountain-like pile of treasures. Then, she moved on to a pile of weapons and treasures and took out another storage pouch. TSK, now that the treasures are stored, there's no need to worry. After putting away the two storage pouches, Lin Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't concerned about anything else, just worried that she might accidentally damage these treasures later. However, her actions left everyone present dumbfounded. Did she really not consider herself an outsider? Were these dozens of Unity Realm puppet corpses and the two Annihilation Realm puppet corpses just decorations? Roar! The Annihilation Realm puppet corpse seemed insulted and let out a roar, charging towards Lin Yanran, its mouth full of bared teeth, as if intending to tear her apart. The other Annihilation Realm puppet corpse also attacked Li Shinrua. Seeing this, Li Shinrua quickly activated her protective treasure. While her protective treasure was of top-grade Earth rank and could withstand the attacks of the Annihilation Realm, her magical power could only support it for about 10 breaths. After activating the magical power barrier, Li Shinrua hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Lin Yanran. In the end, she chose not to flee directly, but instead flashed to Lin Yanran's side, shielding her within the barrier as well. It wasn't that she was sacrificing herself, it was just that there were too many Unity and Annihilation Realm puppet corpses in the passage, and she wouldn't be able to break through on her own. "We're running out of time." Li Shinrua was anxious, grabbing Lin Yanran's shoulder and preparing to flee. The two Annihilation Realm puppet corpses were temporarily blocked by the barrier and couldn't harm the two. Lin Yanran looked at her with surprise, unexpectedly finding that Li Shinrua hadn't chosen to escape directly and instead wanted to save her life. She couldn't help but improve her opinion of Li Shinrua slightly. "Humph, you young ones really treat this place like a toilet, don't you? You come and go as you please." "Very well, I could use a bit of exercise anyway. It's time for me to reappear in the world." The person in the coffin gave a cold snort. He hadn't expected his opponent to have a top-grade Earth rank treasure. Coupled with the fact that Lin Yanran hadn't taken him seriously at all and had just taken thousands of years' worth of his heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he was quite unhappy. With a light leap, he jumped out of the coffin. Carrying himself with one hand behind his back, he took a step forward and appeared directly in front of the barrier Li Shinrua had set up. Raising his hand, he threw a punch. Bang! Crack! The barrier that could withstand the Annihilation Realm for 10 breaths shattered like fragile glass. The person in the coffin immediately wore a confident smile and was about to reach out and strangle the two by their necks. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils contracting sharply as he looked at the array disc in Lin Yanran's hand. Thud! He actually kneeled directly in front of Lin Yanran. Little ancestor, don't attack. Calm down, you must stay calm." Kneeling on the ground, the person in the coffin kept moving his hands, trying to pacify Lin Yanran. Among the numerous Unity Realm puppet corpses present, along with the Annihilation Realm puppet corpse, a small number had developed limited thinking abilities. Although they didn't understand what was happening, when they saw their master suddenly kneel, they all prostrated themselves towards Lin Yanran, not daring to look up. This. Li Shinrua was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events before her. What on earth was happening? In her eyes, the person in the coffin had seemed ready to flex his muscles, but then he punched through her protective treasure barrier that could withstand the Annihilation Realm. He revealed at least boundless realm strength, F0 low new hapters at NOV/EL/BIN/. Calm. She had even begun to despair, never expecting to meet her end here and become nourishment for puppet corpses. But she couldn't have imagined that the person who had driven her to despair was suddenly kneeling. So, flexing his muscles meant this kind of activity? Stiffly turning her head, she looked at Lin Yanran beside her. She saw Lin Yanran with a calm expression, holding a portable array disc in her hand. Is this the effect of this array disc? But a portable array disc can contain, at most, profound ring formations. How could it possibly threaten an opponent of the boundless realm? Li Shinrua was full of confusion. Oh. You can perceive the power of this array disc? Lin Yanran was somewhat surprised by the sudden plea for mercy from the puppet corpse. After obtaining the treasures, she had already planned to use the attack array disc her master had given her to completely destroy this place, whether it was the person in the coffin, the puppet corpses, or this cavern, all of it would be annihilated. My lady! Had you revealed this treasure earlier, I know, we would not have troubled you, right? The person in the coffin's lips twitched. He cast a sidelong glance at the array disc. Qi Yunzi was already a master of formations during his lifetime, and this body had an innate talent for sensing inscriptions in formations. At a single glance earlier, he had noticed that the portable array disc contained thousands of inscriptions of formations. This? What on earth has happened outside in these few thousand years? Why can even portable array discs now contain heaven-grade formations? He couldn't understand. Even Qiyunzi, who was a highly esteemed sixth-stage formation master during his lifetime, could at most inscribe profound rank superior formations into a portable array disk. Any attempt to inscribe a profound rank peak formation would cause the portable array disk to collapse under the inscription's power. La test novls on n vel by /co. But now, after only a few thousand years, a portable array disk could actually contain heaven-grade formations. It's important to note that even within those holy places of cultivation, protective formations at best reached the heaven grade. To lay down a heaven-grade formation, how much effort and resources would a holy place need to invest? Yet now, this woman held a portable array disk containing a heaven-grade formation. The coffin man felt as if his entire worldview was crumbling. Little ancestor, please don't shake your hands. Let's have a civilized discussion. The person in the coffin stared fixedly at the array disk, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. At this moment, he had no intention of laying hands on Leng Yanran anymore. Putting aside the power of this heaven-grade formation, he simply couldn't withstand it. And consider the person who could casually carry a heaven-grade portable array disk. Just how terrifying was her background? He couldn't even imagine. What kind of background could allow a mere profound Sky Realm Junior to possess a heaven-grade formation at her fingertips? After countless years, he was finally about to escape his suppressed fate. Never would he have thought that immediately after emerging from suppression, he would provoke a force even more terrifying than a holy place. Fairy Leng, what exactly is? Li Shinrua was bewildered, looking at Leng Yanran beside her with a stiff expression. She truly couldn't fathom why this terrifying person in the coffin suddenly knelt down. Nothing much, just some life-preserving items given by my master. In my master's hands, they wouldn't be considered treasures, but I didn't expect this guy to recognize the power of this array disk. Leng Yanran casually replied, glancing slightly at the kneeling coffin occupant. In her mind, she couldn't help but contemplate how to make use of this coffin occupant and his puppet corpses. Even within this secret realm, even without the intervention of the coffin occupant, the two Annihilation Realm puppet corpses alone could sweep through everything. Coupled with their thousands of years of familiarity with this secret realm's terrain, if she could enlist their help in collecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the effect would undoubtedly be much better than if she did it herself. A life-preserving item given casually. Not considered treasures? The person in the coffin broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, and his body involuntarily hunched down a bit, appearing even more humble. While Li Shinrua might not see the terror within this array disk, it was crystal clear to him. Such a treasure, not to mention that Qiyunzi never qualified to possess it during his lifetime, even the scions of those holy places, what chances had they to produce such a thing? Listening to Leng Yanran's words, it was evident that the treasures given by her master weren't limited to just this item. She even said this wasn't considered a treasure. Too horrifying. Could it be that this girl's master was an immortal who had descended to the mortal realm to experience the world of mortals? However, in Leng Yanran's heart, these truly weren't considered treasures. She had witnessed her master create 10 array discs and 100 jade pendants capable of holding divine powers in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If one spoke of true treasures, the first time she met her master, she had seen him wield a mysterious yellow ruler that was at least an immortal-grade artifact. All right, here's the deal. I won't make things difficult for you either. If you take me to the real Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace and command the puppet corpses here to collect all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures they can find within this secret realm, then I won't trouble you. How about that? Leng Yanran pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to make good use of this force. With that, she lightly tapped the array disk with her finger, producing crisp sounds, causing the coffin man's heart to jump up and down. Seeing you speak like this, from the moment I saw Fairy, I was utterly captivated by Fairy's aura. I'm willing to serve Fairy, even to the point of sacrificing my life. Even if Fairy hadn't asked, I would have sincerely collected heavenly materials and earthly treasures for Fairy. However, there's something the Fairy doesn't know. This cavern was built by me to suppress it, and it contains profound rank superior formations. I'm fundamentally unable to leave this cavern, let alone escort the Fairy to the Immortal Palace. Upon hearing Ling Yanran's words, the coffin man promptly patted his chest, his face brimming with sincerity. Hearing this, Ling Yanran didn't really care, and Li Shenrua beside her was left stunned. Wasn't this the same person who had been shouting and threatening them just moments ago? She almost believed him, almost. No problem, I'll help you break this restriction. Be diligent and serve me to the best of your abilities within this secret realm. Afterward, I'll grant you your freedom. Ling Yanran waved her hand nonchalantly. She wasn't about to waste the power of a boundless realm expert for nothing. Huh? If the Fairy helps me remove this restriction, I will obey the Fairy's every command. The coffin man was befuddled. He had only said these things because he feared being near Ling Yanran and being threatened by her heaven-grade attack formation. But he truly couldn't leave this place, and that part was no lie. Consume this, and I'll aid your escape. Ling Yanran replied indifferently. She didn't really believe the coffin man's words and produced a jade pendant containing her master's divine inscription from her waist pouch. She infused it with her own energy, allowing her to activate it at any time with a thought. If she were to fall in battle, her spiritual energy would activate the jade pendant. Only in this way could she feel at ease having this boundless realm powerhouse by her side. There's no need, right? I'll stand by my word, I won't go back on it. The coffin man gazed at the jade pendant in Ling Yanran's hand and involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The aura emanating from the jade pendant alone made him feel danger. The divine inscription contained within was surely something he couldn't contend with. Not to mention swallowing it, if he did, his life and death would be entirely under Ling Yanran's control. If she were to change her mind later and not grant him freedom, he would be utterly doomed. The way you're doing this, it's hard for me to trust you. Well, if that's the case, it might be more reassuring if you were turned to ashes. Ling Yanran heard the refusal and had no intention of trying to persuade him. She was planning to activate the array disk and level this place. Since this boundless realm expert couldn't be used by her, keeping him would only be a threat. Little ancestor, wait a minute. I will eat. It's just eating, why can't I eat? One has to bow under the eaves, and at this moment, the coffin man's heart was filled with bitterness. Over these thousands of years, every exceptional talent who had entered here had been scared to their knees, pleading for mercy, but in the end, they all died at his hands, becoming his nourishment. However, this time, he was actually forced to kneel and beg for mercy by a profound Sky Realm Junior, and she even made him swallow a jade pendant containing her divine inscription. His life and death were now controlled by her. He had no choice. The opponent was holding a heaven-grade attack array disk. If he dared utter a single word against her wish, he had no doubt she would reduce this place to ashes, and he would turn to dust. Thousands of years of planning, now so close to success, and yet encountering such an unexpected turn of events. It would have been so much better if you had cooperated like this from the start. Once you consume it, I'll help you break the restriction. Upon hearing his agreement, Ling Yanran relented. After leaving a trace of her own spiritual energy within the jade pendant, she casually tossed it in front of the coffin man. Under her gaze, the coffin man obediently consumed the pendant, his face contorting with bitterness. Now his life was completely in Ling Yanran's hands. With just a thought, she could end him at any moment. Even if they were to leave the secret realm, he had no way to counter her if Ling Yanran changed her mind. Just like that, you've subjugated an expert of the boundless realm? Li Shenrua was left wide-eyed. An expert of the boundless realm was more than capable of sweeping away all the forces in the entire northern domain. Even in the eastern domain, an expert of the boundless realm was considered a powerful figure, enough to establish a sect. Yet, such a powerhouse was easily subdued by Ling Yanran, who was 2 realms lower. For a moment, Li Shinrua felt like he was dreaming, finding it all too unreal. "Miss, shouldn't you help me break the restriction now?" The coffin man looked at Ling Yanran with an aggrieved expression. His gaze fell on the array disc in Ling Yanran's hand. He assumed Ling Yanran intended to use the Heaven Grade formation to directly shatter the cave. However, Ling Yanran's next move made his pupils constrict abruptly. After hearing his words, Ling Yanran gave a slight nod and casually patted her waist pouch. In an instant, another array disc appeared, containing a Heaven Grade formation. Hiss! To think such treasures exist as well. Luckily, I didn't provoke her with my stubbornness. However, what's the point of revealing a restriction formation within this array disc? The coffin man was both shocked and puzzled. He couldn't understand why Ling Yanran produced a restriction formation. Could one restriction negate another? Furthermore, now that Ling Yanran had complete control over his life, she certainly wouldn't use another restriction formation to strengthen the current one and limit his abilities, right? There are so many array discs, and they all look the same. I grabbed the wrong one. Ling Yanran muttered softly. What the heck? There's more. The coffin man felt like his world was about to collapse. In his mind, such array discs were something even holy places couldn't produce. But Ling Yanran's words made it seem like she had more than just 2. Her subsequent actions confirmed his suspicion. With another pat to her waist pouch, an entire stack of array discs appeared in her hand. Ling Yanran pulled out one, then withdrew the other 9. I'd like to ask, is the outside world really that advanced now? These array discs, were they all bought in bulk? The coffin man stood frozen in place, his lips trembling. If the outside world had become this terrifying, he felt it might be best to remain here in the secret realm for the rest of his life. It was too dangerous. Heaven Grade formations are sold in bulk, Vist and Velbin. CM for new updates. Not really. These were all crafted by my master at will. As for the outside world, aside from my master, no one else should be capable of making them. Ling Yanran casually explained to clear his doubts. Afterward, she infused a trace of spiritual energy into the array disc in her hand. Immediately, a horrifying fluctuation emanated from the array disc. Except for Ling Yanran, who held it, the coffin man, Li Shinrua, and even the less conscious puppet corpses were instantly suppressed, unable to move in the slightest. The entire world seemed to them to have turned monochrome, devoid of color. Following that, cracks began to slowly appear in space, centered around the array disc, gradually fracturing like glass. The expansion ceased only after enveloping the entire cavern. Snap! Ling Yanran recognized this as the sound of the restriction breaking. She halted her use of the array disc and casually stored it away. Her master had created this disc in case she became trapped within a restriction. Thinking back, when she annihilated the Luo Heaven sect, she had merely used restriction formations and defense array discs. The others hadn't even come into play. This! Did it break just like that? The coffin man clicked his tongue in amazement. The restriction that had eluded his scheming for thousands of years was effortlessly shattered in an instant. At that moment, he didn't know whether he should be elated or feel inferior. It's terrifying. The power emitted by that array disc just now must be close to a heaven-grade grand formation. I never imagined there would be a portable Earth-grade top-quality array disc in this world. It's truly eye-opening. Beside him, Li Shinrua snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with astonishment. The might of this portable array disk was completely beyond her comprehension. Puff, Earth-grade top quality? Upon hearing Li Shinrua's astonished words, the coffin man couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a joke! If it were an Earth-grade top quality, he might still have put up a fight. There's no need to kneel over. What's so funny, senior? Li Shinrua frowned slightly, puzzled by the sudden laughter from the coffin man. Nothing, it's just amusing. It's ridiculous that the world's only heaven-grade portable array disk is actually being called an Earth-grade. Such a joke. The coffin man adjusted his mood and casually explained. Heaven-grade. Are you joking? Even the defensive grand formation in our holy mountain is only a heaven-grade lower quality. The formation contained in this portable array disk is comparable to the grand formation of our holy mountain's defense? Li Shinrua was dumbfounded, struggling to believe the coffin man's words. Yet, the other party had no reason to deceive her. If the formation in that what's it called holy mountain is of the lower quality of heaven grade, then you've clearly misunderstood. The formation contained in this array disk is approaching celestial top quality. So, it's not just comparable, it crushes what you call a defense grand formation. The coffin man cast a sidelong glance at Li Shinrua, explaining impatiently. He didn't want to be the only one shocked, he had to drag Li Shinrua into it as well. From the cavern emerged two terrifying corpse puppets exuding the aura of annihilation. With the strength of these two corpse puppets, even sweeping through all the participants in this secret realm posed no challenge. However, sitting atop the backs of these two corpse puppets were none other than Ling Yanran and Li Shinrua. Following closely behind was the coffin man, traversing the air after the two women. They headed toward the true direction of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. As for the other corpse puppets, the coffin man had dispatched them to scatter and collect heavenly and earthly treasures. More formidable than the defense grand formation of my holy mountain. Li Shinrua sat on the back of the Annihilation Aura corpse puppet, her entire being still not fully recovered from the shock. She kept murmuring the words the coffin man had spoken earlier. She couldn't fathom how the portable array disk Lin Yanran had taken out could be even stronger than the defense grand formation of her holy mountain. Furthermore, Lin Yanran possessed 10 array disks, each containing an innate middle quality formation. If given the opportunity, she could probably destroy the holy mountain with ease. Unless they managed to subdue her before she could activate the array disk's power, even the holy mountain behind her would be utterly defenseless. Yet, what shocked Li Shinrua the most were Ling Yanran's words. These terrifying array disks were all casually crafted by her master. As if they were nothing special at all? Just what realm of existence was her senior? Could it really be that he was an immortal? Otherwise, she found it hard to believe that portable array disks could reach such an unheard-of level of power. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. For a moment, Li Shinrua even questioned whether her halt and immediate consent to becoming the senior's disciple was a mistake. Initially, she believed that Chen Daoxian, the senior, was above the boundless realm, likely at the divinity separation realm, just like several elders in the holy mountain. But now, it seemed she had been completely wrong. Perhaps that senior's strength far surpassed the divinity separation realm, making him stronger than even the elders of the holy mountain. Li Shinrua was lost in her thoughts all the way, while Lin Yanran beside her was cultivating with closed eyes. In order to become a force capable of assisting her master as soon as possible, she was determined not to waste even a single moment. With 2 Annihilation Aura corpse puppets and the coffin man at the boundless realm accompanying them, their journey was naturally smooth and trouble-free. At the square in front of the main hall of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, thousands of talents from the northern region had gathered. Even the eastern region genius, Wang Yan, was among them. He was the first to arrive at the square of the Immortal Palace. Strange, that demon clan woman and the Saintess Li Shenrua entered the secret realm before me. Why haven't I seen them? Wang Yan searched the crowd several times, but he couldn't find the two figures. He couldn't help but feel curious. Meanwhile, the assessment for inheriting the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace's legacy was ongoing. The first trial was to break through the outermost barrier formation. Considering that the participants were all at the Profound Sky Realm, the formation set up by Qi Yunzi wasn't particularly powerful, just a profound grade top quality formation. However, for those at the Profound Sky Realm, it was already enough to deter 99% of talents. After all, breaking a profound grade top quality formation required the strength to unleash power exceeding the 9th level of the Unity Realm. Another method was to find flaws in the inscription operation and enter the barrier through those flaws. Naturally, everyone chose to look for flaws. To prevent anyone from cheating with external forces like spirit talismans imbued with divine abilities, Qi Yunzi had even set a rule within the formation. Even if someone forcefully broke the formation using such talismans, it wouldn't count. Wang Yan could only lower his head and observe the trajectory of the formation's operation. Suddenly, cries of astonishment erupted from the crowd, and many began shouting and fleeing. Startled from his focused state, Wang Yan's brow furrowed as he turned to look. However, what he saw made him want to run away just like everyone else. Two monsters emitting clear annihilation aura were swaggering toward the square. What the hell? What's happening? How can there be two Annihilation Realm monsters? Wang Yan's legs trembled. Although he didn't understand why these two monsters suddenly appeared, he didn't delay in making a run for it. As for the other Northern Region talents, when they saw the Annihilation Realm monsters, they had already gone crazy trying to escape. Even the more timid ones were so scared that their legs were trembling uncontrollably, rendering them powerless to run. Wait, look, there seem to be two people on the monsters' backs. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed individual pointed at the backs of the two monsters and shouted. The crowd, slightly stunned, turned to where the person was pointing, and sure enough, they saw two figures seated on the monsters' backs. Monsters of the Annihilation Realm had to be native to the Scarlet Cloud Secret Realm. Could it be part of the inheritance trial set by the Immortal? However, the crowd also noticed a peculiar point. Although the two monsters were powerful, they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. They were simply making their way toward the center of the square. Soon, as the monsters approached, everyone finally managed to get a clear view of the two figures on their backs. Fairy lying! And that one, is it the Saintess from the Eastern region? Hiss, both participating in the secret realm. Why are they allowed to bring Annihilation Realm mounts into the secret realm? Are you an idiot? Annihilation Realm monsters can't even enter the secret realm teleportation array. These two must be Annihilation Realm monsters that naturally exist within the secret realm. Hiss, which means they've tamed Annihilation Realm monsters within the secret realm. That's even scarier. For a moment, everyone speculated secretly about how the two managed to tame Annihilation Realm monsters. Combined with the audacious display of power by the two monsters, no one noticed the figure with dark green skin following behind. Ling Yanran lightly leaped down from the monster's back, paying no attention to the astonishment of the people. She casually glanced at the assessment rules written at the center of the square and walked straight toward the formation that represented the trial. Seeing her, Li Shenrua also quickly dismounted and followed. As for the two monsters, they obediently remained in place. Upon seeing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Two fairies, what's going on? Wang Yan approached them hastily, casting a sidelong glance at the two monsters. He carefully asked, his curiosity directed mainly at Li Shenrua, since he was met with Ling Yanran's cold attitude. Ling Yanran frowned slightly. She held a certain aversion to males other than her master and didn't bother responding, walking toward the barrier. Wang Yan could only force a smile to conceal his embarrassment and shifted his inquisitive gaze to Li Xinrua, hoping she could shed some light on the situation, being a fellow representative from the eastern region. Wang Yan was genuinely curious about how the two of them managed to tame Annihilation Realm monsters. If these two intended to take action against everyone present, with two Annihilation Realm monsters, they could easily slaughter all the talented individuals. At that time, if there truly was an immortal's legacy, it would only fall into their hands. Wang Yan was not like those naive geniuses of the northern region. He cast a somewhat hidden glance toward the strange figure with a greenish aura behind the two monsters. That guy is probably a powerhouse at the Boundless Realm. Although he isn't emitting any aura, the danger I sense from him is no less than that of old Zhang at the third level of the Boundless Realm, Wang Yan thought inwardly as he silently compared the coffin man, who had followed him, to the coachman at the Boundless Realm. Young Master Wang should think about how to pass the assessment. These questions are difficult to explain all at once. However, as fellow representatives of the eastern region, I advise you, young Master Wang, not to go against Fairy Lang. Seeing that Wang Yan kept staring at her, Li Xinrua sighed lightly and casually offered her words. Even she, for now, couldn't fully accept that the things Lin Yanran took out so casually could wipe out the top forces of the eastern region. Let alone telling Wang Yan about it and whether he would believe it. Even if she did tell him, what would be the point? Currently, the entire secret realm was already under Lin Yanran's control. If she gave the order to the coffin man, all the talented individuals here would undoubtedly die. It's better not to know too much. In the presence of everyone's gaze, Lin Yanran walked slowly to the formation barrier. Without hesitation, she pointed her finger directly at the barrier. Heaven Demon Finger. Lin Yanran's understanding of formations wasn't profound. If she wanted to rely on comprehending the inscriptions to break it, it would be nearly impossible. Thus, she chose the method of breaking through with brute force. As her finger landed on the formation, ripples appeared on the barrier, resembling ripples on the water's surface. Then, with a flicker of inscriptions, the power of her finger was neutralized. Is it not working? Lin Yanran's brows furrowed as she realized that her full-force finger strike should have been equivalent to the power of the 5th or 6th level of the Unity Realm. Despite this, the many talented individuals nearby were still slightly astonished. To be able to unleash such power at the 7th level of the Profound Sky Realm, wouldn't it be possible for her to break the formation through brute force if her realm reached the 9th level of the Profound Sky Realm? Miss, to brute force break this formation, you need to unleash the power of the 9th level of the Unity Realm. If you give me some time, I can help you find its flaws and assist you in passing this trial. Seeing this, the coffin man quickly stepped forward, trying to offer his help. Although he was a brand new consciousness born from Qi Yunzi's body and didn't retain Qi Yunzi's knowledge of formations, the eyes of this body had a special effect. They could easily see through inscriptions, so finding the flaws in this profound grade formation wasn't too difficult. No need. Lin Yanran glanced at the coffin man and rejected his offer. She casually patted her storage pouch at her waist and took out the 10 formation plates stacked together. Seeing this, the coffin man trembled slightly, inwardly wondering if Lady planned to use these to directly lay waste to the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. Miss, there's something I'm not sure if I should mention. The formation laid by Qi Yunzi is meant for assessment. Even if you break it using the formation plates, it won't result in passing the assessment. Perhaps it's more suitable for me to help you find the flaws. The coffin man quickly explained the rationale behind this and assumed that Lin Yanran intended to forcefully break the formation using treasures. Even the nearby cultivators couldn't help but shake their heads. Truly obtaining the Immortal's legacy was not so simple. Currently, everyone was blocked outside this first level. Even the two Eastern region geniuses were helpless, and Lin Yanran herself planned to break through forcefully with the treasures her master had given her. Yet Lin Yanran couldn't be bothered to explain to them. She just selected one formation plate from among them and put the others away. This formation plate? Are you planning to? Hiss. The coffin man suddenly froze. He had already guessed the function of the formation plate's inscriptions and was suddenly filled with a chilling sensation. Lin Yanran remained silent, her left hand lifting the formation plate. She infused it with spiritual energy and activated it. As the formation plate activated, the entire secret realm's heavens and earth suddenly underwent a drastic change. All west ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. The spiritual energy within the entire secret realm surged uncontrollably toward Lin Yanran's direction. Countless streams of spiritual energy fervently attempted to enter the scope of the formation disk. Holy crap! What's happening? Is the secret realm ending prematurely? Or is the immortal's legacy about to emerge? The cultivators present were dumbfounded by the spectacular phenomenon. Quick, look, it's that formation disk. All the spiritual energy is converging toward Fairy Lin Yanran. Soon, someone realized and pointed in Lin Yanran's direction, eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Yanran, feeling the dense spiritual energy, smiled slightly. The amplification formation disk given by her master was indeed effective. Utilizing the power of the formation disk to enhance herself before launching an attack, she could break through the formations without violating the rules. Heavenly Demon Finger. With the formation disk in her left hand, Lin Yanran raised her smooth right hand and delicately pointed her slender index finger toward the barrier. Everyone's gaze was fixed on her movements. Each person wondered if, with the support of the formation disk, Lin Yanran could break the barrier. Even if she managed to create a small opening, it would be enough for her to pass through instantly. Soon, her fingertip made contact with the barrier. Ripple. First, a ripple spread across the entire barrier, illuminating the runes, and a collective sigh escaped from the onlookers. They hadn't expected such a powerful strike to fail at opening even a small gap. Creak, creak, creak. However, immediately after, a series of sounds rang out. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, cracks started appearing all over the barrier. Shatter. Seeing this, Lin Yanran's lips parted slightly as she whispered, her fingertip spiritual power intensifying. With a crisp sound, the barrier that enveloped the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace shattered into countless fragments, gradually dissipating. Just like that. Lin Yanran murmured softly at the sight. Meanwhile, everyone present was in a frenzy. Holy crap! The entire Grand Formation shattered. By the heavens, this profound tier Grand Formation, better than our Long River Sex Protective Formation, got shattered just like that? Hiss. Terrifying. This strike might have unleashed the power of the Annihilation Realm. As the barrier was completely shattered, the atmosphere among the spectators reached a boiling point. It wasn't just the shock of Lin Yanran's strength, which managed to destroy the formation with a single finger, that enthralled them. More so, it was the excitement that surged within them. Among them, 99% of the people couldn't pass through the outermost assessment. Now that the Grand Formation had been entirely shattered by Lin Yanran, didn't that mean they had a chance to participate in the second stage? Moreover, in this assessment of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, every stage they cleared rewarded them. Even if they couldn't reach the end and obtain the Immortal's legacy, receiving the rewards from the first stage was still a pleasant surprise. This. A portable formation disc with such immense enhancement power? Wang Yan, standing beside, was stupefied. He pointed stiffly at the formation disc in Lin Yanran's hand and turned to Li Shenhua, bewildered. Portable amplification formation discs were nothing new to him as a genius from the eastern region. However, how could a cultivator at the 7th layer of the Profound Realm erupt with the power of the Annihilation Realm using such a device? Was this even logical? Li Shenrua, observing Wang Yan's stunned expression, merely rubbed her forehead slightly. She felt like she was losing face in front of all these northern region cultivators. But then she recalled her own astonishment when she learned that this formation disc was of heaven tier. Her shock was no less than Wang Yan's, so she chose to pretend she hadn't heard Wang Yan's comment. Lin Yanran paid little attention to the astonishment of the crowd. Upon witnessing the collapse of the Grand Formation, she retracted the formation disc, allowing a vast amount of spiritual energy to once again flow freely in this realm. As the spiritual energy ebbed and surged, none of the observers realized that upon the teleportation array at the entrance to the secret realm, a resounding crack had widened the fissure caused by Chen Daoyuan's actions. Just as Lin Yanran stepped into the second stage assessment area, a reward materialized in her hand. We get rewards for entering the second stage too? Lin Yanran was a little surprised as she examined the reward in her hand. It was a profound grade treasure, a rare find even in the northern region. However, she casually stored it away in her spatial pouch. Seeing Lin Yanran enter the second stage and receive a reward, the crowd couldn't contain their excitement any longer. One by one, they entered the second stage area. Upon entering the second stage, each person received a reward, and their smiles stretched from ear to ear. They had originally thought that this venture might be in vain, but following Lin Yanran's lead, they unexpectedly obtained the rewards from the first stage. With over 4,000 individuals present, that translated to over 4,000 rewards. Curiously, the rewards had initially been items of profound grade, but as time passed, they gradually transitioned to high-grade yellow-tier items, and eventually, even dropped to mid-grade yellow-tier. This transformation made those who entered later envious, gazing covetously at those who had received profound-grade treasures. It was evident that the treasure trove of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace had been almost emptied, at least in terms of the rewards for the first stage. As for the subsequent stages, whether there would be any rewards remained unclear to them. "TCH, you people sure know how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor," Lin Yanran muttered, observing the excited crowd holding their rewards. Her brow furrowed slightly. Her main purpose for participating in the secret realm was to collect some rare materials for her master. However, now that she had single-handedly overcome the barriers of the first stage, all over 4,000 individuals were receiving rewards. How could she accept this? Snap! Lin Yanran snapped her fingers at the figure in the coffin. The figure hastily approached and bowed before her. "Miss, what are your orders?" The figure in the coffin was now under Lin Yanran's control after ingesting the jade pendant containing mystical powers. Even though he possessed boundless strength, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. "Go and collect all the rewards that everyone just received," Lin Yanran instructed, her brow slightly furrowed as she observed the numerous prodigies gleefully holding their newfound treasures. "Understood." The figure in the coffin grinned and floated above the square of the second stage. "Everyone, please hand over the reward you just got to me." His voice, imbued with spiritual power, resonated in the ears of everyone on the square. Instantly, the ecstatic expressions of those who had just received their rewards froze. Some quickly stowed away their treasures, pretending not to have heard, and nonchalantly looked around without acknowledging the figure in the sky. "Why should we? These rewards were granted to us by the secret realm, not something we snatched. Why should we give them to you?" "That's right. These rewards are given by the Scarlet Cloud Immortal, so why should we hand them over to you?" "Who are you?" "Don't look at me. I didn't receive any rewards just now. The items in my storage pouch were brought in from outside. Who cares if I hand them over or not? I don't believe he can kill over 4,000 of us, just like that. Apart from those who pretended not to hear or see anything, many others accused the figure in the coffin with dissatisfaction. They believed that responsibility should be shared among the masses. After all, there were more than 4,000 prodigies present, representing various forces from the northern region. Offending all of them would be akin to offending every major power in the northern region. Hey, miss, maybe we should just kill them all, the figure in the coffin suggested with a mischievous grin. Nu rise at n/fel/b/i/n.co. Their flesh and blood could elevate my strength by another realm. Isn't that convenient for you, miss, when it comes to achieving your goals? And besides, by killing them, not only can we obtain the rewards they just received, but their personal treasures would also belong to you. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, the figure in the coffin couldn't help but chuckle. Are they trying to threaten him? As a boundless realm powerhouse, he was well aware of the strength of the powerhouses from the northern region. The most powerful among them was probably at the level of the 5th or 6th layer of the Annihilation Realm. Exiting the secret realm, he alone could probably sweep through the entire northern region. As for threatening that female devil, why even bother? If they wanted to die, they should choose a quicker way. Why provoke that formidable figure? Even though the figure in the coffin is unaware of the formidable force behind Lin Yanran, if you gave him 100 chances, he still wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her, even if the jade pendant's threat wasn't hanging over him. With just a flick of her fingers, she could summon 10 heavenly tear formation discs. Who would dare provoke her? His boundless realm is beyond inferior. Kill them all. Nu rise at n/fel/b/i/n.co. The once bold crowd was taken aback upon hearing the words of the figure in the coffin. His tone seemed to suggest that he didn't view these northern region prodigies with any importance. Roar! Roar! As if sensing the intentions of the figure in the coffin, the 2 Annihilation Realm demonic beasts no longer remained prostrate, they rose to their feet and emitted low growls. The weighty vibrations caused the ground to tremble slightly. Only now did the crowd realize that Lin Yanran had brought 2 Annihilation Realm demonic beasts with her. Putting aside the figure in the coffin's power, just those 2 beasts alone were enough to annihilate them all. In an instant, panic spread among the people. Their gazes involuntarily shifted towards Lin Yanran, seeking her guidance. Fairy Ling, we're all people of the northern region, there's no need for this extreme approach. If Fairy Ling insists, won't you offend the entire northern region? At worst, we can offer Fairy Ling some other rare materials as a token of gratitude for entering the 2nd stage. How about that? Moreover, not everyone received profound grade treasures, some only received yellow tier treasures. What does Fairy Ling think? Suddenly, a youth from the northern region's many prodigies stepped forward, voicing his opinion. The crowd's eyes lit up upon seeing him. Zhang Guangjing, the chief disciple of the Hongguang sect. He speaks sense. I'm willing to contribute some rare materials as a token of gratitude. Indeed, I agree with Brother Zhang's proposal. At that moment, it was as if a leader had emerged among the crowd. They all rallied behind Zhang Guangjing's suggestion, proposing to follow his idea and present rare materials to Lin Yanran as a thank you gesture. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Lin Yanran's brow furrowed slightly. Tisk, TSK. Do you people even consider what you're saying? Offend all the forces of the northern region? Miss, as long as you give the word, once the secret realm ends, I can uproot the entire northern region. Upon hearing these words, the figure in the coffin found it laughable. Was the northern region truly that formidable? What did it matter if they offended all the powers of the northern region? Could any of those powers withstand the bombardment of heavenly tier formation discs? Threatening Lin Yanran with this was like pulling a knife on a hornet's nest, a foolish move indeed. Who's Zhang what not again? Your argument does indeed hold merit. Lin Yinran's previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed as she looked at Zhang Guangjing. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Yinran had her reservations after all. Senior brother Zhang is quite something. He, Fairy Ling is willing to accept Zhang's proposal? I am truly grateful, Zhang Guangjing said, feeling the respectful gazes of those around him. He stood a little taller, his spine straightened involuntarily. To be honest, when he had spoken those words earlier, Zhang Guangjing hadn't been entirely confident. However, he saw this as an opportunity to make a name for himself among all the northern region prodigies. Now, it seemed he'd made the right gamble. No, you've misunderstood. I only said your argument was valid, not that I would accept your proposal. Lin Yinran's words left those who had intended to offer less valuable materials in a daze. What did she mean by that? Zhang Guangjing's reasoning made sense, but Lin Yinran wasn't accepting it? You're right, some people only received yellow-tier treasures. For those who obtained profound-tier treasures, it does seem unfair. In that case, each person shall contribute according to the value of a mid-rank profound-tier treasure. Those whose rewards fall short of the standard can compensate with other rare materials. If you're unwilling to comply, you're free to do as you please. With the Luo Heaven sect accompanying you on the Yellow Springs path, I'm sure the journey will be lively. Having spoken her piece, Lin Yinran paid no further heed to the crowd and instead turned her attention to the rules of the second stage. The figure in the coffin bowed slightly towards Lin Yinran's departing figure, a sinister smile playing across his face. Indeed, this was the way to go. Why show too much compassion to this bunch of ants? Were it not for Lin Yinran, this infamous demoness, he wouldn't have settled for just the treasures. He would have claimed their very flesh and blood. In the wake of Lin Yinran's words, the crowd fell into silence. Driven by group psychology, they had initially tried to resist her. However, her words had reminded them of a fact: if the Luo Heaven sect could fall at the hands of this demoness, was there any force more powerful than them? Lin Yinran had the ability to eradicate the Luo Heaven sect, one of the 4 major sects of the northern region. Therefore, she naturally had the power to annihilate any sect represented here. What leverage did they have to threaten her? Lin Yinran's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed over their heads, jolting them awake. Some even broke into cold sweats upon realizing the implications of their actions. What had they done? Challenged Lin Yinran? The mysterious master behind her had obliterated a clone of the Eastern Domain's ancestral patriarch with a mere flick of her finger. Their judgment had been clouded by the allure of the treasures. Damn you, Zhang Guangjing. Fairy Ling only wanted us to hand over our acquired rewards. But now, everyone is required to contribute treasures of mid-rank profound-tier standards. Alas, I only received rewards of mid-rank yellow tier. Suddenly, a person with red eyes and gritted teeth spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their furious gaze towards Zhang Guangjing. They held him responsible for everything. It was his suggestion that prompted Lin Yinran to raise the standards. Almost everyone had been deceived by Zhang Guangjing. Except for a few hundred people who received mid-rank profound-tier rewards, the rest had received nothing. Why are you all blaming me? Zhang Guangjing stood stunned in place, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The admiring gazes that had been directed at him just moments ago now felt like daggers. What on earth was going on? It was as if they were looking at a sworn enemy who had murdered their fathers. In the end, the crowd refrained from acting against Zhang Guangjing due to his status as the chief disciple of the Hongguang sect, one of the top-tier sects in the northern region. In accordance with Lin Yinran's standards, they each handed over a considerable amount of rare materials to the figure in the coffin's feet. Some even had rare materials that didn't meet the mid-rank profound tier standards. Gritting their teeth and glaring at Zhang Guangjing, they turned away and began searching for rare materials within the secret realm, aiming to hand them over before the realm closed. After all, who dared to gamble when it came to Lin Yanran's words? If they didn't meet the standards, it would mean the destruction of their sections. Who would take such a risk? TSK, I've truly broadened my horizons. The figure in the coffin looked at the now obedient crowd handing over their contributions, clicking his tongue in wonder. The person in the coffin felt that he simply couldn't understand what was going on in the minds of these people. At first, the little ancestor just asked them to hand in the rewards they got for nothing, and there was no loss for them. Besides, it was because of Lin Yanran that they got the reward for clearing the first level, and even got the qualification to participate in the second level. But they don't want to? Now it's good, they should compensate for their foolishness. Miss, I don't understand something, why don't you let me just kill them all, once and for all? I also know the strength of the Northern Territory. There is not even a strong man in the boundless realm. Does Miss have any scruples? The man in the coffin no longer paid any attention to those arrogances, but asked Lin Yanran his doubts. You have too many questions. Lin Yanran raised an eyebrow, showing no intention of explaining herself to the figure in the coffin. The reason she didn't massacre the entire crowd present was simply due to a single statement from her master. She remembered it vividly, her master had warned her about the balance between merits and karmic obstacles. Reckless bloodshed could easily lead to the accumulation of negative karma, which would be detrimental to her future endeavors. Her goal wasn't just to reach the boundless realm or divinity separation realm, she aimed to achieve the status of an enlightened being and accompany her master for an eternity. The most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgen.co/m. To achieve this, she didn't want to mar her path with senseless slaughter, inviting karmic obstacles. Of course, if someone attempted to act out, she wouldn't mind wiping out one or two sects to serve as a warning to others. While she could let disrespect slide, any insolence directed towards her master wouldn't be forgiven so easily. No amount of karmic obstacles would deter her from reducing them to pieces. In no time, a small mountain of various rare materials had piled up beneath the figure in the coffin. The quantity was no less than the treasures previously stored within the stone chamber. After all, it was the result of emptying the first stage's treasure vault of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. Even Li Xinrua and Wang Yan contributed their rewards conscientiously, without any objections. The second stage, talent assessment? After reading through the description of the second stage, Lin Yanran grasped its essence immediately. On the grand square of the second stage, a formation platform was situated. This formation could assess the participants' talents. Those who met the requirements could proceed. Lin Yanran didn't rush to start testing. She wanted to understand the qualifications needed to pass the second stage. Fairy Ling, how about I take the first step and explore the way for you? Seeing this, Wang Yan stepped forward, eager to volunteer. He claimed it was to help pave the way, but in truth, he feared that Li Xinrua's saint-tier talent would overshadow his own. If Li Xinrua went first, he'd have no chance at all. Although he could be considered a genius in the Eastern domain, his talent was merely at the heaven-tier level compared to Li Xinrua's saint-tier. Lin Yanran remained silent, merely nodding slightly to approve his suggestion. She didn't hold much interest in the inheritance of an immortal, only caring about the rewards of rare materials. Thank you for your consideration, Fairy Ling. Wang Yan was overjoyed when she agreed. He bowed to Lin Yanran and then proceeded towards the testing platform. Placing his hand on the circular ball of the testing formation, he infused his spiritual energy into it. Text started lighting up beneath the platform: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. The sequence halted at heaven-tier talent. Buzz. After a ripple of fluctuations, the formation platform produced a lower-grade Earth tier artifact. Simultaneously, the words "did not pass" appeared above the platform. Wang Yan was initially elated about receiving an Earth tier artifact, but upon seeing the "did not pass" message, he froze in place. I possess Heaven tier talent, considered top tier even in the Eastern domain. Yet I still didn't pass? Are you kidding me? Does this mean only those with Saint tier talent can inherit the Immortal's legacy? Suppressing his inner frustration, Wang Yan managed not to curse out loud. Realizing that he at least gained a lower-grade Earth tier artifact as a reward, he consoled himself that the journey to the secret realm wasn't in vain. He had no choice but to step back from the formation platform, quietly collecting the Earth tier artifact. Young man, do you understand the rules? All the treasures here belong to my lady. What do you mean by pocketing a lower-grade Earth tier artifact that belongs to my lady? The figure in the coffin had been collecting the rare materials handed over by the participants. Suddenly, he turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he addressed Wang Yan. What the hell? Indeed, the first stage was cleared with Fairy Ling's assistance. I handed over my rewards from the first stage. But for the rewards of the second stage, did Fairy Ling contribute anything? Why should I surrender my lower-grade Earth tier artifact again? Wang Yan was at a loss. Even though he held the Earth tier artifact in his possession, he knew its value well. Naturally, he wasn't eager to part with it. Moreover, Ling Yanran hadn't contributed anything to the second stage, his reward came from his own talent. You're quite bold, little brat. Upon hearing Wang Yan daring to retort, the figure in the coffin's face, initially emerald green, darkened with anger. He reached out from a distance, effortlessly grasping Wang Yan's neck, allowing him to struggle in the air. Smack! 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 A hand slapped across Wang Yan's face from a distance, sending a series of sharp sounds reverberating through the air. Echoes of each smack left the onlookers shivering and tense. Will you surrender or not? While striking Wang Yan, the figure in the coffin questioned whether he was willing to surrender his treasure. Young man, you're quite the tough nut. Even after a thorough beating, you haven't uttered a single plea for mercy. I admire your determination. Very well, I shall grant you a dignified death. A hint of respect appeared in the figure's eyes, impressed by Wang Yan's unyielding spirit. Deciding not to continue humiliating him, the figure was prepared to take action and snap his neck. Though Fairy Ling forbade him from slaughtering all present, catching a scapegoat to serve as an example was not a major issue. This way, the others wouldn't dare cause trouble later. Senior, please hold on. Have you considered the fact that he can't speak or beg for mercy while you're choking him? Just as the figure in the coffin was about to act on Wang Yan, Li Xinrua, also a prominent figure from the Eastern Domain, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She hurriedly intervened. Casting a quick glance at Wang Yan, who was being strangled and growing increasingly weak as he struggled in midair, his face turning purplish-blue with bloodshot eyes, she realized this wasn't the unyielding spirit they believed him to be. Instead, he was rendered speechless by the strangulation. Oh. Cough cough, my oversight. I see now. Hearing Li Xinruo's words, the figure in the coffin was taken aback and coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. While he might ignore others addressing him, Li Xinruo was different. She was affiliated with that young lady, and the relationship between the two was unclear to the figure. However, anyone associated with Ling Yanran was not to be trifled with. As a result, the figure released Wang Yan, who was struggling for breath. Cough, cough. I'm almost dead. Wang Yan crouched on the ground, clutching his throat as a fit of violent coughing overtook him. After enduring the figure's suspension and violent strikes, his head was swollen like a pig's, and his previously elegant and refined appearance had vanished completely. After a series of coughs, Wang Yan couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Li Xinruo. He had no doubt that if Li Xinruo hadn't pleaded on his behalf earlier, the mysterious individual wouldn't have hesitated to end his life. "Young man, have you made up your mind? Do you want to hand over my lady's treasure, or shall I end your life and take the treasure back myself? In fact, I would prefer the latter, compared to you handing it over." With a sinister grin, the figure's expression twisted unnaturally, making him appear even more fearsome. In the past, whenever the secret realm opened, he would indulge in a spree of slaughter, almost treating it as a routine. However, this time, he had to stand by helplessly as thousands of exceptional individuals were before him, unable to lay a finger on them or absorb their blood and flesh. This situation left the figure feeling extremely uncomfortable. I'll hand over." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan had no time to consider anything else. Stumbling to his feet, he approached the figure and placed the lower-grade Earth-tier artifact he had acquired earlier on the ground. He then retreated to the side, trying his best to avoid drawing attention to himself. After all, he was currently sporting a massive pig's head, and he felt utterly embarrassed. "I'll thank you in advance for the inconvenience, everyone." Seeing this, the figure sighed regretfully, feeling disappointed that he missed the opportunity to kill. He then turned his gaze to the many prodigies present. Thousands of prodigies shivered upon hearing his words, understanding his intention. They promptly formed a line in front of the testing formation platform, placing their hands on the platform to be tested. Once they received their rewards, they respectfully presented them at the figure's feet. The rewards for the second round were significantly more generous than the first. However, except for Wang Yan with his heaven-tier talent, there were only a few individuals in the northern domain with earth-tier potential. Most of them received rewards of yellow-grade treasures, and only the exceptional geniuses with earth-tier potential were entitled to receive artifacts of profound grade. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a small mountain of treasures had piled up before the figure once again. "All rewards have been collected for you, miss." The figure's tone was deeply respectful as he observed the substantial rewards amassed before him. The figure in the coffin carefully stored everything in his storage pouch and respectfully approached Lin Yanran. "MHM." Lin Yanran casually accepted 2 storage pouches, feeling quite satisfied. Ever since entering the secret realm, her gains had already filled 4 storage pouches. In terms of value, it was likely that even the treasuries of the 4 major sects in the northern domain couldn't match her current harvest. Furthermore, there were still numerous demon beast corpses and puppets collecting treasures for her within the secret realm. "Why don't you give it a try as well? As for the rewards, they belong to you." Only then did Lin Yanran remember that apart from her, Li Xinruo hadn't tested her aptitude on the square earlier. She turned her head to Li Xinruo. Upon hearing this, Li Xinruo expressed her gratitude with a slight nod, then walked up to the talent testing formation platform. All eyes were on her, causing her to feel a little nervous. She placed her hand on the formation platform, and the characters below it began to light up successively. Yellow, profound, earth, heaven. Amid the astonished gazes of everyone except Wang Yan, the radiance didn't stop at heaven tier but continued to ascend to the saint tier. Hiss. A saint tier genius. I wonder if she's going to pass the assessment directly and obtain the Immortal's legacy. As the saint tier characters lit up, the entire formation platform shimmered with a golden light. Witnessing this, Li Xinruo grew tense. However, what puzzled everyone was that the expected rewards from the formation platform hadn't descended. After everyone had their aptitude tested, the rewards should have immediately dropped from the platform. But now, Li Xinruo had achieved saint tier aptitude, and the rewards had yet to appear. It was indeed perplexing. Amid the perplexed gazes of the crowd, the formation platform began to ripple. The emitted golden light suddenly condensed, and with a crack, the formation platform slowly started to rotate. Eventually, the formation platform cracked open, revealing a treasure in the shape of a scripture book. Good heavens! Heaven-tier treasure! The reward for Saint-tier aptitude is actually a heaven-tier treasure. Even in the northern domain, we've never seen a heaven-tier treasure. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened, and their mouths hung agape. Heaven-tier treasures are even rare among the major forces in the eastern domain. I never expected Li Shenrua to obtain a heaven-tier treasure. Even Wang Yin couldn't help but feel envious at the sight of the heaven-tier treasure. The most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velg.co/m. Surprisingly, Li Shenrua herself was taken aback as well. As a descendant of the Holy Mountain, she normally didn't need a heaven-tier treasure for protection and would use, at most, an earth-tier artifact. She never anticipated receiving a heaven-tier treasure in the secret realm. Is this the aura of a heaven-tier treasure? It seems rather weak. Suddenly, a voice sounded by Li Shenrua's ear. Turning around, she noticed that Ling Yanran had appeared behind her at some point, observing the revealed heaven-tier treasure and muttering to herself. Upon hearing this, Li Shenrua twitched her lips, finding it amusing that a heaven-tier treasure could be considered weak. It was the first time she had heard such a remark. However, in her heart, Ling Yanran compared the heaven-tier treasure she held to the profound yellow ruler her master had produced that day. The two were worlds apart. This comparison confirmed one thing for Ling Yanran: her master's profound yellow ruler was undoubtedly of transcendent grade, exceeding heaven tier. As everyone marveled at the heaven tier treasure, an ethereal figure emerged from within the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. After more than 5,000 years, has someone finally accepted my legacy? There are actually two geniuses with Saint-tier aptitude. The remnant soul of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal drifted out of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace and towards the square, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Is this the Scarlet Cloud Immortal? Do you guys think this Scarlet Cloud Immortal looks familiar? I think I've seen this Scarlet Cloud Immortal somewhere before. Could it be that I have a connection with this Scarlet Cloud Immortal as well? Hiss. Wait a minute! The remnant soul of Scarlet Cloud Immortal emerged, causing a wave of shock among the onlookers. After all, the appearance of Scarlet Cloud Immortal's remnant soul indicated that someone was about to obtain the Immortal's legacy. However, as they gazed, a sense of familiarity struck them. Soon, someone made the connection, their gaze darting between Scarlet Cloud's remnant soul and the coffin-bound figure with his dark green skin. Why does this seem so similar? After a moment, it dawned on everyone. No wonder it felt familiar. Scarlet Cloud Immortal's appearance was an exact replica of that extortionist figure from earlier. The only difference was that Scarlet Cloud Immortal's remnant soul exuded an aura of an immortal, draped in Taoist robes that fluttered in the breeze, and a benevolent smile. In contrast, the coffin-bound figure with its dark green skin maintained a cold smile, occasional muscle twitches making it even more eerie. Yet, their similarities were striking, almost 90% alike. Before anyone could inquire about Scarlet Cloud's remnant soul, they witnessed it stumble. What? Why is my corpse here? It's been refined into a boundless realm corpse puppet, damn it. We're done, completely done. Scarlet Cloud Immortal's remnant soul widened its eyes, staring hopelessly at the body that once belonged to it. Seeing that the body had already reached the boundless realm, it was clear that the prodigies present today were destined to perish. After waiting for over 5,000 years, finally achieving the talent of Saint Tier, and even breaking through the first defensive array, it was all turning into dust. His remnant soul could only impart techniques, it was utterly incapable of contending against the boundless realm corpse puppet. Tisk, look at yourself, why panic so much? It really makes me feel embarrassed. Seriously. Upon seeing this, the corpse puppet sneered, a hint of mockery in its words. Shut up. Ling Yanran frowned and whispered a rebuke to the coffin-bound figure. All right, miss, I'll seal my mouth, won't speak anymore. In front of Scarlet Cloud Immortal's horrified gaze, the coffin-bound figure surprisingly closed its mouth and stood obediently, no longer uttering a word. Scarlet Cloud Immortal's remnant soul was dumbfounded by this scene. What is happening? Scarlet Cloud Immortal's trembling fingers pointed at the corpse puppet as he asked Ling Yanran. This isn't something you need to know. Now that the successor has appeared, you may leave. Ling Yanran casually dismissed Scarlet Cloud Immortal's remnant soul, then turned her attention to Li Shinrua. She noticed Li Shinrua's excitement and couldn't help but feel a hint of dissatisfaction. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a mere immortal's legacy? However, if Li Shinrua chose to inherit the immortal's legacy today, that would actually be a good thing. At least her master wouldn't take her in as a disciple. Then, in the future, she would be her own master. Ahem, well. In my perception, you were the one to break through the first trial. As for the second trial, which tests your innate talent, it aligns perfectly with your saint tier aptitude. I've decided to pass on the legacy to you. I hope you won't let our lineage down. Scarlet Cloud Immortal's gaze alternated between Ling Yanran and Li Shinrua for a moment as he pondered. In terms of aptitude, Ling Yanran was even more outstanding than Li Shinrua. In terms of strength, Ling Yanran outshone Li Shinrua by a significant margin, capable of breaking through the first array with sheer force. Scarlet Cloud Immortal even suspected that Ling Yanran had used some means to subdue the boundless realm corpse puppet. Regardless of the angle, he believed Ling Yanran was superior to Li Shinrua. Hence, instead of bestowing the legacy on Li Shinrua, who had caused his appearance, he was inclined to entrust it to Ling Yanran. But, Senior, it was clearly I who caused your appearance. Upon hearing Scarlet Cloud's words, Li Shinrua's expression of excitement stiffened. Her intention in participating in the secret realm this time was to obtain the immortal's legacy and immortal-level techniques. Just when success seemed imminent, how could the immortal suddenly change his mind? Well, I didn't expect two suitable inheritors to appear at the same time. However, when compared, the one by your side is more suitable to receive my legacy. So, I apologize. But you don't need to feel too disappointed. I'll compensate you with some precious materials from heaven and earth. Scarlet Cloud Immortal felt a bit embarrassed by the situation. Especially with so many prodigies present, he was suddenly about to hand over the inheritance to someone else. But now he only had this remnant soul left, his only wish was to find the best disciple. Why should he care about face? For a moment, everyone awaited Ling Yanran's response. Some were so anxious for her to accept that they wished they could answer on her behalf. After all, this was an immortal's legacy. Although Scarlet Cloud Immortal ultimately failed to ascend to the immortal realm, the techniques were genuine and could be cultivated all the way to transcending the heavenly tribulation. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your legacy. Ling Yanran rejected his proposal nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on his remnant soul. All right then, I will impart my sex techniques to you. I hope you won't disappoint, huh? What did you just say? Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. Seeing Ling Yanran start speaking, Scarlet Cloud Immortal nodded as if in a daze, intending to begin transmitting his immortal-grade techniques to her. But suddenly, he realized he was still standing in the same spot, staring blankly. Did he hear her correctly? This woman seemed to not be interested in his immortal grade techniques. Not only was Scarlet Cloud Immortal bewildered, but even the people present were dumbfounded. How could she reject even immortal grade techniques? Li Shenrua stared at Lin Yanran in disbelief, unable to fathom how she could make such a choice. Could it be that her master also cultivated immortal grade techniques? You might not be aware, but although I only reached the consummation of the divinity separation realm before meeting a bitter end, the techniques I cultivated were indeed immortal grade. If not for being schemed against, I had the hope of transcending the heavenly tribulation and becoming an immortal. Once you accept my legacy, you're destined to go further than me in the future. Achieving immortality is not impossible. Thinking that Lin Yanran might not understand the value of immortal grade techniques, Scarlet Cloud Immortal hastened to explain. I already told you, I'm not interested. You better ask her if she wants to learn. Lin Yanran, irritated by Scarlet Cloud Immortal's words, displayed impatience, gesturing towards Li Shenrua who was standing like a statue. This. All right then, since it's like this, I won't force you, miss. Scarlet Cloud Immortal felt a headache coming on. He glanced at the corpse puppet that Lin Yanran had subdued, deciding not to dwell on it further. Readjusting his attitude, he turned his gaze towards Li Shenrua and asked, "Are you willing to accept my inheritance?" Upon hearing Scarlet Cloud Immortal's question, Li Shenrua found herself hesitating instead of immediately agreeing. Looking at Lin Yanran's performance, it was evident that her master was undoubtedly an extremely powerful figure. However, when compared to taking a gamble with an uncertain outcome, right in front of her was a genuine immortal grade technique. All she needed to do was nod to obtain it. Wasn't her lifelong pursuit precisely an immortal grade technique? As long as she possessed an immortal grade technique, the entire Holy Mountain would undoubtedly allocate all their resources to her. She would become the most promising candidate for achieving immortality in the entire eastern region. Read lat stchers on n/v/l/b.i.cm. Seeing Li Shenrua hesitating instead of agreeing right away, Scarlet Cloud Immortal furrowed his brow in confusion. He couldn't help but wonder, were immortal grade techniques no longer appealing to anyone? How could it be that one of the two saint-tier geniuses they encountered today instantly declined, while the other seemed to be in a dilemma? What was going on in this world? As long as you accept my legacy, not only will you gain my immortal grade technique, but I will also pass on my knowledge of formations. In the future, you could become a sixth-order array master, just like me. Scarlet Cloud Immortal, worried that Li Shenrua wouldn't agree, decided to increase the stakes. The preciousness of a sixth-order array master was far more rare than even the divinity separation realm. As a sixth-order array master, one would possess the ability to set up peak-grade Earth-tier formations. And if one further advanced to become a seventh-order array master, they could even manipulate heaven-tier formations. Even the most respected sacred grounds would hold a seventh-order array master in high regard, and they would be treated as honored guests no matter where they went. Hiss! I didn't expect Scarlet Cloud Immortal to be a master of formations. No wonder the first trial was an array. Not to mention immortal grade techniques, even becoming a sixth-order array master would earn admiration from all in the eastern region. Currently, the highest attainable rank in the entire eastern region is likely the sixth-order array master. Why hesitate any longer? Has Li Shenrua gone mad? If it's not possible, let me accept the inheritance. I'm willing. All the cultivators were taken aback by Scarlet Cloud Immortal's words. They knew Scarlet Cloud Immortal was skilled in formations, but they never anticipated he had reached the level of a sixth-order array master. Damn it! In a corner, a pig-headed man clenched his fists tightly, gazing at Li Shenrua with intense envy. In the past, he might have fantasized about surpassing Li Shenrua in cultivation, proposing marriage to the sect, and becoming her Dao partner. But now, all his hopes were shattered. With the immortal grade technique, Li Shinrua was bound to make a meteoric rise. Moreover, she would receive the inheritance of a sixth-order array master, elevating her status manifold. In the future, there was even a strong possibility she would travel to the central region and join the genuine immortal sects. TSK, still deliberating over an immortal grade technique? To be honest, and I'm not afraid to tell you, what my master imparted to me wasn't immortal grade techniques. If you seek immortal grade techniques, my master is indeed unable to provide them. Seeing Li Shinrua struggling to make a decision, Lin Yanran naturally understood her thoughts. She nonchalantly spoke up, but she didn't feel like she was lying. After all, what her master imparted were indeed not immortal grade techniques, but rather myth-level techniques. There probably wasn't a second copy in this world. If Li Shinrua, knowing that her master didn't possess immortal grade techniques, still chose to become his disciple, Lin Yanran would be willing to set aside her previous misgivings and treat her as a fellow disciple. However, if Li Shinrua truly focused solely on the immortal grade technique, Lin Yanran would help her dodge this dragging anchor. As expected, upon hearing Lin Yanran's words, the furrowed brow on Li Shinrua's face eased. She sought an immortal grade technique. Without one, no matter how hard she worked, she could never transcend her tribulation and achieve immortality. What meaning would there be in that? I, Li Shinrua, greet the master. With the knots untangled in her mind, Li Shinrua lowered her head and respectfully paid her respects to Scarlet Cloud Immortal, acknowledging him as her master. Witnessing this, everyone present couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Only Lin Yanran, with a faint smirk on her lips, silently thought she obtained an immortal grade technique but missed out on a true heaven-defying opportunity. Lin Yanran couldn't help but wonder how regretful Li Shinrua might be upon discovering her master's might in the future. However, such thoughts were unimportant now. She had already lost her chance. Ever since Li Shinrua declined her master's offer to be a disciple for the first time, Lin Yanran had held some discontent towards her. Li Shinrua also hadn't withstood Lin Yanran's test. Ha ha ha, very well, very well. For my Scarlet Cloud Immortal's disciple, today I shall pass on the mid-grade immortal technique, Heavenly Spirit Immortal Art. Furthermore, with the remaining spiritual power within this remnant soul, I shall impart my lifelong comprehension of formations. In no more than 100 years, you will be able to digest and master it, becoming a sixth-order array master just like me. Starting from this point, there's a good chance you will surpass me on your journey. Seeing Li Shinrua finally nod and agree to become his disciple, Scarlet Cloud Immortal exclaimed in joy 3 times, his brow finally relaxing. If Li Shinrua had refused his offer to take her as his disciple, he might have really been stumped. With that said, he pointed a finger to Li Shinrua's forehead and began to transmit his techniques and teachings to her. Immortal grade techniques couldn't be recorded on ordinary jade slips, making it extremely difficult to pass them down. This was also the reason for the current world's gap in immortal grade techniques. Everyone, I will transmit my teachings to my disciple for 5 days. During this time, you are free to collect any heavenly and earthly treasures you need within the secret realm. After 5 days, the secret realm will close, and all of you will be sent back to the entrance. What you acquire within the secret realm will be a gift from me. In the future, if my disciples require assistance, I hope all of you will lend a hand. Seeing everyone gathered around, witnessing his transmission of techniques, Scarlet Cloud Immortal reminded them. He also managed to sell a favor for Li Shinrua to the others. After all, once he finished transmitting his teachings, this remnant soul would dissipate. Leaving some goodwill behind for his disciple was a good idea. Hearing Scarlet Cloud Immortal's words, everyone finally came to their senses. They bid their farewells and departed, intending to collect heavenly and earthly treasures within the secret realm. When they entered the secret realm, they had initially rushed to the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. However, all the rewards they obtained here had ended up in Lin Yanran's storage pouch. For many of them, there was simply no opportunity to gain anything substantial. In fact, during the first reward distribution, many had even emptied their pockets, losing a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures to Lin Yanran. It's likely that 90% of the heavenly and earthly treasures in the secret realm have already been collected by my corpse puppet and stored in the cavern. Miss, shall we return to the cavern and take a look? Observing the situation, the person within the coffin couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Li Xinrua being inducted by Scarlet Cloud Immortal, Lin Yanran lost interest. With a graceful leap, she returned to the back of the extinguished realm's corpse puppet, accompanied by the two other puppets. Together, they made their way back to the cavern. With nearly 100 powerful puppets collecting heavenly and earthly treasures within the secret realm, Lin Yanran had no need to intervene personally. She could simply await the rewards in the cavern. After a brief moment, Lin Yanran was back in front of the cavern. Outside, the wolf demon puppets of Unity Realm were still guarding, along with numerous profound Sky Realm wolf demons. Meanwhile, the other puppets were busy gathering treasures within the secret realm. Seeing this, Lin Yanran decided to return to the cavern and began to meditate cross-legged. The person in the coffin could only wait by the side, patiently anticipating the return of the puppets. While Lin Yanran enjoyed her leisure, the thousands of prodigies within the secret realm were growing restless. Damn it, according to the map provided by the sect, there should be a patch of heavenly cloud grass here. Why does it look like this place has been searched through hundreds of times? There's not even a single strand of grass left. A prodigy holding a map exclaimed in frustration, crumpling the map and throwing it to the ground. The soil beneath his feet had been dug up numerous times, there wasn't a trace of grass, let alone herbs. Find up tedovals on n/v/elben.co/m. That conniving merchant, he sold me 10 top-grade spirit stones claiming to know the whereabouts of a profound-grade supreme treasure. But here, forget a profound-grade treasure, not even a piece of scrap iron is left. At the same time, another prodigy with a map was staring at the battlefield in front of him. Only a pile of bones remained, quite different from other battlefields that still held armors and weapons. Usually, anyone who came to such a place would only pick up treasures, who would bother with worthless metal scraps? Ah, stop. You can have all the heavenly and earthly treasures, I don't want them anymore. Please, no more beating, I'm on the brink of death. Meanwhile, the two above weren't the most pitiful, the ones who suffered the most were those who encountered the puppets from the Unity Realm, getting a brutal beating. In the past, Corpse Puppet feared there might be someone related to Lin Yanran among the humans, so he instructed the puppets not to take lives. However, that didn't mean they couldn't use force. In the entire secret realm, whenever the prodigies encountered the puppets, they were beaten to the point of crying father and mother. Those at the profound Sky Realm couldn't resist the Unity Realm puppets at all. Fortunately, they gradually realized that these puppets seemed interested only in treasures and weren't targeting them for lethal blows. Thus, they promptly offered all their heavenly and earthly treasures to save their lives. For a time, everyone in the secret realm stopped searching for treasures and instead sought hiding places, hoping to survive the 5 days and quickly escape this treacherous realm. Eastern Region. In the Rin clan's main hall. The clan chief and the 4 elders had gathered, their expressions tinged with tension and uncertainty. The patriarch summoned us and asked for the 5 elements formation flags. Could it be that he intends to make a move against another clan? Could it be that the patriarch's strength has improved once again? This is excellent news. Our Rin clan's cultivation resources are somewhat lacking now. If we could eliminate another clan and absorb their resources, it would greatly relieve our current pressure. The elders speculated on the patriarch's purpose for summoning them. Silence! the Rin clan chief suddenly reprimanded, and everyone fell silent. A figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the hall. His dark expression seemed to convey frustration. If Lin Yanran or Chen Daoxian were present, they would recognize him as Rin Qixian, the Rin clan ancestral patriarch they had feud with. "Greetings, patriarch." The crowd hurriedly saluted Rin Qixian. The patriarch ignored them and gestured for them to rise. Then he asked, "Have you brought the 5 elements formation flags? By the way, which clan the patriarch intends to target this time? Could it be the Wang clan? Or perhaps the Zhao clan? It's probably the Zhao clan. After all, that genius from the Wang clan joined the Xiaoyao Palace. If we provoke the Xiaoyao Palace, our Rin clan wouldn't stand a chance." An elder replied and voiced the question that intrigued everyone. For a moment, everyone perked up their ears. "Who told you we were planning to make a move against another clan? Cheer has been killed. We're going to avenge Cheer." "What? Cheer is dead, and none of you knew about this momentous news?" Upon hearing the crowd's words, Rin Qixian's face grew even darker. Rin Patriarch's face became darker when he heard what everyone said. He couldn't help but sternly asked everyone. In Rin family, life cards are stored in a special room for core disciples and guarded. His avatar was shattered by Chen Daoxuan's finger before and suffered backlash, and he has been recovering from his injuries in the past few days. But looking at the appearance of the crowd, it seems that they don't even know about such a big event as Rin Qirui's death. What are these clan chief and elders doing? What? What? Ancestor, did I hear you correctly? I mean, patriarch, your words. My son went to that desolate place in the northern region, a place without even a boundless realm expert. Moreover, he took a clone of you, patriarch. How could he have died? And there's been no news from the Life Token Hall either. Rin clan chief, upon hearing the patriarch's words, was stunned, almost falling from his seat. Rin Qirui was his son. Upon receiving this news, he could hardly believe it. The entire Rin clan regarded Rin Qirui as the future clan head, lavishing him with unrestricted resources. Even the Divinity Separation Realm Patriarch had invested a clone into Rin Qirui. How could he possibly die in that barren northern region? My clone was unable to protect Qirui. The opponent is at least at the Divinity Separation Realm. The Rin clan Patriarch's face turned grim as he spoke coldly. Who dared to lay a hand on him? Could it be the Wang clan or the Zhao clan planning to strike at us? Damn it, anyone who dares lay a hand on our Rin clan, actually starting with Qirui. Today, regardless of whether it's the Wang clan or the Zhao clan, even if the Xiaoyao Palace intervenes, I'll annihilate them. The Rin clan chief, overcome by anger, trembled uncontrollably, his blood boiling. By the way, who has been in charge of the Life Token Hall recently? Suddenly, he realized that such a significant event had occurred, yet no one knew or reported it. He asked coldly. Reporting to the clan chief, the Life Token Hall has been under the supervision of my unworthy grandson, Rin Jiaxing. An elder, trembling, stepped forward to reply. This grandson of his had a penchant for drinking and gambling. Therefore, he had assigned him the duty of guarding the Life Token Hall, hoping to keep him occupied. He never expected him to neglect such an important task. Spread the word. Execute Rin Jiaxing. Second Elder, do you have any objections to this decision? The Rin clan chief uttered his command with resentment, then cast a cold glance at the second elder. Sigh. Rin Jiaxing has wronged our Rin clan. Even I have no words to defend him. The decision rests with the clan chief. The second elder sighed deeply, not daring to raise any objections. The value of Rinchirue's life far surpassed that of 100 Rinjiashings, even the boundless realm's second elder. Since Rinchirue's birth, the entire Rin clan's resources had revolved around him, investing countless heavenly and earthly treasures. Rinchirue lived up to expectations, standing among the top-tier prodigies of the eastern region. By the way, Patriarch, who's behind this? We're going to avenge Chirue. We'll tear the perpetrator to pieces. And then, we'll bring Chirue's remains back and lay him to rest. The Rin clan chief's temple throbbed, his anger building up. He addressed the Patriarch with frustration. Get your avrite ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. Seeing the scene, everyone present expressed their determination, vowing to make the culprits pay a heavy price and understand the consequences of provoking the Rin clan. After all, the Patriarch had summoned them, even bringing along the 5 elements formation flags. Clearly, significant action was on the horizon. In their hands, the flags could form a powerful array, nearly reaching heavenly tier formation. Moreover, they could channel their power into a single person, causing their strength to surge dramatically. No, the assailant is from the northern region. It's not the Wang clan or the Zhao clan. The Rin clan Patriarch rubbed his forehead and suppressed the urge to smack the younger generation, speaking patiently. What? Someone from the northern region could defeat a clone of the Patriarch? Could it be a hidden powerhouse from the northern region? Then, Patriarch, were you able to ascertain the opponent's cultivation realm? Upon hearing the Patriarch's words, the Grand Elder couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and the others frowned as well. They had never thought that the northern region, that forsaken place, could harbor such a mighty expert. I saw clearly. The opponent is at the first heaven of the Qi realm. Don't ask further. What I saw was indeed the first heaven of the Qi realm. Perhaps the opponent possesses some secret technique to conceal their true cultivation. In any case, that clone of mine was shattered by a single finger from that Qi realm first heaven guy. Rin clan Patriarch sighed and truthfully conveyed what he had witnessed. Qi realm, first heaven. I see. So, they must be concealing their cultivation. Initially stunned, the others quickly concluded that Chen Daoxian must be hiding his true strength, probably at least a divinity separation realm expert. Otherwise, how could he have instantly killed the Patriarch's boundless realm 9th heaven clone with a single finger? Let's go, accompany me to the northern region. That guy's disciple is still within the secret realm. I'll kill his disciple first and then lure him out for an array-based annihilation. Without further words, the Rin clan Patriarch raised his hand and led the 5 boundless realm experts of the Rin clan, along with their precious family treasure, the 5 elements formation flag, marching grandly towards the northern region. Many forces in the eastern region grew nervous at the sudden appearance of the Rin clan with such a formidable lineup. However, upon seeing their departure direction, confusion arose. What's the Rin clan up to? It seems they're heading to the northern region. Are they planning to sweep through it? Nonsense, didn't you see even the Rin clan Patriarch in action? A mere northern region. If the Rin clan wishes to conquer it, sending a single boundless realm elder would be more than enough. Enough, as long as it doesn't affect us. Seeing that the Rin clan's target wasn't them, many forces in the eastern region heaved sighs of relief. However, 3 forces grew concerned. Chief Wang Yan is participating in the secret realm in the northern region, right? TSK, could the Rin clan be planning to target our Xiaoyao Palace's chief disciple? Summon someone to accompany me to the northern region. Let's see what schemes the Rin clan has. In addition, inform the Wang clan. Send someone to the northern region. If the Rin clan doesn't know any better, we'll eliminate them. Upon receiving news from the elder, the Xiaoyao Palace's lord furrowed their brow, issuing a series of commands. Subsequently, they led a few boundless realm experts towards the northern region. Upon receiving word from the Xiaoyao Palace, the Wang clan in the eastern region swiftly dispatched personnel to the northern region. Wang Yan wasn't only the Xiaoyao Palace's chief disciple, he was also a genius of their Wang clan. He couldn't afford to be harmed. Eastern region, Holy Mountain. Everyone, if Shenru is likely to gain an immortal's inheritance this time, do you think some forces might attempt to seize it? We should go as well, to prevent any unforeseen incidents for Shenru. The Grand Elder looked at the other two elders, speaking casually. Their holy mountain didn't have a sect leader and was ruled by 7 elders collectively. They all nurtured disciples and were formidable divinity separation realm experts. Currently, 4 of them were in seclusion, leaving only the 3 of them available, which was sufficient. That's a good idea. The other 2 elders didn't decline. Li Shenrua was the most promising disciple of the Holy Mountain, and no accidents could be tolerated. Therefore, they immediately set off for the northern region. Elders, are you going down the mountain to have fun? Can I join you? Just as the 3 were about to depart, a figure full of energy suddenly appeared, bounding towards them. With a pure and innocent expression and exceptionally bright eyes radiating an air of crystal-clear foolishness. We're not going for fun, we're... Forget it, there's no time to explain. Let's go, you can come with us down the mountain. The Grand Elder wanted to explain to Li Yurong, but considering his limited intelligence, he figured that even if he tried, it might take until nightfall to make him understand. So, he simply agreed, and the 3, accompanied by Li Yurong, set off in the direction of the northern region. Illusory Mountain, Heavenly Dao Hall. Ah, Chiu! Caught a cold? Impossible. Could it be Yanran Mrs. Me, her master? Seems like it, hee hee. As Chen Daoxian, who had been cultivating diligently while lying on a reclining chair, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his eyes, he woke up. Thinking that his disciple's participation in the secret realm was nearing its end, he lost interest in sleeping. Casually plucking a handful of tea leaves from the enlightenment tea tree beside him, he got up and went to the pavilion to brew some tea. While sipping from his cup, Chen Daoxuan's brow slightly furrowed. I thought I would make a fortune after helping Yanran deal with her enemies, but killing the clone didn't grant any rewards. Currently, I only have a little over 3,000 system points left. When will I ever accumulate enough to break through to the Void Sky realm? Sigh, system points. I wish some kind soul could gift me some system points. I'd definitely show my gratitude. Chen Daoxian felt a pang of regret, considering that he spent 1,000 system points but only earned back 9, resulting in a net loss. Earning system points these days was truly difficult. I hope Yanran gains a lot this time and lets this master of hers make a small fortune and break through to the Void Sky realm. When will these hard days come to an end? In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and the secret realm was on its final day. The corpse puppets that were sent out to gather heavenly and earthly treasures also ceased their activities on this day, gradually returning to the stone caves. Great! These monsters are finally leaving. Seize the last day and see if there are any treasures left. We can't afford to lose everything in this trip to the secret realm. What the heck? Is this still the Scarlet Cloud secret realm? When did I possibly get transported out of the secret realm? After 4 days of trembling in fear, nearly 80 to 90% of the cultivators had been looted by the corpse puppets. Only a few individuals who possessed concealment techniques were barely able to evade the clutches of the corpse puppets. However, now that the corpse puppets were departing, everyone planned to make the most of the remaining time in the secret realm. To their dismay, they found the current state of the secret realm to be absolutely miserable. Wherever they looked, not a single blade of grass could be seen. Even the yellow-grade inferior herbs that many cultivators had previously disregarded were now nowhere to be found. This. Sigh, forget it. Being alive is a blessing in itself. In the end, most cultivators could only console themselves with an excuse. At least those terrifying monsters hadn't killed them. That was already a significant relief. Within the stone caves at this moment. Miss, all the corpse puppets sent out have returned. These 5 storage pouches contain herbs. These 3 storage pouches contain treasures. As for the miscellaneous spirit stones and ores, they're in these 2 storage pouches. Oh yes, there are 2 more storage pouches, both filled with spirit fluid. After carefully categorizing the various heavenly and earthly treasures brought back by the corpse puppets, the person in coffin respectfully presented several storage pouches to the recently finished cultivating Lin Yanran. Not bad. After today, when the secret realm ends, I'll grant you your freedom. Consider it fulfilling the promise between us. Lin Yanran put away the more than 10 storage pouches in front of her. Adding these rewards to what she had previously obtained from the various geniuses and her accumulation from the person in coffin, her gains this time were astonishing. The storage pouches were all spacious enough to accommodate 10 cubic meters each, making her haul incredibly abundant. With such a bountiful harvest this time, my master will surely be delighted. As Lin Yanran thought about being able to end this secret realm soon and return to her master, a sweet smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Hiss! This miss can actually smile? The person in coffin on the side seemed to have witnessed something incredibly astonishing, muttering to himself. Since he first met Lin Yanran, he had never seen her smile. He had assumed she was a cold and stern female demon, but who would have thought she could smile too? Well, whatever. No need to dwell on it. After all, after today, he would regain the strength of a boundless realm expert and leave the secret realm, becoming a powerful force in his own right. Limitless glory was waiting for him to enjoy. In front of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, the transmission of knowledge from Scarlet Cloud Immortal gradually ceased. The remnants of his soul, which had once been solid, had now become like a candle in the wind. It appeared as if it could disperse at any moment. Disciple thanks Master for transmitting the knowledge. Rest assured, Master. In the future, if I succeed in cultivation, I will definitely slay those scoundrels who plotted against you one by one. Li Shenrua, who had already incorporated the immortal grade technique into her sea of consciousness, only needed to go back and contemplate it carefully. It wouldn't take long for her to start practicing. You having this determination fills me with great satisfaction. Very well, since you found the successor, this remnant soul of mine is useless. I'll lend you a hand once again. After Scarlet Cloud Immortal finished speaking, he didn't wait for Li Shenrua to respond. He placed his palm on her head, channeling the remaining spiritual power of this remnant soul into her body. Eventually, the remnant soul dissipated, leaving only Li Shenrua sitting cross-legged on the square. Disciple. Thank you, Master. Seeing this, Li Shenrua didn't dare to delay. Despite feeling emotional, she quickly assimilated the spiritual power that Scarlet Cloud had infused into her body. As long as she absorbed it, she could break through to the Unity Realm. In this secret realm, apart from Lin Yanran, who had the greatest gains, Li Shenrua's harvest was also remarkable. Not only did she obtain the inheritance of an immortal grade technique and a rank 6 formation master, but she also gained a heaven grade treasure and the final burst of spiritual energy from Scarlet Cloud Immortal, which allowed her to break through to the Unity Realm. Half an hour later, Li Shenrua's aura began to continuously rise. Break through! With a low shout, the bottleneck of the 9th layer of the profound sky realm completely dissipated. Li Shenrua's aura had already reached the Unity Realm. Before she could even feel happy about it, the entire secret realm began to shake violently. Boom! The ground also began to crack and fissure, revealing bottomless chasms. Even the sky alternated between brightness and darkness, making the entire secret realm extremely unstable. What's going on? Li Shenrua was a bit bewildered. Even if someone had broken through to the Unity realm within the secret realm, it shouldn't have caused the realm to collapse. Thankfully, there was a teleportation array to leave the secret realm, and there was one located on the square of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. As the secret realm started collapsing, the teleportation array lit up at the right moment. Li Shenrua didn't dare to hesitate any longer and quickly entered the array to leave. What's happening? How could the secret realm be collapsing? Even if the secret realm is about to close, it shouldn't collapse. Read latest CHDRs at n/velbi.co/m. Don't worry about that now. Escaping for our lives is what's important. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Many cultivators within the secret realm were frightened by the sudden turn of events and rushed toward the nearest teleportation array. Apart from the central square, the other 4 directions also had teleportation arrays to exit the secret realm. Scarlet Cloud had taken thorough consideration of this. Let's go! Lin Yanran also sensed the anomaly in the secret realm. However, she didn't need to panic. There was a teleportation array located not far from the cave entrance she was at. Without hesitation, carrying over 20 storage pouches containing her harvest, she quickly left, giving a signal to the person in coffin before flying away. Seeing this, the person in coffin promptly ordered all the corpse puppets to leave with them. With the accumulated corpse puppets from these years, even in the outside world, the person in coffin could establish a formidable force. At the very least, dominating the northern domain would be a piece of cake. Moments later, all the prodigies within the secret realm had left through the teleportation arrays. Finally, the secret realm couldn't bear the strain any longer. Boom! The entire small space collapsed completely, vanishing from the world. A radiance burst forth, and the people within the secret realm returned to the entrance. Each of them felt as though they had just narrowly escaped death, panting heavily. On various mountaintops, elders and sect masters from different forces who had been waiting outside couldn't help but look over. Hiss, why does it look like they've just escaped a disaster? Well, truckers, that's all for this video. See you all in the next video.